We all have fond memories of the playground. Hours upon hours spent in blissful childhood abandon, racing around the local park, climbing the monkey bars, and seeing if you could get even higher on the swings than your best friend. And then, of course, there's the slide. Who doesn't love a slide? Only you and the force of gravity pulling you down through a straight or spiral tube. Those few seconds of excitement, that rush of not knowing whether you'll come out the other end of the slide or not, that's enough of a thrill for any kid. Of course, you would always come tumbling out of the mouth of the slide every time, at worst with an odd but innocent friction burn on your leg or arm. But what if, one day, you didn't come out of the other end? Or worse, what if the place at the end of the slide wasn't the world you left behind when you slid through the entrance? It doesn't seem all that likely to happen, right? Well, you've obviously never taken a trip down SCP-1562, better known as the Tunnel Slide. As its moniker suggests, SCP-1562 is a slide, or it at least appears to be an ordinary tunnel slide. You know, the kind that you would easily find at any kid's park, jungle gym, or indoor play area. Just over 2 meters high and almost 3.5 meters long. And for the most part, it is a completely normal slide. If you were to just sit in it and glide down it feet first, nothing would happen. Then again, if SCP-1562 was an ordinary everyday piece of a playground, then the SCP Foundation would not have such a vested interest in it. They definitely wouldn't be keeping it locked up in quarantine, secured in Testing Lab 46-V of Site-24. And if any Foundation agents ask, you didn't hear that from us, by the way. The door to the lab is kept locked at all times. No member of personnel is even allowed near the slide unless granted special clearance to do so by Foundation researcher Dr. Carver. So what is it that makes this thing so special? Well, for one, SCP-1562 was first recovered by the Foundation from a defunct abandoned playground. The location of this playground has been redacted, but it was known to be on the outskirts of a town where a number of young children had been reported missing. Does SCP-1562 contain some sort of clue as to where these children were taken? Perhaps some piece of forensic evidence left behind by a child-snatching anomaly from another dimension? Not quite. SCP-1562 is the thing that took those children. You see, the slide's anomalous properties require very specific circumstances in order to activate. Like we mentioned earlier, if you were just sitting on your butt while you were sliding down it, you would escape unscathed. Laying flat on your back? That is also a safe option. Even flailing yourself about, spinning and rolling and waving your arms, changing position on the way down would mean that nothing anomalous would appear to happen. However, if someone enters SCP-1562 and travels down in head first, laying on their stomach with their arms tucked at their side, almost in a plank position, then that is when strange things start to happen. That is when a person finds out what happened to those missing children. Only about 15 centimeters from the opening of the slide, a person sliding down on their front, head first, with arms by their sides will disappear right before exiting SCP-1562. In an instant, they will simply be gone. No longer in the slide or even relocated to anywhere nearby. To make matters worse, every single person that this has happened to has never been found again. They literally have vanished off the face of the earth. Unfortunately, there isn't much that can be done to prevent this. During testing, the Foundation quickly learned that tethering a safety line to a subject does little to stop them from disappearing. They cannot be pulled back from wherever it is that the slide sends them. The rope they are attached to is simply cut and goes slack from the moment that a person is taken by the slide. Now that sounds like the whole story, right? Children are going missing and the Foundation learns it's because of SCP-1562, some kind of interdimensional portal within a playground slide. So they acquire the slide, take it away and keep it locked up securely where it can't cause any more disappearances. End of story. Except that's not quite the end. No. The one thing it's still possible to do once someone has disappeared down the slide is to stay in contact with them. The SCP Foundation has expended a number of test subjects by sending them sliding down SCP-1562 just to learn what's on the other side. Just where does the slide take them? Luckily, tests like this are precisely what the Foundation has D-Class personnel for. So what happened when the Foundation sent some D-Classes on a one-way joyride down the slide? Well, one test involved a D-Class designated D-2445, who disappeared into SCP-1562 but was given a two-way radio to communicate directly with Dr. Darrett's, one of the research staff. D-2445 reported that he felt himself in a small, cramped tunnel and quickly requested to be let back out. Dr. Darrett's had neglected to tell D-2445 that was impossible and that no one ever came back from inside the slide. While it was too dark to see anything, the prisoner described still being laid on his front, but feeling like there were rocks or dirt surrounding him on all sides. Realizing that he barely had enough room to move or even lift his head, D-2445 again requested to be let out of SCP-1562. As the unfortunate D-Class grew increasingly more unsettled by the movement-restricting environment, Dr. Darrett's revealed that the lifeline tethering D-2445 back to the Foundation had been severed upon their disappearance into the slide. Panicking, D-2445 managed to move forward slightly and realized that his head had hit something. A shoe. A tiny child's shoe. Communication with D-2445 was called to a halt, and the Foundation's researchers discussed possible ways that they could retrieve the prisoner. Although most of them probably knew at this point that this task was likely impossible, this test may have taken place before the Foundation realized that return from SCP-1562 was impossible. The plan was that another D-Class would be sent into the slide. Once again, they would be attached to a tether line and be carrying video and audio recording equipment, along with a GPS tracker and a headlamp. Reaching out to D-2445, Dr. Darrett's relayed this plan to him. D-2445 immediately begged to be set free from SCP-1562, as the doctor attempted to calm him down, but to little effect. Something had scared him, truly terrified him. A sound coming from somewhere within the tunnel. It started talking, D-2445 claimed. When Dr. Darrett's asked for clarity, the D-Class replied saying that a little boy had tried to speak to him, but that the child had made little sense. He just kept asking where he was, and I told him I didn't know, but I don't think he was really talking to me, because he didn't respond to my voice, and he told me to stop crying when I was actually sort of calm. When asked if this child had moved at all, D-2445 said that he was unsure. He started screaming and I told him to shut up, but he just kept screaming and crying and asking for his mommy. And then he finally stopped, and shortly after that, you contacted me again. Please get me out now. Dr. Darrett's tried to reassure the man, to little avail, and communication with D-2445 was cut off after he claimed something was wrong with his chest. Shortly after the Foundation lost communication with D-2445, another member of D-Class was sent into the slide after him. This subject, referred to officially as D-8600, had been specifically selected for this task thanks to his small stature. Dr. Darrett's and the other Foundation researchers testing SCP-1562 believed that the man's thinner body type would allow D-8600 to better navigate the tunnel that the slides seemed to transport people to. And you can probably guess what happened next. Just like all the others that had been sent down the slide, D-8600 was trapped. His lifeline was cut the moment that he vanished inside the tunnel slide. On top of this, the GPS tracker that this thinner D-Class had been issued with seemed to not be working properly. Its signal could not be correctly traced, and without an accurate fix, there was no way to determine the location to which SCP-1562 was transporting its victims, if it was even in this universe. Additionally, the video feed from the camera D-8600 was carrying also failed to connect, with only audio from his radio being recovered by the research team. Contacting D-8600, Dr. Darrett's was informed by this new D-Class that his headlamp had stopped working the second he had arrived in the same cave or tunnel as earlier test subjects. Before long, by shimmying through the area on his arms, D-8600 bumped into a foot, believed to be belonging to D-2445. While he could barely see anything, D-8600 could hear D-2445's voice, and this was being faintly picked up via his radio. However, as he and Dr. Darrett's tried to talk to the first prisoner, his words began to sound all too familiar. I don't know, some sort of very small tunnel. "It's really cramped. Can you get me out now?" Followed by, "No, it's too dark. I can't see anything, and I'm stuck." It was all just a recording from what D-2445 had said when he first arrived after SCP-1562 had sent him into the tunnel. D-8600 did not realize this at first and attempted to help his fellow prisoner, hoping to pull him out of wherever they were trapped. Dr. Darretts tried desperately to explain that D-2445 was just repeating his half of an earlier conversation, but D-8600 hardly noticed that was the case. He gripped the other D-Class's ankles and told the doctor to pull them out of the tunnel. The doctor revealed that once again the tether line had been severed, but D-8600 refused to believe that escape was impossible. He tried to worm his way back the way he had come, leaving D-2445 still repeating his words from earlier. "He just kept asking me where he was, and I told him I didn't know. But I don't think he was really talking to me because he didn't respond to my voice, and he told me to stop crying when I was actually sort of calm. I don't think so. He started screaming and I told him to shut up, but he kept just screaming and crying and asking for his mommy. Then he finally stopped, and shortly after that you contacted me again. Please get me out now. Please hurry, my chest is really starting to hurt." After yelling at him to stop talking multiple times, D-8600 noted that D-2445 had finally gone quiet. The D-Class also remarked that the air was starting to taste stale, and hoped that there would be enough oxygen for him to get back. Then, just like his predecessor, communication with D-8600 came to an abrupt stop. Dr. Darretts was no longer able to reach him on the radio. There was nothing but static. The Foundation was unable to re-establish contact with either of the two D-Class personnel lost inside SCP-1562, and any future testing of the tunnel slide was suspended. To this day, none of us know what exactly happened to the victims of the tunnel slide. Where were they taken? What had taken them? What was making the prior victims repeat their ominous words? As horror author Stephen King once put it, it's the unanswered questions that stays with us the longest. But the next time you decide to thrill your inner child by taking a jaunt to your local kiddie park, you may just find out for yourself. The year is 1941, and the world is gripped by the most violent and widespread war in history. Millions march to war as bloody battles are fought across the globe. Horrendous atrocities are carried out on groups of people, and parts of London are bombed to rubble on a weekly basis. Considering it's only been 20 years since the last World War, it must seem to the early residents of the early 20th century that the world is coming apart at the seams. And amongst the chaos, it'd be easy not to notice a secluded manor house in the English countryside disappearing without a trace for 11 days, before suddenly returning to our reality. But thankfully, one organization makes it its sole duty to notice the unnoticeable and understand the impossible: the SCP Foundation. And within that anomalous manor house, Foundation agents and researchers were about to find horrors beyond even their darkest imaginations. This is the grim tale of SCP-1461, better known as the House of the Worm. When the manor house reappeared after its 11-day absence, the Foundation zeroed in, sending agents inside to investigate. It was a 2-level dwelling complete with 12 bedrooms, 4 baths, 3 studies, a main foyer/ballroom, a library, a kitchen, and a pantry basement. The Foundation observed that a number of these rooms had been fitted with rows of bunk beds, similar to a boarding house or barracks. Only later would they understand why. They found that the upper portion of the home exhibited no abnormal qualities whatsoever, but as the agents investigated further, they found an entrance to the truly anomalous portion of the manor, the extensive sub-level system. No previous records of the building kept by the local council indicated that there would be anything below the manor's basement, so either the mysterious previous occupants, who were nowhere to be found, had built this sub-level, or it just appeared here on its own. Regardless of which was the case, agents and researchers knew that whatever had happened down here had everything to do with the manor's mysterious disappearance. They descended into the depths of what seemed like a man-made cave system, constructed primarily from a mix of concrete, iron, and brass. It was a behemoth of 20th century technology, intricate snaking systems of pipes, gears, and pumping pistons. It was like someone had built an entire factory down here. But for what? The agents began to spread out through the labyrinthian bowels of the manor, hoping to find some answers. But all they seemed to discover was more questions. This place hadn't been built with any form of comprehensible logic. It was full of dead ends, stairways that ascended and descended to nowhere, doors that would open to reveal just walls behind them or not open at all. It was like a maze built by a maniac. It didn't help that it looked like the place was recently hit by an earthquake, with some passages caved in and mangled machinery strewn about. It seemed that no human workers had interfered with the impossibly complex and bizarre machinery in quite some time. A number of the materials used to construct said machinery, as well as the gray sandstone filling in the collapsed passageways, remain unidentified to this day. Already, the sublevel was proving to be a complex puzzle box with only an estimated 75% of its layout ultimately being mapped by Foundation researchers. However, they would soon realize that this place wasn't just confusing, it was deadly. The only method of self-maintenance detected by the exploring agents were pipes that would fire a thick black lubricant onto the surrounding machinery. One of the Foundation agents had the misfortune of getting covered in it while exploring a darkened passageway, and 80% of his body was melted as a result. It appeared that the viscous black goo was incredibly corrosive to all organic matter. A number of the machines also emitted dangerously high quantities of gamma and X-ray radiation, making it difficult to explore many of the caverns without heavy hazmat protection. And worst of all, were the extremely hostile creatures living in the caves who would regularly attack Foundation personnel. These abominations came to be known as SCP-1461-1, vicious steampunk Frankenstein monsters, once human, but with large parts of their bodies replaced by crude mechanical implants, including metal teeth and claws. 1461-1s have displayed a taste for human flesh, and they have dragged multiple Foundation agents down into their lair to be converted into monsters like them. It's believed that SCP-1461 is capable of controlling these beasts through the strategic use of sound from its brass-speaking pipes, leading them into areas where Foundation personnel are present to instigate conflict. Many of these pitiful creatures have had their throats replaced by phonographs, endlessly repeating the same nonsense phrases over and over again. I am what you have made me. I am choice, and I am tyranny. Forgive me. I am then, and I am now. What gods they will be then. I am evil, and I am flesh. I am the trap. I am beauty, and I am chaos. Children are selfish. I am the worm. I have broken God. Still, in spite of the mazes, monsters, and deadly chemicals, the agents persisted and managed to discover several important locations. The gel production chamber on sublevel 3 creates glass jars from the unidentified sandstone and fills them with a slime that looks to contain living eyes and teeth. The factory deliveries room is filled with a huge number of crates and boxes, which seem to shift and change in number between Foundation patrols. The speaking tube room on sublevel 11 contains a grand pulpit that acts as the connecting point for the complex array of speaking tubes running through the entire cave system. The body parts of a deceased female also appear to be wired into the machinery, like spare parts. And on sublevel 12, they found the so-called catalyst room. Here they discovered a huge, complicated, clockwork and steam-powered machine that appeared to be broken and missing some parts. Most horrifying of all, though, is the raised platform in the center of the catalyst room, on top of which is a metal hospital bed. A desiccated male corpse rests upon the bed, its chest punctured by large syringes connected by tubes to some kind of pumping machine. The parts connecting this pumping machine to the overall apparatus of the room were missing though, leaving its purpose a mystery. The Foundation assumed that fluids used to be drawn out of this corpse to somehow power the machine. You may be starting to worry that there doesn't seem to be any answers here, that this house is one big mystery. But lucky for you, you're wrong. An old journal was also discovered in the catalyst room, and if what was written inside is to be believed, then we may finally have some truth about who created the House of the Worm, why it was created, and what horrible events triggered its mysterious disappearance and reappearance. His true name has been redacted by the Foundation, and special efforts have been made to maintain secrecy around the house, seeing as it's an anomaly of great interest to a cult known as the Church of the Broken God. So we'll just call the one who made this place the inventor, Before any of this, the inventor was one of the many Englishmen traumatized and almost killed in the horrific trench battles of World War I. After a near-death experience, the inventor, like many geniuses and madmen, was plagued by surreal and nightmarish visions. He saw a huge creature that he referred to as the Worm, a gigantic metal monstrosity with dragon-like jaws full of gnashing gears that rampaged through Europe, destroying and devouring everything in its path. These apocalyptic visions also presented him with a solution, vague blueprints for a machine that might be the salvation of him and others willing to take his new gospel to heart. An escape from a world that the inventor knew in his heart was about to end. He hired work-starved laborers from across the country to help him make his visions a reality, and began a massive secret construction project beneath his isolated country manor house. For the inventor, it was all a labor of love. He wanted to protect his wife, son, and daughter from the terrible jaws of the Worm. But as the project stretched on, his wife began to suspect that he'd lost his mind. Many of his workers, however, felt just the opposite. They became infatuated by the inventor's sermons on the nature of the Worm and the coming apocalypse they hoped to escape. Soon enough, they had become a bona fide cult, constructing the elaborate sublevels underneath the house in preparation for the fast-approaching day of reckoning. Then came World War II. The inventor saw Hitler, hungry for war, as one of the avatars of the Worm. Finally, knowing that the time was right, he activated the machine and successfully trapped the Worm in the bowels of his mechanized home. However, as the Blitz raged and London's bombing began, the inventor felt as though he hadn't stopped anything. He realized once and for all that he was never meant to stop the apocalypse, only escape it. And by throwing the final switch and setting the machine he and his followers had built into overdrive, he did just that. This was the moment that the House of the Worm disappeared, transporting the inventor, his family, and his devoted staff to a different world. An empty gray world, devoid of war but also lacking all the comforts of regular life, including food. Things went downhill from there, as their supplies quickly began to run out, and the cult descended into cannibalism in order to survive. Things weren't going much better in the inventor's personal life. His wife, fearing what would happen to the family, took her own life and the life of his daughter. Though by this point, the inventor's mind was so fractured that it's possible he may have killed them himself. Either way, it was only the inventor and his son left, and more trouble was brewing. Eudora, one of the staff trapped in the building with the inventor and his cult, started a mutiny. She claimed the Worm spoke to her from below, and that their only path to salvation was pleasing the Worm. How would they please it? A sacrifice, of course. They would give it the son of the man who had trapped it. The mutineers took the inventor's only remaining child and descended into the lowest sublevels. The inventor followed, hoping to track them down, save his son, and salvage something from this nightmare. As he ventured deeper, battling the members of Eudora's new cult, he found that they were changing themselves, becoming the half-human cyborg creatures that the Foundation would later discover. The inventor would find Eudora herself in the speaking tube room. Her body, still living, was wired into the machinery, and she had sacrificed his son to the Worm. In a rage, the inventor murdered Eudora, or whatever was left of her, then heard a familiar voice speaking out of a nearby speaking tube. It said, "I am what you have made me. I am then, and I am now. I am choice, and I am tyranny. I am evil, and I am flesh. I am beauty, and I am chaos. I am the Worm." The voice was his own. In that terrible moment, the inventor realized that the Worm wasn't a giant, all-devouring monster. It was him. In trying to protect his loved one from a perceived apocalypse, he'd brought them all to their horrible demise. He'd trapped them with the monster he'd hoped for them all to escape from, because no matter what you build, you can't escape from who you are. Grief-stricken and broken, the inventor descended into the catalyst room. There was his son, stuck with the syringes, drained of all life to fuel the mighty machine his father had created. In his last moments, the inventor decided to do the only noble thing. He threw himself into the machine, destroying both it and himself in the process. The house was transported back to our own reality, but the Worm, in a sense, was no more. But who knows if the worm is really dead? Its thoughts and poisonous intent still lingers in the caverns and rattles through the speaking pipes. Whatever really happened, the Foundation is still picking up the pieces today, and who knows what lurks in the parts still hidden from our knowledge. It all started with a panicked phone call. A local landlady who owned a downtown tenement building had called the police in hysterics. Something horrifying had happened to one of her tenants. She couldn't possibly explain. The one detail she was able to articulate was that his room looked like a rainforest. A police response team was on the case in no time. They drove down to the tenement building, met the crying landlady at the door, and found their way to the room that caused all this confusion. When they'd opened the door, they saw with horror that she was right. Trees, plants, fungi, and even insects and animals were all over the room. It was teeming with life. The flora and fauna in this room didn't look like anything else on Earth, and given the anomalous nature of what had happened here, it's extremely possible they were right. The tenant, a university professor who'd recently gone on an anthropological expedition to the Amazon rainforest, was nowhere to be seen, but one of the officers spotted a grim clue for what may have happened to him. A large colony of anomalous mold was quickly growing on the far wall. The officer swore it was a trick of the mind at first, but he was wrong. A human skull was sinking into the tissue of the mold, and to make matters worse, whipping tendrils began to slither from the empty eye sockets, reaching for the new meat. Thankfully for everyone who was still alive at this point, the SCP Foundation swooped in and took over the situation with the help of a mobile task force and some containment specialists. The landlady, the cops, and the other residents of the building were given amnestics and relocated. The building was purchased by the Foundation and condemned while they searched the anomalous room for the source of this unchecked biological growth. And they found their answer in a most unlikely form: an unmarked cassette tape still inside the player when they arrived. The recording on this cassette tape came to be known as SCP-407. It may be unassuming when compared to immortal, misanthropic lizard monsters and multi-dimensional chaos gods, but the tape in that room, if it ever fell into the wrong hands, could cause a mass ecological catastrophe that would inevitably bloom into a dreaded XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. So first things first, what is actually on this tape? Thanks to brief samples heard in tests with D-Class personnel, the Foundation was able to discover that it was an approximately 28-minute-long recording of a song. It's performed in an unknown language, and appears to be sung a cappella style by a group of unknown individuals. Fearing potential degradation of the cassette tape, the Foundation backed it up as an audio file in the Site-19 computer database. Those who've been able to listen to the song during testing have had an overwhelmingly positive emotional response, describing it as soothing, glorious, and beautiful. And for the first minute of its runtime, the song's anomalous effect really live up to this reputation. When the song is played, it massively accelerates cell growth within its auditory range. Its potency is increased by the volume and the length it's allowed to play. It's important to note that plugging or covering your ears won't make any difference. The area of effect seems to be defined by how far the sound vibrations travel, and whether you're actually able to hear it is irrelevant. But if you're only listening for a minute or less, you'll be glad to feel the anomalous effect of being within SCP-407's auditory range. During this specific period of time, it's been shown to be a kind of miracle cure to almost all physical maladies, with the exception of cancer. Thanks to the cell-growing and rejuvenating properties of the song, the Foundation discovered that 407 was an effective treatment for Alzheimer's disease, Crohn's disease, brain and spinal cord injuries, and normally fatal infections or wounds, amongst other maladies. It was like a version of SCP-500, the pills that can cure everything, but one that would never run out. So, if it's such an effective healer, why wasn't it more widely employed by the Foundation? Because of what happens if you keep listening. If the song was played for 2 to 3 minutes, the subject would begin to experience unnecessary and unchecked cell growth, particularly on the skin. The result would mostly be benign tumors and calcium and fat deposits, which, though sometimes painful and disfiguring, are not life-threatening. At minute 4, single-celled organisms in the auditory vicinity of the song begin to experience accelerated mitosis, also known as cell division. This results in bacterial and fungal growth that become extremely dangerous for anyone and anything exposed. And beyond minute 5, things become truly monstrous. The Foundation only ever conducted 2 tests wherein the song was fully played. These tests presented such a huge danger that further testing of 407 was forbidden without explicit permission from a member of O5 Command. The first test involved a female member of D-Class personnel in a soundproofed but unsterilized testing chamber. As expected, she was initially delighted by the music. It cured her injured knee and brought her back to a state of peak physical fitness, but this didn't last for long. She soon began to report intense dizziness and stomach pain, resulting in severe sickness. At this point, anomalous plant growth began in the corners of the testing chamber. It seemed as though a whole ecosystem was coming to life and evolving at an impossibly fast rate in the chamber. Over the next few minutes, the D-Class experienced a nightmarish physical transformation. Her skin became a thick, calloused mass. She soon devolved further into a thick, immobile blob of pure flesh, unrecognizable as anything human, while the chamber around her was becoming a lush rainforest of alien plants. These plants grew around and eventually on her, until there was nothing left. Shortly after, all the plants died and decomposed, giving way to a huge mound of anomalous mold devouring the resulting mulch. The mold itself began to evolve, growing large mouth and hand-like structures that it used to feed itself on the surrounding flora and fauna as it began to grow back. When the song ended, the Foundation brought the test to a close, sterilized the room, and collected some samples for later. There was nothing left of the original D-Class subject. The second test wasn't any nicer. While at first the subject, this time a male member of D-Class personnel, appeared to become more youthful and even gain an inch of height, as the minutes passed, he began to experience extreme discomfort. He soon began to vomit, with the vomit quickly blooming into plants. Plant shoots also began to quickly spring out of his eyes and mouth, until his entire body was destroyed by what appeared to be a banana tree suddenly growing out of it. Once again, the testing chamber became a whole ecosystem, this one filled with unique, never-before-seen mammals. However, it all came to an end when the room was taken over by a fast-growing parasitic fungus that consumed everything else with its spores and fungal stalks, and it looked like it was breathing. There was something concerning about both of these tests, beyond the obvious physical horror of watching death by unchecked cell growth. What was this mysterious fungus that kept appearing and seemed to take over everything it touched in the end? The Foundation tested the samples it collected rigorously, and it came to a surprising conclusion. They'd actually encountered this same fungus before, but not in this dimension. SCP-507 is a man with dimension-hopping abilities. The one problem is, he can't control where and when he hops. As a result, he's been stuck in a number of scary alternate dimensions, but one seemed eerily similar to what the Foundation was encountering with SCP-407. In one dimension he briefly hopped into, 507 encountered an abandoned version of Site-19, strewn with corpses covered in that same breathing mold. He was horrified, but decided to inspect further, hoping to find his way out of the facility and discover some answers about what happened here. However, when he found his way out, what he discovered didn't comfort him. The entire world seemed to be covered by this same mold. There was nothing left. It consumed everything. Thanks to Foundation tests, both molds were found to be similar to the cordyceps fungi, a kind of dangerous parasitic mold, except this one appeared to be a far more evolved and even more deadly version of the fungus. What could this mean? What was the origin of this anomalous song? Would it and the fungus it seems to inspire someday destroy the world as we know it and kill us all? We'll never actually know the answer to any of this, and it's thanks to an extremely unlikely ally, a person of interest nicknamed LS, a prominent member of the Serpent's Hand. This enigmatic figure had previously come into possession of SCP-268, a hat that made them almost impossible to detect. With the help of this hat, LS breached Site-19 in an incident that was later dubbed Security Breach Incident X-23. While it's believed that LS mainly broke into the facility to make use of SCP-914, they performed a curious action along the way. They hacked into the Foundation database and deleted all traces of SCP-407, effectively neutralizing it. In a note left by LS, they said, "You'll thank me for deleting what you call 407. Why would a member of the Serpent's Hand, a group of interest that is often militant in their anti-neutralization stance, neutralize an SCP themselves?" The answer to this lays in who exactly LS is. This mysterious figure isn't technically one person. They're a group of the same person, namely a woman named Allison CHOO, from a number of different dimensions. They meet in the Wanderer's Library, the headquarters of the Serpent's Hand that exists between dimensions to coordinate their missions. Why does this matter in regards to SCP-407? Because the nature of LS allows them to know what's going on in a huge number of dimensions at once. This means, much like the brief glimpse given by SCP-507, LS likely knows about another universe where 407 and its horrific mold have already caused an XK-class scenario and destroyed the world. And if it happened there due to poor biological containment measures, or 407 falling into the wrong hands, it could happen here too. Unless, of course, someone stepped in and dealt with the problem personally. And while the Foundation's policy is typically to contain rather than neutralize the anomalies they find, we have to admit, we're probably with the Serpent's Hand on this one. Some songs, as it turns out, are just better left unplayed. A month ago, Dr. Robert Maxwell was a senior researcher working at the facility, but a tragic mistake had cost the lives of several of his co-researchers. Now he was being led down a bleak hallway in Armed Biocontainment Area 14, a rifle-wielding guard flanking him on either side. The once rising researcher had a very different title now, D-8724. He had been made a D-class personnel, a death sentence. However, as the guards led him to his possible demise, he wasn't dressed in the typical D-class orange jumpsuit. No, he was dressed in frilly Rococo dining wear more typical of 18th century France. If anything, Dr. Maxwell looked like he was on his way to meet royalty, and in a sense, he was. The former researcher had begged for any other assignment, but the site director insisted on committing Dr. Maxwell to tea time with SCP-082. He'd always been the talkative type, so the two would make a perfect pairing. And if the creature found him sufficiently amusing, then Maxwell might even leave the containment cell alive. He had heard legends of the giant creature they called the Cannibal. Maxwell hoped they were just stories. Dr. Maxwell was pushed by the guards into a large, luxuriously appointed room, and the doors were locked behind him. He felt like a child, surrounded by freakishly large furniture and 10-foot-high ceilings. The fog of obnoxious floral perfumes couldn't fully cover up the pervasive smell of death that lingered in the cavernous halls of 082's palace. Thanks to an elaborate ruse conducted by the Foundation, SCP-082 believed he was the King of France, and that his containment cell was a palace where he remained for his own safety. The creature's continued good behavior and everyone else's safety relied on visitors keeping up that lie. Maxwell had never worked in this area of the facility, so a lot of the standard procedures were new to him. Still, his superior had given him a clear directive: talk to the monster, communicate with him, be cordial and friendly, see if you can find out more about his mysterious past, and most importantly, if you want to survive, don't annoy him. The down-on-his-luck scientist gulped inside, trying to steady his nerves in this oversized fake French palace. He just kept thinking, surely he can't be that big. He almost talked himself into believing that the accounts of the creature were just that, tall tales, until a huge figure began lumbering into the main chamber. It was him, SCP-082, also known as Fernand the Cannibal. SCP-082 was an 8-foot-tall hulking monster, built sturdier than the castles it likes to imagine are its true home. Swollen, bloated, and grossly out of proportion, the creature clocks in at over 700 pounds, most of which is pure muscle that's almost impossible to pierce with conventional weaponry. SCP-082 stopped just feet away, and stared at Dr. Maxwell with its beady, sunken-in eyes like a hungry rat. Just the sight of it struck terror into Dr. Maxwell's heart, but he didn't dare show his fear. Instead, he remembered his brief training, bowing politely and forcing a smile, referring to the creature as Your Highness, and profusely thanking it for granting him an audience. The monster continued staring without saying anything, and then gave a wide, lockjawed grin, showing off its huge teeth. It did everything through gritted teeth, except eat and sing. Dr. Maxwell hoped he wouldn't be a part of either activity. Fernand gave a low, booming chuckle. He thanked Dr. Maxwell for coming to give him some company, and invited him to come further inside and take a seat, adding, with a sly wink, that he won't bite. The monster complained that he so rarely gets visitors to the palace these days, but he omitted the fact that the main reason for this was his tendency to devour them. Maxwell nodded and followed the giant deeper into its oversized abode. He couldn't help but notice that the monster's arms looked like huge, fleshy punching bags. He knew that if Fernand wanted to, he could easily crush him flat, just like he'd done to so many unfortunate guards during containment breaches. Fernand told Dr. Maxwell that he was thinking of having some decorating work done. The walls of his palace were starting to look awfully drab, and he gestured to one covered with a rusty red streak. Maxwell remembered that D-class cleaners were sent into the containment cell twice a month to tidy any of Fernand's messes, but they often ended up becoming one of the messes themselves. The creature encouraged Maxwell to take a seat at his oversized dining table, while he tended to a pot of what he said was full of delicious onion soup. Maxwell obliged his host's request and took a seat at a huge chair that made him look like a 6-year-old sitting at the grown-ups table. Meanwhile, Fernand was using a huge machete-like knife to cleave onions in half for his bubbling pot of stew. Even though Fernand had shown no signs of outward aggression, as he watched the cannibal hack away at onions with his enormous knife, Maxwell could feel himself beginning to sweat. After all, they didn't call this creature the Cannibal for nothing. This was a monster with a truly horrifying body count. During previous containment breaches, it had taken enough tranquilizer to put down 2 elephants to subdue the creature, but not before multiple agents quite literally lost their heads in the process. Fernand was able to bite them off with one huge chomp like he was eating a drumstick, snapping right through the bone with his incredible tooth and jaw strength. Surprisingly, when he wasn't on a violent rampage, Foundation researchers had found SCP-082 to be unusually polite and forthcoming, offering the researchers plenty of information about himself and his past. The only problem was that almost everything the creature said was a complete lie. From his time as a researcher, Maxwell knew that there were only a few details about the creature that could be ascertained for certain. SCP-082 would reliably answer to the name Fernand, and genetically, Fernand was technically human. The means by which Fernand became so grotesquely huge, strong, and cannibalistic are still unknown. Foundation personnel are still looking into whether it's due to some kind of anomalous genetic mutation or by more supernatural means. All we know is that he's big, unpredictable, and extremely dangerous. Dr. Robert Maxwell sat terrified at the dining table of SCP-082, listening to Fernand's slightly dull blade chop through the final onion, which he then tossed into the boiling soup. Fernand had switched the topic of conversation to one of his favorite fictional characters, Hannibal Lecter. Of course, Hannibal the Cannibal isn't quite so fictional to Fernand. While he's been shown to be extremely intelligent in terms of puzzle solving and memory, he seems to have no understanding of the distinctions between fiction and reality. He assumes all movies and TV shows are a form of documentary or reality television. And ever since seeing The Silence of the Lambs, Fernand has been eager to meet with Dr. Lecter, which he emphasized to Maxwell over and over. Since trying to explain the concept of fiction to Fernand had never previously worked, Maxwell simply told him that Dr. Lecter is extremely busy at the moment, but will visit whenever he gets a chance. This seemed to satisfy Fernand, who placed 2 large bowls of steaming soup on the table before sitting down a little too close to Maxwell. He couldn't help but notice that the giant cannibal was now sitting within biting distance, and as a lowly D-class, nobody would be rushing in to save him if things went south. Fernand began ranting through his clenched teeth once more, occasionally stopping to consume a hefty spoonful of onion soup. Maxwell was sure to do the same, not wanting to seem anything less than polite. But soon the tenor of Fernand's rant began to shift. Typically, the monster spoke French or heavily accented English. Now he was affecting the accent of a Victorian gentleman, peppering his speech with tally-ho, and the game is afoot. Maxwell was confused at first, but quickly realized the game Fernand was playing. It's well known that Fernand is a pathological liar who likes to play numerous characters, changing his mannerisms and clothes accordingly. These personas have included a vampire, Big Bird, Andre the Giant, Foundation researcher Dr. Bright, the Incredible Hulk, Alexander the Great, Captain Hook, Dr. Frankenstein, and Frankenstein's monster. And, of course, in this case, the iconic fictional detective, Sherlock Holmes. Fearing for his life in this strange situation, Dr. Maxwell did the only thing he could: play along. As Fernand reeled off his Holmesian delusions, Maxwell began to play the role of Dr. John Watson, asking follow-up questions and complimenting Fernand's impeccable deductive reasoning. And it seemed to be working. Fernand played along too, acting as though the two of them really were Arthur Conan Doyle's crime-fighting duo. Towards the end of their game, Dr. Maxwell was even starting to enjoy it, amazed that his quick thinking was actually keeping him safe. But just then, the cannibal froze, as if in a trance. He locked eyes with Dr. Maxwell, like a mad dog that you can't tell if it's going to bite you or not. He saw the creature's gargantuan teeth separating, its huge jaws stretching open. This could surely only mean one thing. Dr. Maxwell winced and prepared for death, cursing that all of his quick thinking had amounted to nothing. Fernand leaned towards him, his gaping maw with its hot onion-scented breath just inches away from Maxwell. And then, he began to sing. The cannibal broke into a raucous Victorian pub song, happy and jovial. In his moment of terror, Dr. Maxwell had forgotten that this was the other reason SCP-082 opens his nightmarish jaws. Relief washed over him, as he knew he was safe, at least for the moment. Not long after, Foundation guards arrived and escorted him from the cell, leaving the delusional giant to his own devices back in the so-called palace. The former researcher had done it. He had bested Fernand the cannibal, and hopefully it would be the last time he'd ever be face to face with that deranged giant. Unfortunately for Dr. Robert Maxwell, in a performance review later that week, one of his superiors remarked that Fernand enjoyed his company and he had done a great job. Such a good job, in fact, that Fernand insisted he have Dr. Maxwell for dinner, or any other meal for that matter, sometime very soon. On an ordinary day in 1991, a young man known by the initials JS went on a hike with 4 of his friends on the wooded outskirts of their small town. Everything seemed perfectly normal until JS began to feel a strange sense of familiarity, like he had been in this spot before. He couldn't shake this weird feeling, but thought nothing more of it. Little did he know that this was a sign of deadly things to come. Several hours after first experiencing that sense of deja vu, JS was found by the side of the road, covered in cuts and scratches, with his friends nowhere to be found. This is the story of SCP-939, an unforgettable monster that you'll never remember. There was no way for JS to know that the unsettling feeling he felt and the horrors that followed it were the result of an experiment conducted by the SCP Foundation, an experiment with deadly unforeseen consequences. JS and his friends were exposed to a substance known only as AMN-C227 as part of a series of tests performed by the SCP Foundation, intended to determine the effectiveness of this substance as a deliberate amnestic. Dealing with as many mysterious, secret creatures and objects as they do, the SCP Foundation has long needed a way to tamper with the memories of those exposed to the Foundation's various prisoners and test subjects. And when the Foundation discovered AMN-C227, it seemed like it might be perfect for this purpose. So where did AMN-C227 come from? Over a year before the incident with JS and his friends, the SCP Foundation captured SCP-939. SCP-939 is a species of endothermic predators that live and hunt in packs. They are designated Keter class and regarded as highly dangerous and hostile to human life. Native to caves, they have no eyes, translucent red skin, and stand at an average of 2.2 meters tall, with an average weight of 250 kilograms. They have 4 limbs, each ending in 3 fingered claws and a 4th opposable digit resembling a thumb. In addition to their sharp claws, their mouths are filled with red fang-like teeth that reach up to 6 centimeters in length. In place of their absent eyes, they have light-sensitive spots running along their backs, which are covered in spines believed to detect changes in air pressure and flow. In addition to their many other terrifying attributes, the internal anatomy of SCP-939 poses a biological mystery. These creatures have no circulatory system and no digestive tract. That's right, in spite of being predators seemingly acting on a need to feed, they have no stomach. Instead, when they eat, their food builds up in their respiratory system until its presence inhibits function, and then it is regurgitated. In spite of being a creature that should not, under any logical conditions, be able to live, SCP-939 continues to persist, and is even capable of giving birth to live young after a gestation period of 12 months. The SCP Foundation was able to study a litter of these young that were born in captivity in September of 1992, though the creatures remain just as much of a scientific mystery as they were upon first discovery. Everything about them seems to defy the logic of the natural world, which, to be fair, is really nothing new for the Foundation. The respiratory system of SCP-939 was found to exhale small traces of an airborne amnestic substance, given the name AMN-C227. This compound blocks the formation of memories for the duration of exposure to it, plus a 30-minute period following the exposure, give or take a few minutes. It is colorless, odorless, tasteless, and completely undetectable in the bloodstream after only 60 minutes. AMN-C227 was approved for use as a Class C amnestic by the SCP Foundation in 1990, following some initial tests. However, after one particular incident involving a young man and his friends, the official use of AMN-C227 was suspended. JS and 3 of his 4 friends were previously given a dose of AMN-C227, though the details of why they were given the amnestic has since been stricken from the record. Several months after being exposed to AMN-C227, JS and his friends went out on their ill-fated hiking trip. While hiking, JS was suddenly overcome with a sense of déjà vu. When he mentioned it to his friends, 3 of them agreed that they had felt it too. One of the group, another young man who had not been exposed to AMN-C227, was uncomfortable and decided to go home. JS and the remaining 3 members of the group made the choice to stay in the woods and try to determine what was triggering the unusual feeling of familiarity. As they got closer and closer to a large cave near the hiking trail, the sense of having been there before grew stronger and stronger. Armed with only one flashlight and a foolish curiosity, the 4 went inside the cave. They made their way deeper and deeper and deeper into the darkness, not knowing why they felt this way or what they might find inside. None of the group could explain just what felt so familiar, only that the further they made their way into the cave, the more pronounced the feeling became. It was getting late, and they knew they should have been afraid to venture so deep into a cave with only one light source and no knowledge of what lay inside. But still, they pressed on. One of the group remarked that they should turn back, but the others refused to listen. They wanted to know what they were getting close to, what was drawing them deeper and deeper into the cave. Unfortunately for them, they would get their answer. In the heart of the cave was a pack of SCP-939, waiting patiently for their prey to wander into their domain. There are no witnesses to account for what exactly happened to JS and his companions, but we can reasonably piece the events together from what happened after. Once the friends reached the heart of the cave, the creatures were on them in seconds, raking them with their sharp claws and biting with their fangs. SCP-939 are larger and stronger than most people, so it was probably not much of a fight. However, while his friends were being devoured, JS was somehow able to scramble out of the cave and make his way into the woods in search of help. Under the influence of the AMN-C227 that had built up in the cave from the presence of the pack of SCP-939, JS lost a large portion of his memory of the event. He found himself on the side of the highway late at night, seriously injured and his clothes ripped. An officer found him there and asked him to stay still and remain calm until an ambulance could arrive. JS was still in a panic and attempted to run away from the officer, begging to be released so that he could get away. He babbled incoherently about the color red, screaming over and over again about the red, though when prompted, he could not explain what the red he was screaming about referred to. His friends were not with him. Just as the officer managed to calm JS, the ambulance arrived. Its flashing red lights sent him into another frenzy, and he attempted to escape custody, claiming that the red lights were going to get him. The official police report described JS as perhaps being under the influence of a powerful hallucinogen, that he was just having a bad trip, but the SCP Foundation knew better. The Foundation conducted an interview with JS about his experience, and determined that SCP-939 was certainly involved. As part of their cover-up effort, they strongly implicated JS in the disappearance and the death of his friends. He was convicted of manslaughter, though the bodies of his friends were never found. It is rumored that the SCP Foundation hired him on a prison work release program, and that he now works as a member of the janitorial staff at one of the Foundation's facilities. This incident led to the suspension of the use of AMN-C227, as it revealed some vital and disturbing information about the compound's side effects. After the exposure to AMN-C227, a person who found themselves exposed to it again would experience a sense of familiarity and felt compelled to investigate the source of this feeling. Essentially, anyone treated with AMN-C227 are not made aware of the existence and danger of SCP-939 would become a perfect victim, primed to be attracted to dens of SCP-939. It is likely that this side effect is not a coincidence, but rather a deliberate hunting tactic designed to attract prey that had somehow managed to escape. With no memory of their attack at the hands of SCP-939, this previous intended prey would find themselves drawn to the same den or even a new one, not knowing that they were walking back into near certain death. While the SCP Foundation suspended the use of AMN-C227 as a Class C amnestic, they did recruit a team of SCP field operatives to take advantage of this side effect. This team of operatives were deliberately administered a dose of AMN-C227 and briefed on its effects, as well as the dangers of following the feeling of déjà vu should it surface in the field. These infected officers were essentially used as bloodhounds, relying on any sense of unusual familiarity to sniff out new dens of SCP-939 so they could be captured and contained by the Foundation. As far as we know, this operation is still ongoing today. However, now that the Foundation has a sufficient number of specimens to study, additional dens of SCP-939 that are discovered are ordered to be immediately destroyed. As for the SCP-939 still in captivity, they are contained in environmentally regulated and negatively pressured cells with walls of reinforced concrete. The doors to the cells are airtight to prevent the leakage of any AMN-C227, and any personnel that interact with one of the creatures is required to wear level C hazmat gear to avoid exposure and follow decontamination procedures upon exiting the cell. All SCP-939 have subdermal tracking devices implanted to find them in the event of escape. Only one SCP-939 has given birth in the time that the creatures have been in captivity. Strangely, SCP-939 young look indistinguishable from human infants and change their physical appearance at some yet unknown point as they age. If any more offspring are produced, they will immediately be separated from the parent and studied. All that we know is that they are found in caves in the woods outside of a small town. It could be any town, even yours. So, if you're ever out hiking and struck with a sudden feeling of déjà vu, don't investigate. Don't get curious. Just go home. It might just save your life. It was July of 2004, and Bill Murray was enjoying the peak of an extremely successful career. Not only had the iconic actor starred in some of the most beloved comedies of the 20th century, including Ghostbusters and Groundhog Day, he'd voiced the main character of the recently released live-action Garfield movie. It'd been a financial success, but it was a critical flop. Not that this bothered Bill. He was happy with the performance and the paycheck. What he wouldn't be quite as happy about was the horrifying encounter he was about to have with SCP-3186. On July 8th, Bill was enjoying a cold drink on the porch of his luxurious Beverly Hills home. The sky was beginning to darken as the sun set in the west. It was a blissful evening. His wife Jennifer was inside, watching TV. Nothing seemed particularly out of the ordinary until he noticed a quick flash of orange in the distance. It was almost too fast to register, this large orange shape darting past the corner of his eye. For a second, he entertained the thought that it might have been an escaped tiger, but it was gone too fast to really tell. Bill finished his drink and headed inside. He had enough for one night. The next morning, he got up to read the paper and found the Garfield movie getting slaughtered by the critics. One review stated, "No one can accuse Garfield the movie of infidelity to its source. It faithfully conveys the banality of Jim Davis's cartoon." Another called it, "a film without energy and without spirit." He put the paper down and ate his breakfast. A few blows to the ego were worth it for the paydays that came with big-budget family films. Just then, his wife came to him with a strange question. "Were you walking around downstairs in the middle of the night?" No, he hadn't. He'd been sleeping like a baby. Why did she ask? "Well," Jennifer said, "I heard some rustling downstairs last night. It sounded like something big." He hadn't heard anything though, and told her it was probably just her imagination. He put it out of his mind and continued about his day. He decided he would keep his eyes peeled for that orange blur again though. Bill didn't see anything peculiar the rest of the morning and went to a local cafe for lunch. He ordered a coffee and a cream cheese bagel, then made a quick trip to the bathroom while his food was prepared. When Bill returned to his table though, there was something strange. Instead of a bagel, there was a large heaping of lasagna on the table. What was going on? This cafe didn't even serve lasagna. Bill knew something was terribly wrong. Things only got stranger when Bill came home to find a small tuft of orange fur snagged on the frame of his front door. And it wasn't synthetic fur like you'd see on plush toys or stuffed animals. No, this was real animal fur. Maybe someone was just goofing off or trying to play some weird prank on him. But it didn't feel like it. Deep down, Bill Murray knew that he was in grave danger. Whoever or whatever was behind this, it wanted to hurt him. That night, his worst fears were realized. Bill's wife had left town for the week, and he was headed to the kitchen in the middle of the night for a glass of water when he saw something. A huge figure moving up against the glass door leading to his backyard. The thing was huge, nearly 7 feet tall, with a bloated, fur-covered, misshapen body that was pressed up against the door. Its fur was bright, garish orange, a cartoon orange. Strangest of all, though, was the sound it was making. It sounded like it was purring. Bill backed away from the door and then ran back to his room to hide. The whole night he sat cowering as he heard scratching against the walls, like something was trying to get in. He was terrified and too scared to do anything, even move. Finally, as morning broke, the noises seemed to stop. Bill had to do something. He couldn't let this nightmare go on another night. What if things got worse? What if that thing managed to get inside? He called the local police, and when they arrived, he explained the incredibly strange situation as best he could. He told them he was being stalked by some kind of huge cat, or at least someone dressed like a huge cat. Also, there was lasagna involved. The officers interviewing him could barely contain their laughter as he told them his story. A giant orange cat? Perhaps, one of them theorized, he angered some kind of obsessive Garfield fan through his involvement in the live-action movie. After all, the original comic had been running for years and had been extremely popular. Who knows what kind of nutjobs were obsessed with seeing only a faithful adaptation of the source material. As the officers departed, Bill was confident that they weren't taking him seriously. He couldn't rely on any of them for protection. Thankfully, from a multi-decade movie career, he had plenty of disposable income and decided to hire a private security team to protect him while he looked into this mystery. He had 2 trained bodyguards positioned around his home at all times for the next month. They were armed and given the cryptic orders to fire on anything orange. Meanwhile, Bill began to fall down a Garfield rabbit hole. He felt strangely compelled to research all the Garfield media he could find, as though the answer to his terrifying situation was somehow hidden between the lines. Bill explored the entire backlog of thousands of comic strips. He read the books and interviews with Jim Davis. He watched the cartoons and straight-to-DVD animated movies. Ironically, for a guy who'd recently portrayed the lasagna-loving orange cat, Bill had never felt quite so immersed in the character before. He found the strange pathos in the routine of Garfield and his friends. One particular comic really piqued his interest, though. Originally published in October of 1989, the comic began with Garfield being woken up by a strange chill, an almost eerie sensation. The character observed aloud that he didn't feel like he was in his own home. He explored his little home further, trying to find his owner John or his housemaid and sometimes nemesis Odie, but found nothing. As Garfield remarked on feeling alone, a purple speech box delivered this sinister message. "You have no idea how alone you are, Garfield." He then finds that his home looks like it's been abandoned for years. The for sale sign outside is practically ancient. Garfield slowly comes to a horrifying revelation. Everyone really is gone, and his adventures and friends now exist only in his imagination. He's trapped in a prison of his own creation, trying to stave off his endless loneliness, in denial about the reality of his situation. The comic ended with a quote directly from Jim Davis himself saying, "An imagination is a powerful tool. It can tint memories of the past, shade perceptions of the present, or paint a future so vivid that it can entice or terrify, all depending upon how we conduct ourselves today." As he read those words, Bill Murray felt a chill down his spine. Why had he wanted to get involved in the Garfield movie in the first place? What had he gotten himself into? Before he could slip any deeper into his own mind, Bill heard a faint, choked scream downstairs. He felt his breath catch in his throat. He was terrified, but needed to see what was happening. He carefully and quietly began to creep down the stairs. At the bottom, he poked his head around a corner, and that's when he saw a member of his security detail lying dead on the floor. His face was blue from asphyxiation. His mouth was stuffed with lasagna. It looked like he had been force-fed to death. Bill wanted to scream, but he couldn't, or maybe knew he shouldn't. Just then he heard a soft, meaty thumping noise coming from the nearby living room. He didn't know why, but he felt compelled to approach, as if by forces beyond his control. He made his way to the living room, and when he'd got there, he saw where the noise was coming from. Bill's jaw dropped in pure horror. There was the other member of his security detail, lying limp and lifeless under a giant orange figure. It was a grotesquely huge creature, wearing what looked to be a kind of crude Garfield outfit made of sewn-together cat pelts. It stank of pasta and rotten meat. In its giant paw, it held a golden trophy, which it was using to pound the security guard's head into mush, while making quiet, cat-like purring noises. The creature suddenly stopped and looked up, locking eyes with Bill. The fear of death came over him. He froze as the giant, freakish Garfield stepped over Donnie's corpse and began to come towards him. Bill turned and ran, but Garfield was gaining on him. Before he could make it to the front door, the creature knocked him over. He was laid out on the ground, looking up at it as it reached into its own body cavity and began to pull out handfuls of lasagna. He was about to shove a wad of the horrible, decaying pasta into Bill's mouth when suddenly a ding was heard, and the creature stopped. It looked up, as if sniffing the air, and then suddenly turned and lumbered towards the kitchen. Bill watched as the Garfield monster entered the kitchen, where somehow there was a steaming hot fresh lasagna sitting in the open oven. The creature had sensed the presence of external lasagna and felt the compulsion to integrate it into its body, grabbing fistfuls and shoving it into itself. Just then, a group of highly trained SCP Foundation personnel burst into the room and subdued the creature. It had been an ambush. The Foundation had been tipped off to the presence of the creature by monitoring the local police department dispatches, and the report of a 7-foot-tall comic book cat terrorizing a Hollywood actor was definitely worth looking into. The monster that had almost taken Bill Murray's life was SCP-3166, a deadly pataphysical being that tends to manifest around people somehow involved in the Garfield intellectual property. It appears whenever the public perception of Garfield falls out of favor, and because Bill had starred in the critically panned Garfield movie, he was currently at the very top of SCP-3166's hit list. Thankfully, he managed to survive his terrifying ordeal, and was administered amnestics by Foundation personnel so that he could return to his normal life. This frightening and mysterious creature has been around since 1989, appearing after the publication of the haunting Garfield comic that Bill had read that very night. It appeared in the office of United Media, who were the publishers of the Garfield comic strip at the time, and began wreaking havoc. Since then, the creature's manifestation has been a constant threat whenever Garfield loses its popularity or audience. As a result, the Foundation has spent years as the funding source behind all Garfield media, and even planting hypnotic mimetics into the comic strips to ensure that there is always a loyal fan base. The fur is indeed real organic cat fur, albeit an unnaturally orange color, and instead of organs, the creature is filled with lasagna. Worst of all, though, is that testing has revealed that the meat in the lasagna is genetically identical to the flesh of Garfield's creator, Jim Davis. How did this thing come into existence? Perhaps it was Jim's sheer force of imagination that dragged it into being. As he himself said, an imagination is a powerful tool. All in all, it's lucky that Bill Murray was able to survive his encounter and return to his normal life. Well, as normal as life can be for Bill Murray. And if you see Bill Murray, don't bother asking him about SCP-3166. The amnestics were quite effective, and just as he's fond of saying himself, no one will ever believe you. Disturbing things had been happening on the 5th floor of the Rose Heights apartment building in Albany, New York. Residents had reported strange noises over the last few days, screaming in the night, pained muttering, soft weeping, scratching and scuttling in the walls, and worst of all, what seemed like an infestation of bugs unlike anything the unfortunate occupants of Rose Heights had ever seen before. They weren't abnormal in size or shape. They looked an awful lot like the common earwig, around 2.5 centimeters long with large curved pinchers on the back. But the color wasn't right. Unlike the usual dark brown, these earwigs were a silvery, almost translucent gray. When people spotted them crawling across their walls or hiding in the carpet, they seemed to shimmer in the light. Eventually, the building's landlady, Donna Tompkins, was called in to do something about the infestation. She spoke to each of the residents about their experience. They reported the strange noises, the mysterious bugs, and even a funny smell they'd sometimes catch in the hall, a smell like someone had thrown up. And every single person that Donna spoke to couldn't help but remark that the smell was particularly strong outside the apartment of a certain resident, Bill Parham. Stranger still was the fact that Bill hadn't been seen in days. Donna knocked on his door, but received no answer. She called him on his cell phone and could hear the phone ringing inside the apartment, but it just went to voicemail. When she checked the security footage of the lobby, she saw that Bill hadn't left the building in the last few days either. Donna called the police, worried that Bill might be sick or even dead inside his apartment. It was strange, given that he was only in his 30s and didn't seem to have any health conditions. But stranger things had happened. Much stranger things were about to happen too. 2 police officers arrived not long after. They called through the door one more time, and when they got no response, Donna gave them the key to head inside. The apartment was a wreck. All the furniture was covered in dust. Filthy dishes were piled high in the sink and on the draining board. The smell of rot was thick in the air. There were empty boxes of painkillers, all the pills popped from their silvery foil laying on the ground. But worst of all were the bugs. The apartment was crawling with them, and they were on every surface. Those silvery gray earwigs. Neither of the officers liked bugs, and it seemed like the deeper they got into the apartment, the more bugs there were. Some even seemed to be crawling towards them, pointing their pinchers at them as though they were defending their territory. This looked to be a textbook case of what happens when a resident keels over and dies. But there was just one problem. Where was the body? Bill Parham had seemingly dropped off the face of the earth, and now a colony of mysterious bugs had started squatting in his apartment in his absence. Then came that smell again, that truly awful smell, like bile and blood. It was even stronger now, and it seemed like it was coming from a nearby closet. The 2 officers, acting on pure instinct, drew their weapons and approached the closet with caution. Even if they weren't consciously aware of it, they knew they were going to find something awful inside. Something evil. Something dangerous. When they threw open the closet door, they couldn't help but scream. They'd found the nest. It was a huge round hive, like the biggest beehive you've ever seen, melded into the lower corner of the closet. The unnatural earwigs were crawling into, out of, and around it. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands of them. And the second they registered the presence of the 2 officers, intruders into their nest, they began to swarm. In sheer panic, both raised their guns and opened fire into the closet, but it didn't do them any good. Their bullets just pierced and splintered the hive, causing even more enraged insects to spill out and begin crawling over the 2 cops. They fled from the apartment, screaming in pain from the gnashing pincers of the insects crawling all over their skin. they never did find the corpse of Bill Parham. But that's because Bill Parham wasn't dead, at least not until mere moments ago, when the bullets from the cops' gun had torn through his bones and perforated his organs. He died not long after, and if he could still speak close to the end, he would have thanked them both for the mercy, because the monstrosity that they'd just encountered in the closet wasn't just a nest of mysterious insects in Bill Parham's apartment, it was Bill himself. This is the fate worse than death in store for anyone supremely unlucky enough to fall victim to SCP-439, better known by the nickname for their unique nests, the Bone Hive. And while these nasty little critters may be small, they're filled with enough pure nightmare fuel to send you running into 682's containment chamber for a little comfort. Let's go through this whole nightmarish process and tell you exactly what happened to poor Bill Parham. First discovered by the SCP Foundation in mainland China, SCP-439 specimens largely get by on the fact that they're not much to look at. Unless you're an entomologist, when you see a strange insect, you probably just accept the fact that it's a perfectly normal breed you've just never encountered before. Nobody is hammering down the doors of their local news station to alert the press about the gray earwig they saw crawling out of a crack in their bathroom wall. But if Bill Parham had done just that, it would have saved his life. The Foundation would have immediately flagged the incident as an SCP-439 infestation and dispatched a mobile task force to deal with it. Instead, when Bill saw the earwig for the first time, he was getting ready for work and didn't have the time to stop and deal with it. He made a mental note to buy some bug killer on the way home, but quickly forgot. The insect didn't forget him though. In fact, it thought he would be a perfect candidate for the SCP-439 process. The Foundation has tested extensively with the one SCP-439 sample they'd been able to successfully catch and contain. In all tests, they found that 439 specimens rejected hosts from any species other than humans. They're an extraordinarily specific parasite. It's also only one particular type of SCP-439 specimen that you actually need to worry about: the queens. Despite their superficial similarities, SCP-439 behave nothing like non-anomalous earwigs. Normal earwigs are not social creatures. They're solitary scavengers and they don't keep nests as permanent habitats. The same can definitely not be said for SCP-439. They have complex social structures, much like that of bees, ants, and termites, with queens, scouts, workers, and warriors. If you happen to encounter a worker or a warrior, you may get a painful pinch from their pinchers if you get too close. But if you end up on the wrong side of one of the queens, then you have a much, much worse fate in store for you. And it just so happened that the SCP-439 specimen that appeared in Bill Parham's bathroom that morning was visiting royalty. This 439 queen had selected her target, and now it was time to move to the next part of the process: initial infiltration. When Bill returned home from work, he was delighted to find that the gray earwig was nowhere to be seen, but that didn't mean it was gone. It was still there lurking. It just didn't want to be seen. After all, the real fun would happen after Bill went to bed. Once SCP-439 detects that its potential host has fallen into a deep sleep, it will crawl onto the person's body and into their mouth, which is exactly what it did to Bill. It feels like little more than a tickle in your throat, and you will have no idea that the tiny creature crawling down your windpipe and into the soft, warm tissue of your lungs spells your doom. Very few people wake up during this process, but even if they did, there's virtually nothing they could do. When Bill woke up, he was suffering from mild chest pains and shortness of breath, a symptom not uncommon in a number of respiratory ailments. He had no idea that the SCP-439 queen was already inside him. He got up and went about his day, trying to ignore the pain as it gradually grew worse and worse, feeling almost like something was moving inside his chest. He spent the whole day having to stop to let out a deep, hacking cough, but coughing didn't expel or change anything. He looked and felt so terrible that his boss let him go home early, hoping that Bill would be able to sleep off whatever illness he thought he had picked up. But over the next couple of days, his condition only worsened. The pain grew so excruciating he could barely move, and he was popping painkillers like Tic Tacs to no effect. He started running a dangerously high fever, his body trying in vain to fight back against its lethal intruder. He felt worse than he ever had in his life, but little did poor Bill know, the most terrible parts of the process were yet to come. Through anomalous means, an SCP-439 infection is able to induce fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva, or FOP, in its victims, which is typically a genetic disease that presents itself before the victim turns 10 years old. The condition is infamous for its primary symptom, turning muscle and other soft tissue into bone, slowly but surely paralyzing the victim and putting them into a state of unspeakable pain. This bone transformation process is known as ossification, and Bill was about to experience it firsthand. His pain increased as his mobility decreased, with more of his flesh becoming solid lumps of bone underneath the skin. Soon enough, all he knew was pain. It had become so agonizing that he was delirious with it. He was drunk on pain. Even perceiving sunlight felt like being stabbed in the eyes. That's why, like all the other victims of SCP-439, he decided to conceal himself in a warm, dark place where no light could get to him. In Bill's case, of course, that place was his closet. He was hurting so bad that all he could do was curl up into the fetal position and weep as his muscles turned to bone and his body began to compact and shrink. He didn't even look like a human anymore. He was more like a ball, covered in a bone shell and filled with warm organs. That's when the queen started laying eggs among his organs. It wasn't long before there was a new brood of around 30,000 specimens living inside Bill's body. He was still very much alive, but there wasn't anything he could do about his situation. His muscles had long since turned to bone, and they had eaten large portions of his brain, leaving mainly the parts needed to keep his organs just barely functioning. After all, the colony still needs central heating. SCP-439 colonies have developed a perfect parasitic relationship with the human body. They even use the stomach inside the hive to pre-digest food into a liquid slurry that's easier for them to consume. The only loser in this situation is someone like Bill, who is forced to become the new home for the world's most nightmarish freeloaders. Eventually, when the colony becomes too big, a queen departs to start a new one, and the process repeats itself once more. It's enough to make you want to sleep with your mouth closed for the rest of your life. Oh, and we haven't even told you the worst part yet. Foundation scientists have conducted tests on some victims of SCP-439 and found that while the creatures do consume large parts of the brain, the parts they leave are capable of consciousness. That's right. Their victims remain aware of what's happening to them the whole time, even when they hardly seem human at all anymore. What actually finally kills the victims of SCP-439 isn't the bodily trauma. It's the starvation that sets in when the colony inevitably moves on. Did we just hear you cough? You might want to go get that checked out. When it comes to bugs, the SCP Foundation certainly has its hands full. You might remember SCP-726, a species of bowfly aptly named the Reconstructive Maggots, who recreated the bodies of other organisms through horrible reproduction methods. There's also SCP-2031, a colony of anomalous ants that would eat their victims' insides and burrow themselves in the bodies, puppeting them around and masquerading as the creature they just ate, even if it was a person. Today on SCP Explained, we're going to be talking about a new species of anomalous insect, SCP-378, nicknamed the Brainworm. Well, it's an anomaly only new to us. For the Foundation, SCP-378's discovery and containment dates back to the days of the American Secure Containment Initiative. The American Secure Containment Initiative could be considered a predecessor to the SCP Foundation, active for the majority of the first half of the 20th century. While most of the stories go that the ASCI, alongside several other paranormal investigation organizations, eventually came together and formed the SCP Foundation in the early 50s, the reality is a lot murkier. As we all know, it's very hard to completely kill off an organization in the anomalous world. The secrecy and decentralization practically ensures that there's always going to be some stragglers left. And in the ASCI's case, that certainly seems to be the case. SCP-378's file indicates that by 1963, the ASCI was still around and kicking, though it was definitely living on borrowed time due to the rising prominence of the SCP Foundation. The two organizations, the growing Foundation and the dying ASCI, attempted to keep tabs on one another throughout the decade, but the Foundation's espionage programs proved to be more intensive and thorough. For whatever reason, the Foundation was always getting the best intel, whether it was beating the ASCI to the punch on newly discovered anomalies, gaining access to otherwise classified information only available in ASCI documents of the highest security clearances, or finding ways to benefit from the organization's detriments through diplomatic meetings that always seemed to work in the Foundation's favor. It was clear that the SCP Foundation was the new hotness, and the ASCI would have a lot of catching up to do if it wanted to remain relevant in this new post-World War II world. Unfortunately, we all know what happened. The majority of the ASCI was absorbed into the Foundation shortly after its formation, and the pieces that remained would fade into obscurity in the coming years. But why was the Foundation's intel so good? More funding? Better trained agents? Luck? The answer, if you're familiar with the Foundation's ways, shouldn't come as a surprise. Of course, there was always going to be more going on behind the scenes, and that's where SCP-378 comes in. SCP-378 is an arthropod, resembling an Amazonian giant centipede, specifically one in the larval stage. SCP-378 measures about 3 meters long, with a thickness of 233 kilograms, and it possesses otherwise ordinary biological features, while about as normal as an anomaly contained by the SCP Foundation can get. On the dietary side, it eats like a normal centipede, consuming primarily other insects and lichen. On the reproductive side, things are a bit different. SCP-378 reproduces asexually, meaning that it's capable of generating offspring entirely through its own biological functions, which it excretes from its backside. A newly birthed instance, designated SCP-378-A, resembles a fully grown adult Amazonian giant centipede right from birth. But dissection of these baby peds suggests that this resemblance is superficial, as SCP-378-A's organ systems, beyond a primitive neural network, are entirely non-existent. These babies are essentially shell organisms, intended to be used by SCP-378, the host centipede, as remote drones. And that's how SCP-378 proves to be useful to the Foundation at large. You see, 378-A are endoparasites, meaning that they're organisms that live inside other organisms, like a tapeworm, but so much worse. SCP-378-A are used by SCP-378 to infect advanced primates, such as ourselves, but also a whole host of offshoots of humanity, such as the Homo ignotus, also known as SCP-655, and the Gigantopithecus sapiens, the common Sasquatch, which you might recognize as SCP-1000. SCP-378-A enters a host through an open orifice, and after infection, the entity will integrate itself with the host's nervous system through means that are poorly understood by the Foundation. This includes brain death of the host, and extending SCP-378's remote control through its offspring and into the host itself. Vital functions and sensory input remain unaffected, meaning that the host still retains some semblance of life function. Just, without a brain or anything. They're not there. They're just puppets, but you'll never be able to tell. When you think of someone being puppeted by an anomalous parasite, you'd probably expect them to act a little weird. Maybe they don't speak right, or maybe they start slithering on the floor or eating only small lizards. But that's not the case with victims of SCP-378. No. Once its offspring have infected a suitable host, SCP-378 will actually do a pretty decent job of integrating its victims back into their respective social sphere. This means maintaining all of their previous relationships as best as possible, such as keeping their jobs, and otherwise fitting in and not standing above the crowd. You'd probably assume they prefer to keep a low profile, mainly infecting hosts in small towns and sleepy suburbs. But you'd be wrong there too. SCP-378 loves the big city, places with high population density, and a robust entertainment scene. We'll explain later, but SCP-378 differs from ordinary insects in that its base instinct isn't to just infect and reproduce, it's to have fun. And the way it entertains itself is by living the lives of people who otherwise live busy, engaging lives, filled with plenty of social interactivity and places to go. The Foundation has yet to discover the upper limit of SCP-378, as the centipede has managed to infect quite a number of hosts with its offspring, which it all seems to maintain simultaneously without issue. Upon interrogation of a host, SCP-378 confesses to the existence of 26 human hosts, 2 instances of Guatemalan black howler monkeys, and 3 instances of SCP-1000. Considering the complex social hierarchies of monkeys, it's unsurprising that SCP-378 infected a few of them just to try them out, on top of infecting a few Sasquatches in the form of SCP-1000, which SCP-378 conveniently is immune to the inherent anomalous effects of. But there is no question as to which species SCP-378 prefers. In fact, those other things it infected, according to the host, were only acquired during periods of heavy intoxication. See, the centipede enjoys getting a little tipsy too. You can't have that in the Amazon rainforest. As humanity is the dominant species on Earth, we're the ones with the shiniest toys for SCP-378 to play with, the most exciting lives, filled with more pointless interaction and labor than a bug would know what to do with. And that's what makes SCP-378 so intriguing for the Foundation. It's an intelligent parasite, whose only motivation is to keep society running as normal so it can slip behind a few pairs of human eyes and see what it's like in the world it would never get to otherwise live in. Some of you are already thinking it, but SCP-378 is the perfect anomaly for the Foundation to use against its foes and adversaries. And as we covered earlier, in the 1960s, the Foundation had a lot to prove, mainly against the American Secure Containment Initiative. The Foundation knew to classify SCP-378 as a Thaumiel class object. It was promptly contained in an underground terrarium filled with plenty of juicy lichen and ants for SCP-378 to feed on. Of course, there was also a decontamination chamber constructed adjacent to the regular containment chamber. Any personnel who would go in would obviously be at risk to an infection from SCP-378, and we're sure that living the crazy, exciting life of a Foundation agent would have satisfied the sociable bug. But the SCP Foundation wasn't taking any risks. As a result, anyone entering the chamber would have to wear full body protection, and if they were found to be infected during the decontamination process, they would be terminated. After discovery of SCP-378, the Foundation immediately saw the potential in utilizing the anomaly for espionage purposes. After all, it would be a perfect spy network, capable of fitting in and maintaining ordinary roles while also communicating with SCP-378, who would feed information to the Foundation through another host. The impeccable precision of SCP-378's maintenance of its host's social personas would make the entity almost impenetrable to sniff out in the field, even for trained agents who deal with the anomalous. SCP-378's initial psychological evaluation was performed by the well-known Foundation psychologist, Dr. Simon Glass. Dr. Glass found that SCP-378 was obviously unique among arthropods and possessed either human level of sapience, or at the very least, the ability to emulate its host's intellectual faculties. Regardless, the anomaly was intelligent, but a point of interest for Dr. Glass was SCP-378's relationship with its hosts. It maintained a constant, consistent sense of identity across multiple hosts. But interviews with SCP-378 revealed that it was fully aware that it was not those hosts in actuality. SCP-378 was essentially role-playing various human identities. It wasn't just easy for the Foundation to figure out that the centipede enjoyed masquerading as its hosts. It pretty much spelled it out with giant letters. SCP-378's hosts rarely interact with or send information directly back to SCP-378 or fellow hosts, because SCP-378 is in full control at all times. This is literally just a game for SCP-378, a source of entertainment. And if one of those hosts came under duress or was at risk of being found out by those in its life, 378 could easily abandon the host persona, which it had no issues in doing. Dr. Glass found that the host behavior was largely unique to each instance, and extroverted personalities were a favorite for SCP-378. Hosts rarely isolate themselves, except to sleep or use the bathroom, and SCP-378 appeared to take equal enthusiasm in both stressful and pleasant situations. After all, this was all a big role-playing session for it. SCP-378 appreciated some excitement in the lives of its subjects. In a way, this was like an infinite source of entertainment. You could live as many lives as you wanted at once, have almost no attachment to any consequences, because you're a bug who has no stake in the real world, and you get to experience things no other member of your species ever has or ever will. SCP-378 really is living the dream. Even to another human, this sounds pretty fun. We only get one life to live. SCP-378 gets to live as many as it wants. But Dr. Glass found another interesting fact about SCP-378. It was attached to a certain identity. Lisa Martin, a 33-year-old Mexican-American female employee at Digiana Tono's Pies, a pizza chain located in Staten Island, New York. Dr. Glass was a bit unsure as to why SCP-378 enjoyed Miss Martin so much, but it was clear from the way it talked about her that this was its favorite persona. And Dr. Glass could see why the more he studied Martin's routine. It was the perfect mixture of business, idleness, routine labor, and general engagement for SCP-378 to experience. Lisa Martin's routine was static. On every day except Saturday, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., Lisa Martin would show up to work at Digiana Tono's Pies. After she finished work, from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., Martin would engage in maintenance of one of 17 rooftop gardens across New York City. Of these gardens, Glass discovered that 13 are maintained by volunteer organizations, 12 of which Martin was not a part of. On Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., Martin alternated between socializing with a collection of friends and coworkers and playing piano for various high-end bars. On all days from 11 p.m. to 12 a.m., Martin would shower and then prepare for bed. She would sleep from 12 a.m. to 7 a.m., and in the morning she'd get back up and do it all over again. When you see a person's schedule laid out like this, everything seems a bit more routine and less exciting, huh? It's not an exciting life laid out on paper, but SCP-378 loved it, for whatever reasons. Attempts to interrupt Lisa Martin's routine were unilaterally met with unusual levels of hostility from the bug and its hosts, and in the event of Lisa Martin's death, SCP-378 would happily direct another host to assume her identity. Yeah, we're not sure either. Regardless, 378 had a hobby, many hobbies, but Lisa Martin was special. Dr. Glass's evaluation proved to be popular with the upper ranks of the Foundation, who, due to SCP-378's intelligence and awareness of human sentience, could prove to be useful to the overall mission of the Foundation. As we said before, in 1963, the Foundation had to contend with a number of powerful adjacent organizations, the Global Occult Coalition, with their destructive tendencies and the backing of the world governments, GRU Division P, the Soviet Union's anomalous research military unit, the remnants of the American Secure Containment Initiative, who, while not as prominent or as powerful as they used to be, still remained an organization capable of deterring the Foundation. As a result, the Foundation looked into applying SCP-378 through practical means. Dr. Glass's work importance could not be understated, but the prevailing theory was that SCP-378 did not understand the significance of social dynamics in regards to hierarchy and social capital. This could be observed in its strange defense of Lisa Martin. Several of SCP-378's hosts held positions of power, two of which, David Lockheed and Alfonso Leos, were even employed by anomalous organizations, and beyond the reach of the Foundation's then capacity to contain. Even holding these powerful positions, SCP-378 displayed a willingness to sacrifice the hosts to defend, replace, or otherwise maintain Lisa Martin, its favorite host. It was here when the Foundation saw an opportunity. If they could use SCP-378's favoritism of Martin to get it to do what they wanted, their dream spy network had a chance of manifesting into reality. David Lockheed, one of SCP-378's hosts, was a low-level employee of the ASCI, but if the Foundation was able to persuade SCP-378, using Martin's safety as collateral, Lockheed could rise through the ranks of the organization into a position where the Foundation needed a puppet. Second, they realized that Martin herself could prove to be a useful asset. The Foundation was always looking for new ways to conduct reconnaissance, and pizza parlors were an ideal meeting spot and espionage center, if they could be kept from the public eye. Martin's place of employment would soon be converted from your average Staten Island pizza parlor to one of the Foundation's very own spicy crust pizza chains. See what they did there? Spicy crust pizza, SCP. They are so clever. Regardless, the use of SCP-378's anomalous abilities to defend Foundation operatives in the United States seemed like a useful prospect, and the idea was put to a vote by the Overseer Council. It passed, with only minor deterioration, under the name of the Kraken Protocol. As a result, SCP-378's containment procedures were updated, and containment of the anomaly would be focused on 3 primary components. Its first host, SCP-378-1, was held in the Area 19 barracks of the SCP Foundation. -1 was employed as a maintenance technician with a low security clearance, and in the case of death, a brain-dead or comatose reserve personnel would be elected to replace it. SCP-378-1 served as the Foundation's primary means of communication with SCP-378. After all, they needed a channel to speak directly to the bug in charge, and -1 was their way of doing so. SCP-378-2 was David Lockheed, an average employee of the American Secure Containment Initiative, working in their clerical sector. Lockheed was tasked with sabotaging ASCI operations for the Foundation, as well as collecting information in the Foundation's interests. SCP-378-2 was a little more difficult to replace than the average SCP-378 host, and was required to follow a strict health and exercise regimen. If something were to happen to Lockheed, there's no telling if the Foundation would be able to replace him, and the chances of that happening were low. Lockheed was the perfect spy, with an established rapport with the ASCI going back at least a decade, and access to information the Foundation would use to outsmart the initiative at every turn. It shouldn't come as a surprise to you that the ASCI's days were numbered, and eventually, they closed their doors entirely. SCP-378-3 was Lisa Martin, who worked at Spicy Crust Pizza in Staten Island. Martin's purpose was to maintain a network for Foundation operatives in New York and host a place where they could congregate and meet without issue. On top of that, Martin was still SCP-378's favorite persona, and the entire operation hinged on SCP-378 having Martin available to it. As a result, Lisa Martin would have to be replaced as soon as possible if anything were to happen to her. And with that, the Kraken Protocol was in place. Each instant formed a part of the Foundation's information gathering campaign, and was outfitted with a tracking device and an audio recorder. Every week, embedded agents stationed near each host were to evaluate the health and integrity of them, and the equipment they had inside them. If this initial rollout was a success, the Foundation would continue to use SCP-378-A in further infiltration of its enemies, but the Foundation would have to see how things played out first. Less than 2 years later, Lockheed had retrieved significant information for the Foundation, and the Kraken Protocol proved to be a success. A new site, Site 56, located near prominent anomalous locations, was about to be constructed. SCP-378 seemed excited at the prospects of a change in scenery and more hosts to infiltrate, but there was also something the Foundation could never have expected. In an attempt to gain a new host for SCP-378 to control, the Foundation came across something disturbing. Their target was an agent of the FBI's Unusual Incident Unit. After drugging him and bringing him back to the Foundation in order to receive an SCP-378-A instance inside him, SCP-378 informed the Foundation that it couldn't establish a connection with the agent. The personnel were confused. The agent was still alive, and 378 never had any difficulty in connecting with hosts before. They did a number of tests on the agent and tried to figure out what went wrong. That's when the Foundation discovered that there was a different centipede inside the agent's head, where the SCP-378-A instance would typically be. It looked like the Foundation had a much bigger issue on their hand than they ever had realized. The year was 1861. Arthur Duplessis, one of the world's most renowned explorers and adventurers, hacked through the thick vines of the Amazon rainforest with a well-worn machete. He grunted and strained, his clothes heavy and skin slick with sweat. He took a deep swig from his canteen and paused briefly to breathe. This was the second week of his solo expedition into the lung of the world, and the process had been grueling. He'd fought off piranhas, electric eels, and invasive kangaroo fish while wading and kayaking down the Amazon River. He'd contended with tribesmen and poachers, and narrowly dodged his fair share of poisonous beasties that could take down prey 3 times their size. No sane man would brave this horror for its own sake, but Arthur has as good a reason as any. He was searching for his younger brother, Joseph Duplessis, who had disappeared a month earlier during a trek through the Amazon. Joseph had always admired his brother's wild adventures and sought to imitate him. It was for that very reason that Arthur had felt responsible for his brother's current predicament and made it his mission to rescue him. The Amazon is an ancient and cruel mistress. The arrogant and foolish have hoped to conquer or tame her for centuries, but countless men had disappeared in the pulsing heart of this green behemoth. Arthur may have been a world-class explorer in a different league to many of the others whose lives this green inferno has handedly taken, but there were creatures lurking deep in the Amazon that went beyond even Arthur's knowledge. The kind of beasts that would make the darkest and most twisted nightmares look comparatively inviting. Beasts like SCP-2031. If Joseph was able to send Arthur one more message before it all came to a horrible end, we could only imagine it'd be something like, "Don't come for me. It's already too late. But there's still time to save yourself, brother. Stay away, for God's sake, stay away. You have no idea what you're dealing with here. Forget about me. Go while there's still time." Sadly for Arthur Duplessis, that time was about to run out. He ventured further into the depths of the Amazon, where even light was scarce under the thick canopy above. A mighty green anaconda slithered through a nearby tributary, tongue flailing in search of prey. An Amazonian giant centipede, a centipede so large and vicious it preys on snakes and bats, skittered up a nearby tree on 46 needle-like legs. A big, meaty tarantula deftly navigated the branches above, while tree frogs with poison potent enough to put an entire army 6 feet under hopped through the rich undergrowth. Humans held no power here. Arthur fell to his knees and began to weep. His foolish ambitions had gotten his dear brother killed in this awful place, shot to death by poachers, strangled by anacondas, or eaten alive by vicious bull sharks in the Amazon River. There were so many horrible ways that Joseph could had died, and in the absence of ever finding a body, all of them would simultaneously be true. The Duplessis family would never know peace. There would be a void, an emptiness in all of their hearts forever. But just when Arthur was about to give up hope, something miraculous happened. He saw a human figure stumbling around faintly in the distance. Arthur drew his trusty pistol, assuming it could be a poacher or a hostile tribesman, but something was different. The figure had its back to Arthur, but he recognized its shirt, a distinctive shade of light blue, just like the shirt that Arthur had bought for Joseph on his previous birthday. Could it be? Was it really him? Arthur holstered his weapon and jumped to his feet. He couldn't let this figure get away, even if there was only the tiniest chance it could actually be his brother and not some kind of forest mirage. Arthur ran towards the figure with the last of his energy reserves, panting and wheezing. He called his brother's name again and again, but the figure didn't respond. It just stumbled along, as though drunk. But the closer Arthur got, the more certain he was that this was indeed his brother. The height, the hair, the clothes, the build. It was Joseph Duplessis, but why wasn't he responding? Why wouldn't he turn around? As Arthur finally reached the figure, he ground to a halt. The most profound sense of dread fell over him like a sudden monsoon. Something unnatural, something truly terrible was about to happen, but he didn't know what. And moreover, it was too late to stop now. Feeling anxiety prickling up his legs and back, Arthur reached forward to grab his brother by the shoulder, the word Joseph trembling on his lips. When Arthur's hand touched Joseph's shoulder, he felt a fear greater than anything he'd experienced before. Something was moving beneath the skin of Joseph's shoulder, something writhing and alive. 1,000,000 tiny creatures all working together in his brother's flesh. Before he could even draw his hand away, his brother turned. Or rather, the creatures that were wearing his brother's body turned around. Arthur couldn't help but scream at the horrible sight before him. His brother's face looked loose and rotten, aging skin hanging off a rotting skull. His jaw hung loose, no tongue inside, no eyes either. Just millions of ants swarming in and out of Joseph Duplessis's vacant, dead face. The ants were huge and spiny, with long curved mandibles. Ection bruxelli, a particularly hardy species of New World army ant. Arthur stepped back, babbling in terror at what had become of his brother. The Joseph suit stepped forward towards him, and almost instinctively, Arthur pushed him with both hands, feeling the nightmarish activity swarming beneath the loose cover of Joseph's bony chest. The Joseph suits tumbled backward, tripping over a rock, and burst. There were no organs left inside his brother now. They'd been eaten long ago. It was just a thin tarpaulin of gray skin over dry bones, and of course, millions upon millions of ants, now making a beeline for Arthur with the frightening military precision any naturalist could expect from Eketon Burcheli. But while army ants could be a formidable and frightening foe in their own right, nobody had seen any ants like this before. Well, nobody who'd lived to tell the tale, at least. Arthur turned to flee, but sadly it was already too late for him. What he thought were mere prickles of anxiety were actually an invasion force of Eketon Burcheli soldiers, which had positioned themselves over key nerves and ligaments on his skin and spine. As Arthur tried to run away, the ants began to bite into him, cutting through skin, rending bone, and munching into the chewy neurons underneath. Arthur felt intense flashes of pain all over his body before collapsing to the ground paralyzed. That's when the true horrors began. If there was one consolation for Arthur in this last terrible hours of his life, he would at least know firsthand exactly how his brother died. He couldn't move, but he could feel everything. The creatures chewed through the flesh of his extremities, cutting holes in his skin and creating openings for swarms of their insect brethren to enter through. Arthur felt like he was on fire as the swarm entered his body, but was unable to do anything about it. Death by these creatures is a slow and torturous experience. Unlike their non-anomalous counterparts, the swarms don't immediately start devouring all available soft tissue. SCP-2031 wants to keep their prey alive while they renovate their new home. Arthur finally died 2 days later, from dehydration. It was at this point that the creatures finally began eating his organs and eventually distributing their colony throughout his body. The ants even produce an enzyme that slows the decaying process for their deceased hosts. That's why Joseph Duplessis didn't look a whole lot worse by the time Arthur found him, even though he'd already suffered a month of post-mortem infestation. Not long after Arthur's death, the Arthur suit got up and walked away. The world would never know how or why Arthur Duplessis and his brother disappeared in the dark heart of the Amazon jungle, but perhaps for the sake of all those who loved them, ignorance is actually kinder than the truth. It would be almost a century before the Foundation finally discovered these creatures on a nearby farm, designated them SCP-2031, and began containment and testing. They soon became aware of what Arthur, Joseph, and many others had learned the hard way. While they may be relatively ineffectual individually, together these insects were a real force to be reckoned with. Very few non-anomalous animals had any chance of escaping them once they'd set their sights on a target and began assuming their attack positions. In one observed instance, SCP-2031 soldiers were able to take down a 1,000-kilogram Angus bull in 5 minutes, most of which was just spent getting their soldiers into their proper positions over the spine and leg ligaments. The Foundation just got extremely lucky that these vicious insect predators happened to be isolated to some pretty specific areas in South America, thanks to the climate requirements of their habitats. In fact, pretty much all of the specimens the Foundation found were all in one place. The creatures had developed a particularly frightening form of ant farm known as SCP-2031-A, an isolated containment zone on a stretch of farmland where the ants could find hosts in the form of live people and animals, keeping them relatively isolated. 27 separate SCP-2031 colonies were first found on this farm, inhabiting and operating 27 different corpses. These include 15 cows, 5 different horses, 3 domestic pigs, 1 dog, and most fascinating of all, 3 human specimens, an adult male, an adult female, and a child of unspecified gender. What's even more fascinating than the efficacy of these ants in attacking all different kinds of prey is their deftness at mimicking the behavior of their hosts. This isn't a reconstructive maggot situation. See our video on that nightmare for further information. The ants attempt to make their hosts actually act like the creatures they once were. The Foundation were astonished to see that the 3 human suits seemed to actually go through the motions of running the farm, watering the livestock, dispensing feed, moving other SCP-2031 colonies from one pasture to another, The human child suit would even spend extensive time playing with the dog suit, engaging in games such as fetch or mock wrestling. How the SCP-2031 colonies are able to do this is unknown. Working theories include rigorous observation of their targets before colonization, and the colony hive mind somehow picking up residual thoughts or muscle memory from their victims. Non-anomalous ants introduced to the SCP-2031 colonies also begin exhibiting anomalous traits, so the effects may somehow be contagious. One of the most fascinating moments of all came when the structural integrity of the dog suit finally gave out, leading to its colony exiting the body and returning to more nomadic behavior typical of army ants in search of a new host. The strange part was that the human suits actually seemed to grieve for the deceased dog suit, with the child suit becoming somewhat distressed that their playmate was suddenly gone. The two human suits even took the carcass of the dog suit and buried it in another pasture. It was unlike anything the Foundation had observed with SCP-2031 before. At what point did mimicry become sincere behavior? Because now SCP-2031 was seriously blurring the lines. It is in the best interest of the Foundation to keep this little ant farm going, both to keep SCP-2031 distracted from venturing further and causing trouble, and to further study the fascinating behaviors and dynamics exhibited by SCP-2031 colonies in captivity. One of the researchers has already put in a request for a new golden retriever. Take a brief moment to think back to your younger years, spending long, tiresome hours trapped in a classroom, waiting to hear the noise of that final bell of the day. That sound meant freedom, the end of another grueling 6 hours at your desk, and the chance to get back to the warm sanctuary of home. If you were lucky, you might not have had to go far to get back to the safety and security of being in your parents' house. Living close enough to the school would mean you could easily walk home when the day was through. But your classmates? Well, they weren't all as lucky. Some of them had miles to travel, all the way across town even. Fortunately though, the school bus would always be waiting outside at the end of each day, ready to take a gaggle of rowdy kids back home. And if you were one of those kids that had to take the bus, you'll know that the trip home after school was hardly a calm drive. Paper planes and spitballs firing from all directions, wads of chewing gum stuck to the undersides of seats, other kids all around you screaming and yelling at the top of their lungs. Still, it could be worse, right? No, trust us. It could be much, much worse than you can ever imagine. What if one day, the bus that picked you up from school wasn't a bus at all? What if instead, it was SCP-2086? Picture this. One day you get put in detention at school. Maybe you were disrupting a class, or were caught spraying graffiti on the outside wall of the gym. Whatever the reason, we're sure you'll think it is unfair that you got held back after school, after everyone else had already gone home. But you do your time until finally you're told you can leave. Problem is, your house is on the other side of town, and you've already missed the bus. You make your way off the campus, down the nearest street. Maybe there's a city bus you can catch that'll get you back home. As you stroll away from your school, you realize that the nearest bus stop, the first one on the route home, seems to be further away than you remember it being. Must be just the exhaustion of a long day getting the better of you, playing tricks on your mind. It's not like someone could move the bus stop, right? Finally reaching the stop, you notice lights coming down the street after a few moments of waiting quietly. A late bus, just like you hoped for. It pulls up to the next stop, the doors folding open to allow you on board. It's totally empty, save for the driver, but straight away you notice there's something odd about him. He seems drained of color. His movements are weird, more like a puppet on strings than an actual living, breathing human being. Now that you think about it, if it wasn't for the fact he was clearly moving, driving the bus, you might assume that he was a corpse. Then again, maybe he just had a long day too. Taking a seat, you try not to think about it and stare out of the window in boredom. You watch as the route takes you past stop after stop, all of them empty just like the bus itself. But then something unexpected happens. You've ridden the bus to and from school so many times before that you can't help but notice when, for some reason, it takes a wrong turn. Looking out the window, you know you aren't mistaken. The driver has changed direction. Instead of heading towards the nearest stop to home, he's taken the bus towards the furthest edge of town. Desperately, you try yelling at him, asking why he's taken the wrong turn, but the driver stays still, as if he can't even hear what you're saying. That's when you notice the smell. You didn't catch it before, but now it's all around you, filling the air inside the bus. It's almost like the scent of disinfectant. The bus now smells the same way a hospital does. But that's not all. The more you breathe it in, the more you feel yourself starting to get woozy, arms and legs getting heavier. Everything around you feels as if it's spinning uncontrollably. Out of the windows, you can just about make out the site of a junkyard, blurring in and out of focus. It's meant to be abandoned, and yet you're sure you can see movement. Massive, indeterminate shapes shifting around in the dark. Finally, your vision goes dark and you fall unconscious onto the floor of the bus. Only, you were never on the bus to begin with. No. Although you didn't know it, you were prey to something that just looked like a bus. SCP-2086. And now that it's caught you, you'll never see the light of day again. Now, SCP-2086 doesn't just refer to a single creature, not by a long shot. It is the designation given to an entire species of arthropods. Think lobsters, crabs, and spiders, or insects like centipedes and millipedes, only much bigger. To the untrained eye, and depending on when you look, an instance of SCP-2086 will normally look like any ordinary public transport vehicle, of any make and model, or belonging to any company or transit authority. Usually, though, they look like regular old buses, at least while they're out foraging for food. When born, an SCP-2086 specimen will grow to full juvenile size within a week, usually weighing 200 kilograms or less. Full matured adult instances, however, can weigh approximately 17,000 kilograms. The adults are the ones that go out foraging, leaving the nest to collect food to then bring back to the juvenile SCP-2086s. And by food, we of course mean humans. While out on the roads, matured SCP-2086 creatures are practically identical to the auto vehicles that form their bodies. But the materials that this disguise is made from, the steel, plastic, wood, and glass, they're all actually comprised of specialized chitin, the kind of outer shell you'd find on most arthropods. But underneath that outer shell, that's where you'll find the real horror. Within the main chamber, beneath the flooring of the bus's long inner portion, is stored the pulsing, beating heart of an SCP-2086 specimen. And we don't mean that in a metaphorical sense. If you were to lift up the floorboards of one of these bus-like creatures, you'd see its heart, along with other vital organs like the creature's brain and stomach. What's more, the figure in the front seat that you thought was a living, breathing bus driver actually isn't living or breathing, not anymore. Preserved in a shell-like substance that the creature is able to produce, the driver is actually a human corpse, acting as a decoy for SCP-2086s. From within the bus body, fibrous appendages reach up into the corpse, almost like incredibly thin hairs. The creature can then use the cadaver essentially as a puppet with a dead person's body. That's how an SCP-2086 is able to move its driver around, making it appear more lifelike so it can lure its prey aboard. Think of it like the bioluminescent light that an anglerfish uses to tempt unsuspecting fish into their jaws. Same principle, but with a dramatically different result when it comes to SCP-2086. But if you thought bus creatures with internal organs under the floor and dead meat puppets in the driver's seat weren't creepy enough, there's still much more to SCP-2086s than meets the eye. For example, when they aren't out foraging, the adult creatures can unravel the roof of their bus-shaped outer shell. Underneath is a pair of wings, large enough and strong enough to carry their entire 7,000 kilos of weight off the ground and up into the air. As for eyes, the headlights at the front are, in actual fact, bioluminescent optical organs, allowing the creatures to see their prey even in the dark. Still not horrifying enough? Well, would knowing about their legs help? The wheels underneath an SCP-2086 specimen are also capable of unraveling, forming long gray or black legs like those of a spider. Yes, these are bus creatures with wings and multi-jointed legs. These legs aren't just big, clumsy appendages either. Compared with other arthropods, SCP-2086s are able to use their limbs to perform surprisingly intricate actions and finer levels of manipulations. For instance, a number of specimens have been observed in the wild by the SCP Foundation building shelters out of any materials that they can find near their nesting ground. And where do they normally nest? Wherever there's plenty of scrap metal and hardly any people to notice them. Junkyards are the preferred habitats of SCP-2086s, and where they will normally establish their colonies. While the juveniles remain within the confines of the colony, adult SCP-2086 specimens will leave to collect humans. Although on occasion, the younger specimens have been known to travel out from their nest and rearrange or relocate signposts for bus stops. They then place them in a route that leads them back towards their nesting ground. It's something worth remembering if your nearest bus stop ever seems to be a little further away from the school than usual. Afterward, the older specimens will travel along the route laid out by the juvenile SCP-2086s, picking up any human passengers that they find waiting at the relocated bus stops. They have to choose their moments wisely, with people boarding and disembarking from the bus usually every few stops. Once an SCP-2086 has as many humans on board as it can carry, with the certainty it won't lose any at the upcoming stop, it secretes a substance similar to chloroform. This fills the inner chamber of the bus, causing that noxious smell, like hospital disinfectant. The chloroform-like substance incapacitates all the passengers on board, rendering them unconscious and readying them to be taken back to the local SCP-2086 colony. Once the adult SCP-2086 has arrived at the junkyard, the juveniles will descend on it. Given their much smaller size, they will climb inside the mature specimen and forcibly remove each and every human passenger it is carrying within. Then comes the truly nasty part, feeding time. Each juvenile SCP-2086 will force their captive human through an orifice that is located under the front hood of their vehicle's shell. This sphincter, a circular formation of muscle that can expand and contract to perform a bodily function, is connected to where the steering wheel is found on an adult SCP-2086. The younger creatures will push their human prey through the sphincter, consuming them. Once this has occurred, those hairy appendages in the driver's seat will then latch onto the body of the now dead human, piercing through their skin, winding up and around their bones. These are the same fibrous hairs used to puppet the deceased corpse and use it to lure others aboard the bus. But these appendages have another function. They're feeding tubes. They will drain every last drop of blood from the SCP-2086's prey until the body is little more than a husk, at which point the tubes inject a saline solution directly into the cadaver. Afterwards, the inside of the bus fills with that same substance that preserves the corpse, and the process is complete. As horrifying as these creatures are, one of the few upsides of SCP-2086s is that they don't live very long. Female specimens will reproduce after 8 days and produce 20 offspring after this point. Each of these newborns reaches full maturity and size in about a week. On average, SCP-2086s live for 12 to 15 days. Another net positive is, because of their short lifespans, an SCP-2086 specimen doesn't need to feed on a human more than once, as the nutrients it absorbs as a juvenile are enough to sustain it through adulthood. Once it has matured, an SCP-2086 will go out into the nearest city or town to forage for humans, providing food to the next generation. And so the cycle continues. In the future, rather than taking the bus, maybe it's safer to walk. It might mean the difference between you making it home or becoming food. Now and again, you might stumble across an entry in the SCP Foundation archive that is far more than meets the eye. As you are probably already aware, sometimes the Foundation's numerical SCP designations can be referencing an entity, a creature, an object, a location, or even a combination of linked anomalies all sharing a version of the same number. Such is partially the case with SCP-4812. In this instance, the designation number 4812 doesn't refer to one singular item or entity. Instead, it is more of a collective designation, an umbrella term for 3 distinct, separate, but connected anomalies. We've got a lot of ground to cover here, so without further ado, let's take a look at SCP-4812, better known collectively as Wrath. We'll begin in a cavern deep beneath Alais in the south of France, where we find the first of the entities to share the designation SCP-4812. This creature, large and without its own distinct form, is referred to as SCP-4812-S. It possesses a number of long appendages that protrude from its amorphous body, each one covered in a sticky adhesive, a sort of glue-like substance. In addition, each appendage, as well as the rest of SCP-4812-S's body, is covered in fine hair that is also hydrophobic, meaning that it does not absorb water, and in fact actively repels it. These tendrils extend deep into the walls of the cavern surrounding the creature. SCP-4812-S also has an inherent latent ability to affect anyone that visually perceives it. In other words, look upon this creature at your own peril. And we don't mean that looking at it will drive you mad. The fact is that nobody has been able to look directly at this creature without suffering a horrific, grisly death. Upon taking even the quickest glimpse of SCP-4812-S, the person observing will suffer the same effect they would if their eyes, brain, and entire nervous system had been dipped in caustic acid. Yes, this creature instantly melts down on a molecular level anyone who is brave enough or foolish enough to directly look at it. That means a pain unlike any you could imagine. Bleeding through the skin and all orifices, paralysis, asphyxiation, and then death in that order. Humans cannot directly interact with the creature unless it is submerged in total darkness, where they cannot perceive it visually. The anomalous hazard of this entity even extends to photos or video recordings of SCP-4812-S. However, the effect is not as immediate or violent when someone just looks at an image or video of it. Still, you might want to check that your brain isn't melting after this video is over, just to be safe. Beyond killing anyone that sees it, SCP-4812-S does very little, staying quite still in its cave behind the maximum security doors the Foundation has put in place at the entrance. So that's our first of the SCP-4812s. Who's next? How about SCP-4812-E, an approximately 15-meter-tall humanoid made of platinum? This entity appears vaguely skeletal, with traces of tungsten and other metal compounds in its composition. SCP-4812-E remains at a constant body temperature of 0.0000000031 Kelvin, or almost negative 460 degrees Fahrenheit. However, this entity can also absorb the heat around it without changing its own temperature, reducing a cell at room temperature to absolute zero in around 16 seconds flat. And it's because of this that SCP-4812-E is often surrounded by a layer of frozen air and water. Much like the other creature it shares a designation with, close interactions with SCP-4812-E are often deadly. Stand too close and the air around you would drop in temperature rapidly. The water within your body would freeze, and in seconds, you would die. Even with the use of a specially insulated suit, you would be lucky to gain a few short moments of added protection. The only thing that weakens SCP-4812-E's effect is to expose it to extreme heat, although this does not stop the temperature absorption entirely, just slows it. But it's through the constant application of high temperatures that the Foundation has been able to keep SCP-4812-E contained in a thermally controlled vault kept intensely hot at all times. Finally, we have the last of the three, designated as SCP-4812-K, and we recommend anyone with a bug phobia to look away now. This creature is an enormous winged insect, almost like a cross between a stag beetle and a scorpion in some of the physical traits it shares with them, while its size might be significantly bigger, measuring 180 meters long. The insect possesses 2 large pinchers, 4 legs, 4 wings that extend from its back, and a long segmented tail with a pointed barb at the tip. Yes, this creepy crawly would need a lot more than just a can of Raid to get rid of it. But perhaps most strangely of all is SCP-4812-K's face. Not the typical insect eyes and mouth you would expect, but the face of a human male. Much like its cavern-dwelling counterpart, SCP-4812-K tends to not do all that much when left alone. It can usually be found flying through the upper stratosphere, only really moving when it flaps its wings. You might have a hard time trying to spot it though, as its body is coated in reflected chitin, In other words, the bug's exoskeleton refracts light away from it and makes it almost invisible. While the SCP Foundation has made attempts to secure and contain this gigantic flying insect after they learned of its existence, the creature's sheer size and strength have destroyed any fighter jets or drones they have sent after it. It seems impervious to damage from conventional weapons, with anything fired at it being almost perfectly reflected and directed back towards the shooter. All the Foundation can really do is hope that nobody else spots it and keeps a close eye on SCP-4812-K through regular surveillance. Above all though, one procedure remains consistent and all of the utmost importance with every aspect of SCP-4812. Never, under any circumstances, can any of them be allowed to interact with the other two. So what could possibly connect these three creatures? An amorphous entity that kills anyone who looks at it. A giant humanoid male made of platinum that alters temperature without absorbing heat. And a winged insect that is almost perfect at reflecting anything around it. They all seem to be pretty disconnected. Yet their common thread must be pretty significant for all three to share the title of SCP-4812. Indeed, if they had no relation to each other, they could each have their own unique number. And what is the mysterious fourth redacted entity that is also referred to as SCP-4812? The answers to this multitude of questions aren't exactly straightforward. Still, there does exist a series of anomalous documents and items that the Foundation has recovered that feature some of the necessary information. Recovered from Marcus de Wees, a Dutch collector of anomalous artifacts. These items are referred to as the Connington set, named after Winston J. Connington, an English archaeologist and occultist whose research led the Foundation to the discovery of a number of SCPs. Among the various artifacts of the Connington set is a journal kept by Connington himself, featuring depictions of the different SCP-4812 creatures and notes recording his findings. The set also features 3 hefty tomes written in German over the course of many years that contain multiple archaic coordinates. In one, an edition in Italian by another author seems to shed a little light on SCP-4812. The translation of this section tells of an ancient kingdom, respected above all others, known either as the House of Apollyon or the Sky Kings of Old Europe. The first ruler of this kingdom was allegedly a descendant of the King of Crimson Skies, or Asem, the First Man. These Sky Kings ruled over what is now modern-day Europe for 100 generations, conquering all who opposed them. Among their adversaries were those faithful to the Iron God, presumably the Mechanites, the ancient machine-worshipping religion that preceded the Church of the Broken God. Eventually, however, complacency reared its ugly head, and Sky King Sarus VIII von Apollyon looked beyond the realms of men, hoping to find new land to conquer. Sarus VIII assembled his forces, the largest army ever seen, and set his sights on the lands of the Fair Folk, more commonly known as fairies nowadays. These fair folk were already engaged in conflict with their southern neighbors, the Children of the Moon, and were drastically underprepared for Sarus's approaching forces. Within 2 weeks, the fairies were scattered, driven from their lands. There was, however, a sole survivor, a Fey princess, who was captured and faced the grim fate of being taken as a trophy. But the princess had other plans. While being taken back to the Sky King's domain, she cast a curse upon the House of Apollyon, and Sarus VIII in particular. A horrific storm swept the returning ships as the Fey princess prayed to an ancient, nameless god for vengeance against her people's conquerors. According to legend, the chains that had her shackled to Sarus's ship caught fire, and the blaze spread until it had burned the Sky King's ship to ash. It has even been said that the same chains then wrapped around Sarus himself, dragging him down into the ocean's depths. Then, to defend against any further dark magic from the remaining fair folk, Sarus IX appointed 4 kings to defend his kingdom. By now you might still be wondering what any of this has to do with SCP-4812, but don't worry, we're getting there, we promise. So as the story continues, the remaining ships were still able to bring the Fey princess back, and she was brought before Sarus's heir, Sarus IX von Apollyon, who imprisoned her for what she had done. The princess was sent into a sealed dungeon deep beneath the oceans. This prison is heavily implied to be the first of the SCP-4812 entities, better known to us as SCP-4812-S. However, the explanations of the heat-sink platinum humanoid and the reflective flying insect are a little harder to decipher from Winston J. Connington's journal. While most of Connington's notes are written in a cipher, a few sections have been translated. According to him, from her prison deep below the earth, the voice of the fairy princess was able to communicate with the souls of the 4 knights protecting Saurus IX's kingdom. As a result, the Sky King was forced to banish them, and this brought forth what Connington referred to as the Great Profanities. Without the Knight's defense, some force known as the Vinivinex, the first profanity was able to cast its cold hand over Saurus's only daughter, killing her. A creature whose presence can drain the heat from a person? Sounds an awful lot like SCP-4812-E, huh? In retaliation for his daughter's death, Saurus drew up an ancient spear called the Godless Lance and struck the being down, casting it into the Earth's molten core and subduing SCP-4812-E with the intense heat below. Another section describes the King of Many Faces, Lamenolant, the creature we know as SCP-4812-K. Connington's findings describe this entity's slaughter of the Deva, a neighboring kingdom. The enormous insect appeared from the space beyond spaces and would deflect perfectly any attack made against it, before taking the faces of the Deva and returning to the skies. But there was one final profanity, known only as the Profane Dark. The legend continues with this profanity, a dark black smear rising from the graves of the fair folk. It soaked through the earth and burst from below, claiming the Sky King and dragging him into the endless void. As it pulled him away, Saurus cursed the Profane Dark, calling it Yash, the last great foe of man. Watching his kingdom fall without the protection of his 4 knights, all the Sky King could utter was one repeated word: wrath. Our disgusting tale of anomalous nastiness begins in the humble town of Beckley, West Virginia, back in the 1990s. It was 10 a.m. on a hot day in early August, as Oscar Doug was winding his way through the wooded roads and back streets of town. He isn't the villain of our story, he's just a man doing his very unglamorous job, cleaning up roadkill for the local government. Plenty of woodland critters meet their ends against the wheels and bumpers of careless drivers, and it was thanks to the tireless work of people like Oscar Doug that the fine roads of rural America aren't piled high with carcasses. Of course, Oscar was used to seeing some unpleasant things on the job, but nothing like this. When he began pulling over to the side of the lonely street to pick up a dead deer, he was shocked to see a sudden flash of stark white illuminated by his headlights. It was a naked human woman crouched over the deer carcass. She was sucking at the exposed red flesh on the deer's flank, as though feeding off of it. Flies circled around her in the hot summer air. The smell emerging from the deer carcass was unspeakable, but the woman didn't even seem to care. She just fed away with a crazed look in her eye. And even more disturbing was the fact that he recognized her. It was Mrs. Faber, a local eccentric who lived with her husband on a farm just outside of town. Or at least, she had. You see, Oscar Doug had never met Mrs. Faber in person before. He only recognized her from the missing person flyers posted around town. He pulled out his cell phone to call the authorities, when suddenly Mrs. Faber was startled by something and fled into the woods. This would be the first of many encounters reported by townsfolk concerning Mrs. Faber, or more specifically, the anomalous species that was once Mrs. Faber and is now designated SCP-726. Mrs. Faber practically became a local cryptid, similar to that of Sasquatch or the Loch Ness Monster, with sightings of her in the woods and around town frequently being reported by the locals. Of course, Mr. Faber was beside himself about the whole situation. What was happening to his beloved wife? People assumed a psychotic break or some kind of sudden onset of acute dementia. She had to be apprehended and brought in for her own good before she caused harm to herself or others. And on August 16th, she was finally found and captured. Mrs. Faber was found in the dumpster of a local diner with a large dog. After being subdued, she was sent to a nearby hospital. Her condition had seemingly advanced to the point where she was no longer even capable of speech. However, if it had ended there, the SCP Foundation wouldn't have been called in. It would have just been a sad local story of a woman who became very unwell. But that was only the beginning to the true strangeness behind SCP-726. Random livestock, like cows and pigs, were found across the town, behaving incredibly bizarre. exhibiting actions and traits uncommon of their respective species. And the most shocking of all was that the sightings of Mrs. Faber around town still didn't stop, despite her being actively held by a local hospital. Naturally, that's when the SCP Foundation decided to take control of the situation. They dispatched field agents to properly investigate and figure out what was going on in Beckley, West Virginia. That's when they discovered a peculiar commonality: maggots. You see, the behavior exhibited by the strange animals and by Mrs. Faber was not consistent with their own species, but they were incredibly consistent with the behaviors of the common botfly, a particularly unpleasant form of fly that sometimes lays its eggs in the bodies of still living animals. The anomalously affected entities exhibited insectoid movements, an affinity for rotting meat, and even strange shifting of the back muscles, suggesting the gesture of flapping wings that weren't there. But what was going on here? Was this mind control, or something more insidious? As it turned out, the key to unlocking this mystery was in the dumpster that Mrs. Faber was found in. An entire pig was found inside the dumpster, exhibiting the same strange behaviors as the other anomalous animals. But not long before it was transformed into a pig, it was simply a half-eaten hot dog thrown to waste in the garbage. This miraculous transformation came courtesy of SCP-726, now also known as the Reconstructive Maggots. Much like regular maggots, these creatures are attracted to decaying flesh and will multiply and consume dead bodies or rotten food rapidly. However, the truly strange thing is what happens afterward. The maggots will expel purified waste matter, which then reconstitutes back into a kind of living, exact clone of the entity it once was. Well, exact in a physical sense. In a psychological sense, these clones are exactly like a mature botfly. The maggots that reconstitute these bodies die off almost immediately, but whenever two of these clones mate, with reproductive behavior often being inspired by the presence of carcasses or spoilt meat, they produce more eggs, which in turn release SCP-726 maggots and begin the cycle all over again. And fascinatingly, these maggots can reconstitute an entire clone from even a portion of the original creature. Which begs the question, why were there seemingly multiple Mrs. Fabers sighted in and around the town of Beckley, West Virginia? Upon further investigation into Mrs. Faber and her husband, a terrible secret came to light. Mr. Faber had murdered his wife in a fit of rage and cut up her body before burying the pieces around the grounds of his home. Unbeknownst to him, an infestation of SCP-726 maggots across the property ate each piece and reconstituted them into individual fly-brained clones of the original. Mr. Faber was later arrested for the murder, and multiple people in the town of Beckley were given amnestic treatment to forget the strange and frightening things they'd seen. But for the Foundation, the strange and frightening things were only just beginning. An unnamed doctor with the SCP Foundation decided to conduct a series of utterly repulsive experiments on SCP-726, opening the log with the fateful words, "I've decided to begin by testing the limits of repeated replication. A single SCP-726 egg will be introduced per sample. Due to their rapid multiplication, maggot volume does not affect their speed of operation, only the size of the organism to be reconstructed." The first subject was a recently deceased Norwegian rat, cut in half lengthwise. When the SCP-726 eggs were introduced, the two halves were rapidly constituted into a pair of living rats with mirrored fur patterns. Both of these rats were then ground into a fine paste and mixed. Wondering if SCP-726 would create a hybrid, they did not, instead separating the mix into two piles and once again creating two rats, nearly identical to the ones before, except for one of them now having a red right eye. The rat without the red right eye was processed into a fine paste, get used to hearing that phrase, before the introduction of more SCP-726 samples. It reproduced a close approximation of the rat it once was, aside from a slight limp and blindness in both eyes. The heart was then taken from this rat, and upon the introduction of SCP-726 into the heart, it was reconstituted without eyes or any pigmentation. A note also mentions that the creature squeaked incessantly. The heart from this rat was then taken and cut in half, before SCP-726 was introduced. The result was a pair of even more severely messed up eyeless rats. One could only walk in tight circles, and the other immediately attacked the first rat. The doctor noted that both physiology and insect behavior seemed to degrade with repeated reconstitutions of the same genetic material. Next, a scrap of flesh was taken from the hairless rat. The creature that reconstituted from this was hairless, eyeless, and limbless, and didn't successfully survive for long. A liver was found inside its brain case. But because this particular researcher hadn't spit in the face of God enough for one day, the tests continued. The liver from the brainless rat was given a dose of SCP-726, and the result was an eyeless, legless, limbless creature with a long, worm-like midsection, which quickly began to devour its own posterior before dying of blood loss. This dead rat was then put through 3 more iterations of testing. It first became a large, formless mass of tissue, and then a long, slug-like creature that takes in nutrients through its skin. After this, no more changes were recorded, as it had presumably reached its peak performance. The scientists decided to keep this creature for long-term observation, naming it Brundle, after the scientists in David Cronenberg's remake of The Fly. At this point, the doctor began to conduct tests that, mercifully, did not involve any more rats. Instead, the Foundation moved on to humans. Dried flesh from a body that's over 2,000 years old was given to SCP-726, leading to a full reconstitution of a middle-aged man with the mind of a fly, opening doors to potential practical forensic applications of SCP-726. Humans seem to experience a similar degree of form degradation after multiple reconstitutions from the same genetic material. But due to humans being larger and more complex organisms, the changes are often less pronounced, like changes in eye color or fingerprints. While the forensic use of SCP-726 is an open door, clones produced by SCP-726 are worthless for both medical and food purposes. During one experiment, SCP-726 was used to replace a missing chunk of a wounded D-Class's leg. This appeared to be successful at first, until the D-Class later experienced a rapid mental devolution into a fly-like state, just like the other victims of SCP-726. The D-Class was terminated, and the test was recorded as a failure. It's believed that a similar thing would happen if organ transplants were taken out of SCP-726 clones and given to non-anomalous donors. SCP-726 was used to clone several livestock animals, such as cows and pigs. Food items like steaks were rendered from these animals, cooked and given to D-Classes. Much like the transplants, this led to a similar state of devolution for those who ate the infected meat. Even when the meat was thoroughly disinfected and processed, the anomalous effects remained. So no, SCP-726 won't be ending world hunger anytime soon. Though if it gave us all the minds of flies through tainted meat, it may at least end all global warfare, seeing as flies don't have the mental capacity to create or wield weapons. At this point, it seemed that the researcher was just curious and felt like trying some other random experiments just for the heck of it, like getting SCP-726 to reconstitute a non-anomalous botfly, leading to the clone simply being an unusually large botfly which died shortly thereafter, or testing a burger patty from a local independent drive-thru restaurant that reconstituted into 2 different cows and 1 large rat. Yummy. But the most horrifying result of all came when they tested SCP-726 on what was supposedly a vegan burger, made entirely out of artificial meat and plant matter. The resulting creatures were so unimaginably horrifying they literally cannot be described. Even hardened SCP Foundation researchers were driven to scream and vomit at the mere sight of them. One of these creatures was killed and ground into fine paste before SCP-726 was introduced again. Somehow this resulted in something even worse. A truly horrifying unkillable entity on par with SCP-682. Even when they liquefied the beast, it kept attacking. They could only stop it by freezing it and keeping it on ice. Testing into SCP-726 was suspended shortly thereafter. Maggots, botflies, and rat paste. How lovely. If you were eating during any of this, well, you only have yourself to blame. All is quiet at the facility, where SCP-1027 floats in its containment chamber. The SCP does not seem to react as a guard opens the door to its room. The agent gropes for the light switch. He is new to the SCP Foundation, and this is his first night working on his own. Harsh fluorescent light fills the room. The guard lets out a yelp when he sees SCP-1027 for the first time. Unable to control his curiosity, the guard approaches the containment chamber. SCP-1027 looks like a human nervous system that has been extracted from its body. The brain, eyes, and connected nerves are all exposed, as if some mad doctor perfectly dissected a human. SCP-1027 does not move. Gross, the guard thinks as he taps on the glass casing with his rifle. He jumps back slightly in surprise. It seemed as if the eyeball had twitched slightly to look at him. So creepy, the guard says out loud. He turns around to exit the room. As he approaches the door, the lights flicker. He begins to walk a little quicker. Suddenly, the lights go out completely, plunging the room into darkness. A moment later, the hum of the fluorescence resumes as the lights come back to life. The guard slowly pivots to look at the containment chamber. SCP-1027 still floats motionless in its saline solution. The guard sighs and chuckles to himself for getting spooked. He turns and walks out of the room, closing the door behind him. He makes it a few steps down the hallway before stopping. The guard smacks his forehead with the palm of his hand. "I forgot to turn off the damn light," he says. He heads back to the room SCP-1027 is contained in. He reaches his hand out to grab the doorknob. It is warm to the touch. The guard turns it and pushes the door open. A scream gets caught in his throat, and only a slight wheeze escapes his lungs. Standing in front of him is SCP-1027. The nervous system seems to pulsate as it reaches its arms out towards the guard, who is paralyzed with fear. The guard feels a slight twinge in his ear as a series of nerves enter his auditory canal. Then he hears a voice inside of his head. It's his own voice, and it's telling him to escape his body. The next morning, SCP agents and scientists return to the site for another day's work. One scientist is surprised to find the door to SCP-1027's room wide open. He steps in and looks around. SCP-1027 floats motionless inside of its saline containment chamber. The scientist shrugs, turns off the light, and closes the door. Later that day, a feeding team enters SCP-1027's room, pushing a cart with a brain of a cow on top of it. The 3 members of the group are wearing Level 4 bioprotective equipment. They enter the room and secure the door behind them. One of the men walks over to the containment chamber and pushes a few buttons. As the liquid in the tube slowly begins to drain, SCP-1027 drops down into a laying position on the examination table below it. When the water is completely gone, the glass tube hisses open. A moment later, SCP-1027 sits up. It looks about the room with its exposed eyeballs. Its nerves wriggle like tiny worms as they sense the world around them. SCP-1027 rotates its body so it's sitting with its legs over the side of the table. The feeding team tries to remain calm, but seeing a nervous system move without an actual body is a bit disconcerting to say the least. Researchers found that SCP-1027 was able to survive without the protective casing of muscles and skin because each nerve cell is surrounded by myelin sheathing 300 times thicker than that of normal human cells. The SCP slowly slides off the table and proceeds towards the cow brain that has been placed in the middle of the room. The feeding team backs as far away from the SCP as possible, until their bodies are pressed up against the wall. SCP researchers told them that the containment suits would protect them from 1027, but these same researchers have been wrong before. SCP-1027 stands next to the cow brain and looks down at it. Normally at this point, SCP-1027 would extend its nerves and wrap them around the bovine brain. There would be a slight pulsing, and the brain would begin to denature. It is still unclear if SCP-1027 consumes the actual brain matter, or just feeds on the residual chemical energy that resides in the tissue. The feeding team carries out this procedure once a week, which seems to keep SCP-1027 happy. But this time, SCP-1027 just stares at the brain, as if it is contemplating whether it is worth eating. It is almost as if SCP-1027 isn't hungry, as if it has already eaten. But the team knows that's crazy, as they are the only ones who feed this SCP, and it has been exactly a week since its previous meal. The feeding team turn their heads to look at one another through the clear face shields in their suits. One of the men shrugs as they all turn back to watch what SCP-1027 does next. The SCP lifts its head so that its eyes are looking straight at the feeding team. One of the members reaches behind him, searching for the doorknob. Then SCP-1027 slowly turns around and walks back towards the table. It lays down and goes still.
"Someone needs to lock it back in its containment chamber,"
one of the men says.
"Well, that's Jerry's job,"
responds another as he pushes the man next to him towards where SCP-1027 is laying.
"All right, fine, I'll do it. But if that thing eats me and turns me into an SCP, you two will be the first people I go after."
Jerry walks slowly towards the containment chamber. He stretches his arm as far as it will go to keep as much distance as possible between his body and SCP-1027. Jerry pushes a big red button, and the glass tube hisses close. The containment chamber fills with saline water, and SCP-1027 is once again suspended in the liquid-filled tube. The research team grabs the cart with a cow brain on it and rushes out of the room, slamming the door behind them. They inform the head of the facility of the odd behavior SCP-1027 had exhibited, but he is a busy man and shrugs it off as just an anomaly. "It'll eat when it's hungry enough, give it a week and then try again," the facility commander tells the men. The feeding team walks silently down the hall to the decontamination room, where they will take off their suits and shower as a precaution to prevent the spread of any foreign agents. The peculiar behavior of SCP-1027 lingers in their minds. They enter the room and begin to joke with one another to ease their nerves. This makes them feel better. It is silly to worry about SCP-1027 now that it is safely contained in its chamber once again. They turn the shower heads on and steam slowly fills the room. "I might call out sick next week just to be safe. That SCP is going to be really hungry after missing its meal this week, and I don't want to become a snack," one of the men says as he scrubs his body. "Yeah, that's not a bad idea," responds Jerry. "Who knows what the creepy thing will do if it ever gets out of its containment chamber. Maybe it'll eat our brains. Although there wouldn't be much to eat in your case, Bob," he says, pointing to his teammate. The whole team laughs as the room continues to fill with steam. Jerry's smile slowly fades as he feels something tickle his ear. He uses his hand to brush whatever it was away, but the sensation comes back. Jerry washes the soap from his face and turns around. All he can see is steam. "Hey, you guys, stop messing around," Jerry yells. "What are you talking about, Jerry?" one of the other members of the team asks. Jerry sees the steam move directly in front of him. He rubs his eyes to help him focus through the moisture. When he takes his hands away, an instance of SCP-1027 is standing directly in front of him. He is staring straight into the eyeballs of the nervous system of the guard who had entered SCP-1027's room the previous night. "What the?" But before Jerry can finish his sentence, the instance of SCP-1027 shoves its nerves down Jerry's throat, silencing his voice. It then sticks the nerves of its hand into Jerry's ear. The SCP-1027 instance feels around in Jerry's head until it locates the part of the brain it is looking for and connects to it. Jerry's brain is flooded with dopamine, and chemical signals are transferred from the SCP-1027 instance directly into its victim's brain. Jerry's nervous system now wants to break free of the flesh casing that contains it. "Jerry, you okay over there?" asks Bob. "You've gone, kinda quiet." But there is no response. Jerry's nervous system moves his body towards one of the shower knobs and turns the hot water on full blast. It's hoping that if the water is hot enough, it will scald the skin and muscle tissue, making it easier to remove from the body. "Jerry?" the other team member says. Suddenly the steam shifts, and the SCP-1027 instance is standing in the middle of the shower room. The remaining members of the feeding team scream in horror. They try to escape but slip on the wet shower floor. SCP-1027 slowly approaches them with its nerves outstretched. The echoing shouts from the feeding team are muffled as a series of nerves enter their bodies. The day continues at the SCP site as if everything was normal. Agents are debriefed on previous missions, scientists experiment on different SCPs, and administrators meet to plan the next acquisition. The sun begins to set and people start to leave for the day. All is quiet that night, as a new security guard makes his rounds. The guard that the administrator of the facility had just hired disappeared without a trace the night before. His disappearance was chalked up to nerves and being too scared to return to work. The new guard checks each room to make sure everything is secure. He approaches the room that contains SCP-1027. He opens the door, flicks on the light, and looks at the SCP floating in its containment tube. "Gross," the guard says out loud. He flicks off the light and continues his rounds. Near the far part of the hallway, the door to the decontamination room is slightly ajar. The guard approaches and pushes it open with his nightstick. He takes one step into the darkness and feels the wall for the light switch. He turns the lights on. There is nothing but a wet floor. The guard shrugs and turns off the lights. He walks through the doorway. As he steps back into the hallway, he is greeted by 4 instances of SCP-1027. The guard opens his mouth to scream as the nervous systems reach out their tendrils and plunge them into his ears, nose, and mouth. There is a planet orbiting a G-type main sequence star. Unlike the millions of barren rocks littering the cosmos, this one is in what scientists call the Goldilocks zone, the area around a star believed to be most capable of sustaining life. And life does more than just survive on this world. It thrives. The distant world is home to a mix of animal and plant life, including a large technologically advanced civilization of humans. Other than the Earth, this is the most complex ecosystem the SCP Foundation is aware of, and it may be the greatest threat to life on Earth in the universe. This is SCP-3003. A Keter-class object with one of the most ominous nicknames in the entire Foundation database. The end of history. Research into this world, which is located roughly 208 light-years from Earth, revealed many similarities to our own world. It is only 3% heavier than Earth, rotates in 30 hours, and orbits its sun at a similar distance to our own planet. The temperatures are similar, and they are temperate enough that the majority of the planet's landmass is able to support large numbers of life forms. While few species found on SCP-3003 are identical to those on Earth, many are surprisingly similar. But it's 3 of these organisms specifically that combine to create an existential threat to our own world. SCP-3003-1 is a small beetle-like creature known as Mars by the planet's human population. While they grow to only 3 centimeters in length at most, they have a strong ability to defend themselves. In addition to their hard carapace, they can shoot a spider silk-like substance from their abdomen and coat themselves with acidic liquid which makes them impossible for predators to eat. They spend most of their time swarming and feeding on plants, and can live 15 years in the wild. They're largely harmless to the planet's humans. That is, until an invisible enemy enters the picture. SCP-3003-2 is a single-celled amoeba-like creature that has evolved to be completely dependent on other beings like the Mars. In other words, it's a parasite, and SCP-3003-1 is essential to its life cycle. After it makes contact with the Mars and infects them, though, it doesn't stick around. Rather, it starts to transform the beetles into vicious parasites themselves, causing them to grow a long, pointed stinger on their head. This stinger can paralyze its target, allowing the Mars to inject whatever it stung with the population of SCP-3003-2 lurking inside of it. And these beetles that have been taken over only have one target. SCP-3003-3 entities are humans. 30 billion of them, to be precise. The human civilization of SCP-3003 is far larger than our own, and studies have indicated that they're genetically identical and could even produce viable offspring with the humans on Earth. And they are the primary target of the infection of SCP-3003-1 and 2. When attacked by the infected Mars, the beetle creates a hole and enters into the human's body before sealing the hole with its silk material. Once inside, it can live up to 3 years inside the human, during which time the human is fundamentally transformed. Once they've been infected, the SCP-3003-3 human becomes obsessed with spreading the Mars and develops a pleasure response to being in its presence. They maintain their intelligence and become hyper-rational, able to evaluate information quickly and effectively without any influence of emotions. While the capacity for emotions remains, these humans rarely express them and almost never act on them. They have one primary function: to spread the infection further. It sounds like the beginning of an alien invasion, but the invasion already happened. The war is over, and the humans of the planet orbiting HIP 56948 have lost. The infection is not growing, it's already complete. SCP-3003 has a population of 30 billion humans, and every single one is host to SCP-3003-1 parasites. This happened centuries ago, and the entire society has since been reshaped to accommodate these parasitic creatures, and to make the human population more hospitable to them. While these humans are identical to those on Earth, they lack its genetic diversity. The humans of SCP-3003 have been selectively bred to make ideal hosts, complete with larger bodies, more fat tissue, higher pain tolerance, and less susceptibility to diseases. But the society has not degraded due to the infection, quite the opposite. The SCP-3003-3 population has become a hive mind of sorts, working together towards a single purpose. As such, these humans have evolved to be far more united than humans on Earth. They all speak a single language similar to Dutch, with no other languages still active. All humans belong to the same culture, and research has indicated this is about 500 years old. Before the infection, they were a humble society that had over 7,000 different cultures and mainly engaged in trading. None of them exist anymore, and they aren't the only thing that's gone. SCP-3003 lacks Earth's genetic diversity in animal and plant life. That's because in the early wave of SCP-3003-1 infections, the newly infected humans targeted any species that preyed on the Mars. These mass extinctions created famines and other ecological catastrophes, and led to a massive change in the way the humans of SCP-3003 live. The vast majority now live in carefully planned cities, built in the safe and temperate regions of the planet. These cities are mostly enclosed and are used for industry and food growth. They are also extremely tightly built, so much so that SCP personnel reported feeling claustrophobic. Many surfaces of the cities are coated with a material that closely resembles the feel of SCP-3003-1, the Mars beetle. The infected are so fixated on the pleasure that being around these beetles gives them that they use this as a form of entertainment. The remaining members of this society live in rural areas, in small, carefully planned communities dedicated to farming, mining, or manufacturing. These small pods are even more structured than the cities. Children in this world are raised communally by large groups of workers specializing in health and education. They are infected quickly, at only a little over a year old, which is as soon as their supervisors are convinced they're physically capable. Once they are infected and their mindsets converted to the interests of the Mars, the children are quickly tested to determine their ideal occupation before being steered into what they will do for the rest of their life, where, like everything else on SCP-3003, their day-to-day life will be highly structured. Adults typically spend 10 hours a day at work, with the rest being spent engaging in basic activities like eating, sleeping, attending educational classes, and engaging in entertainment. But the entertainment all revolves around the society's obsession with SCP-3003-1. They listen to recordings of the beetle swarms, visit the enclosures where the beetles are bred, or obsessively touch the distinctive lumps that the parasite cause on their hosts. Everyone fits in on SCP-3003. There is no other option. Any sign of divergence from one's job function is cause for the authorities to step in. The first step is medical exams to make sure that the parasitic infestation isn't becoming too harmful. Anyone who doesn't conform to the social standards is restrained by local members of the hive mind and brought in for observation. When someone becomes too old or sick to work for society and act as a host for the Mars, their usefulness is at an end, and they are used for organ harvesting and experimentation. In the society of SCP-3003, one life has no meaning. Its only worth is the value it can bring to the hive mind. There's one area of SCP-3003's development that is of greater concern to the Foundation though: their technology. SCP-3003-3 works as one, and that has allowed it to develop technology far beyond that of what we have on Earth. Their planet is run almost entirely on wind, solar, and tidal power, with a small amount also coming from geothermal and nuclear. Their computers have enough power to produce data that makes foolproof recommendations for public policy, and their artificial intelligence systems are far beyond anything the Foundation has developed. Their crops have been genetically modified to have ideal hardiness and nutritional value, and they routinely experiment on their own DNA for selective breeding purposes. The planet has launched satellites into space and visited the other planets in their solar system. But it's one invention in particular that has brought this strange planet to the Foundation's attention. SCP-3003-4 is a massive facility on SCP-3003 with one purpose: to open wormholes that can transport members of the planet to any other point in space. Each use of this device uses up more energy than Earth uses in a full year, and the device seems to have been created with one goal in mind: to transport representatives to other planets that can expand their parasitic civilization to. The desire to spread the infection of the Mars is a single-minded obsession for the citizens of SCP-3003, and they now have their sights set on Earth. Unlike most dangerous specimens, SCP-3003 and its native species were not discovered in the wild. Rather, it made contact directly with the Earth through its wormhole generator, sending ambassadors who came bearing the news of their gospel of a better, unified way of life that would be achieved by joining their growing empire. They could have passed for missionaries, but what they were preaching was infection with a parasitic mutated beetle. The SCP Foundation was not prepared for this first contact, and collected all the evidence they could on this strange new society. They quickly came up with one conclusion: SCP-3003 was larger, more powerful, and more advanced than anything on Earth, even the SCP Foundation. With no other option available for containing the threat, the Foundation took the only approach they could, making peaceful contact with the ambassadors and making them think Earth was interested in what they were offering. As long as the representatives of SCP-3003 think they are involved in peaceful negotiations for how to introduce the Mars to Earth, they are ready to cooperate and agree to some of the Foundation's terms. This has given the Foundation the opportunity to study the society and identify some potentially exploitable weak points, and they found one in particular that may give humans a chance for survival. That weakness? The representatives of SCP-3003-3 do not know how to lie. Once they're converted to host the Mars, everything they do serves a common purpose and is shared with every other member of their hive-like society. There is no need to lie and no purpose to it in their society, and as such, they can be deceived far more easily than most humans. That gives the SCP Foundation the chance to stall them and fool them into thinking Earth is planning for integration at its own pace. But even the residents of this strange civilization's patience may have its limits. The representatives seemed cooperative at first, agreeing to many concessions the Foundation requested, including carefully regulating where they entered Earth, and making the Foundation their first point of contact for their Earth Contact and Research Committee. This allows the Foundation to ensure no invasive species makes their entry onto Earth unknown. Because the civilization is unable to lie, the Foundation has convinced them that Earth is contaminated and unable to host the Mars, with the species becoming sterile when introduced. The representatives seem to believe this and believe they are working on a solution with Earth. But some members of SCP-3003-3 may be becoming more aggressive. It was after a meeting with a representative of SCP-3003 that Foundation researcher Dr. CHOO entered an elevator with the alien. Suddenly, the Mars host became enraged, tearing the control panel out of the wall and stopping the elevator. Dr. CHOO was terrified, but the representative simply said it wanted some alone time. The SCP-3003-3 representative started speaking, but it didn't seem to speak like the other members. It was intense and intimidating, and most worrying, it referred to taking over a two-legged species over 500 years ago. It wasn't the human speaking, but neither was it the Mars. No, this was the single-cell organism that had puppeteered both them and the Mars. Unlike the humans of SCP-3003, it wasn't fooled by the Foundation's subterfuge. It knew they were resisting, and it didn't believe the story about the planet being inhospitable to the Mars. It wanted the Earth to surrender and join the hive mind, and it argued Earth would be better for it. No more war, no more conflict, no more hate, no more poverty. All it would take was the complete surrender of everyone on Earth's free will, and it made clear that it would win. It would be the last thing, the only thing left in the universe, and everyone would join it one way or another. It was clear that the threat of SCP-3003 was more pressing than thought, which posed a question: how do you contain an entire planet? The decision to classify SCP-3003 as Keter wasn't hard, but none of the Foundation's other tactics they'd used in the past would apply here. Investigation into the capabilities of the planet made clear that if a war was to break out between the two planets, it would end swiftly and decisively in favor of SCP-3003. If the SCP-3003-2 living inside the bloodstream of the planet's humans were aware of the Foundation's deceptions, they did not seem to be letting the humans of their planet in on this, so the deception would hold for now. But SCP-3003 was moving fast as well, and soon it might be too late to contain it. Two projects in particular concern the Foundation. One is a genetic tampering experiment to make SCP-3003-3 more hospitable to their purpose. It would add artificial genes to their human hosts, making them consume less resources, becoming immune to common pathogens, and making them able to host 10 times as many Mars inside their bodies. These genes would turn the infected humans into their own new species. They are working on traveling to and terraforming planets in other star systems, which would make them capable of spreading virtually anywhere, and at that point, impossible to contain. But the Foundation has some last-ditch plans in motion to stop this. In addition to continuing their disinformation campaign and the ongoing research into samples of the Mars and the single-cell being that mutates them, the Foundation is preparing for the worst-case scenario too. They are spreading disinformation among scientists to ensure no additional contact is made with elements outside the SCP Foundation, and the O5 Council has authorized studies into how to eliminate this threat permanently. But the Foundation will only have one chance to do so, and any attempt will need to involve the elimination of their wormhole device to keep them from escaping, because even one specimen escaping could mean infestation of another world, and eventually, the threat would begin anew. But for now, the Foundation has not deemed any plans for an attack to neutralize SCP-3003 either practical or likely to succeed, which means the Foundation is left focusing on maintaining stable relations with SCP-3003-3. They continue to try and convince them that the Earth is moving towards peaceful integration, and let's hope they succeed in this task for as long as they can, because for now, this is the only thing we have standing between us and the end of history. Ask anyone that has been through it, and they'll all tell you the same, that moving home is maybe one of the most stressful things that a normal person can ever experience. It's a logistical nightmare right from the start. The moment you talk to a realtor about being interested in selling your current house and buying another, everything goes downhill from there. After that moment, an avalanche of things comes hurtling towards you. Finding a place you like, making an offer, letting people look around your house, waiting for them to make a counteroffer, exchanging contracts, and that's before you even have thought about packing. And as Milo had learned, doing all of that on your own only makes the stress of moving feel all the more potent. But he had finally made it. After a constant back and forth with his realtor, the time had come for him to pack up all of his worldly possessions and relocate to a brand new place to call home. He had felt it was long overdue for him to get a change of scenery, and luckily, just the right place had come onto the market to answer that call. It was a pretty big house, bigger than Milo's previous home, but considerably cheaper. In fact, he thought it had been significantly undervalued. The house had an almost Victorian-era feel to it, all beautifully carved and varnished woodwork and creaky old floorboards, but in more of an elegant, refined sort of way, rather than a creepier one. That's not to say Milo's new place wasn't without its more unsettling elements. Aside from being big, spacious, and easy to imagine as being haunted, the creepiest thing about the house, aside from its frighteningly low price, was the story of what happened to the previous owners. Obviously, you know that legally we have to disclose whether or not anyone died on this property, the realtor had explained, wearing a forced grin as she showed Milo around the house. Hearing that sentence, he could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. "Someone died here?" he asked in disbelief. No, of course not, sir." The realtor instantly walked back her statement, less in an effort to ease her client's nerves, but more to ensure that she still closed the deal and earned her commission bonus. "Then why the hell would you start a sentence like that?" Milo asked. "We just have to give full disclosure, but I assure you, the previous residents didn't die on the grounds of this house." She gave that fake smile again. It was pretty ineffectual at reassuring him. So, what happened to the last owner?
Well, it's a bit of a mystery, to be honest. A local legend, if you like. But hey, that gives the place more flavor, hearing some spooky history, right? Think of what a conversation starter that will be.
The realtor ended her sentence with a forced snorting laugh, but reined it back in when she realized Milo wasn't laughing with her.
As far as I know, there used to be an older couple living here, the CHOOs. They were apparently very quiet, reclusive, kept to themselves a lot. I'm sure you know the type.
Milo couldn't help but notice she shot him a look as she said that part, as if she was silently passing judgment on the fact he was planning on moving in alone.
But they used to spend a lot of time tending the garden out front, so their neighbors would see them pretty frequently, which meant they were all okay and no one had any bad mishaps in the house. You know how old folks can be, such a worry when they get to that age.
Yeah, totally, Milo interjected, aware the realtor was stalling. He repeated, "So, what actually happened to them?"
Well, that's the thing, she shrugged. Nobody knows the full story. One day, the neighbors across the street noticed they hadn't seen Mr. and Mrs. Shaw for quite a while, so naturally they came on over here to see if they were in, and the last thing they wanted was to assume everything was hunky-dory here. I mean, hey, better safe than sorry, right? But once they got inside, they couldn't find either of them. Mr. and Mrs. Shaw were just gone, vanished without a trace. Most people on the street thought they had just sold the place, kept it quiet and moved away, retired to somewhere nice and exotic.
Oh, well, that sounds nice, I suppose, Milo replied, relieved to hear that there hadn't been any brutal unsolved murders in the house, and that it most likely wasn't haunted.
That's just what the neighbors think anyway,
the realtor continued.
Of course, they hadn't sold the house, they just left it. When my firm came in to repossess the place, it had all their belongings in it. Some might even still be laying around here. Anyway, did you want to have a look at that contract?
Well, strictly speaking, Milo was the only human living in his new house. He was never fully alone. He had arrived with his two closest friends, a pair of pets he had adopted while living in his old house. One was a hamster by the name of Donut, named after his round little body, and the golden brown shade of his fur had reminded Milo of the glazed sugary baked treat. The other was Pixel, a bearded dragon with a pattern on his scales that resembled some kind of mosaic art. The first order of business, Milo had decided, was before even unpacking, he needed to make sure his scaly and furry friends each had a suitable place to stay and that he got them fed. Little did he realize, there was something else living in the house with them. Something that was far bigger and was getting much hungrier than either of his pets would. Looking around the house, Milo stumbled across a few boxes that he hadn't brought with him. Like the realtor had said, the Shaws still had some of their possessions left lying around the place. Most of it was useless to Milo. Old man's clothes or a set of knitting needles and rolls of colorful thread. It was those particular clues that seemed to imply Mrs. Shaw had a lot of free time on her hands and maybe took up knitting as a hobby during retirement. Of course, the bigger clue was the huge handmade blanket that Milo found draped over some of the remaining boxes in the attic. He wasn't exactly well versed in knitwear, but he could appreciate the craft behind this soft blanket. It clearly had a lot of time and effort put into making it, painstakingly knitting each and every individual thread, looping it around a pair of steel needles, and eventually, after hours of wearing out shaking, bony fingers, produce something that actually looked quite nice. Even though the idea of sitting and knitting a blanket might have been one of the most boring uses of time Milo could imagine, he still had to admit he was surprised that the Shaws had left this particular piece of bedding behind. It seemed like it would be pretty comfy to sleep under, and might help keep a person warm at night now that the colder seasons were approaching. What's more was that the blanket was clean, almost like it had been freshly washed. There was no old person smell on it, no dirt or discoloration, not a stain, and it hadn't even accumulated any dust in its fibers. In fact, he noticed that there was hardly any dust at all up in the attic, despite the house being empty for so long. He assumed the realtors had hired someone as a caretaker while they found a buyer for the place, and they had kept the place clean. After all, what other conclusion could they have possibly drawn? It's not as if something had eaten all the dust. That would be absurd. He'd have a sort through of the Shaw's leftovers later, maybe sell some of it off at a local yard sale or give it to a thrift store. But that blanket might come in handy when it started snowing, so Milo had half a mind to keep it. Now, part of what makes moving home such a stressful life experience isn't just all the logistical and administrative parts of the process. It's only made worse by the fact that it takes forever to move into a new house fully. That's the part everyone always forgets about. The months after a move, when you're forced to live amongst towers of cardboard boxes, all your worldly possessions buried deep within them, and you can never remember which crate anything is in when you urgently need it. So realizing it would take him much longer to unpack all of his things, Milo set about making sure he had everything that Donut and Pixel would need already to hand. The latter of his two pets, the bearded dragon, usually spent most of his days in a spacious glass tank. Milo didn't love the idea of keeping either of his two best buds so confined, but Pixel never went very far anyway, content to lay under a heat lamp almost perfectly still for most of the day. Donut, on the other hand, was much more of a free spirit. The tiny brown hamster physically could not stay still, and most days seemed to be filled with more energy than Milo was. As a result, he let the little guy roll about inside a little plastic ball all day long, until his little hamster feet gave out. And now Donut had much more space to zip around inside his ball, so while he entertained himself, Milo could focus on what needed fixing, cleaning, and generally improving around the house. It didn't take him long to realize, however, that the realtors had pulled a bit of a fast one on him. Despite the absolute steal of a price that Milo had been offered, it quickly became clear that the unknown fate of the previous residents wasn't the only detail about the house that had been conveniently kept hidden. The place was in dire need of repair, with a lot of the old woodwork rapidly rotting away. If left unchecked, parts of the house could collapse and come apart at the seams. To make matters worse, the boiler was an ancient iron monstrosity that was barely able to produce warm water, which would quickly become an even bigger problem when the weather started to get colder. Then, to top off the trifecta of unforeseen issues and teething problems with his new place, Milo couldn't sleep. It was to be expected. After all, the house was old, worn out, and had definitely seen better days. There were bound to be a few noises, the odd creak coming from upstairs when Milo and his two pets were all downstairs, the tapping of branches against windows blowing in the wind outside. But for some reason, every audible disturbance that emanated from some hidden corner of the building only seemed to get 1,000 times louder when the sun went down. At nighttime, every squeaky floorboard or random noise of the house settling was nearly deafening, enough to pull Milo right out of what little restless sleep he was getting. The worst part about it was, though he couldn't help it, it made him feel unwelcome, as if Mr. and Mrs. Shaw were angered that he had moved in. In the dark, it was hard not to picture every sound as one or both of the old couple creeping through the corridors, coming to reclaim their home and remove Milo from the premises. One night, the noises started invading what little sleep Milo did manage to get, spilling into his dream and causing them to devolve into unsettling nightmares. There was an old photograph in a frame that he had come across in the personal effects left behind by the Shaws, showing the pair of them staring disapprovingly out of the image at him. Now, thanks to the creaking wooden structure of the house and the sounds it made at night, Milo was seeing the old couple in every bad dream he had. Both their faces were locked in those same still, frozen expressions of contempt as they tried to exorcise him like an interloper on their property. That was the final nail in the coffin that made Milo realize he needed to look at other options. Surely there had to be some way to induce a deep enough sleep so that the sounds the house was making weren't keeping him up or incepting nightmares anymore. He called the local doctor, arranging a consultation for later that day. As he hung up the phone, something nudged against his foot. It was Donut, having rolled through the maze of cardboard boxes still filling the house. Milo took one look at the little brown furred hamster, then the crates that still littered the place. Grabbing the leftover items that the Shaws had forgotten to take with them before they vanished, Milo moved those boxes out into the shed. He knew he was probably reaching, that it was hard likely to make even the slightest difference to his sleeping, but maybe keeping their stuff away from him would keep the old couple out of his head. The only thing he kept in the house was the blanket. There was no use letting it go to waste, especially knowing that the boiler was on the blink and it would be cold soon. He rolled it up and left it on his bed, leaving his more mobile pet in the same room before heading out to see the doctor. When Milo got back, a bottle of prescription sleeping pills in his pocket, he couldn't help but notice his room seemed different. The blanket looked like it had fallen off the bed and onto the floor for one, but more worryingly, Donut's plastic travel ball had been split open, laying in pieces on the ground, with its furry little occupant nowhere to be seen. Over the next few hours, Milo searched every corner of the house, calling out to his hamster, trying to lure it back with more morsels of food. But Donut didn't seem to be anywhere. He wasn't even underneath the knitted blanket. Still, there was no sign. As worry set in, Milo hurriedly checked Pixel's cage to see if he was gone too, but the lizard was relaxing, as lethargic as ever, completely unfazed by what was going on. It certainly seemed that when it rained, it really poured in his new house. Just as he was searching for his missing hamster, Milo heard a new, horrible sound echo through the corridors. This one wasn't so much a scary noise, even if it did make him jump, but it was more the inconvenience that came with it. Finally, giving out after God knows how many years it had been installed for, the house's boiler burst. Spending the afternoon into the evening failing to track down one of his missing pets and stopping the huge iron cast boiler from flooding the basement wasn't exactly what Milo had in mind for fun activities to do when he got home. Going to bed frustrated made it as hard to sleep as all the nightly cacophony of creaking floorboards and branches raking against the windows. He tapped out 2 of the pills the doctor had prescribed him, knocking them back with a sharp motion of his head and a swig of cold water before laying back in bed. As night had fallen, the temperature also had plummeted too, and not having a boiler to heat his room meant that Milo couldn't stop himself from shivering in the cold, his breath forming clouds in front of his face. He reached for the knitted blanket and threw it over himself, curling up underneath it to try and provide an extra layer of warmth to protect himself from the gnawing cold. The pills did as they were meant to, helping Milo to quickly sleep into a much deeper sleep than he had experienced in a while. Although it didn't seem to help the nightmares, Mr. and Mrs. Shaw came back again. This time they had Milo's arms and legs tied up. With their matching disapproving faces, the elderly couple threw something over their helpless victim and tried to smother him to death. For a dream, it felt so intense, so real. Milo could feel a heavy weight on top of his body as he slept. In fact, it felt like it was all around him, engulfing and crushing the life out of him from all sides. But it was the feeling of something wet against his arm, the sensation of liquid against his skin, and the numbness where his hand should be were what finally pulled him out of the dream and into the nightmare. Through the dark and his cloudy vision, Milo could see a wide, gaping maw filled with teeth. The feeling of being crushed was still surrounding him, and despite kicking his legs and trying to free himself from confinement, it didn't stop squeezing him tighter. His panic was already making it harder to catch his breath, but now he could barely fill his lungs enough to scream for help. Not that anyone was around to hear him, but it was the side of his arm that chilled Milo's blood. It wasn't there anymore. Part of it, just above the elbow, was just gone. His hand, fingers, every internal bone and muscle had been reduced to a bloody mess, a slurry of red melting and coming apart. It was runny, little more than a liquid resembling the consistency of sand when it's underwater and becomes sludge. Most of his flesh was liquefied, going further up his arm, and as the blanket pulled its prey into its mouth, until Milo was no more, not a trace of him left, just like the previous owners. Little did Milo, or the Shaws and Donut before him, know, but he'd been the victim of a creature that was part of a rather unique species. While they will often vary in size, shape, pattern, and other aspects of their appearance, SCP-799 always seemed to be ordinary items of knitted bedwear, at least at first. They retain heat like a normal blanket would, and are soft to the touch, and for the most part, don't seem directly harmful. And usually, they aren't. SCP-799s are incapable of much movement, instead laying still a lot of time, not unlike a certain bearded dragon that just lost its owner. They also don't seem to require much in the way of food, extracting what little nutrition they do need by drawing in household dust. A lot of the organic matter in dust is comprised of dead and discarded human hair and skin cells, so this makes sense. This feeding is all done through filtered mouths in the fibers. However, this changes if an SCP-799 blanket is forced to go on a long time without food. While they possess this biological trait themselves, SCP-799 don't seem to regard cold-blooded animals to be the source of food. In fact, they don't even seem to be able to detect other creatures with cold blood, such as reptiles. Instead, SCP-799 will metamorphose into a more predatory form in order to consume any warm-blooded mammal or human being it encounters, transforming its feeding orifices and digestive tract into a singular mouth lined with several rows of sharp, pointed teeth. From there, it will wrap up the largest warm-blooded animal it can find, whether that be a hamster or a grown man, and will tear off parts of its prey, reducing them to little more than a thin slurry as it digests their body mass to feed itself. So if you move into a new house and come across an old knitted blanket, maybe consider throwing it out, if you want to live. There's been a strange phenomenon sweeping central Germany. While the true extent of its influence is still unknown, it seems to have been going on for quite some time now, usually in irregular intervals. If you were to head down to any of the towns within the affected region for a visit, the chances of you noticing anything out of the ordinary would still be rather low. But then again, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, it's entirely possible you could witness an occurrence of SCP-3023, every arachnophobe's worst nightmare. One terrifying incident happened at a baseball game held during the height of the summer. With the scorching sun hanging high above a stadium packed with eager fans, the home team was neck and neck with their longtime rivals from the next town over. As the players took to the field after a changeover, everything hung in the balance. The home team's coach had made a bold change, sending out a new baseman, a young man named Jenik Denke. He was a rookie, untested, but the team's strongest veterans had been doing their best through the whole first half of the game, and still, the scores were almost tied. And so Janik stepped up to the base, unaware that making the next catch would change his life forever. The crowd was silent, the tensions flattening their cheers and chants to a low murmur as the rival's heaviest hitter stepped up to the bat. He was a behemoth, arms twice the size of the baseball bat he carried over his broad shoulder, striding up with confidence as he readied to swing. Watching and waiting, a bead of sweat rolled down Janik's forehead, dropping down the bridge of his nose. He couldn't tell which was making him sweat more, the heat of the sun or his own nerves. His teammate at the pitcher's mound lifted a leg, the baseball in hand. If he gripped the ball any tighter, his fingernails might have splintered and got lodged in the white synthetic leather wrapped around it. Janik stared, not even bothering to wipe away the drops of sweat in his eyes. As his teammate's throwing arm reeled back and hurled the ball forward, it felt like time itself had slowed down. The rival team's batter swatted the baseball out of the air with an earth-shattering crack that sent the ball speeding through the air. Janik dashed to catch it, his mitt outstretched. The ball was careening back down to earth like a white and red meteorite, almost moving fast enough to burn up on re-entry as it hurled through the atmosphere. Janik could feel his heart rattling against his ribcage as every instinct told him he'd never make that fateful catch. In a final act of desperation, he leaped off the ground with every ounce of strength, and all around him the crowd exploded with the thunderous sounds of overjoyed applause. The mighty force of the weighty cork ball was like catching a punch in midair, the tremors of the impact rippling down Janik's arm. He felt that first, before realizing that the ball was now lodged securely in his hand. He'd done it. He'd made the catch. The batter was out. But before he could even react in celebration, it happened. His arm recovered from the initial shock of the catch just in time to feel the lightning-fast flurry of small legs scuttling over his skin. Barely able to catch his breath, the last thing Janik saw was something that used to be the baseball, hurriedly crawling up his chest towards his neck. From a distance, his teammates, the fans in the audience, only saw him drop to the turf, flailing his arms trying to brush off something crawling over him as it attacked and killed the young baseman in what otherwise would have been the proudest moment of his life. While that might have been the first time anything like that had ever happened, it certainly wouldn't be the last. Now, have you ever passed by an abandoned building and felt an urge to look around inside? Of course, a lot of us have. But most of us are smart enough to resist the urge. But on the very rare times you and your friends have worked up the courage to explore somewhere like this, you've probably never found anything all that interesting. Then again, you might want to think twice before sneaking past those keep out and condemned signs. Maxie and Iva learned that lesson the hard way when they gained access to an abandoned office block. maybe they were trying their hand at making a Blair Witch Project-style amateur found footage movie, or they could have been dabbling in some urban exploration. Best case, there might have been a few places of office furniture left behind by the building's previous occupants, something that the removal company forgot to take when the place was cleared out. The pair of them could have just helped themselves. After all, they needed a new folding chair for their apartment, and there was one just sitting there. Trembling through her stifled tears, Iva's phone was shuddering in her hand. The office had been dark, but she was certain the shadowy shape that had taken Maxie didn't belong to a human being. Clamping her hand over her mouth to silence her terrified breaths, she peered out from under the desk, pointing her phone's camera wherever she looked as it recorded. Iva could hear the loud tapping of several metal legs, moving hurriedly around the empty office. The noise would pause at irregular intervals. Every time it stopped, she thought, no, prayed, that the creature was gone. But just as Iva went to look, she would hear the same sound, quick, scampering steps, the kind of movements that feel unnatural to look at, that are only possible for things with 8 legs. Perhaps that made it worse. The creature didn't shriek or scream or breathe like you'd expect of some awful monster in a horror movie. But then again, how could it? It had been a chair when Maxie had walked up to it, nothing more than an ordinary folding chair. The patter of metal footsteps stopped again, this time for longer. It had to be gone now, she thought. She gave it another few seconds just to make sure the silence wasn't broken again. Crawling out from under the desk, her phone still in her hand, Iva allowed herself to breathe a tentative sigh, only for that sigh to become a scream as it lunged at her. The chair's seat and back, now the body and maw of an angry arachnid monster. As Iva screamed, her phone caught the whole gruesome sight on camera. You might be starting to see a pattern emerging here. But there's yet another twist in this multi-legged tale. What if these occurrences weren't just random incidents? Sure, they might fall into the freak of nature category like so many other anomalous incidents, but while it's unclear exactly how these particular anomalies come about, could it be possible that something, or someone, is creating them on purpose? Mobile Task Force Alpha 21 were already on the scene in the aftermath of the latest incursion. The Elite Foundation strike team had eliminated the threat. Luckily, it had started life as a phone, meaning they were able to remotely destroy it, causing its electronic components to detonate. Not before it had killed 2 Foundation personnel, though. Naturally, now came the cleanup operation, gathering up evidence, leaving no trace of what had happened. The SCP Foundation still had little clue as to what exactly caused instances of this nature, a phenomenon they had now designated as SCP-3023. All they had to go on was a handful of cases, and footage recovered from a cell phone that had belonged to an urban explorer who'd met an untimely end at the jaws of a folding chair. But speaking of footage, something unusual had been caught by a security camera a few days before the latest SCP-3023 incident. The security footage showed a man breaking into an office where the latest 3023 instance, the telephone, had been found. As he picked up the phone in question, this individual's jaw appeared to unnaturally split open horizontally, allowing 4 dark, tongue-like appendages to emerge. These appendages rubbed the phone for over half a minute before retracting. The man then returned the phone to its original place and promptly left the office. Thanks to further investigations conducted by the Foundation's forensic experts, this unknown individual was identified as Mr. Sar, the owner of a local restaurant. Naturally, MTF Alpha 21 moved in to apprehend this suspect, the only real lead as to what has been causing the multiple instances of SCP-3023 to begin occurring in Germany. However, when Sar was eventually detained, he showed next to no sign of any anomalies in his body. He claimed to have no memory of the events depicted in the security footage, had never encountered any previous SCP-3023 instance, and seemed to possess no knowledge of the strange properties he exhibited on camera. Nonetheless, the SCP Foundation was forced to detain Mr. Sar, although he never displayed any anomalous behavior ever again. Now, you might be forgiven for thinking that, with Sar held in Foundation custody, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. But sadly, for any arachnophobes watching at home, new instances of SCP-3023 kept cropping up, in even stranger and more horrific fashion than ever before. Imagine you had a headache, and we're talking about a real killer here. One of those power drill to the frontal lobe migraines. Maybe you'd spend too much time glued to a computer screen at work, and all that blue light from your monitor scrambled your gray matter. Or perhaps last night was a pretty wild one, and after a few too many drinks, you were left feeling hungover the next morning. What's your go-to response in that situation? Obviously, you can call in sick to work, then go to your medicine cabinet or an over-the-counter pharmacy and grab some basic painkillers, paracetamol, aspirin, ibuprofen, all the things that we trust to make us feel better, not to make things even worse. To Patrick, this started as one of the most normal things in the world. Like you or I, his immediate response to finding himself suffering from a raging headache was to grab a gelatin capsule of ibuprofen. As casually and unsuspectingly as anyone would, he took the pill in hopes of quickly relieving his pain and carrying on with his day, probably even chasing it down with a quick glass of water. Only unbeknownst and unseen to Patrick, something happened the moment that ibuprofen capsule passed through his lips and went towards his throat. Something that stopped it from fully going down his throat, in fact. Much like the baseball, the folding chair, the phone, and who knows how many other unrecorded incidents, the pill had sprouted 8 spider-like legs. At first, it started as a gentle cough, like you'd expect when a capsule gets lodged in your throat. Grabbing a tissue, Patrick gave a few grunting attempts at clearing his airway. There was definitely something in there that almost felt like it was scratching. Not the kind of scratch at the back of the throat brought on by some allergies, the kind of scratching that caused Patrick to cough up blood when he put a tissue to his mouth, the kind of scratching that he could feel moving, crawling around his windpipe. Perhaps if he had more time, Patrick could have raced to the hospital and had whatever was clawing its way around his throat removed safely with that free European healthcare. Unfortunately, the thing that the capsule had turned into just as he swallowed it wasn't that kind. Racked with unimaginable pain, Patrick was writhing and spluttering uncontrollably, his mouth filled with more bile and blood than saliva at that point. The scratching was moving, and not down towards his esophagus towards his stomach. It was going outwards, burrowing through the insides of his neck until it reached his spinal cord. By that time, the little ibuprofen capsule-sized instance of SCP-3023 came crawling out from the back of his neck. Patrick was already dead. Let's say you were aware of this, of all these strange happenings, seemingly ordinary everyday objects turning into angry, aggressive spiders. Obviously, the Foundation might want to have a little chat with you about how you came across such information, but for the sake of argument, imagine you did know. You might think the smart idea would be to leave. After all, SCP-3023 instances are only known to occur in a specific region of central Germany, neatly situated in the middle of Leipzig and Dusseldorf. So you might think that it's time to up sticks and leave that area. Maybe even leave Germany altogether. Just hop in your car and drive to safety. If only it were that easy. A family of 4 was cruising down the Autobahn in an SUV. Just another car on the packed highway. Exhausted after hours on the road, Matteo and Nina sat quietly up front, making sure they didn't wake their son and daughter, both asleep in the rear passenger seats. The car was picking up speed, about to pass 70 miles per hour as it gradually carried them home, although it wasn't going to get them all the way back. The screech of twisting metal woke both sleeping kids up screaming, their parents equally shocked at the sudden noise. The car lurched and buckled, like something had collided with it. But this was no ordinary traffic accident. Without any rhyme or reason, the front of their SUV warped itself into the distinctive shape of a cephalothorax, while the rear turned into what looked like an abdomen. As the car shifted and reshaped around them, the grinding of metal as auto parts became huge metal legs. Matteo, Nina, and their children were still trapped inside, never to make it out. But the creepy crawly carnage wasn't just contained inside the car. The newly born arachnid abomination hurtled its way down the Autobahn, managing to maintain its speed. Other drivers swerved and slammed on their brakes to avoid hitting the creature they couldn't even believe was scuttling hurriedly along the highway. Unfortunately, this led them to careening into other cars, smashing headfirst into a pileup that claimed the lives of 41 people. Not that the SCP Foundation would ever admit it. With one of their facilities only 250 meters away, they were quick to dispatch an airstrike to deal with the spidery SUV once it became clear that Mobile Task Force Alpha 21 couldn't contain it. Across the board, anything capable of sprouting 4 pairs of spindly legs and crawling towards you with the intent to kill tends to rack up quite the body count. But dealing with bodies are some people's business. That was the case for Lucas, a newly qualified coroner. After passing years of training, he was working with the local police department, performing autopsies and examining bodies to help them with their investigations. Sure, it may not have been the most glamorous profession, but Lucas could sleep soundly, knowing that he'd never get hurt by a dead body. A John Doe, a body that hadn't yet been identified, had just been brought in after police had found him on the side of the road. Lucas thoroughly washed his hands, put on his gloves and scrubs, along with the rest of the autopsy team. He'd sat in on at least a dozen of these procedures, studied the relevant process and techniques. Everything had prepared him for the job of figuring out how someone had died. But not even the most experienced medical examiner could be prepared for what happened next. Taking the lead, Lucas began by making the primary incision into the cadaver's chest. It always reminded him of a particular scene in The Thing, where a character's stomach opened up and became a maw of frightening teeth, revealing them to be the titular shape-shifting alien. That thought was quickly shaken away when suddenly, to Lucas's surprise, the body lurched violently on the examining table. Not everyone expects dead bodies to be able to move, and while it might be rare, it's also not impossible. Any number of things can cause someone's remains to move after death: muscles atrophying or spasming, the body filling up with gas as it breaks down. Of course, any coroner would expect these movements to have subsided by the time someone reaches the autopsy room. Caught off guard by the sudden violent movement, Lucas stepped away, dropping his scalpel. His panting breath warmed his face beneath his surgical mask as he stared for a moment, waiting to see if the body moved again. Certain it would be still now, Lucas wrote the spooky incident off just as a muscle spasm and leaned over to retrieve his scalpel. But while he was crouching, he noticed something strange. It almost looked as if there were a pair of protrusions poking out from under the dead man's skin. Walking around the other side of the table, Lucas found 2 more similar lumps at the body's abdomen, almost as if something was inside, ready to force its way out. Without warning, the John Doe suddenly moved again on the examining table, only this time, it didn't stop. Lucas couldn't believe his eyes. The man's face was still, frozen in the same dead expression, but his arms and legs were thrashing and writhing around as if he was somehow still alive. 4 extra limbs suddenly burst from the sides of the cadaver, and the now 8-legged creature reared itself up, leaping towards a member of the autopsy team. It scuttled and skittered around on its new appendages while Lucas watched in horror. Blood-curdling screams filled the autopsy room as he bolted for the door. Lucas raced down the corridor. The coroner dared not looking behind him while sprinting through the city mortuary. Behind him, he could hear the thudding of the spider's multiple limbs right at his heels. Out of the corner of his eyes, right on the edge of his peripheral vision, he could see the massive legs scuttling towards him. Maybe he would get out, run all the way to safety before the spider was upon him. But how can you hope to outrun something with 8 legs when you only have 2? The most important thing to remember is that while any unsuspecting inanimate object near you might suddenly decide to become an angry spider, the chances of it happening are very, very low. But especially if you happen to be in central Germany, those chances are never 0 either. The creature let out an unmistakable squeal of rage as stimulus Y835 took effect. Dr. Christensen pressed his face up against the glass, eager to see the results. It had to work this time. It simply had to. He was certain that this attempt would make all the other failures worth it, and he'd once again prove the Foundation's faith in him to be well placed. SCP-5683 shrieked a loud, insect-like sound that would have normally made the blood run cold of anyone that heard it. But to Dr. Christensen, it was like music, a monster's dying fanfare to mark his success. Soon he'd be the researcher who neutralized not 1, but 2 tenacious, highly adaptable anomalies. The senior researcher could feel his heart racing as the deadly giant spider started to twitch, then burst into 2 identical entities. The pair of arachnid anomalies had reacted much like the results of the tissue sample tests conducted earlier, dividing into 2 separate organisms. Christensen held his breath. The tissue samples had destroyed each other, attacking and injecting the other with lethal doses of venom. Surely, he reasoned, duplicating SCP-5683 into 2 would have the same result. His heart sank as he watched one of the spider creatures, the duplicate, perish almost immediately. As it often did when presented with human prey, SCP-5683 attacked using its mandibles and impaled its copy with its front legs to pin it in place. The clone had bitten back, with Dr. Christensen already knowing that would have granted SCP-5683 an immunity to its own venom. Its powers of adaptation were fiercely, frustratingly efficient, and nothing demonstrated this more than the intense reaction from the man tasked with destroying it. Dr. Christensen hurled the nearest object, a coffee mug, at a glass window of the observation room, overlooking the test chamber. He pounded his fist against the glass, hardly with the required force to cause damage, but enough to send pain shooting down Christensen's wrist, which then nestled in his forearm, a reminder that the experiment, like the others, had failed.
"Why can't I destroy you?"
he muttered through clenched teeth, looking with hatred at the enormous spider in the chamber below. The directive had reached him the day immediately after New Year's Day 2020, and straight from a member of the O5 Council no less. Their message expressed how impressed the Council was with Dr. Christensen's success with the Doomsday Clock project, and how favorably his name had been mentioned in Council meetings. This boded well for the ambitious Foundation doctor. He'd been hoping to snag the director position at Site-04 now that Director Bray had retired. But there was one more test from the O5 Council. They wanted Dr. Christensen to use the knowledge garnered during his previous success to solve the SCP-5683 problem. If he could successfully complete that assignment, it would be his ticket to being promoted. With the comfy role of site director and all its perks in mind, Dr. Christensen accepted the assignment from the Council to deal with SCP-5683. SCP-5683 was quite the beast, not an anomaly for those with intense arachnophobia. The huge spider-like organism was extremely hostile towards humans and had to be kept in a constant state of medical sedation. Otherwise, it would relentlessly attempt to breach containment and slaughter any and all personnel in its path. What had made SCP-5683 such a problem for the Foundation was the creature's ability to rapidly regenerate damage, as well as modify its own body in reaction to threats. Much like a certain particularly hard-to-destroy reptile, the spider-like entity could adapt itself to become more resistant to any danger posed to it. And of course, this meant that the Foundation needed this dangerous creature eradicated. The frequent containment breaches and sheer number of casualties caused by the arachnid anomaly were significant enough to cause an increasing drain on the SCP Foundation's resources. So, with the termination order coming from the very top, the O5 Council themselves, Dr. Christensen was tasked with overseeing the neutralization of SCP-5683. During an initial deliberation, Dr. Christensen met with researcher Miles and Hall, junior researcher Silva, and security chief Ade to discuss earlier attempts to terminate SCP-5683. The new head of the termination project was perturbed to learn that the research team had little in the way of useful information to offer, beyond what the Foundation already knew about the creature. But Christensen decided some basic stress testing would at least be a start. After a successful tissue sample test, wherein some of SCP-5683's genetic material was incinerated, Dr. Christensen tried to simply destroy the spider with fire. An understandable response, to say the least. However, exposing SCP-5683 to temperatures of 850 degrees Celsius for just 30 seconds didn't quite yield the easy victory he had hoped for. The arachnid thrashed about and screeched in reaction to the heat, only to rapidly develop a form of armor plating covering its entire body. The armor was comprised of an unknown, unidentifiable substance, but it was enough to prevent SCP-5683 from combusting. Reconvening with the rest of the team, Dr. Christensen hid his pride, assuring everyone he was just trying to establish a baseline during the previous test. Of course, he hadn't believed that terminating SCP-5683 with fire would be a success, or so he claimed. Hiding how much he'd longed for an easy solution, so he could snatch up the vacant Site-04 director position. But to ensure the others, Christensen explained that he'd requisitioned some anomalous materials from the O5 Council that they'd be using in their next termination attempts. Nothing that was anomalous enough to require containment, but toxic enough that they presented a few options for destroying SCP-5683. Just for logging purposes, sir, may I inquire about the specific substances we're shipping in? Junior researcher Sylvia had asked. Of course, Y220, Y835, and Y43. Dr. Christensen quickly recounted them all from memory. I'm told they should be arriving within the week. I expect each would be enough to do the job, but it's best to hedge our bets. This spider doesn't compare to the lizard, I'll tell you that. Junior researcher Silva seemed to take an interest in what Dr. Christensen had just alluded to, his previous work with the lizard. He probed further about it, and Christensen gave a solemn response. The aspiring Foundation doctor recalled an incident from a few years earlier during his experimentation with SCP-682. Some of the methods Dr. Christensen had opted to employ in an attempt to destroy the hard-to-destroy reptile had led to a severe containment breach. When describing it, he used the word unpleasant, perhaps out of guilt at how many personnel had lost their lives due to his actions. Brushing the topic aside, he assured the team to get on with testing the new anomalous stimuli on SCP-5683. Stimulus Y220 initially showed some promise. During a tissue sample test, it successfully converted part of SCP-5683 into glass, which then violently exploded, leaving nothing behind. But attempts to use it to neutralize the creature itself quickly quashed those promising results. Within 9 seconds of being exposed to Stimulus Y220, SCP-5683's body rapidly turned to glass. Around 80% of its arachnid mass proceeded to explode, shattering in all directions, sending clear shards showering over the testing chamber. As he watched, Dr. Christensen allowed himself to believe that this was mission accomplished, that he'd successfully terminated SCP-5683. But his celebration was premature. The spider quickly began reconstituting itself, its body regenerating within the space of 30 seconds. After testing with both stimuli Y220 and Y835, Dr. Christensen's frustration seemed to be increasing with each failed attempt. He knew his promotion was within reach, and as far as he could remember, he'd done good work with damaging SCP-682. Why should eradicating this anomalous spider be any different? However, it was a test with stimulus Y436 that enraged the ambitious doctor. Expecting the anomalous stimulant to turn SCP-5683 into a fine mist, Christensen watched as the creature's body vanished, literally vaporizing, changing states of matter to little more than water in the air. Suddenly, every light in the facility powered off, plunging the testing chamber into darkness. When the lights came back on, SCP-5683 was standing on all 8 legs, right where it had been missed only 3 seconds earlier. The research team had gathered for another mediation, and Dr. Christensen's anger still hadn't subsided. He kicked a chair to emphasize his frustration, alarming junior researcher Silva, who urged him to calm down. After eventually cooling his temper, Christensen made an announcement that caused even greater concern to spread amongst the team. I'm requisitioning Y910. Researcher Halls and Researcher Miles objected, trying to get Dr. Christensen to realize that the course of this action was excessive, overkill even. But Christensen disregarded them, standing by his latest method for terminating SCP-5683. The Global Occult Coalition had previously used Y910 to poison gods. He felt sure that it would work on one anomalous giant spider. His time was running short. Dr. Christensen was aware that any day now, the O5 Council would be appointing a replacement director of Site-04, and he wanted that promotion. And he didn't seem to care what corners he cut and what risks he took to get there, even if it meant endangering his research personnel. Dr. Christensen declared that in order to save time, he would be bypassing tissue samples to test for termination attempts. The longer it took to terminate the anomalous arachnid, the more his window of opportunity closed, and the further the director position slipped from his fingertips. Accepting full responsibility for the reckless decision and anything that might go wrong, Dr. Christensen wanted to use stimulus Y910 directly on SCP-5683. He urged the research team to make the necessary preparations, unaware of what his decision would lead to and the chaos it had already caused. The test was catastrophic, so much so that it caused a containment breach. With SCP-5683 loose and scuttling about the facility on its multiple legs, Dr. Christensen and Junior Researcher Silva were forced to rush to the secure bunker on site for safety. Christensen was in a state of panic until he noticed something, and not for the first time either. He'd been detecting a foul smell whenever he'd conducted the meetings to discuss termination options, but the other members of the research team had quickly explained it was nothing more than repeated accidents in the cafeteria. But here was the stench again, worse than ever. Yet Junior Researcher Silva brushed it off again, stating that SCP-5683 must have gotten into the facility's reactor. The junior researcher quickly became inconsolable, stating that the whole situation was his fault. Dr. Christensen interjected, demanding to know how it was and what Silva had done to cause this situation. He replied that it was his duty to oppose ill-advised actions, and when Christensen had declared his intention to use Y910, the junior researcher hadn't opposed him. Shifting the blame from himself onto his subordinate, Dr. Christensen chastised Silva over how many personnel had died because of the junior researcher's refusal to do his job, ignoring that it was Christensen's own ambitions that had led to the current chaos. Refusing to be made a scapegoat, Dr. Christensen vowed to pin the full culpability for SCP-5683's containment breach onto junior researcher Silva, saying he'd tell the O5 Council the so-called truth about what had happened. But Silva pointed out that there wasn't much of a likelihood that the bunker would survive the reactor overloading. He urged the ambitious Foundation doctor to admit some responsibility of his own for what had happened, but Christensen refused. Suddenly, there came a thunderous banging at the bunker door. A debilitating pang of fear struck Dr. Christensen, causing him to scream and retreat from the entrance, yelling "No" and "Please," as if he was pleading with the universe itself to spare him from the spider. Junior Researcher Silva walked over to the bunker door just as strong arachnid legs tore the heavy steel bulkhead off its hinges like it was made of little more than wet paper. There was SCP-5683, the enormous spider skittering into the bunker, screeching all the while. Silva had put himself between SCP-5683 and the ambitious Foundation doctor, whose hunger for a promotion had led to all this carnage. The junior researcher announced his noble intention to sacrifice himself, occupying the creature while urging Christensen to run. The doctor shoved Silva towards the spider and prepared to run, then all of a sudden, SCP-5683 vanished. Junior Researcher Silva told Dr. Christensen he was disappointed, before Researcher Miles, Researcher Hall, and Security Chief Ade all entered the bunker through the torn open hole where the door had been. Christensen questioned where SCP-5683 had gone, to which Silva explained there was little reason to keep a dummy around once it had served its purpose as a substitute. "You mentioned you worked with the lizards, sir," the junior researcher recounted, "that there was a containment breach. If you don't terribly mind me asking, how did you escape that situation? It seemed quite lethal, didn't it?" Afraid and confused, Dr. Christensen asked where he was. Hall and Miles urged him not to ask questions he already knew the answer to. Silva explained who they all were, a jury, specifically Dr. Christensen's jury, and according to them, the ambitious doctor had disgraced himself again. Christensen had been there for a long time, a considerably long time, reliving the same events over and over again, with SCP-5683 acting as a substitute for SCP-682. It was the same situation, he'd made the same decisions, the same mistakes, and it had cost lives. Now Dr. Christensen was trapped in an endless loop, penance for the casualties that had occurred at his hands, all in the pursuit of his own selfish personal gain. He asked the jury how long he'd be stuck there, a question Silva responded to with, "Until you take responsibility, sir." Immediately, Dr. Christensen tried to admit that this all had been his fault, but he didn't mean it. Not really. He hadn't accepted blame. He just wanted a quick and easy way out of the loop, and the jury of his deceased personnel knew it. Christensen ran for the door in the hopes of escaping his fate. Futile as his chances were, a black iron chain appeared from around the corner and wrapped itself around the overambitious doctor's throat. Ignorant of his pleas for forgiveness, saying he was sorry wouldn't bring back the people who died in service of his aspirations to becoming a site director. The chain dragged Dr. Christensen through the facility at such a speed that he collided with every wall and every corner as he turned sharply, being pulled along the floor. But that and the walls quickly crumbled away, revealing a sight that made Dr. Christensen start screaming that it wasn't his fault, and he never really stopped. What followed involved a great deal of blood and fire. Once it was over, it left behind the same awful stench the doctor had smelt before, and he'd soon be smelling it again too, as the cycle repeated itself. The directive had come straight from a member of the O5 Council. They were impressed with Dr. Christensen, and the ambitious Foundation doctor had been hoping to snag a director position at Site-04. But there was one final test for Dr. Christensen to solve the SCP-5683 problem. We've all heard of the Led Zeppelin song Stairway to Heaven, a title that invokes the image of a stairway leading up to a land of peace and paradise. But where else could a stairway lead? To a dusty attic full of old photo albums? To the upper level of a mall where the movie theater and frozen yogurt shop are neatly situated? Perhaps it leads to a rooftop with a beautiful view. Or maybe, just maybe, a staircase could lead you to SCP-2427. SCP-2427, appropriately nicknamed A Thing Full of Stuff, is an extra-dimensional area filled with a variety of unusual and anomalous objects. SCP-2427 can be accessed by way of a broken stone staircase located in rural Ohio. According to local legend, carrying a sprig of hemlock up the broken stairs will allow a person to emerge into a mysterious grass clearing that appears to be in a forest somewhere in the United States. No matter what time a person ascends the staircase, the solar time in the clearing will always be 2 p.m. You know how people say it's 5 o'clock somewhere? Well, it's 2 o'clock somewhere too, and that somewhere is here. The pocket dimension that is SCP-2427 is thought to have been a holding area for weapons, prisoners, and artifacts belonging to an ancient cult known as the Brazen Heart. Little is known about this relatively obscure cult, other than the fact that they worship the demonic entity Moloch, a known enthusiast of violent human sacrifice, and were previously thought to have been eradicated during the Spanish Inquisition. The existence of SCP-2427 suggests that they are very much not eradicated, and are still active. They refer to these holding areas as attics, and though no confirmed members of the Brazen Heart have been contacted, it is considered possible that there are at least a handful of other attics hidden around the world. The Foundation has identified 7 anomalous objects inside of SCP-2427 so far, each strange in its own beautiful, though often terrible way. Like snowflakes, if they were capable of killing or maiming you. The first object in SCP-2427, aka SCP-2427-1, is a seemingly normal fire hydrant. However, if you think there's anything normal about the items found here, then you haven't been paying attention. The hydrant is made out of lead, and when opened, it expels high levels of ionized radiation. No specific measurements of the radiation have been taken yet, but it is definitely hazardous to human health. One unfortunate member of D-Class personnel has proven that it is a high enough level to melt human flesh. Sorry about your face, Dave. The hydrant is currently contained within an electrified perimeter and is not to be opened under any circumstances to prevent any further flesh melting. The last thing we need is another Dave incident. The second object contained within SCP-2427 or SCP-2427-2 is not actually an object at all. It's a building. Only on number 2 and we're already throwing curveballs at you. Trust no one. Surprises lurk around every corner. This particular building resembles a large multi-storied sanitarium built in the 1860s. Though it is clear from the outside that the building has or should have multiple stories, the inside is a different matter. Past the building's front doors is a non-Euclidean space consisting of a single floor and 3 sparsely decorated rooms with one central foyer. The first room is the holding place for SCP-2427-3. The second contains SCP-2427-4, and the third room contains nothing except scattered religious documents, bottled water, and a selection of canned food. No unauthorized staff are permitted to enter the building in order to minimize complications or potential employee casualties. The first two anomalies on this list are hardly even strange by SCP Foundation's standards. Sure, the hydrant can melt your face and the building defies the laws of physics and space, but that's just a regular Tuesday around these parts. Been there, seen that. What else you got? Well, SCP-2427-3 is where things really get strange. If you're wandering through the bowels of SCP-2427-2 and you make a wrong turn into the first room, you will find yourself face to face with a startling sight. This entity is a combination of electronic circuitry, a cow's digestive tract, the hairless head of a human man, a hat rack, several lengths of garden hose, and an unidentified crystalline structure. This creature is extraordinarily fast and strong, exhibiting carnivorous tendencies and a very strong point of view on the world around it. Lucky for us, it is capable of speech and is able to tell us just what it thinks. Though this monstrosity doesn't have much of a right to pass judgment on anyone, cow intestine, body and all, it has expressed a violent hatred of all life that it considers impure. Anyone who encounters SCP-2427-3 experiences an overwhelming desire to submit themselves for judgment, allowing the creature to determine their purity. There is a rumor that if one is judged to be pure, they will have a wish granted. If they are deemed impure, however, they will be devoured alive. If you're tempted to introduce yourself to the creature, your odds are not especially great. The creature has not encountered a single pure being yet. In order to protect the Foundation staff working in its vicinity, the entrance to SCP-2427-3's room has been sealed off with a reinforced steel door, and the windows have been paved over with concrete. Armed guards are watching the entrance at all times. The creature must be fed one live goat per day in order to keep its appetite satiated. The Foundation's goat budget is through the roof these days, but it's worth it to keep the thing contained. Better to spend money on goats now and not spend money on cannibalized personnel later. SCP-2427-4 consists not of an object located within a room, but the room itself. The room, which contains no furniture and a linoleum floor, has a peculiar effect on the human psyche. Once a person steps foot into the room, they lose consciousness for 5 minutes. During this time, they will speak freely, listing off a variety of negative qualities about themselves. Once they wake up, they have no memory of entering this state or anything that they said during it. It's cheaper than therapy, right? But it's also much weirder and less effective, so you get what you pay for in the end. A member of D-Class personnel who was observed inside of the room waxed poetic about his personal failings, beginning his monologue with, "My soul is a den of spiders," and ending it with, "O hero, whence I awaken, hesitate not to feed my flesh and my soul to the judge beast." Somebody give this guy a hug, because the room seems to have no adverse effects on human test subjects except for causing everyone who hears their monologue a bit of discomfort. There are no containment procedures in effect for it at this time. We've had rooms, fire hydrants, and horrible meat-robot hybrids, and now you can't even trust the clouds in the sky. SCP-2427-5 is a seemingly innocent cloud, hovering stationary over the building. When looked at by a human for more than 3 seconds, the cloud will eject a ball of solid lead towards the person at a supersonic speed. That's right, folks. This cloud can and will shoot you. It hates being observed, but it also hates when you try to leave the perimeter. It will attack any person attempting to leave by firing the same lead ball at them. So far, 14 personnel have been killed by this highly aggressive cloud. And some people still think thunderstorms and hail are the worst things clouds have to offer. So naive. As it is a literal cloud, there is no way to contain it, so no people in the vicinity of the cloud are permitted to look at it for more than 3 seconds at a time. SCP-2427-6 is a series of 18 small trees, spread throughout the instance of SCP-2427. Above ground, the trees look normal, though their species has proven surprisingly difficult to determine. From an external perspective, they are simply ordinary trees. However, radar analysis revealed that the roots of these trees are deeply strange. Instead of the usual twisting tree roots, the ground below these trees contains a mass in the shape of a human body. Much to the disgust of the observing researchers, these humanoid masses occasionally twitch and move, as if alive. The trees themselves appear to be growing from the crotch area of each humanoid figure. How's that for morning wood? I know, I get it, bad joke. This arrangement between tree and person seems to be some kind of punishment, as each tree is marked with a plaque reading, "The lecherous suffer what they must, and it is beautiful." Until it can be certain that the condition of these human roots is not contagious, these trees are to be treated as potential biohazards and isolated in individual containers. The final object in SCP-2427 currently categorized by the Foundation is SCP-2427-7. SCP-2427-7 is a pile of ashes and wood located just behind a posted sign that reads, "The Liar's Cradle." Extensive testing has been established that the Liar's Cradle was almost certainly used as a torture device in interrogations performed by the Brazen Heart. A person standing within the boundaries of the cradle, which encompasses the aforementioned circle of wood and ashes, is unable to lie without suffering the consequences. Namely, they will be set on fire. The nature of how exactly the Liar's Cradle works is not certain, and more research needs to be done on it. However, this much is known for sure. It contains no sentient intelligence. It is not aware of what it is doing. It does not kill its victims, rather it keeps them miraculously alive as it sets them on fire, prolonging their agony and allowing their interrogators to get the truth out of them. A series of experiments reveal that it only immolates a person who is knowingly lying. D-Class personnel give demonstrably false information to repeat in the cradle without knowledge of its falsehood were not set on fire. However, when those same D-Class personnel knowingly lied in the boundaries, they immediately were set ablaze. It is almost certain that the Brazen Heart cult used the cradle as a method of interrogating presumed liars in their midst. Further investigation will likely reveal human remains beneath the cradle itself, though this is just a hypothesis currently. But come on, there has to be some bones somewhere beneath something as ominous as the Liar's Cradle. Though they have only identified 7 anomalies inside SCP-2427 at the moment, there are plenty more lurking in there, waiting to be discovered. In the foyer of SCP-2427-2, the Foundation discovered an extremely ominous list of items, clearly belonging to members of the cult of the Brazen Heart. This list included some familiar items, such as pilgrim provisions, also known as the canned beans and soup found in SCP-2427-2, a Level 3 Purity Proctor, a purge engine disguised as a fire hydrant, and the Liar's Cradle. However, it also contained many things that have not yet been discovered, such as 1 slaughtering perseverance, 27 pyre children, 3 ascended cultivars, 7 supreme angelics, 9 dragons, and the Brazen Heart itself. Dr. Gordon McElroy, Site Director of Area 2427, put out a memo to all Level 4 and higher staff assigned to the area after the discovery of this list. Understandably, he was most concerned about the supreme angelics and the dragons, particularly the latter. The cult, as most cults are, is fond of deliberately obscure language, but you don't want to rule out the possibility they've got a fire-breathing lizard or 2 stashed away. In the meantime, as the Foundation is working to better understand the contents of SCP-2427, the area has been sealed off to the public. A 500-meter perimeter has been established around its entrance, and a fake private country club has been set up as a front. It's only a matter of time before the rest of the anomalies on the list are discovered, and this thing full of stuff gets even fuller of even more stuff. Let's just hope none of it ever gets out, because if there are more of these addicts out there, who knows what else the Brazen Heart is hiding. Their little cult may not be as extinct as we thought. A D-Class drag races through the testing zone, screaming at the top of his lungs and doing donuts. A Mime, who is also in the testing chamber, stares with disapproval, tapping his foot impatiently. Did we mention that the car is made of spiders? Yeah, this one is going to be a weird one, folks. Stay tuned for one of the craziest SCP stories you've ever heard. Emily had always dreamed of taking a trip to Paris. When the opportunity actually came to visit the city, she was overjoyed. She spent her time exploring art museums, tasting the bread and cheese, and walking through the city streets, taking in the sights. One of her favorite things about Paris was all of the street performers. As she walked, nibbling on a pain au chocolat, she delighted in the antics of jugglers, tossing colorful balls into the air. She gasped at the feat of athleticism and grace demonstrated by acrobats and contortionists. She giggled at the absurd shows put on by puppeteers and dabbed tears from her eyes at the sound of beautiful songs played and sung by musicians. It became part of her daily routine. One night, as Emily was walking back to her hostel after a long, languid dinner, she found herself walking down a street she had not encountered before. There was no one around except for her. It was a lovely moment of peace, but it also struck her as a little bit eerie, and she wished for the familiar throngs of people. Up ahead, she spotted the silhouette of another person and let out a sigh of relief. As she got closer, she could make out the black and white striped shirt, the suspenders, the black beret, the white face makeup, rouged cheeks, and red lips. A mime. A real, classic French mime. She couldn't believe her luck. When he spotted Emily approaching, the mime began to start a performance. He began with a classic, The Invisible Box. He felt around the walls of the invisible box, looking out with exaggerated wide eyes and an open mouth. Emily clapped and reached into her bag for a little bit of money she could use to tip him. After all, he was putting on a performance just for her. He deserved it. She walked closer to the mime, looking for a place to put her tip. She didn't see one, so she held up her hand, offering the money directly to the mime. As he took notice of how close she was getting, the mime began shaking his head vigorously, eyes wide and insistent. She didn't understand that he was trying to warn her until it was too late. Dozens and dozens of spiders began to crawl over the mime's face, out from inside of his clothes, from his shoes, pouring out over the street, and crawling up onto Emily. She tried to brush them off, she tried to run away, but no matter how hard she tried, the spiders just kept coming. All she could do was scream. In an attempt to experience a little bit of live performance, Emily unwittingly came across SCP-3247. SCP-3247 is a humanoid entity standing at approximately 1.7 meters in height. It wears a striped shirt and suspenders similar to the garb of a stereotypical French mime, as well as what appears to be white makeup on its face and all other exposed skin. Though these aspects of its appearance seem as if they should be removable, the clothing and makeup are, in fact, parts of the entity's physiology and cannot be removed from its body. This is not the only unusual aspect of the entity's physical form. Though it looks corporeal and solid, the entity cannot touch or directly interact with any solid matter, with one particular exception. There is a colony of spiders living on and inside of SCP-3247. These spiders have officially been designated SCP-3247-A and are highly protective of SCP-3247. If anyone or anything attempts to approach SCP-3247 in a threatening manner, the spiders will swarm the potential threat. As any savvy, anomalous activity enthusiast might have already gathered, these are, of course, no ordinary spiders. Not only do they dwell on and in an intangible mime, but they have a peculiar response to witnessing a human being making specific gestures or pantomiming activities. When this occurs, the colony of spiders will form the shape of an object related to the gestures, which they will then hold for up to 3 hours, or until given additional stimuli that prompt a change in shape. While the spider colony is assembled into shape, they will be able to share some of the given object's functions in spite of being technically nothing more than a mass of well-coordinated arachnids. As for SCP-3247, it is either incapable of speech or unwilling to speak. Instead, it communicates with Foundation staff via silent miming. When it does, the spiders will frequently react to its gestures, becoming effectively living props. SCP-3247 does not seem to be especially thrilled with this, likely because miming is inherently a propless art form, and these spider-based props undermine its artistic vision. Otherwise, though, the presence of the spiders does not seem to bother SCP-3247. In order to better understand the nature of SCP-3247-A, Foundation staff conducted a series of tests. In each test, a D-Class was given a gesture to perform in the presence of SCP-3247. Then, the research staff would record the spider colony's response. During the first test, the research staff ordered D-11424 to attempt to get as close to SCP-3247 as possible. They did not, of course, warn him about the spiders. He entered the testing chamber and approached the Mime, who was pantomiming the act of climbing stairs. As the Mime pretended to ascend an invisible staircase and D-11424 grew closer, instances of SCP-3247-A emerged to take the shape of a staircase, much to the Mime's frustration. SCP-3247 stopped its performance, throwing up its hands in a gesture of defeat. The spiders turned their attention to D-11424 and began to swarm him, treating him as a potential threat. Panicking and unsure how to communicate with SCP-3247 while the spiders were overpowering him, D-11424 began to wave frantically at the Mime. The Mime simply shrugged, giving him a look that said,
"Well, what do you want me to do about it?"
At this point, Control intervened, instructing D-11424 to pantomime some kind of activity. Fortunately, before turning to a life of crime, D-11424 had spent several years in a professional improv troupe and was well acquainted with pantomime. His performing instincts kicked in, and he leapt into action. He put a hand to his ear as if listening to the ringing of a telephone. The spiders stopped their attack, responding immediately to his cue. They formed into the shape of a small table, with an old-fashioned rotary phone on top. The Mime rolled its eyes in disdain at the sight of this prop-based performance, but D-11424 was on a roll. He crossed to the phone, picked up the receiver, and held it to his ear.
Hello?
He asked out of habit. He wasn't expecting to hear a voice on the other line, but then he did. Or rather, he heard the approximation of a human voice, created by a swarm of anomalous spiders. It sounded a bit like a human voice sped up, high-pitched, and squeaky, speaking some sort of gibberish. Realizing that this was his moment to escape, D-11424 placed the phone back in place and promptly left the testing chamber. The spiders remained in the shape of the rotary phone and the table for the next 2 hours, at which point they disassembled and returned to their home on SCP-3247. After his surprisingly creative work in this first test, it was decided that D-11424 would be the designated test subject for all future testing with SCP-3247, provided that additional complications did not arise. Though he wasn't especially fond of spiders, D-11424 was more than happy to accept the assignment, not that he had much choice in the matter. Still, it was definitely a better deal than getting fed to SCP-682, and it was a nice excuse to use his improv skills again after a long retirement. During the second test, D-11424 knew what to expect from SCP-3247. For this test, he was told to pantomime playing tug-of-war with an invisible opponent and an invisible rope. Now that he knew his improvisational scene partner would be a colony of spiders, he was able to enter the testing chamber with confidence. Once inside, he began to pantomime, pulling on a rope, having that rope tugged away from him by a strong opponent, and struggling to pull back. The spiders reacted right away, arranging themselves into the shapes of a long rope, one side of which was in D-11424's hands, as well as a large humanoid, vaguely muscular in shape, that was holding the other side of the rope. The spiders gave the rope a sharp tug, causing D-11424 to lose his balance and fall over, the rope slipping out of his grasp. Aside from some injury to his pride, he was otherwise unharmed. During test number 3, D-11424 was instructed to enter the testing chamber and close his fist, while extending the thumb and index finger in a gesture colloquially known as finger guns. Sure enough, as soon as he assumed this position, the spiders assembled into the shape of a handgun. D-11424 was then instructed to pick up the spider gun and squeeze the place where the trigger would be if it was a real gun and not, spiders. A loud cracking sound was heard when the D-Class squeezed, as a spider shot out of the barrel of the gun at high speed before smacking into the nearby wall, leaving a small hole in the surface. D-11424 fired several more times, each shot firing an individual spider at a pace that attending researchers described as faster than a speeding bullet. After firing 6 rounds of spiders at the wall, D-11424 was instructed to place the spider gun back on the ground. During test number 76, D-11424 was ordered to hold his hands together and wiggle 4 fingers on each hand, effectively pantomiming a spider. The The research team was curious to see what the spiders would do when presented with a shape that matched their usual unassembled form. SCP-3247, who generally did not react much to the experiments on its spiders, began shaking its head in mild disappointment as approximately 640 spiders emerged from its body, dividing themselves into groups of 8. Each group of 8 spiders then joined to form one large spider, leaving 8 spiders. These 8 then split into pairs, who joined together into one larger spider, and so on and so forth until there was one single giant spider made from the hundreds of smaller spiders. At this point, D11424 followed his heart, jumping onto the mega spider's back and riding it like a bull at the rodeo, as the spider bucked and ran back and forth across the room. According to official transcripts, D11424 yelled "Yee-haw" throughout this part of the test, until the head researcher ordered him to climb down from the spider and exit the room. He was reprimanded for his behavior and warned that if he acted without approval again, he would be taken off the project and reassigned to a much less enjoyable position as one of the designated eyes on SCP-173. D11424 immediately agreed to comply with future instructions. During test number 133, D11424 was sent into the testing chamber and told to shadowbox. He danced back and forth across the cell, doing his best Sylvester Stallone impression and throwing punches in the general direction of the spiders. In response, approximately 3,000 spiders poured out of SCP-3247, assembling into the shadowy shape of a boxer, and began to attack D11424. The mass of spiders conducted itself at the level of a professional boxer, dodging D11424's hits before coming back at him with a jab, cross, lead uppercut, and rear uppercut before he could defend himself. D11424 fell to the ground unconscious, and guards were forced to interrupt the test in order to remove him from the room and take him to the infirmary for medical treatment. After taking some time to recuperate, D11424 returned to testing with SCP-3247-A. He was instructed to mime steering a wheel, such as that of a car. Immediately, a number of spiders previously unseen during testing emerged from SCP-3247, arranging themselves into the shape of a sedan. D11424 was then commanded to climb inside of the spider car and see if he could start it. He refused, insisting,
I'm not getting in a spider car, are you nuts?
When pressed by Control to comply with orders, he made a rude hand gesture. I'll let you guess what that was. The spiders began to scramble to reassemble themselves in response to the changed gesture, prompting Control to stop the test early to spare the researchers' sensibilities. With strict guidelines to avoid inappropriate or violent gestures, D11424 was sent back into the testing chamber with instruction to try out a variety of animal-inspired gestures in rapid succession. He formed one hand into a fist and made a peace sign with the other hand, putting them together to make a snail. As he made his hand snail crawl through the air, the spiders crawled onto the floor and assembled into the shape of a snail in front of D11424. Though the spiders moved quickly, at their usual scuttling pace, once they formed into the snail, they slowed to a gradual creep. D11424 noted a shiny, slimy trail left behind on the floor as the spider snail moved. He was asked to consider touching it, but refused, simply stating, "Ew, no." Next, he took his hands and formed the shape of a wolf's head howling at the moon. The research staff were curious to see if the spiders would form a wolf's head or the animal's entire body. They got their answer as the spiders swarmed and shifted, forming the shape of a full-sized gray wolf. The wolf padded back and forth across the room before sitting down, lifting its head and emitting an audible howl that sounded almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Next, D11424 crossed his thumbs over each other, fluttering hands like a pair of wings. The spiders separated into smaller groups and came together to form butterflies similar in size to a monarch. These spider butterflies began to flap their wings and, much to D11424's surprise, they took flight and swirled through the air around him. The D-Class was so moved by the beautiful sight that he shed a single tear, which he promptly wiped away out of embarrassment. Control then prompted him to try the next animal gesture. D11424 used his hands to form the shape of a rabbit. Several of the spiders crawled away, returning to SCP-3247, and the remaining spiders took on the form of a rabbit. The spider rabbit hopped realistically around the room, twitching its ears and tail. At this point, D11424 was instructed to offer the spider rabbit a carrot. He produced a carrot from his pocket, holding it out in front of him. The spider rabbit hopped over to him and, one crunch at a time, began to eat the carrot until none remained. D11424 appeared shaken up and asked to leave the testing chamber. As he followed all of his instructions, this request was granted. When he exited the chamber, all he would say was, "Where the hell did the carrot go? It doesn't have a stomach, it doesn't have a mouth, where did it go?" SCP-3247 is kept in an isolated chamber located in the arachnid wing of Area 12. It does not appear to require food or rest, but it has been provided with a television and a collection of silent films for morale purposes. Instances of SCP-3247-A are fed via a fully automated system that dispenses 20 grams of live crickets every week. Should a containment breach occur, staff have been instructed to find a way to make escaped spiders take on the shape that renders them motionless, then simply pick the spider cluster up and place it back inside of the cell. It is unlikely that the Foundation will ever get an explanation for where the intangible Mime and his merry band of spider performers originated from. But one thing is clear, they won't be performing in public again anytime soon. Spiders. Spiders everywhere, covering every inch of the containment site, entombing screaming researchers in webs and crawling all over them. How did this happen? Let's rewind. We regret to inform you the break room is closed today. There is currently a spider loose in the facility. Researcher Yuri craned his neck to look past the line of personnel that had gathered in the hallway, reading the sign hastily scrawled on a piece of paper from the photocopier. Behind him, he overheard a fellow researcher, Holland, complaining about the wait to get to the break room. Not in the least part pleased about the idea of spending his precious half-hour lunch break standing around in a corridor, while someone presumably stood on a table with a can of Onslaught insecticide. When Yuri instinctively corrected him that spiders were arachnids, not insects, Holland shot him a venomous glare, indicating that he already knew that. As he turned away from the awkward encounter, he noticed researcher Andrews next to him, who wasn't grumbling away to his coworkers or impatiently checking his watch like everyone else. He was staring at the ceiling. Yuri started looking up in the same direction, following Andrews' gaze until he noticed what had him so transfixed. Above the heads of the gaggle of personnel waiting to access the break room was a mass of cobwebs. Ordinarily, there would be no cause for concern. After all, even the Foundation's facilities needed regular cleaning and upkeep. But what was odd about this web was, at first glance, it looked like there was a piece of equipment trapped in it. Some kind of machine component. It was only when Yuri squinted and leaned forward to see closer that he noticed the component wasn't in the web. It was made of the web. The very same thin, wispy thread that had been wound in such a way that it was forming part of something. As for exactly what, it was hard to say, but it immediately had Yuri thinking a particularly unnerving thought. A spider was loose in the facility. The sign did not specify what kind of spider, and the odd web above seemed to indicate that it might well have been of the anomalous variety. Leaving the complaining personnel to stand around wasting their breaks, Yuri ducked down an adjacent hallway and started scrolling through the contacts on his phone. He read a file on an anomaly that caused ordinary everyday objects to suddenly transform into angry spiders, and a close respected colleague of his, Agent McGuire, worked closely with the mobile task force responsible for containing these agitated arachnids. Hearing McGuire answer the phone, Yuri immediately asked him about the current state of SCP-3023. McGuire very passively told him that everything was normal, and that no new instances had been reported in the region. SCP-3023 seemed to only affect a very specific area of central Germany, right in the middle of Hanover, Leipzig, and Kassel. Then, Yuri asked if it was possible for an inanimate object to suddenly turn into an angry spider anywhere outside of that area. For example, in the break room. Immediately, his brain conjured up the image of the billiards table with 8 spindly spider legs erupting out from beneath its green surface, angrily crawling all around the room, waiting for the break room door to open and all the impatient personnel to come flooding in. McGuire told him what SCP-3023 instances did to any living thing they came into contact with, and it sure wasn't pretty. From the other side of the line, Agent McGuire reassured researcher Yuri that there had never been any reported instances involving SCP-3023 outside of Germany. When Yuri followed that up with the question of whether or not there were any currently in containment, the MTF Alpha 21 operative replied that all instances were normally destroyed on contact. The answers put the panicked researcher at ease, long enough for him to calmly apologize to his friend and thank him for his time before hanging up the phone. That was when the lights went out. An alarm started to sound, bellowing from deep in the heart of the facility and reaching outwards, like the strands of a web. The sound denoted one horrible thing. There had been a containment breach. As the blood-red emergency lighting blinked on, Yuri rushed back the way he'd come, expecting to see the same huddle of personnel near the break room, expecting one of them might know exactly which SCP had made it out of containment. The sight waiting for him was far worse. As he approached the hallway, he heard the overlapping screams of his colleagues. Researcher Andrew came dashing around the corner, his wiry frame sending him barreling past Yuri before he could even ask what was going on. Then, from around the corner, Researcher Holland could be seen clawing his way along the floor, yelling for someone to help him. There were spiders all over him. Thousands of them. The sheer number of them crawling over his body made them look almost like a formless mass that was slowly pulling him back down the corridor towards the break room. Yuri dashed forwards, intending to grab Holland's hand and pull him to safety. But before he could get close enough, the other researcher had been taken by the spiders. That was when Yuri turned the corner and saw the full extent of the containment breach. Spiders everywhere. Crawling all over the floor, spiders. Climbing up the walls, spiders. Dangling from the ceiling by threads, spiders. A number of lumps on the ground were writhing and thrashing, but so covered in spiders that it took Yuri a second to realize who was underneath. The other personnel, each of them trying to brush away the spiders that were coating their bodies and dragging them off to who knows where. Under the blinking red of the emergency light, the spiders made the hallway look like it was alive, and illuminated what was crawling at the far side, directly opposite Yuri. The giant spider was looking right at him, each one of its numerous dark eyes looking practically demonic under the red light. It was enormous, easily at least 9 feet tall, big enough to almost fill the corridor. Keeping his eyes fixed on it out of fear, Yuri felt a slow, shaking step backwards, trying to move his legs behind him as gently as possible. If he turned to run, he'd startle the horrifying creature and probably bring it racing after him on its multiple legs. Before he could get away, he would be dragged away with the others, or worse. From the other side of the corridor, the spider's front pinchers bristled as Yuri shifted his weight onto his back foot. He hated looking at the monstrous arachnid, but forced himself to keep his eyes front, looking right at it as it looked back at him. Rear foot planted, he began to lift his other one, only to see the spider's front 2 legs extend outwards. It was reaching towards him, through the writhing mass of smaller spiders that coated the walls and floor between them. Yuri's single ice-cold bead of sweat ran down the back of his neck, under the collar of his shirt, and crawled down his back. It was impossible not to imagine it was one of the spiders. The 2 giant legs became 4 as the spider seemed to extend from its space it occupied at the other side of the corridor. Was it just stretching, repositioning, or getting ready to dash forward? Every second of uncertainty made researcher Yuri all the more terrified, noticing out of the corner of his eyes the mass of smaller spiders inching closer to him. It was like the giant was the general of an entire 8-legged horde that was making a skittering advance towards their target. The side of the hallway Yuri found himself frozen in was a corner, turning down in only one direction, only one way he could run, and one path that the spiders could follow him down. It was either move now or wait for the spiders to move first and faster. He turned heel and ran, the soles of his shoes squeaking against the floor. Behind him came the rapid thudding of 8 heavy legs hurriedly scuttling through the corridor after him. The sound began lower, on the floor, then sideways, scaling up the wall until it was above, drumming along the ceiling as Yuri forced himself not to look over his shoulder. He already knew what he would see, and the thought of it horrified him. The huge spider chasing after him from above, pinchers reared as it readied itself to lunge the moment it was close enough to catch him. Hours later, 2 agents, Jetter and Moore, were part of the cleanup crew tasked with sweeping each floor of the facility. Orange tongues of flame spat from their incinerators, clearing masses of spiders until there was no trace. Even without the hundreds of thousands of spiders crawling all over it, the facility was in dire need of repair, with chunks missing from the walls and damage all over the place. So much metal and plastic was missing. It was almost like it had just been ripped from every conceivable place, but with no debris strewn everywhere. Part of the building had just vanished. Maybe these spiders just ate all the metal and plastic they found, Moore joked. Flamethrowers at the ready, they managed to push the spiders back to their nest, expecting to find a room covered in cobwebs, possibly even with some lifeless humanoid shapes entangled in a big web. What they weren't expecting to come across was a room full of 3D printers. But then again, that was to be expected when it came to SCP-4663, otherwise known as SCP-4663. 3D printed spiders, printing printed printers, printing spider printers, printing spiders, printing printed spider printers, printing spider printers, printing spiders, printing printed printer spiders, printing spidered spider printers, printing spider printed printer printers. Long tongue-tying names aside, SCP-4663 had long been examined by the researchers of the SCP Foundation. The designation itself was given to an anomalous species of spiders that had been discovered to be indigenous to areas of Europe and certain regions within North and South America. Far from being potentially venomous or capable of transforming seemingly inanimate everyday objects into more spiders, this particular species instead displayed a natural aptitude for, well, three-dimensional filament printing. These SCP-4663 spiders are capable of consuming anything in their path, as long as it is inorganic matter, meaning unlike non-anomalous species of spider, they don't actually feed on insects or even mammals. Instead, instances of SCP-4663 usually subsist on a diet of primarily metal and plastic. However, they don't appear to consume these for any kind of nutritional value. Through some anomalous process in their physiology, these spiders are able to convert the raw materials they consume into their threads, and rather than creating nests or webs with which to catch their prey, they utilize this byproduct to make 3D printers. Yes, you heard us right. SCP-4663 spiders use their web to make the housing and internal components of functioning 3D printers. Oh, and these printers are also alive. Referred to as SCP-4663-1, the printers created by these anomalous arachnids are separate living entities. In every physical detail, they resemble 3D printers, however do not match any of those that are commercially available for purchase. In terms of their functionality though, SCP-4663-1 instances do perform the same purpose as standard non-anomalous printers, and can be operated identically to traditional printers, although without the need for an STL file. However, a number of SCP-4663-1's components are known to betray them as living organisms. For example, the display screen present on each instance, which is known to be the anomalous printer's eyes. The power cord of each one functions as a tail and can be plugged into an electrical outlet. Doing so increases the efficiency of the printer by 3,000%. The extruder of an SCP-4663-1 functions as intestines for processing and then removing material, as well as providing the printers with a crude method of transport. The component that is responsible for spooling the filament is replaced by an organ much like a stomach, and can store significantly more material than SCP-4663-1 outwardly appears to be able to contain. Additionally, the printer's electrical input and output ports function as mouths. Oh yes, these printers need to be fed in order to work. Normally, it takes a colony of around 25 to 50,000 SCP-4663 instances to create one of these SCP-4663-1 printers. Once the spiders have constructed one of the printers, their next course of action will be to feed the newly constructed SCP-4663-1 instance. This will involve the spiders seeking out any nearby organic material and then depositing it in the mouths of an SCP-4663-1 instance. This can include plant life as well as other living organisms, which are digested and used to create the filament in order for an SCP-4663-1 instance to print. And what exactly do these anomalous printers print? More spiders, of course. This is how SCP-4663 is able to reproduce. As long as a continuous supply of biological matter is fed into an SCP-4663-1, the printer will continue creating new spiders at a rate of 1 every 2.5 minutes. These newly printed spiders will set about eating inorganic matter and creating a new 3D printer, which in turn will print out more spiders, leading the cycle to repeat itself. When presented with an otherwise ordinary 3D printer, the SCP-4663 spiders are also able to convert these standard non-anomalous devices into additional instances of SCP-4663-1. For a time, the SCP Foundation wasn't concerned about the behavior of these 3D printed spiders printing spider printers, keeping them housed in Type 2 containment terrariums. The researchers working on site had even seemingly found a practical application for SCP-4663: waste disposal. The spider colonies were being thrown trash from Foundation facilities, which the spiders would mostly consume, thus reducing the amount of garbage produced on site. However, despite being an unintentional mishap, this led to an incident on the 27th of June, 2018. Given the sheer amount of waste they'd been fed and thus used to make the thread to build 3D printers, one of the SCP-4663 colonies in Foundation containment had reached a population count of over 1 million spiders. Upon reaching this number, the anomalous spiders became frenzied and began pushing their numerous 3D printers toward each other. Once these SCP-4663-1s were close enough to each other, the spider colony began consuming their containment unit itself for raw materials. The printers were then able to create a much larger instance of SCP-4663, dubbed SCP-4663-2. This giant arachnid was over 9 feet in height and, upon its creation, promptly began to attempt an escape from Foundation containment. SCP-4663-2 seemingly acted as some form of leader for other instances of the anomalous spiders, or possibly even some kind of queen, given its ability to create 1,000 SCP-4663s in a single second. These newly created versions of the spiders were around 6 times larger than the average SCP-4663 instances, many of which were composed of varying combinations of inorganic and organic matter. This was owing to the fact that while traversing the Foundation facility housing it, SCP-4663-2 was also able to use any surrounding material it came into contact with in order to create these other spiders, as well as fashioning itself additional legs and more new SCP-4663-1 3D printers as well. Eventually, the larger SCP-4663-2 spider was captured. It had seemed to be heading towards a separate SCP-4663 colony in an apparent attempt to merge with them and add those spiders to its army. Following this breach, none of the SCP-4663 colonies that the Foundation keeps in containment are allowed to have a population bigger than 500,000.
The spider writhed around in pain, trying desperately to free itself from the silk threads that were pinning its 8 legs down. Agony coursed through its limbs as the venom slowly made its way towards its abdomen. All around it, a number of spiders chattered their pinchers angrily and jabbed and poked at its dying body. The spider wasn't sure how much more pain it could endure before its body would give out. It had done wrong. It knew it had. The spider had fallen short of the manifesto, of the party guidelines, and of the ideals of the fearless leader. It had communicated with the outside world without permission, so it would be tortured, and it would die. The spider just hoped that its death would come sooner rather than later, as the venom burned at each of its limbs. Then, all of a sudden, the crowd of spiders around it parted, and the whole web itself began to shake with heavy footsteps. A colossal spider with gray markings across its back towered over the others as it stalked along the web towards the dying spider. The spider closed its eyes as its fearless leader spread its mandibles wide and lunged forward. And from a couple feet above, with tears in his eyes, researcher Simon Parker scribbled furious notes into his notepad. He was sitting alone in the forest, surrounded by spiderwebs, with thousands of tiny spiders and 8 times as many legs crawling up, down, in, and out of every tree, web, and clump of moss in the clearing. It had taken him months to build up this level of trust with the arachnids. For the longest time, none of them had trusted him. In fact, many of them had wanted him dead. There had been numerous assassination attempts as he had conducted his research, but fortunately for him, most of the spiders in the colony were not particularly venomous to humans. That was, until recently. Professor Parker had a mole on the inside. Well, not a mole, but a spider. You get the idea. He had built up a relationship with the spider, as it seemed disenfranchised by the ideals of those around it. The spider had informed him just earlier that day that the arachnids in the colony had made a deadly breakthrough in their KGB equivalent unit, a toxin so powerful it could kill the man in one bite. This was all very fascinating for Professor Parker, who watched as his informant was tortured and eaten right in front of him. It was only once he wrote the closing line in his notepad that he stopped and wondered, exactly where was this hyper-venomous spider? He looked up just in time. A spider with terribly long legs and shiny purple markings on his back swung towards him, fangs spitting with venom. He ducked, but the spider caught in his hair and got tangled. Professor Parker leaped to his feet and sprinted out of the clearing, putting his knees through a number of newly made spider webs as he went. He ran his hands through his hair, flicking and shaking in the hopes that the spider had fallen loose. He wasn't proud to be screaming like a girl all the way out of the clearing. A couple of his colleagues poked their heads out of the nearby research lab as he approached. Embarrassment got the better of him as he slowed to a walk and gave them a courteous wave. He couldn't feel the spider anywhere on his head anymore. He must have gotten away with it. That was a close one. Professor Parker went to wipe the sweat away from his brow, but as he raised his hand, he saw a tiny black spider clinging onto it. He had time to let out one pathetic squeak of surprise before the arachnid plunged its fangs into his skin and killed him on the spot. SCP-2006 refers to a spider colony located in an undisclosed national park in the United States of America. The spiders within this colony vary in species and size, but are united by one shared goal: to promote and uphold the values of Marxism. This colony was discovered by a group of hikers traveling through the national park on summer break. Stopping by a stream to fill up their canteens, one of the hikers noticed a rather complex and extensive network of webs hanging between some trees. The closer the hiker looked, however, the more that they realized that this was not a normal spider colony. There were species of spiders here that one would never normally see roaming free in the US. What was more, there seemed to be something like writing hanging on the webs. But surely that couldn't be. The hiker leaned in close and tried their best to read what was being said. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle. Fortunately, the hiker and all of their friends thought that the writing in the web was some kind of prank being played by the national park. Maybe even a very early Halloween display. Within a week, the SCP Foundation had arrived and cordoned off the area, immediately surrounding the webbing under the guise of conservation work. Investigations began right away into the exact nature and origins of this communist group of spiders, and the results were fascinating. Not only were their writings resembling Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto, but there were also a number of webs that had been spun to resemble the faces of various park rangers who would have been patrolling the area. Closer inspection revealed the existence of a number of rudimentary tools, such as twigs with pebbles tied to the tips using silk webbing, fallen branches surrounding the central web, many of which seemed to show the markings of tiny axe cuts where they had been split from the tree. Several weeks of close observation confirmed that the spiders were indeed creating tiny axes to cut down branches under the guise of protecting the central web. This was the first evidence of the spiders' hostility towards the human race. Not only did the spiders write about the virtues of communism, but they also seemed intent on putting it into practice. SCP-2006 is one of only 5 remaining Marxist-Leninist states in the world, along with China, Cuba, Laos, and Vietnam. Although, admittedly, the spider's version of communism is very primitive. Individual spiders have different roles within the community, each with the intention of serving the group as a whole. Some have the responsibility of maintaining and fixing any holes within the web, whilst others are given the responsibility of expanding into new territory. Some spiders catch flies, other spiders wrap them and prepare them for consumption. And most interestingly, another group separates the flies' bodies into individual meal portions and allocates an equal amount of food to every spider within the community. Beyond that, the spiders admittedly do very little. They are spiders, after all. One bright researcher by the name of Simon Parker had the idea one day to hand the spiders a piece of paper and a small pen, like the kind you find in a bank at the tip of a little chain.
Immediately, the spiders gathered around the pen and did their best to coordinate lifting it and dragging it around the paper. Simon Parker leaned in, excited to have his first communication with another species, but it quickly became apparent that the spiders were less than excited to talk to him. Bourgeoisie pig. Charming. Day after day, Simon Parker would sit with the spiders and do his best to understand what exactly it was they wanted. He wasn't sure whether they were incredibly idealistic or simply had a completely false idea of how powerful he was. "What would you like to do today?" he would ask them. "Dismantle Western imperialism with immediate effect before redistributing wealth equally to the masses." Right, I can't do much to help with that. It was difficult to have a conversation with them. They were hyperfixated on their goal and had little time to talk about niceties or more pertinent topics like where they had come from. The answer to that question remains a mystery, although there could be some evidence still to find from the body at the center of the web. It was Professor Parker who discovered the body. His regular visits to the web, bringing sheets of paper with him, had drawn the attention of a spider who lived right in the heart of it all, one known as the Fearless Leader. A group of spiders led Professor Parker through the trees towards his palace in the middle. Professor Parker had to duck and crawl under a number of dense webs. It didn't take a genius to work out that he was getting closer and closer to the origins of this colony. Web Zero, as it were. Out of a gap in a tree, an enormous wolf spider crawled out to meet him. It was hairy and gray, with strong legs and a slumping abdomen. Meekly, Professor Parker offered out the sheet of paper and pen to the Fearless Leader. "You're not welcome here. We are the proletariat, united in our goals. You corrupt with your foreign ways and corporate greed." Professor Parker tried his best to explain that he was actually boycotting Nestle and had done a number of papers on the virtues of communism while at university. However, he did have to admit that he had invested fairly heavily in the stock exchange. The Fearless Leader bore its fangs at those words and stomped angrily, making its webs sway and buckle underneath. "We spiders do what we must to protect our commune. You are not welcome." It was at that point that Professor Parker saw the body for the first time. It was at his feet, shrunken and dry, past the point of smelling particularly putrid. Around the body were a number of small coins, bottle caps, and other shiny objects. It must have been the wolf spider's haul of wealth and riches. So much for equality for all. "Did you kill this man?" Professor Parker asked, suddenly feeling his blood running a little cold. Was that a set of 8 legs tickling the back of his neck? "Our actions are our own. Leave." But as Professor Parker walked away, he was fairly certain he had his answer already. The back of the man's head looked to have been caved in by some kind of blunt force impact. Not something these spiders would be able to do on their own. Was that where their colony had first started? As soon as Professor Parker reported his findings to the Foundation, they launched a careful search of the surrounding area for any clues as to the man's identity, and within the hour, they were in luck. A wallet. There wasn't much inside. A couple of quarters, an old receipt so faded it couldn't provide much information, but by some miracle, there was still a driver's license. A match came back right away on the Foundation's database. He was a known political radical, expelled from a number of universities and fringe political groups for being a bit too much. Police reports pegged him as having gone missing in the small town in Texas in 1976. That date seemed to match up pretty well with the state of decomposition on the body. Investigations are still ongoing into the exact nature of this man's disappearance and what connections he had, if any, to the world of arachnology. It was far too coincidental that a group of spiders capable of communication and spouting extreme political rhetoric had just happened to create a colony on top of his corpse. But try as Professor Parker might, he couldn't get any information out of the spiders about the body. In a godless society, it was evident that their political views barred them from giving the corpse spiritual status. But when they talked about the body, it was evidently as close to a religious site as they were capable of conceding. Only one spider seemed to open up to Professor Parker. The spider had followed him out of the colony one evening after a long and fruitless day arguing about the benefits of privatizing certain industries. It swung down in front of him from a tree and waved him down right on the edge of the spider's territory. Professor Parker soon discovered that this spider was a worker spider, responsible for expanding the web little by little each day until it encompassed the whole world. Initially, the spider was just curious as to how long that would take,
as in the previous 40 or so years, they had expanded by about 200 meters. The fearless leader apparently believed that the circumference of the world couldn't be much more than 500 meters, so they would soon be in possession of more than half of the available land. Laughing, Professor Parker gently explained that it would take a good while longer before humanity felt particularly worried. Much to his surprise, the spider seemed relieved. Evidently torn as to what to say, the spider looked from him to the colony and back, before writing down its next sentence on the paper. "Screw Marxism. I just want to try a cheeseburger." That was the start of a peculiar kind of friendship between the pair. Every day, the spider would catch him on his way out and feed him whatever bits of information it had been privy to on the inside. That was no small task. The spiders had instituted a secret police, similar in hierarchy to the KGB, which kept tight control over the spread of information within the web. Professor Parker learned that the oldest spiders in the web had vague memories of being hatchlings in a bright white room, of being shaken around and transported somewhere, of sharp needles being injected into eggs, of booming literature being read out on repeat, so loud it would shake the webs beneath their feet. Then chaos and fear. Then freedom. Professor Parker got a number of small welts on his body over the next few weeks, little tiny bite marks from various harmless spiders. The worst that ever happened was he felt a slight itch for an hour or two before it would go down, and his skin would patch up the tiny bite marks. He would laugh about these bites with his spider friend as he brought him little scraps of McDonald's burgers to sample. But the spider was gravely serious as he chowed down on his minuscule mouthfuls of beef. "Those bites are getting stronger. Rumor is that they're developing an ultravenom, something that could take down a human. Fearless leader is being humiliated by a human walking into his territory every day and knowing that he is powerless to stop it. One day, that will change." And one day, it did. Professor Parker lay on the grass with foam dribbling out of his mouth, knowing that he was about to die. His small spider companion, the friend that he had spent weeks getting to know, had been tortured and killed because of him. And now, it was his turn. All he could do was raise his arm limply and stare at the tiny arachnid clinging to it, the one whose teeth had plunged into his skin and killed him, the one who had been laid out on the web and tortured, the one whom he thought had been his friend. The spider hopped down and pulled a pen from Professor Parker's jacket pocket and wrote one last message on the back of his hand. "Long live Marxism. Long live the spider proletariat. Death to our enemies." Somehow, most likely through some nefarious means, a fateful postcard has been sent to one of the residents of the murky, mysterious Aranirum Island. Living on this particular island was already a strange and scary enough existence, given the horrors the inhabitants of Anarirum share their home with. But perhaps the only thing just as horrible as life on that island was being sent a postcard. Sure, that doesn't sound all that horrible. Postcards are usually used to show a corner of the world far away and extend well wishes from friends or relatives on vacations. But ordinarily, postcards don't depict a photo of SCP-096 with the words, "Wish he was there," scrawled on the other side. From its containment cell at the SCP Foundation, the Shy Guy instantly sensed that somebody, somewhere, had seen a picture of its face. Breaking down into an enraged fit of homicidal insecurity, SCP-096 immediately broke from its containment chamber and made a cross-country beeline, heading straight for Aranirum at anomalously accelerated speeds. Little did the creature or the Foundation know that the Shy Guy was being led straight into a trap, and the poor island resident who had received the chilling postcard, well, they were unlucky enough to be the bait. While the SCP Foundation started frantically trying to track down where it had gone, the Shy Guy had already made its way to a wooden cabin belonging to the unfortunate postcard recipient. Emerging from the now emptied home once the owner was no more, SCP-096 would have returned to his cell just as quickly as he left. That is, if he wasn't the only monstrous creature on the island. A loud and sudden noise caught the creature's attention, the sound of an old steam train whistle. It rang out once more, from somewhere off in the distance, but there was so much thick fog hanging in the air around Aranirum that it was almost impossible to see anything, especially with how dark it was. The second time the whistle sounded, it was closer, but there was another sound too, and not the loud chugging of a steam engine that you would expect. It was an erratic, heavy thudding, the noise of lots of somethings drumming against the ground, causing the earth itself to shudder. Legs. They were the steps of multiple huge legs, crawling across the surface of the island, heading straight towards SCP-096. A third piercing whistle rang out, even closer still. This time, the orange glow of a light could be seen, dulled by the surrounding fog, but getting brighter and clearer as it came closer. The light was casting shadows against the dark fog, long, spindly shapes of spidery appendages, until before the Shy Guy's eyes, a creature of pure nightmares came bursting out of the fog. It was a monstrous sight, even to SCP-096. Its body was the red front engine of an old-fashioned steam train, hoisted off the ground by 4 pairs of enormous black, spindly, spider-like legs that propelled the beast forwards at a terrifying speed. Able to move without the limitations of needing to follow a railroad track, the monster was barreling towards SCP-096 with a twisted smile on its grotesque face. At the front of the locomotive was its circular face, with its unnaturally white eyes and a mouth that sported rows of razor-sharp teeth, all covered in blood. This hellish abomination, a being that was part steam engine and part giant spider, was the terror of Aranirum himself, the carnivorous CHOO Charles. Seeing Charles racing towards them on its 8 spider legs would be enough to make anyone freeze up and stop in their tracks out of sheer terror, and SCP-096 was compelled to do the same. Except the terrifying train creature's pale eyes were looking directly at the Shy Guy. As Charles sized the anomaly up as its next meal, he was looking at it, and that meant SCP-096 had to kill him. The question was, how could it? How could the skinny, spindly humanoid hope to even fight something like CHOO Charles? He was much bigger, even more fearsome, but as quick as Charles could move on his spidery legs, he was not faster than SCP-096. In the blink of an eye, the Shy Guy raced off shrieking and sobbing in despair, leaving Charles to continue roaming his island territory in search of other human inhabitants to terrorize. SCP-096 had retreated to some nearby woods, quick enough to move out of Charles's path somewhere it could hide, for now. But the Shy Guy could feel a familiar, painful feeling, almost pulling him back towards CHOO Charles, right back into harm's way. SCP-096 possessed an inescapable compulsion to kill anyone who looked at its face, and that seemed to include horrifying part train, part spider hybrids. It was a fact of the Shy Guy's very existence. He had to go after whoever looked at him and make them pay. In fact, it took all the creature's own strength not to instantly rush back over to Charles to try. SCP-096 knew that if it did, then there was little chance it would survive coming face to train face with the terror of Aranirum. However, while it was watching CHOO Charles from a safe distance, seeing him crawl across the landscape on his multiple legs, that SCP-096 noticed something. It was another light obscured by the fog, but this one was much higher up. One could almost mistake it for the moon, if it wasn't getting closer, all the while accompanied by the sound of whirring rotors. While the Shy Guy had been evading CHOO Charles, the SCP Foundation had been tirelessly trying to track down its location, and now they'd found their runaway anomaly here on Aranirum Island. As the chopper carrying the mobile task force drew nearer, the tyrannical train turned and took notice. To SCP-096, the Foundation's arrival could have meant a way home and away from the spidery steam engine. But to Charles, the approaching chopper meant only one thing: a new source of food.
Captain!
One of the MTF troops aboard the chopper called over his headset. "What is it? Do we have eyes on SCP-096? The captain replied before realizing what he'd said. "Well, not eyes on, because then they would have jumped up onto the chopper and killed us all. I mean, is there any sign of SCP-096 on the island?"
"Negative, sir, although you should probably see this,"
the soldier replied. Begrudgingly, the captain unbuckled himself from his seat and snatched the Foundation operative's binoculars, using them to look down at Aranirum below. It didn't take him long to spot the massive, multi-legged monstrosity that was CHOO Charles, who had fallen still, waiting for the chopper to descend low enough for him to reach.
Good gravy, what on earth is that thing?
The captain exclaimed, before taking another look through the binoculars.
Is that? Wait, what is an instance of SCP-2086 doing out here?
SCP-2086 was an infamous anomalous species the Foundation had encountered before. Much like Charles, they were arthropod-like creatures with multiple long legs that protruded from a body resembling a man-made mode of transport. However, SCP-2086s usually took on the appearance of buses while in vehicle form.
Sir, I don't think that's an SCP-2086,
The lookout replied.
To me, it looks more like an instance of SCP-3023.
Impossible, all the way out here?
The captain retorted.
We're nowhere near the region where the anomaly occurs. It could have scurried its way from Germany and taken nest here, sir.
The trooper responded. Yet another anomaly that CHOO Charles bore a striking resemblance to. SCP-3023 was a rare phenomenon that was known to occur at random, but was limited to a specific area of central Germany. The effect of this phenomenon caused ordinary, everyday, inanimate objects of any shape or size to suddenly turn into aggressive spiders, sporting 8 legs that grew from whatever was affected by SCP-3023. Perhaps CHOO Charles was indeed an instance of SCP-3023, or some distant evolutionary offshoot of SCP-2086. It was hard to say for sure. The only thing for sure was that Charles was a man-eating beast, more so than an insidious villain. And being so highly territorial, he considered the entire island of Aranirum to be his natural habitat and his hunting ground. Anything that arrived in his vicinity was prey to the terrifying train, and his ravenous craving for human flesh meant he was ready to attack the descending SCP Foundation chopper.
All right, let's go, go, go!
The MTF captain called to his troops, signaling them to start rappelling out of the helicopter and down to the island.
Keep your scramble goggles on max, we still need to recapture 096. But first priority is taking down this big ugly beast.
Wearing goggles specifically designed to distort the Shy Guy from their view, the team began abseiling out of the aircraft. But CHOO Charles was already waiting for them. Rearing back on its 4 back legs, the nightmarish train spider swiped at the descending MTF operatives. What first seemed like an instinctive, uncoordinated assault quickly became precise and relentless strikes as Charles sliced through some of the cables the MTF troops were using to rappel down. Their lifeline cut, the unlucky Foundation operatives plummeted from mid-air, right down towards where the terror of Aranirum was waiting for them to fall. A few of the MTFs made it to the ground alive, and immediately began retaliating against CHOO Charles. The gunfire from their weapons flickered all around the carnivorous creature, but their bullets could barely chip the red paintwork on his steam-trained body. Dashing towards his helpless human prey on his many legs, Charles began to feast. Then suddenly, something started pulling at one of his huge spider legs, pulling Charles back moments before he had a chance to claim his latest victim, the captain of the Foundation's MTF. It was SCP-096, having zipped out of hiding and shrieking wildly as it used all of its strength to wrench one of CHOO Charles's multiple limbs. Angered that it couldn't reach the MTF captain, the part spider, part train hybrid stomped the leg that was being pulled in a successful attempt to free itself from the Shy Guy's grip. But in the same instant, SCP-096 used its anomalous speed to reappear in front of the already angered locomotive monster. With his railroad rage about to reach its breaking point, Charles entered into a relentless rampage, making quick work of the leftover MTF troops before setting his sights squarely on SCP-096. But doing that was his biggest mistake. Now CHOO Charles had seen the Shy Guy twice, and to the insecure anomaly, that meant Charles had to go. Traveling faster than even the multi-legged monstrosity could perceive, SCP-096 began racing towards CHOO Charles's many legs. The Shy Guy had realized that it didn't stand a chance of dealing with the terror of Aranirum the same way it handled all the others that had seen its face. So instead, it had settled on a new approach, specifically tailored to taking down the spider-legged steam engine. One by one, SCP-096 started knocking Charles's many legs out from underneath him, effectively tripping him up over and over again. The Shy Guy moved so quick that the cumbersome Charles could barely react in time, having one leg after the other knocked out from beneath him, causing him to tumble to the ground. Normally, CHOO Charles was smart enough to retreat if he encountered something that could fight back.
If he was injured badly enough, the spider-like creature would scuttle out of harm's way in order to heal his wounds. But the rage at being constantly tripped up by SCP-096 was distracting Charles from the Shy Guy's true ploy. With every leg it knocked out from underneath the spidery steam train, SCP-096 had been gradually directing Charles towards a nearby gorge. With a terrifying burst of anomalous speed, the Shy Guy caused CHOO Charles to topple over sideways, rolling over himself until he landed upside down in the bottom of the rocky gorge. The multi-legged locomotive monster's spindly legs flailed desperately as he tried to reposition himself, but with no luck. SCP-096 had managed what first seemed to be impossible and beaten the terror of Aranerum, CHOO Charles. Or for now, at least. One fine morning, your distant Aunt Carol came to your family home in an almost frantic state of excitement. Carol had always been a bit eccentric, totally harmless of course, but what you'd describe as being on the more zealous side of religious. Predictably, she wanted to ask you and your family to come to church with her. Seeing as you don't see Aunt Carol often, you and your family decide that there's no harm in indulging her. You're not an atheist family by any means. In fact, you were all raised Catholic, but it felt like it'd been forever since you last went to church. Aunt Carol wanted to show you and your family the special celebrations that went on at her church. You remember her practically grabbing you by the wrist and dragging you to the building, her eyes filled with a crazed enthusiasm. That's when you saw something incredibly strange. There were shadows moving behind the elaborate stained glass windows. Thousands of tiny shadows darting around, and this low humming noise you faintly recognized. What was that noise? It was the cry of cicadas, but this was only early spring. What were cicadas doing awake at this time of year? You didn't get much time to ponder this question. In the next few seconds, you and the entire church were surrounded by heavy-duty tactical vehicles. What appeared to be a large and heavily armed SWAT team poured out of the vehicles. Unbeknownst to you, these were a mobile task force sent in by the SCP Foundation, specifically MTF-Y99, also known as the Altar Boys, a specially trained group of Foundation agents used for anomalies of a religious nature. You, your aunt, and the rest of your family are rounded up to be debriefed and given amnestics. One of the last memories they took from you was the sight of Foundation agents dragging bloody bodies out of the church. As the doors opened, thousands of cicadas streamed out and disappeared into the skies. But these weren't like any kind of cicada you'd ever seen. They were beautiful. Their rainbow-colored wings reminded you of ornate stained glass. Who could have guessed that these pretty little bugs are tied to an entity very likely to bring about an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario someday in the future? The bugs, the bodies in the church, and even your aunt's incredibly strange behavior all fall underneath the umbrella of a Keter-class anomaly known as SCP-3004. But to truly understand this anomaly that was once thought to be destroyed, and the implications of it still living today, we need to go back 600 years to Ireland in the 15th century. This era was believed to be the origin of a Gaelic religious movement known as Caitlaji, or the Singers in English, a splinter sect of Druidism. But this was no fringe cult. The Singers were a mainstream religion in the British Isles for several hundred years. Its members included people of all social classes, from lowly peasants to powerful and respected figures. They mingled heavily with Christians, mostly Irish Catholics, and at some point in history came close to overtaking Christianity as the dominant religion in Ireland. So, who were these people, if they're supposedly such a large part of recent history in the area? Like most druids, their relationship with nature was a key part of their belief system. In particular, they prized an extinct species of cicada known as Cicadetta luculenta, or the stained glass cicada in English. The life cycle of birth and resurrection that the cicadas underwent fascinated the Singers, and they performed a number of holy rituals around it. One recorded ritual was the celebration of children entering adulthood that was marked by them first losing their baby teeth. But the rituals of the Singers accidentally opened some kind of door to a being from a different plane of reality, dubbed SCP-3004-1 by the Foundation. This being is an immensely powerful thought form that the Foundation believes to be a pittisphage, or faith eater. It appears to have been attracted to our universe by the rituals of the Singers. and so took a form relevant to their beliefs, namely a huge cicada, in order to feed on their faith. If things had stopped there, then this would be an almost innocent symbiotic relationship, but the interactions between SCP-3004-1 and our world led to dangerous consequences due to its powerful reality warping abilities. For example, during some rituals, huge numbers of stained glass cicadas would burst from the mouths of those participating, often causing them to choke to death. Other times, 3004-1 would manifest physically in the sky above its new worshippers, causing painful boils on whoever witnessed it, and occasionally symptoms akin to radiation sickness. It appeared that 3004-1 was growing more powerful over time, and its rise to power was intrinsically linked to the rituals of the singers and the existence of the stained glass cicadas. Two groups that predated the Foundation, the Vatican's Congregation for Otherworldly Acts, and the English government's Royal Society for the Imprisonment of Abnormality, essentially performed an all-out religious genocide on the singers. No meaningful trace of the religion was left when they were done, aside from their own records. While they were at it, they also exterminated all the stained glass cicadas, leading to a complete stop of all SCP-3004 activity. It seemed like, despite the great human and ecological cost, the anomaly had been neutralized. A few centuries later, though, a series of strange cicada-related anomalous events started to occur across the United States. A strange man, seemingly made almost entirely from cicada chitin, would appear at christenings, weddings, and funerals. Each time his presence would cause the people in attendance to do and experience horrific things, and lead to legacies of hardship and death that would linger for decades. This became known as SCP-2852, or Cousin Johnny, and it should have been the first clue that the nightmare of SCP-3004 was resurfacing, but since 3004 was already archived as neutralized, nobody made the connection. Sometime later, SCP-2852 incidents ceased, and around that exact time, SCP-3004 instances started anew. It manifested in the form of strange, anomalous activities taking place at Christian church services, specifically those from Roman Catholic, Eastern Catholic, Anglican, and Episcopalian communities. The only clues to outsiders would be an increase in reported church attendance and an increase in deaths from natural causes within the community. These two stats were how the Foundation first noticed something was amiss. Just as it had done with the singers centuries before, SCP-3004-1 had latched onto the beliefs and rituals of Christians, and was using this new connection to harvest more faith for sustenance. The results were twofold. First, religious fervor and excitement to attend church services saw a huge increase. Secondly, the actual content of these services took a hard turn for the horrific. Much like Cousin Johnny infiltrations, this really isn't for the faint of heart by any definition. For example, young people with Christ-like stigmata wounds being bitten to death by priests, children removing the teeth of priests before they all start vomiting huge numbers of stained glass cicadas. There were extremely unpleasant rituals involving castration, and even a pregnant woman giving birth to even more swarms of stained glass cicadas. We could go on, but you probably get the idea. Rituals inspired by SCP-3004-1 are horrific, and all seem to involve the same extinct breed of stained glass cicadas worshipped by the singers before their annihilation. But how can these insects, which have been dubbed SCP-3004-2, be here in the present if the Foundation Forerunners made them extinct so many centuries ago? The answer is simple, but strange. While they have all the hallmarks of being alive, the stained glass cicadas present during modern iterations of SCP-3004 events aren't actually real. Genetic tests have shown that they're actually made from a mix of wood and real stained glass. These insects fly away from the scene after the rituals are completed, traveling around 600 miles from the site before disappearing completely. The Foundation was growing concerned about the nature of SCP-3004, especially given that instances were becoming more frequent and harder to contain. Foundation scientists determined that the creature known as 3004-1 likely existed within a layer of reality just above our own, and if it ever managed to breach our reality, the world level of violence and chaos it could cause would likely lead to an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. Drastic actions would once again be needed to prevent this, so they devised an emergency containment procedure that would only be used as a last resort. The procedure, known as Protocol Damantio ad Bestias, would use a mixture of mass amnestic treatment and thaumial objects to completely erase Christianity from not only the modern world, but all of history, in hopes of cutting off SCP-3004-1's food supply to kill the entity, or at least prevent it from entering our world. The plan would center on placing a powerful Roman Catholic reality warper, who volunteered for the job of course, into an anomalous group of machines known as the Lions. By submitting the reality warper to a lifetime of suffering and essentially erasing him from existence, so too will it erase the world's full knowledge of Christianity and hopefully save the world. This man will become the last martyr, dying for all of humanity. He will become the last saint, St. Jude the Damned, bulwark against darkness. You might ask, are you sure that's necessary? There's so much we don't know about 3004-1. Do we know for a fact that it's dangerous? Enter Agent Timothy Lutterman, a member of Mobile Task Force Sigma-25, also known as Ghostbusters. Lutterman was part of a Foundation project known as Site C Lux, using an astral projection technology that would free his consciousness from his body and allow it to travel freely between metaphysical planes. In plain English, they could use Lutterman's floating mind as a kind of spy and insert it into 3004-1's dimension. They achieved this by capturing one of 3004-1's false stained glass cicadas and releasing it again, allowing Lutterman's mind to follow it home to its master. However, what we thought would be a simple intel gathering mission turned into a complete nightmare. Lutterman found that 3004-1's dimension was entirely void, aside from the entity itself and the millions of buzzing stained glass cicadas. The entity was so huge and so complex that it physically hurt to look at. Lutterman observed that its form kept shifting, from a giant cicada to an old man to a cicada nailed to a wooden cross to an infinite mess of wood and stained glass. But even more terrifying than its physical appearance were the contents of its mind. 3004-1 forced itself into Agent Lutterman's brain, and in that moment, he finally understood it. The entity, which had no concept of metaphors, allegory, or the divide between fact and fiction, truly believed that it was the Abrahamic God depicted in the Bible, and that all Christians are lovingly worshipping it. In its rituals, it was imposing some of the bloodiest parts of the Bible onto its flock, believing that's what they wanted. All the while it fed on their faith, growing bigger and more powerful. Lutterman found that just being there with the creature was hurting his soul. If it wasn't a god yet, he believed it had the power to become one in time, and he advised the Foundation shouldn't send anyone else to its dimension. It was too great a risk to all life on Earth. Perhaps to prevent the horrible fate of all of us being destroyed by 3004-1, erasing Christianity would be a worthy sacrifice. That is, if it actually works. After all, they thought destroying the Singers would neutralize 3004 once and for all. And yet, here it is again. For all we know, we may just be prolonging the inevitable. You edge the poolside, chlorine-stenched air filling your nose, the sound of splashing and lifeguards whistling bouncing off the indoor pool facility walls. The water ripples, family and friends egging you to cannonball in, the pool almost beckoning you to jump with its suggestive waves. Yet there remains an underlying fear, one that brings your hands to your face and causes your teeth to chatter, even as the pool, clear as glass with chlorine, hides no secrets. A monster, some teeth-gnashing megalodon ascending from the depths of extinction, Leviathan curling its barbed tail to strike its prey at any moment, or even some vast, unknowable force, ancient as Earth, hardly comprehensible to human minds, waiting, dreaming to breach the surface. No matter what form this gargantuan, invisible monster takes, you know one thing. Once you jump in, you will not return to shore. You take a moment, recompose yourself, and laugh off the fear. Maybe a product of too much research on the bloop, that deep ocean sound continuing to confound scientists as to its cause. Or maybe too much binging infographics videos on sea monsters, krakens and Loch Ness monsters, mysterious globsters cast onto shores throughout America. Whatever the origin, the thought seems ridiculous to you now.
and your fears regarding invisible sharks stalking the pool perimeter escape your mind as you hurl yourself into the water. SCP-1128. In the vast archives of a hidden site, stuffed into a drawer amongst uncountable horrors like it, the SCP Foundation holds a description of a vast, unfathomable horror that'll make you more suspicious the next time you pass a pool, lake, or even a bathtub or puddle of water. SCP-1128 is a gigantic aquatic monster lurking in waters unknown, and that's all the Foundation will let anyone not assigned to testing know about it. While the Foundation has never shed away from those Moby Dicks of the deep, including the several thousand-kilometer-long arthropod SCP-169, and has even utilized such predators in the past for their own benefit, like the lengthy beast SCP-3000, SCP-1128 poses a unique challenge. Anyone who knows of its description beyond surface-level details will fall under the anomaly's effect. The representation you see now is merely an artist's interpretation of the basic prompt. The Foundation, of course, had to discover the monster's effects in the first place. The chain of communication becomes foggy, but a tip from an unknown source alerted the Foundation to the monster's existence and details regarding its manifestation. One man who had stumbled upon the entity's full description started developing acute thalassophobia, the fear of large bodies of water. Not bodies in the water, mind you. The man refused to relax on the beach or fly overseas, claiming he could see the monster's dark silhouette lurking underwater, ever scouting for him. This eventually extended to even closed bodies of water, like lakes, ponds, and pools, still insisting that the creature swam under the surface, trailing him wherever he went. His friends dismissed him as crazy, and he too believed he had fallen under some hysteria. He decided to take a nice, warm bath to soothe his mind and ease his troubles. He turned on the faucet and let the tub fill up. He put on his best bathing suit, ready to calm his anxiety once and for all. This had been plaguing his mind for far too long, and he was ready to rid all the negativity surrounding this phobia. Basically, he was sick and tired of being sick and tired over the idea of it all. He mustered up the courage, and with the anticipation to just simply relax, he took his first confident step into the tub. He paused for a moment and breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up his other foot and stepped fully into the bath.
Splash!
He fell straight down right through the tub. Waves and bubbles blocked his vision. His arms flailed as he sunk deeper into an abyss of water and fear. This wasn't supposed to happen, he thought. Several moments later, while still in a full-on panic, the buoyancy of his body began to slow his sinking. The bubbles from his underwater screams rose above him, and he began to follow their direction, scrambling back up to where he'd come. Just as he made it back to the surface of the tub water, choking and hyperventilating in terror, he swore he could see a distant creature, the very same that stalked him through oceans and pools, staring at him. Shaking, he hoisted himself out of the water and ran out of the house. Hysterical, he ran through the surrounding neighborhood, desperately searching for someone he could relay his experience to. Blinded by fear, he neglected to spot a puddle in the middle of the road he ran on. He raised his foot, arched forward, and landed straight into the seemingly shallow water.
Splash!
Again, he found himself completely submerged and drowning. After a minute, he did emerge from the puddle, but not in one piece. Knowledgeable of this incident, the Foundation set about expunging any traces of the monster's description from the world, physical and digital. The description had low distribution according to the results of Foundation web crawlers, but this hardly stopped the Foundation's endeavor. With forum posts deleted, individuals located and amnestetized, and catalogs trawled to ensure the description did not proliferate, the Foundation engaged in what it does best: questionably ethical experiments. First, they had an anonymous D-class, uninformed of the creature's effect, read the description of the beast. While the pamphlet they gave him confused him somewhat, he didn't feel particularly frightened by the entity, and he confusedly put on the diving suit the Foundation testers provided him. As they connected him to a cable and told him to enter a bathtub, the D-class did as they instructed him. The D-class expressed initial confusion at the tub's depth, remarking that it looked so tiny from the outside, As the D-Class continued to descend, he analyzed his surroundings, realizing the nautical reality that enveloped him. He asked how an ocean got stuffed into a bathtub, but the test organizer had no room for miscellaneous talk. He continued to descend until he hit the sandy bottom, seaweed covering the ocean floor. The D-Class looked around. Tropical fish swam in schools, coral covered the seabed, and to his right dropped an immense cliff, a sheer edge. The test organizer advised the D-Class to approach the cliff, and he begrudgingly complied. As he struggled in his diving suit, he fell back and screamed. SCP-1128, the aquatic horror, swam distantly, gracefully even, and paid no attention to the D-Class so fixated upon it. He realized that the creature matched the one he read on the pamphlet, and almost complained about this when he saw a blue whale swimming alongside SCP-1128. Compared to the monster, the whale looked like a guppy. The whale glided in front of SCP-1128's jaws. The monster remained tranquil, stared at its prey, and bit the whale in two with one chaw. Its teeth glistened in the water. The test operator requested the D-Class to pull back, and as the cable began to draw him toward where he came, the D-Class stared at the creature, swallowing the chunks of whale whole. The D-Class's eyes remained fixated on the creature, partially in fright, partially in awe. He wondered how ocean trawlers hadn't discovered such a giant beast yet, with the world effectively under 100% surveillance, something the D-Class knew far too well as a convict. Yet the D-Class recognized, and if not comprehended, partially understood the ocean's vastness and mystery. The dark depths reveal no inkling as to their contents, and a creature like a giant squid or the coelacanth can remain in hiding for centuries, if not millennia. It held him in wondrous thought to consider the vastness of the depths. When SCP-1128 stopped and stared at the D-Class, this feeling of wonder was quickly replaced with fear. As the creature approached, the D-Class pleaded with the test operators for help. As the test operators accelerated the rate of the cable returning, the D-Class took short, shallow breaths, filling his body with dangerous nitrogen as he ascended, further impairing his judgment. He had devolved into gibberish and screaming when face to face, the monster consumed its prey. The cable went slack, and the test operator pulled up only a broken wire, snapped, the water turning a cloudy red. The test operator knew that the unprotected D-Class had no chance at survival against the monster, but he could potentially arm and shield them. He had another similarly ignorant D-Class once again dress in a scuba suit and enter the tub. However, the test operator placed the D-Class within a shark cage, a la the movie Jaws, and lowered the cage in with another cable and winch system. While unsure how this would fare with SCP-1128, the test operator remained hopeful that the D-Class could survive and recount his story. Unfortunately, as the cage lowered into the tub, the test operator received no response from the D-Class until the line spontaneously tightened, snapped, and loosened. Hoping to find the D-Class's remains, the test operator only found shredded pieces of metal, torn and twisted like taffy. The test operator decided that he could utilize the Foundation's arsenal to his advantage and used an anomalously toughened shark cage in his testing, perhaps using an anomaly like the clockwork machine SCP-914. He gained approval from his higher-ups to undergo this procedure, and after some testing, behind a shining, strong-as-titanium shark cage, which he placed another D-Class within. Hoping for a success with the monster, however, proved unsatisfactory, as the same thing happened as the previous test, only without any sort of metallic remains. While bitter that the monster had won again, he wondered where the cage had landed. Meanwhile, Foundation forces labored tirelessly to find SCP-1128's location, hoping to avoid any civilian contact with the creature. Luckily, a GPS signal established itself upon the most recent D-Class's test, with the tracking device on the D-Class signifying the monster's general location. The Foundation had redacted the location of the monster, perhaps in a vain attempt to hide a very near threat from potential readers. The Foundation set up a team of only the most talented boaters in its forces, Mobile Containment Force Kappa-12 Sea Devils. Upon arriving at the location, the Sea Devils discovered the previously enhanced shark cage completely undamaged. However, closer inspection revealed traces of human DNA on the bars, though the Foundation could not confirm whether the DNA belonged to the previously sent D-Class. The test operator, while glad his shark cage survived the monster's attack, still found himself dissatisfied with the overall results of the test. He knew he needed to quell this creature's impact before a large population viewed it or knew of it. But the horrible beast had evaded all attempts at peaceful interaction. Perhaps with a madness not unlike Captain Ahab yearning for the death of his white whale, the test operator armed a D-Class with a specialized weapon designed to deal with aquatic threats promptly. This weapon, potentially another of the Foundation's precious arsenal, could potentially harm, if not kill, the creature. While he knew the Foundation's mission statement forbade unnecessary destruction, the test operator felt it may turn necessary if matters turn any worse. Thus, he sent his armed D-Class through the tub once more, ready to engage the beast in combat. The attempt, as one may expect, did not last long. The D-Class, upon spotting the creature, aimed his weapon at the monster and attacked it, but rather than drive the creature away, it only turned intently upon the D-Class, as if it desired a fight. The D-Class barely managed to scrape SCP-1128 before the creature devoured the D-Class, leaving the test operator once again empty-handed. Defeated and without any more resources to deal with the beast, the test operator ceased his attempts at besting the creature and followed the Foundation's more cautious approach, expunging any publicly found descriptions of SCP-1128 as needed and diverting any vessels away from the anomaly's exclusion zone, as maintained by the Sea Devils. While the creature had proven treacherous in unexpected situations prior, engulfing the man who first heard the creature's description in a rain puddle, researchers could hardly expect what would transpire. A D-Class, afflicted with the monster's effect and observed for testing, avoided all bodies of water as required. Eventually, however, the D-Class needed to interact with some kind of water, drinking water. In a choice between a little water exposure or certain death, the D-Class felt inclined to choose the former. He filled his cup with water and, for fun, placed his finger into the cup, dropping it into the water. SCP-1128, unseen from the outside, violently pulled the D-Class through the cup into its watery domain. The D-Class had not a chance to scream. This alarmed containment staff, now cognizant that even the tiniest specks of water could transport an afflicted person into SCP-1128's ocean territory. This proved particularly strenuous when a new report of a potential SCP-1128 manifestation arose. An old woman, isolated with her cats and knitting supplies, found an article online with a description of the monster. Frightened and disgusted by what she read, she closed the article and continued on with her monotonous life. Such a life would take a turn for the worse, however, when she too developed that all-encompassing water-based fear. Her apartment overlooked an outdoor pool, and one day, looking outside, she swore she could see that same dark silhouette as the man did, lurking in the water among kids and parents playing. She swiftly closed the window curtains and taped the seams shut, allowing no light to peek through. Eventually, this paranoia affected her hygiene, neglecting showers and baths for fear of the creature's wrath. She swore she could see the silhouette in any individual droplet of water. Her skin began to flake as she avoided water as much as humanly possible, cracks developing on her arms, legs, and face, inflaming into rashes and itches. Her scratching further increased the flaking. She even eliminated water from her diet, sealing the faucets with duct tape and consuming exclusively orange juice. She threw out her cat's water bowls, dehydrating them. They pleaded with her as she continued to devolve, avoiding any contact with the outside world, even as it attempted to contact her. Eventually, a concerned neighbor contacted the local police concerning the situation, and the case caught the Foundation's radar, recognizing the symptoms of a potential SCP-1128 infection. A mobile task force disguised themselves as civilians to enter the apartment building and potentially interfere with the woman's condition. They entered the complex, climbing up the stairs with barraging equipment for forced entry, as would prove necessary to use to enter the woman's apartment. She had nailed the door shut with wood and sealed the cracks along the sides with plaster in an attempt to keep out any water vapor. She had similarly blocked the window with wood planks, A horrid miasma of dead skin and citrus filled the apartment, the old woman soaking it in, ever avoiding the dreaded monster. The Foundation task force attempted peaceful entry, knocking on the door and asking if anyone lived in the apartment. The woman couldn't speak if she wanted to. Her throat had dried to near silence, save a croak. Suddenly, the task force and the woman heard a rumbling noise outside. Thunder, rain. The woman panicked and yelled, "Don't come in here!" in a froggy voice. The task force eventually decided they needed to use their equipment and entered via barrage. The door collapsed and an immediate dense air clogged the task force's sight, blinding and choking them. The woman shrieked and backed against the window inadvertently. The task force insisted they were here to help the woman, but she simply heaved heavily, saying something unintelligible in that dry, cracking voice. The rain began pounding on the window, patter, 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 as the task force attempted to gain hold of the woman. She resisted their movements, moving around the room while the task force intentionally avoided violent confrontation. The rain grew in its intensity as the woman continued running around her apartment, tripping over her starved cats. Eventually, she fell back onto the window, at which the boards blocking it fell onto the floor, exposing the pouring rain fully. She screamed as she saw the silhouette of the monster staring at her in every individual raindrop. One drop landed on her skin, and she violently vanished, pulled into a minuscule speck of water. The task force collapsed from exhaustion, perhaps dreading their inevitable amnestic treatment following exposure with an SCP-1128 afflictee. Yet they couldn't help but wonder what the old woman saw in a single speck of water that could cause that degree of fear and paranoia. The kind of fear only caused by entire oceans condensed into a single droplet. Besides the monster, what else did she see in those multitude of droplets? The fish that populated the sea, the whale carcasses left behind by SCP-1128, the sea devils viewed from below, drifting on the water unsuspecting. Just as one may view a grain of sand and see the Sahara, she too saw that raindrop and viewed an ocean entire, along with whatever malevolent creatures inhabit it. One may have more sympathy for the child, reluctant to jump into the pool water, knowing not necessarily that something inhabits that body of water, but that the body belongs to a cycle much larger than itself, larger than any sea or ocean, and the only thing that can traverse that cycle is a monster, a creature like SCP-1128. The task force went back to their local site to report what happened during the incident. Like so many incidents the Foundation deals with, the sum total of those that risk their lives for the greater good is a couple memory-erasing syringes and another update to documentation. A description of SCP-1128 remains in a stuffy locker, lurking in wait among other horrifying stories in the SCP database's Sea of Terror. Just like that test operator that attempted to best the monster, could the Foundation's attempts ever surmount the possibility of another person being afflicted? Could they conquer the sea? In a member of that task force's dreams, they perceive a dark blue ocean and the distant black shadow that resides within. And from this ocean, they can view the bathtubs, sinks, pools, puddles, cups of water, and rain droplets of the world, seen from below. Although they know not what SCP-1128 looks like, they too experience the fear it summons among those that do, the paranoia, the fear. Although it may not manifest directly in people's lives, it can always be observed, stalking, waiting, lurking under a murky surface, watching with hidden eyes. The devil on your shoulder, your guardian angel. These are expressions that we've all heard countless times. Of course, they're not supposed to be taken literally. None of us have a heavenly spirit looking over us and protecting us from harm, in the same way that nobody really has a little red-skinned imp whispering encouragement to commit atrocious deeds in someone's ear. They're metaphors. Guardian angel refers to any instance of seemingly divine intervention, but is more often a coincidence that ends up benefiting a person when they need it most. And the devil on your shoulder, that's temptation. The little voice in the back of your head that sometimes eggs you on to do something you know you shouldn't. But what if there was a being that was both a demonic, malicious creature that also acted as a guardian for someone unable to protect themselves? Is it even possible for a being to be both angel and devil? And who out there could ever qualify for such holy and hellish protection? Ombre Rouge was once a fairly normal place to live, a small Louisiana town in one of the smallest of these 50 United States. Its name was derived from the French language, translating to Red Shadow, an ominous name for a township that was otherwise so uninteresting and forgettable. In fact, if things had never panned out the way they had, Ombre Rouge would have stayed that way, just a place where nothing interesting ever happened. All of that changed, of course, when the disappearances started. For anyone who might be too young to remember them, the mid-2000s were a turbulent time. The Iraq War was in full swing, and a nationwide financial crisis was rapidly approaching. But in the midst of all this global chaos and instability, the residents of Ombre Rouge were soon to be caught in the thralls of their very own shared torment. At first, like with most bad things, it started small. One person went missing, an unfortunate occurrence, but not exactly unheard of. Sadly, these things happen, especially when you live so close to the swamplands of Louisiana. People wander out into the marsh under the searing heat of the sun, only to suffer heat stroke, collapse, and end up buried in the dark, dank mud, never to be seen again. Few of those living in the town took much notice of the first disappearance. Apart from the missing person's relatives, many just shrugged off the news. As sad as it was, most of the townsfolk were just grateful it hadn't happened to any of their own family or friends. Maybe it was that ignorance, that lack of vigilance or reaction, that meant a second resident would also be reported missing, not long after the first. But this time was different. Unlike the previous disappearance, this one had an eyewitness. Clement Donovan, known to locals as Clem, had spotted a passerby while taking out bags of garbage. This unassuming pedestrian was the second disappearance victim. Thinking little of the man who just seemed to be walking home, Clem went back inside. A split second later, he heard a scream from outside and rushed back to his dimly lit porch. It was there that Clem claimed he saw something retreating towards the nearby woods. However, Clem's wild story of something not quite human wasn't taken seriously by local police. He even managed to snap a grainy photo on his clamshell cell phone. But back in 2005, phone cameras were nowhere near as advanced as they are today. Most Ombre Rouge locals wrote Clem off as a crazy old man at best. But worst, it made him look like someone who was trying to exploit or make light of the disappearances, something that garnered him a lot of dirty looks from his neighbors. That was until a number of other residents started reporting they had also witnessed a humanoid creature. It's hard to say if any of these eyewitnesses were genuine and how many were just people latching on to Clem's story. Regardless, the disappearances hadn't stopped, and it didn't take long for an unknown organization to roll into Ombre Rouge after hearing the rumors of a creature sighting. A few residents, even the local sheriff's department, thought these shady figures were a division of forensic specialists here to aid in the investigations into the missing persons. The more conspiratorial folks living in the town had a different explanation, that the newcomers were a deep state-controlled top-secret government group, there to assess the possibility that there really was some kind of monster on the loose. Not long after this group had arrived in Ombre Rouge, the number of residents going missing seemed to dwindle. On the 18th of December 2005, they packed up and left town, giving no explanation to the local police. Nobody knew if this secretive foundation had actually uncovered the perpetrator responsible for all the disappearances, if there even was any creature like the rumors said. But whatever had transpired in that Louisiana swamp town, one thing was clear. The moment the foundation left, nobody else went missing from Ombre Rouge, or at least, not for over a decade. Before then, however, little else of note happened in Ombre Rouge after the initial spate of missing persons cases. This, apart from a car accident that took place just under a year after the various disappearances ended. A heavily injured man by the name of Simon Hayes was taken to a local hospital, suffering from a severe concussion. Simon had been involved in a collision with a car on the 11th of November 2006. The doctors that examined him determined that Simon had been left with short-term retrograde amnesia. a condition that affected all his memories from prior to the accident. It was due to this that he was unable to recall events that occurred in the years before he'd sustained his injuries. Now, what is it that makes a random, if unfortunate, car accident victim so significant? Well, Simon Hayes actually became the first person in Ombre Rouge to be declared missing in almost a decade. In 2016, 10 years after his accident, and 11 after the original slew of disappearances, Simon vanished when returning to his hometown in Louisiana to visit his family. Naturally, Simon Hayes wouldn't be the last familiar face to return to the town. A repetition of such similar and strange occurrences as before also brought the mysterious foundation rolling back in. Little did the townsfolk know, in the year that had followed the group's original exodus from Ombre Rouge, they had lost something. On the exact same day Simon suffered his accident, whatever it was the Foundation had left town with had managed to escape. Perhaps this was a purely coincidental occurrence, but what if it wasn't? After all, road traffic collisions take place all the time all over the world. But an accident happening in a town with a history of people going missing on the exact same day that this thing escaped captivity? Maybe there was a link between the two events. At the very least, the Foundation seemed to think so. Some of the more astute people living in the swampside town noticed black armored transport vehicles moving into their neighborhoods. Men in body armor locking down the whole of Ombre Rouge. These didn't seem like local police. They weren't even the National Guard, although they were certainly heavily armed enough to cause concern. This unit of specially trained operatives quickly took control of the entire township, their authority never questioned by the sheriff's department. The place was small enough, isolated by surrounding swamps and marshland, that it was easy for Mobile Task Force Epsilon 6 to get away with an operation like this. Before the people of Ombre Rouge had time to argue, the task force had already begun their investigation. The newest series of disappearances had started in 2016 with Simon Hayes mysteriously vanishing, and had continued 2 years later in 2018. Just like the first spate back in 2005, there were sporadic and unconfirmed eyewitness accounts of a creature, shaped like a human but considerably taller, almost 2 meters in height. Most witnesses reported only ever seeing this local boogeyman at nighttime, making it much harder to see in detail, although a few seemed to state its skin was deep red, unlike any natural human skin tone. While before, residents of the Louisiana swamp town had brushed off stories like this as nothing more than rumors and urban legends, the Foundation seemed pretty receptive to the idea of some kind of monster on the loose in the marshland. And after all, they had good reason to believe such an outlandish story, because it was the same creature that had already escaped from them in 2006. Continuing their investigation into the link between Simon Hayes and this creature, Mobile Task Force Epsilon 6, also known by the codename the Village Idiots, arrived at Hayes' place of residence. Kicking the door down, breaching the house, they began a room-by-room sweep, looking for any clues that would explain why the monster they'd captured escaped on the same day as Simon's accident. One of the MTF operatives uncovered something, an envelope stashed in the home Simon had grown up in. He opened it cautiously. A collection of papers that were contained inside came spilling out. There were a series of simple drawings on paper that seemed to be more than a few years old. The crudeness of the hand-scrawled pictures and age of the paper seemed to imply that they had been created by a child. A number of the drawings depicted the same thing, a red-skinned creature, just like the one the townsfolk had reported seeing. With them was a note, written by Simon's mother, which read, "Found these old drawings of yours. Thought you might like to see them again. Welcome home." There was a link, an unclear, maybe tangential connection, but one that was growing the more information the Foundation uncovered. Whatever this being was, a very young Simon Hayes had seen it while growing up in Ombre Rouge. Due to the short-term retrograde amnesia that he'd sustained after his accident, he wouldn't have remembered it, but perhaps this thing remembered him. Did that mean the pair of them might be linked somehow? Not just by coincidence, but some kind of connection that allowed the creature to escape its captivity on the exact day Simon had his car accident. A connection that had drawn Hayes back home to Ombre Rouge, or drawn the beast to Simon to kidnap him. Moving fast, MTF-6 began to rapidly sweep the remainder of the town, searching for any further signs that would lead them to the whereabouts of either Simon Hayes or this elusive crimson-skinned boogeyman. They interviewed residents and chased cold leads, before eventually backing their target into a corner. The Foundation's MTF operatives mapped the location of every eyewitness report of the creature, using that information to track it back to a possible point of origin. It was a barn, left abandoned, practically falling apart as it stood in a state of disrepair just outside the small Louisiana town. Under the cover of darkness, the task force approached the wooden structure, weapons locked and loaded, keeping them trained on the barn. Cautiously moving closer, remaining on high alert, the squad activated their night vision. There was a low, almost undetectable sound of movement coming from within the barn. Slowly, the MTF's leader pushed open the wooden door and peeked inside. It was there he saw what they had been looking for. The thing that had escaped the Foundation over 10 years before. SCP-3631, a man and his monster. The beast was just over 6 feet tall, its skin a bloody shade of crimson, just as some of the eyewitnesses had described. It sported a pair of arms and bipedal legs, giving it a humanoid shape. However, that was exactly where its likeness to human beings ended. The creature, later designated as SCP-3631-1, lacked ears, eyes, or a nose, only a wide gaping maw of sharp teeth. Its face was covered in holes that twitched and puckered like smaller miniature mouths. In actuality, it used these orifices for various senses. It smelled, saw, and detected sounds through the holes in its otherwise mostly featureless face. As the members of MTF-6 entered the barn stealthily, making sure not to alert SCP-3631-1, they sighted something else. Someone else was in the barn with it. A man, not a dead victim or another monster like SCP-3631-1, but an actual, living, breathing human man. MTF-6's commander gave his squad the signal to engage. Hearing the sounds of weapons cocking around it, the creature turned and snarled, crawling on all fours like an animalistic predator. At first, it reared back. It wasn't until one member of the task force approached that SCP-3631-1 retaliated, attacking the Foundation operatives in a frenzy. Following a prolonged and bloody exchange, MTF-6 managed to subdue the creature and were able to once again return it to Foundation captivity. But this time, unlike back in 2005, they had SCP-3631-2 as well. As the red monster was prepped for transport, a survivor of the task force noticed something, an ID, perhaps a driver's license, on the man's person. The Epsilon-6 operative picked the card up, wiping away smears of blood with a gloved finger, enough to reveal a single familiar name printed on it, Simon Hayes. Before long, just like last time, the Foundation rolled back out of Ombre Rouge, leaving the Louisiana townsfolk none the wiser about what had happened there. Little did they know the red shadow hanging over their home had been lifted, but it had come at the cost of a number of disappearances that would remain unsolved. People who would never be found, families forced to go on without ever getting answers. When he was returned to the Foundation's labs, SCP-3631-2 was sent for extensive examination. Given the severity of the invasive organ transplants he'd undergone, it was impossible to tell if he was, in fact, Simon. The creature had been regularly replacing the man's internal organs on a monthly basis whenever they showed signs of decay or failing. Somehow, despite the high risk of blood loss and infection posed by this crude form of surgery, the subject had remained alive, but he was unable to speak, conscious, but showing very limited responses to stimuli. Nobody knows why the carnivorous nocturnal monster SCP-3631-1 took this man captive. In the same vein, it is unclear why the creature felt such a need to protect him, going to such lengths as hunting for replacement organs from unwilling donors. Perhaps in a grisly, twisted way, SCP-3631-1 was this man's guardian angel, or maybe more a devil on his shoulder. I wonder, is it really possible for something to be both?
Since the earliest days of humanity, when we first crawled out of the primordial sludge and evolved into a bipedal form that we've had for thousands of years, there has always been violent conflict. It is an inevitability, a sad fact of human life, that wherever we go, no matter where in the world we spread to, as long as there are people, there is the risk of conflict breaking out. Sometimes it's small. You get into an argument with a total stranger, usually over something mundane, like a parking space or cutting in line at the supermarket. At the time, the things you're fighting over seem important. You have a personal stake in it. Other times, you're just having a bad day and need to get things out of your system. But conflict has a way of escalating. There is usually always a bigger fight happening somewhere out there. A verbal debate or profanity-laden argument seems like nothing when compared to trading fists, being locked in a physical exchange of anger and aggression with another person. Then there are fights between groups, gangs from different places meeting in the dark to attack each other with weapons, knives, bats, pipes, chains, anything they can find. Keep taking the scale of conflict higher and higher, and eventually you'll hit the big one: war. Conflict on a national, international, or even a global scale. There is always a war going on somewhere. Like we said, humans have always had an inevitable capacity for conflict, since the first cavemen fought amongst themselves with clubs and rocks. But what if, for all that time, over those countless centuries of our existence, there had been something else there too? Something ancient, older than humanity, that has been preying on our natural capacity for conflict since prehistoric times. A demon born of war, known nowadays as SCP-4715.
Here to answer that big question, war. What is it good for once and for all, though we can't promise you'll enjoy the answer. It's hard to pin down exactly what kind of creature SCP-4715 is. While it does possess teeth consistent with the dental structure of carnivores and a skull resembling that of a large feline, like a lion or a tiger, it definitely isn't a lost breed or subspecies of cat. Genetic analysis of SCP-4715 is, more often than not, wildly inconsistent, with DNA traces matching many different forms of wildlife found in the modern animal kingdom. However, there are also genetic matches to mammals alive long before the dawn of mankind, dating all the way back to the Miocene and Pleistocene era of prehistory, including the giant sloth, marsupials, and cave lions, and a creature called a hyenodon. It even shares trace amounts of DNA with certain other anomalous animals that the Foundation has previously encountered. So this thing is like a big hybrid, a mixture of all sorts of different species and wildlife, combining together to form, well, what? Robust in frame and standing at a minimum of just over 5 meters tall, SCP-4715 is a highly aggressive beast, sporting huge forelimbs ending with 7 digits and each with a semi-retractable claw contained within. The demon born of war also possesses a longer secondary pair of limbs, multi-jointed with 3 heavy claws at the ends. Walking on its hind legs, the creature is steadied by a huge muscular tail that acts as an anchor, helping SCP-4715 maintain balance much like the third leg of a tripod. While SCP-4715 does have a nasty, rather antisocial tendency to attack any form of human life it comes into contact with, we aren't just talking about a mindless beast here. It seems to solely gun for human beings, showing little to no interest in hunting any other forms of flora and fauna. Meanwhile, in the wild, other animals instinctively know to keep away from the creature. SCP-4715 does display some discernible level of intelligence, roughly akin to that possessed by the average chimpanzee. It is even smart enough to fashion tools and weapons out of available materials. The creature is also highly intuitive, able to accurately sense the emotional and mental state of any sapient life nearby. But this is where it gets even stranger. Remember when we mentioned that oh-so-human capacity for conflict and even war? Well, in the event SCP-4715 senses any person with the intention to do harm to another person, animal, or to SCP-4715, the creature will rapidly start to grow. Normally, the amount that SCP-4715 increases its own bodily mass is directly proportional to both the number of harm-intending persons around it and the intensity of their dangerous feelings. For example, put SCP-4715 next to someone who just wants to throw hands for the sake of it. It wouldn't get all that bigger. But if you were to say surround it with a group of warmongering politicians, then it's safe to bet that you'd see some rather different results. The biggest SCP-4715 is known to grow as around 24 meters tall, although it has the potential to grow much, much bigger if exposed to enough situations of conflict. However, the moment that SCP-4715 loses its sense of harmful feelings in those nearby, then this effect will begin to reverse itself. That doesn't mean SCP-4715 enjoys getting smaller again. In fact, the creature has been witnessed attempting to draw individuals into states of conflict to once again increase its mass. The Demon-born of War is a very apt and accurate nickname for the creature, as it seems to be fascinated by and attracted towards any state of conflict between human beings. In addition to its aggression and size-altering abilities, SCP-4715 also displays exceptional speed and strength, as well as being resistant to most forms of damage. Conventional weaponry does little to cause lasting physical trauma. Its skin is almost entirely fireproof. The creature has a natural resistance to toxins, radiation, or other harmful chemicals, and it doesn't even require nutrition in order to survive. Even on the off chance that something does happen to cause damage to SCP-4715, the creature is more than capable of regenerating and regrowing its own tissue, even to the extent that a lost limb would grow back within a week. Given humanity's extensive history of conflicts on both a large and small scale, it is no surprise that SCP-4715 has been able to sustain itself since prehistoric times, or so it is believed. While its true origin predates some of the earliest human civilizations, the SCP Foundation first learned of the creature's existence in October of 1916. Following this initial discovery, the Foundation has since uncovered a whole catalog of various artifacts and documents from all over the world that seem to confirm that SCP-4715 has existed in its present form throughout the majority of human history. In May of 1980, the Foundation located a Roman structure found buried deep underneath Istanbul. Within were a series of frescoes, an older form of mural painting. The first of these depicts the soldiers of the Roman Empire battling against the forces of Sasanian, otherwise known as the Late Persian Empire. The second of these unearthed frescoes showed, standing in the midst of these two mighty armies, was none other than SCP-4715, attacking both Romans and Persians alike, showing no mercy to either side. And in the final fresco, Roman soldiers were shown trying to appease the demon-born of war with offerings of meat, the earliest known depiction of religious worship focused around SCP-4715. Additionally, the Foundation themselves enact a similar ritual offering and sacrifice in order to keep SCP-4715 contained, known as Procedure 4715 Waning Moon. Every full moon of each month, one member of D-Class personnel must act as a shaman, cover themselves in human blood, and offer the creature 60 kilograms of red meat. After feeding, SCP-4715 will sometimes also eat the shaman too. But those Roman frescoes were far from the only ancient artworks depicting SCP-4715, nor are they the earliest form of representation that the Foundation has discovered. A collection of cave paintings were also found in the Ardèche region of France in October 2005, portraying further instances of SCP-4715 attacking early humans, surrounded by skulls and depicted alongside other foreboding symbolic imagery. A wood carving dating all the way back to Prussia in the mid-14th century showed more scenes of the same sort. In this one, 16 knights mounted on horseback were engaged in a cavalry charge towards SCP-4715, which looked to be significantly bigger than it had been portrayed in other artifacts, thanks to the creature's size-altering abilities. An engraving on this wood carving reads, "Banishing of the Beast from the Earth." And curiously, it was sent to the SCP Foundation in 1981 via a courier with the following note included: "Dear Sir or Madam, knowledge is power, and we have observed your organization gathering resources in order to learn more about the subject of this carving. Given your modus operandi, we believe that in providing this historic artifact free of charge, you may be able to successfully contain this creature and put a stop to its disruptive activities. Yours sincerely, Nigel Tissington Evers, Marshall Carter & Dark, LLP." Fourthly, an archaeological dig uncovered a journal that was promptly confiscated by the Foundation. This journal had belonged to a Chinese farmer made homeless by the Taiping Rebellion between 1850 and 1864. The man witnessed and sketched in his journal a monster emerging from a large pile of corpses left discarded on a battlefield. The being, or SCP-4715 as we know it, then started heading towards the city of Nanjing. Needless to say, SCP-4715 has gotten itself around over the centuries, drawn out to anywhere that conflict is occurring. The demon born of war doesn't seem to have much compunction over being witnessed by humans, but a highly important question still remains. Where on Earth did SCP-4715 actually come from? The beast has stood in the midst of human civilization since we first learned to walk, feeding on perhaps every conflict our species has ever had. But surely it must have started somewhere. A nest, a hive maybe, or perhaps a dark, unassuming corner of the world that few people have ever set foot in. The Foundation has learned of a location of interest designated under the name LOI 517 Sigma. In 2009, a group of outdoor enthusiasts stumbled upon a place unlike any they had ever seen, describing it as some kind of shiny bunker or Egyptian Colosseum in some caves lit up by shiny plants. The SCP Foundation stepped in to investigate these findings, discovering a cave system and a structure contained within a network of tunnels. Strangely, parts of these caverns seem to be organic, similar to SCP-2932, also known as Titania's Prison. This anomaly is an ancient temple formed of plants, designed for use as a prison that can contain its inmates in pods. This cave system, LOI 517 Sigma, appears to be of similar design and function. However, it is instead focused solely on the containment of SCP-4715. Much of the organic devices found within LOI 517 Sigma are still alive and show little signs of damage. However, they remain inactive, powered down while the demon born of war is held elsewhere by the Foundation. Deep in the very heart of the complex network of caves and tunnels lies a structure formed of an indestructible plant. A cell that once housed SCP-4715 itself. So who trapped SCP-4715 in this place? And how did it ever escape without leaving behind any traces of damage? Well, throughout the complex of LOI 517 Sigma are places that seem to have once been inhabited, residential areas for whoever the creature's mysterious jailers were. And there are even more images of SCP-4715, once again showing it locked in battle, but not with humans this time. In these drawings, the monster is fighting unknown entities and seems to be much, much larger than the Foundation first thought possible. There are remnants within LOI 517 Sigma of carvings and warnings that describe a demon born of blood and war. A bloody night where children and fae were seemingly slaughtered indiscriminately by an abomination born out of atrocity. SCP-4715 killed thousands of those that imprisoned it, and perhaps even created it in the first place. But someone set it free. Within the cave complex, a skeleton lies next to an organic mechanism believed to have controlled the power for the monster's prison. The skeleton belonged to an instance of SCP-1000, a species of ape more commonly known as Bigfoot. In its final message, this ape described mankind above turning their weapons against each other. They know not of the demon born from war, and cast aside any tool that could turn aside its fury. May the hairless usurpers suffer at its hands, and pay for their transgression. To any child of the night who finds my message, know that I have committed this crime to avenge our demise. You will not forgive me. And with that seeking vengeance for a dead race, SCP-4715 was unleashed to prey on the conflicts of humankind. In a remote part of Russia, a mysterious disease outbreak was tearing through a tiny farming village with terrifying side effects. There was no cure, no clue to where it came from, and worst of all, the disease's terrifying impact didn't end with death. No, it was after those carrying the disease died that the real horrors started. After an agonizing fever that leaves the victims writhing in pain, they quickly succumb to the disease, only to rise from their graves to wreak havoc on the living. The virus continues to spread until the corpses outnumber those trying to hide from them, as the world spirals into almost certain ruin. It sounds like the plot of a zombie movie, but for the SCP Foundation, this is anything but fiction. And the terror that unfolded in that little Siberian town is the first recorded encounter with SCP-610, also known as the Flesh That Hates. First, livestock began to vanish from farms. Theft or wild animals were suspected, but no suspects could be found, and no mutilated remains turned up. The animals weren't being stolen, and they weren't being eaten, so what happened to them? With no more animals left to lose, the farmers themselves then began to disappear. But the authorities refused to take the missing persons cases seriously. The missing farmers' families would contact the police, make a report, and then the whole thing was forgotten. It was written off just as another unsolved disappearance, which wasn't uncommon in the wild and unforgiving region. Then, the police themselves began to disappear. The families of the missing farmers would sometimes report strange sounds from the surrounding woods, describing moans and inhuman screeches of pain. One young boy reported seeing a cow with what he described as tentacles lurking around the edge of the trees. Regional police were dispatched to the location and ordered to investigate and report back on their findings within 24 hours. But the units sent to the area didn't report back and were never heard from again. Upon learning of the reports, the Russian government grew increasingly concerned, fearing domestic insurgency or foreign espionage of some kind could be at play. They sent a small team of special agents to the area, and one by one, those agents disappeared, just like the others before them. It seemed no one who went into the village after the disappearances started ever came out again. They had all simply vanished. Desperate for answers, the Russian government contacted the only people in the world who could help: the SCP Foundation. What the Foundation found over the course of their investigation would shock and unnerve them, going beyond anything they had previously discovered. Before the investigation officially began, the affected area was sealed off by the Russian government. Not knowing if it would be safe to send researchers into the containment perimeter, the Foundation set up a small camera-mounted unit, nicknamed Herbie, to capture footage of whatever remained of the village. The images captured by Herbie revealed what exactly had become of the people in this doomed village, and the true nightmarish nature of SCP-610. SCP-610 is a Keter-class entity, meaning it's an anomaly that's exceedingly difficult to contain consistently or reliably, with containment procedures often being extensive and complex. 610 is a highly contagious skin disease that initially manifests like an ordinary allergic reaction, with symptoms including increased sensitivity, itching, and a rash. But within just 3 hours of those initial symptoms appearing, the rash starts to turn into masses of scar tissue on the chest and arms. These masses spread over the legs and back of the victim and completely consume them in thick, rubbery flesh within 5 hours. Once they're covered, the victim will cease all vital functions. Unfortunately for them, and doubly so for those around them, they do not stay dead. About 3 minutes after expiring, the victim's vitals will restart at a heightened rate, and the masses of flesh encasing their body will begin to move and multiply, mutating them into a form beyond anything resembling the human they once were. The specific type of mutation varies from case to case, but has included the head becoming massive and bulbous, the growth of extra limbs, and, in especially gruesome cases, the victim's body splitting apart to allow extra tendrils of flesh to sprout from the open wound. Occasionally, an infected person will stop moving and become rooted to the ground in a set location. Once it is settled, their flesh will spread itself across the ground, encasing all nearby objects in flaps of scar tissue. The infected that maintain their mobility are highly aggressive, even violent, and will attempt to infect any living thing that comes into their line of sight. The disease does not only infect humans, and can take over any living organism within a matter of hours. Due to the highly contagious and dangerous nature of the disease, safe observation of infected specimens and areas is only possible with drones and mounted cameras. This brings us back to Herbie, the first such mounted camera to record footage of the infected area. Herbie was deployed to an infection site, also known as Site A, without any damage. It remained at the outside perimeter of the village for 2 hours, observing several infected humans and fire damage to many of the homes, before following an infected into an intact house. Herbie's camera feed captured the infected person entering the house and sitting down at the table inside. There were several other infected humans in the house, and one unidentified infected creature that remained immobile under the table. After viciously assaulting one of the other infected humans, the infected returned to the table and began to lay out plates on top of it. Pieces of its flesh began to wriggle and tear away from its body,
before settling onto each plate. Once the plates were filled, the infected sitting at the table began to grab at the flesh and crush it into their mouths, in a perverse imitation of a normal mealtime gathering. After capturing this stomach-churning display, Herbie left the house and continued to explore the village. He recorded footage of a large stack of bodies that seemed to be made up of both Russian military and civilians, with an infected sitting on top. As Herbie maneuvered towards the remains of the town hall, an infected grabbed the rover off the ground. Herbie's camera was able to capture the face of the infected that grabbed the rover. The face was that of a young girl around 10 years old, strangely intact atop a large, distorted body. The final moments of Herbie's camera feed captured the infected girl's face bursting open, revealing tendrils of flesh that pulled Herbie into the gaping maw. Then, the feed cut to black. Herbie was regarded as lost, but the video feed briefly resumed 5 hours later, showing the camera covered with an unidentified slime. After this, the video feed was cut for good, and Herbie abandoned in Site A. The Foundation has sent several manned expeditions into Site A, where many expedition forces have fallen victim to the infected. Several operatives were also lost in an earthquake that revealed a network of underground tunnels. A manned expedition into these tunnels was attempted, and the video feed that was captured by the researchers on the expedition was deeply disturbing. There were images of an abandoned church filled with infected, and a mass of uninfected or partially infected human captives. The final moments of the video feed from this expedition captured several operatives being murdered by an infected human wielding a farming scythe, indicating that the infected are capable of using simple weaponry in addition to brute force. The use of this weapon, paired with the presence of captives in the underground tunnels, paints a terrifying picture of the kind of organization the infected are capable of. No more manned expeditions have been attempted, or if they have been highly classified. Ordinarily, once a new SCP is discovered, it is placed in containment at the Foundation, with special procedures in place so that it can be studied or even neutralized in the rare occasions where it's deemed necessary. When it comes to SCP-610 though, containment might just be impossible. It simply covers too much area and is too dangerous to expose to human researchers. Instead, all infected areas have been isolated with the permission of the Russian government. There is an official perimeter established around these areas, and any civilians that approach them are told to leave under the pretense of ongoing military operations. For once, a top-secret military project is the more innocent answer. Armed guards are placed at the perimeter of every infected area, and any living thing with symptoms of SCP-610 spotted near the perimeter is to be immobilized, killed, and burned from as far away as possible. Any living thing that comes in contact with SCP-610, whether a soldier, a scientist, or a civilian, is immediately terminated and their remains destroyed. If someone comes within 3 meters of an infected organism, they will be quarantined and remotely examined to determine if they have been infected. While the spread of SCP-610 can be airborne, it has been determined to be far less contagious when spread through air particles as opposed to physical contact. The infection sites remain active to this day, like modern-day leper colonies, though they are isolated from the general population, and the military is doing everything in their power to contain the infected. SCP-610 is still very much alive. It is rare for an entity to exist that the Foundation cannot truly contain, but can only try to guard against, and that makes this infection all the more terrifying. Who knows how much it has mutated over the years, growing, spreading, hungry for new hosts. There is still so much that the Foundation does not know about the flesh that hates, such as how it works, what it can do, or even where it came from, since the origin of the first infection is still, at this point, entirely unknown. It has shown itself to be capable of learning, planning, and protecting itself, so who is to say that it couldn't figure out a way to escape from its isolated area? It is so highly contagious and spreads so quickly that just one tiny infected rabbit and one inattentive soldier could be enough for SCP-610 to reach the general population. If it did, its violent, destructive nature and hatred for all life would mean that everything, not just the people, but animals, plants, and the world itself, could be at risk. And no one is ready for this kind of infection, a disease that turns the human body against itself, turns our skin into a weapon and a tomb, stripping away identity, humanity, and everything that isn't made of the same hateful flesh. So let's hope that the perimeter holds, and
The next time you feel a little itchy, try not to think about what might happen next.
SCP-682 must be destroyed as soon as possible. So begins the SCP Foundation file on the dreaded SCP-682, a highly intelligent reptilian monster that has, despite the Foundation's best efforts, proved impossible to kill. It may not be the most dangerous SCP out there, considering that some are capable of eliminating entire realities, but it's one of the most iconic. And you've probably heard tales of the monster that death forgot, and you know exactly why everyone is so afraid of the so-called hard-to-kill reptile. It's been subjected to some of the most deadly weapons and traps the Foundation could devise, and survived attacks from some of its deadliest fellow SCPs. But before we tell you about the Foundation's many failed assassination attempts against the so-called hard-to-kill reptile, we need a little more groundwork on what this creature even is. The first thing to know about SCP-682 is that this thing wants you and everything you know dead. Unlike some other creatures like SCP-096 and SCP-173, which are murderous but exhibit no real higher processing skills, SCP-682 possesses cunning, advanced reasoning, and even human-level logical intelligence. SCP-682 can engage you in conversation, but just talking to the creature calmly and cordially will sometimes cause it to enter its rage state, where it becomes even more dangerous and volatile. The beast is perpetually kept in a tank of powerful hydrochloric acid, melting its tissue to prevent it from reaching its full potential and going on a rampage. The creature's most terrifying asset, and the reason it's proven impossible to terminate thus far, is its incredible adaptability to any and all external stimuli. 682 is a reactive being, capable of not only surviving and regenerating from all attacks, but often incorporating those attacks into its own wide arsenal. In other words, if you're hoping to kill this thing, you better kill it on the first hit. Because if you don't, you better believe it's gonna hit you back 100 times harder. This brings us to the main event. Some of the SCP Foundation's most ambitious and frightening attempts to terminate SCP-682, or even understand how it could theoretically be terminated. There are quite literally too many unsuccessful attempts for us to list them all here, so think of this as a highlight reel of the Foundation's most prominent failures. 682 was first cross-tested with SCP-017, a humanoid shadow entity shown to be able to consume matter with its shadows and leave no traces behind. Tests on tissue samples from 682 showed that SCP-017 was able to consume said tissues with no adverse effects. However, when SCP-017 was placed into the containment chamber with the actual creature, 682 let out a horrific roar that was so loud it damaged nearby audio equipment. SCP-017 fled to the corner of the room, and 682, in its rage state, attempted to breach containment. Agents managed to suppress and remove the creature, but no meaningful damage was logged. Attempt failed. SCP-173, the killer statue, was later brought in, hoping that its thus far impeccable track record for killing would hold strong. The second that 173 was introduced into the testing area, 682 retreated to the far wall and began screeching intensely. It was intelligent enough to know what it was dealing with here. While the researchers and guards expected an instantaneous reaction, there was actually a stalemate for over 6 hours, as 682 stared at 173 continuously. Eventually, the tie was broken when agents shot out 682's eyes with high-caliber sniper rifles, breaking the line of sight and causing 173 to attack. Though 682 sustained damage to several parts of its body, while its eyes regenerated, the creature was not killed. It then regenerated a number of eyes all over its body, covered in a clear armored carapace that made them resistant to bullets. The stalemate continued for an additional 12 hours as 682 maintained perpetual eye contact. 173 was eventually removed from the containment unit, and the mission was aborted. Attempt failed. In their desperation, the SCP Foundation restored to bringing in another dangerous and seemingly unkillable monster to take on 682. SCP-096, also known as the Shy Guy. As astute SCP fans will already know, this being kills anything that sees its face, with no known exceptions, and when it enters its attack mode, it's thought to be quite literally unstoppable. Or at least, it was. While SCP-096 was able to destroy 85% of 682's original body mass during their 27-hour battle, it was left mentally broken, wounded, and huddled in the corner. To this day, if ever confronted with SCP-682, the Shy Guy reacts in pure terror, turning away and clawing at its own face. Attempt failed. During a deadly containment breach, SCP-682 also went head-to-head organically with another iconic SCP Hall of Famer, SCP-106, also known as the Old Man. The Old Man and a shape-shifting psionic anomaly known as SCP-953 broke into 682's containment cell. The Old Man pulled both of his fellow anomalous combatants into his pocket dimension to continue the battle on his terms. However, despite losing 67% of his body mass during the ensuing pocket dimension showdown, 682 still prevailed, with the Old Man eventually fleeing back to his cell and 953 being collected and taken away by agents. Once again, SCP-682 continued to hold the title. But it wasn't just cross-testing experiments, intentional or otherwise. The SCP Foundation's quest to kill 682 led them to a number of more conventional murder methods, all with varying degrees of success. Due to SCP-682's highly adaptive abilities, some methods were discounted from the outset. For example, launching a powerful thermonuclear missile at the creature was soundly rejected by O5 Command, on the premise that if the creature wasn't destroyed and evolved to the point where it could shrug off nukes, humanity would be pretty much done for. Other ideas were abandoned just for being too ridiculous, such as one researcher's suggestion to fly the creature through the air and drop it from a considerable height, hoping to kill it with a high-altitude impact. I'm not sure we even need to tell you why that's a terrible idea, but during the experiments on SCP-682, the studies range from honest to incompetent to straight-up evil. One guest researcher fed 2 small innocent children to the creature just to see what would happen. He was then himself fed to the creature for his sadistic behavior, which was viewed as getting in the way of his professional conduct. After all, the Foundation is meant to be cold, not cruel. It was SCP-682 that had the monopoly on cruelty. Mimetic kill agents were a resounding failure. They attempted to dismember 682 with a powerful laser, only to have the creature develop reflective surfaces that displaced the beam and caused catastrophic damage to the area around it. They attempted to kill the creature by sucking all the air out of its containment facility and create a vacuum, but it expelled a dangerous gaseous compound that reacted violently and exploded when air was once again introduced into the room. The Foundation used high-precision blades to slice SCP-682 into approximately 12,000 pieces, then separated these pieces. Unsurprisingly, by this point, this attempt also failed. The 12,000 pieces reformed a short while later into the fully operational killing machine we all know and fear. In one particularly frightening display of intelligence and adaptability, the Foundation attempted to kill 682 with extreme heat, but it shielded itself by developing a second carapace composed of solid helium. When personnel entered the room following the failed attempt on the creature's life, it shattered its helium carapace into deadly shards that fired around the room and shredded all Foundation personnel in attendance. It had set a trap, and that trap had been wildly successful. The creature's ability to adapt to seemingly any offense is unparalleled, to the point where Foundation staff have no idea how to classify this creature, whether it's organic, inorganic, or even alive at all based on any definitions we could understand. At every turn, the creature just raised more questions. What is it? Is it possible to destroy it at all by any means? Who was even trying to kill who here? Because it certainly seemed like SCP-682 had a masterful KD ratio by now. More extreme feats of cross-testing continued in the Foundation's growing desperation to eliminate this monster. SCP-162, which is a hypnotic ball of sharp objects, hooks, and high-tension fishing line, was introduced to 682's containment cell. The hooks latched onto the creature and tore huge portions off, including its entire lower jaw and one of its limbs. However, 682 was still able to breach containment, kill 11 people, and badly wound 86 others. It regenerated its severe injuries in no time. The beast was even taken to the domain of the Gate Guardian, one of the proposals for SCP-001. The Guardian had a flaming sword hotter than the sun, capable of destroying its targets on an atomic level. Naturally, SCP-682 survived and regenerated. Perhaps the most fascinating cross-test of all was between 682 and SCP-053, who manifests as a kind, innocent little girl with the unfortunate condition of causing homicidal tendencies in all who come into contact with her for more than 10 minutes. The people with these tendencies would then attempt to harm the girl, but would immediately drop dead shortly after, leaving the girl intact. The researchers present anticipated two possible outcomes here. The optimistic outcome, in which 682 enters a rage state, attacks 053, and died for good, and the realistic outcome, in which 682 attacks 053, possibly experiencing some minor injury or nothing at all, and 053 had to be removed from the containment cell. But that didn't happen. What did occur was considerably more shocking than any kind of violence. When 053 entered 682's containment chamber, the monster became uncharacteristically docile. Researchers and staff were baffled and watched with amazement as 053 approached the terrifying, immortal, mass-murdering monster and began to play with it. 682 even allowed 053 to draw on its face with crayons. Researchers thought they must have been dreaming, seeing this surreal display play out. 053 even appeared to have affection for this unkillable misanthrope. It was a single act in defiance of everything they thought they knew. When Foundation personnel entered the containment cell to separate the two, 682 went ballistic and killed multiple guards. 053 also wept, sad at being separated from her new friend. To this day, despite further testing, the Foundation has no idea how or why this happened. Like many details surrounding SCP-682, it's shrouded in deeply frustrating mystery. And so the tale of SCP-682 continues, in spite of the Foundation's best efforts. The monster continues to breach containment and slaughter with some regularity, taking out its seemingly limitless hatred for not only human beings, but anything that dares draw breath. Nobody knows where exactly the creature is from, what its true nature is, or why its ability to adapt and regenerate far exceeds any known organism on this planet. Perhaps one day, through enough research and cross-testing, we can someday answer these questions with scientific precision. But until then, we only have one answer. Hatred never dies.
It writhes against the snow, red, raw, and vicious. Too many mouths, too many limbs, twitching and dripping. Once it looked a lot like you, but now it's something different entirely. If ever it escapes its bounds, it'll rebuild the whole world in its image. It is known and feared by everyone with sufficient clearance at the SCP Foundation, and for good reason. It'll infect anyone and anything, and a death sentence is preferable to infection. It is a disease that thinks, the crawling corruption, the flesh that hates. Or if you fear its true name too much to speak it and find comfort in the categorization and clinical eyes of the SCP Foundation, SCP-610. SCP-610 is a contagious skin disease transmitted by direct contact. Anyone infected with it suffers a horrific mutation, turning them into fleshy, inhuman monstrosities. These infected creatures will attack and infect anyone nearby that isn't also carrying SCP-610. This also happens to be the flesh described and adored by those following the twisted religion of Sarkicism, a violent cult and group of interests that worships flesh, corruption, and disease. And as the Foundation operatives tasked with observing groups of interests know, Sarkicism is a sect that directly opposes the machine-revering Church of the Broken God. And to understand the events of the tale known to the SCP Foundation as Aftermath, the beginning that leads to its brutal and world-changing end, one must first understand the endless conflict between these two groups. The Church of the Broken God is a religion that the SCP Foundation has had a number of encounters with over the years. Members of the church share in the belief that biological, flesh-based life is an inherently wrong and evil abomination. They worship mechanization, the process of making organic bodies something more mechanical in nature. According to the beliefs of the church, two gods, Yaldabaoth and Mechane, created humanity together. Yaldabaoth was the god of flesh and animal instinct, granting humans bodies. Meanwhile, the god of machine and intellect, Mechane, blessed man with the power of free thought. As humankind developed machines, Yaldabaoth became enraged that they were ignorant of the instincts she had given them, and endeavored to destroy the creations of man. As the church's legend goes, Mechane acted as humanity's savior, and tried desperately to stop Yaldabaoth. The god of machines shattered himself, transforming his body into a number of pieces to form a cage for his fellow god. fragments of methane rain down on planet Earth. Now the Church of the Broken God believes it is their duty to recover these missing parts. There could potentially be hundreds of pieces needed to rebuild methane, and a number of these happen to be cataloged SCPs that the Foundation is either aware of or has in containment. Our story begins not with the long-awaited return of Methane the Broken God. Instead, it begins with a man, a Foundation foot soldier named Roderick Freeman. This is the story of Aftermath. In 2003, at the age of 17, Roderick's ambition was to join the US Navy and become a member of the renowned Navy SEALs. After enlisting and completing 3 years of rigorous training, he achieved his ambition, only to climb even further to heights he never could have foreseen. In 2017, Roderick, now a SEAL, was recruited by the SCP Foundation after his skills and aptitude caught the attention of their embedded recruiters. He joined one of the Foundation's MTFs, or Mobile Task Forces, elite units that are often sent in to directly deal with anomalous threats. Specifically, Freeman became a member of MTF Nu 7, also known by the codename Hammer Down, the task force you call in when literally nothing else can do the job. To bring Hammer Down onto the scene for anything less than a potential XK is like swatting a housefly with a nuclear warhead. So Roderick, a gun-ho soldier boy if there ever was one, would fit right in. But what does this mobile task force have to do with all that talk about the Church of the Broken God and the flesh that hates? Well, after an incident that broke out in the Irkutsk area in Russia, they were the ones responsible for cleaning up the mess left behind. According to Roderick's account, a robot the size of a small building was spotted in this area during December 2018. This 30-foot-tall robot had apparently come to wipe out a rapidly spreading disease. As you can probably guess, that disease was SCP-610, the flesh that hates. At first, the Global Occult Coalition had fired on the robot, launching a volley of ballistic missiles in an attempt to take it down. This move failed, the robot protecting itself so that not even a piece of shrapnel could hit it. It barely seemed fazed by the attack and went about destroying remnants of SCP-610 as it found them. Any infected with the flesh were obliterated, and when its job was done, the robot simply left. Perhaps this wasn't quite the grandiose return for Methane that the Church of the Broken God had envisioned for their deity, but it was nevertheless the long-awaited return they got. What had happened was that the SCP Foundation called a lifted veil scenario. The truth was now out. The world would soon be aware of the existence of anomalies. Afterwards, Freeman and the rest of Hammer Down recovered a series of tablets that had been left behind by Methane. Each of them bore a simple, repeated phrase in a variety of language. Just the words, "I will return." A short time later, riots began to spark across the world. It was a disaster too big for even the Foundation to cover up. According to Roderick, multiple anomalous groups such as the Serpent's Hand and the Chaos Insurgency had gone public. In Mexico, the insurgency became involved in illegal businesses that gave the cartels an anomalous run for their ill-gotten money, while members of the Serpent's Hand used the air of tension to incite riots. In short, everything was a mess, and this eventually escalated to a full-scale civil war in Mexico in 2021. During the build-up to this, around 2019, there was unrest around the world, and mobile task forces like Hammer Down were being deployed to train alongside various public safety organizations, all in the hopes of getting the world prepared for the storm gathering all around them. The insurgency and the Hand had revealed the truth about anomalies to the world, and so the Foundation's MTFs were aiding law enforcement, special forces, and the like, readying them to defend against the anomalous. In 2022, the Foundation finally decided to intervene in the situation down in Mexico, where the Chaos Insurgency and the Serpent's Hand had been causing disruption. Roderick Freeman was one of those sent to Juarez, coming face to face with former cartel members turned lackeys for the insurgency. The Chaos Insurgency had been fighting with the Foundation for decades and knew all their tactics. Combine that with the ferocity and brutality of a lifelong cartel member, and even the toughest soldier is in for a fight. As it turns out, the fight wasn't even the worst part for our dedicated little soldier. While attempting to transport a person of interest across the Texas-Mexico border, Roderick and his squad were ambushed by a sniper. During the attack, Freeman received a wound to his spine that left him paralyzed from the hip down. However, even though the Foundation didn't like to admit it, the Church of the Broken God was actually highly skilled in surgery. After all, they worshipped mechanization and would often augment themselves using technology. Or, to use Roderick's own words, if you wanted an iPhone in your skull in 2009, they could have pulled it off. If you wanted to be able to turn the lights on and off in your home by blinking, they had an upgrade for that. If you lost the use of your legs because of a sniper on a rooftop in Juarez, they had you covered. Thanks to members of the church, there had been a new technological revolution since the lifting of the veil. By 2024, devices that felt like they were 20 years more advanced than technology should have been were now commonly available. So that's how Roderick Freeman was able to walk again. However, the SCP Foundation refused to let him return to duty, forcing him into an administrative role. Frustrated, he applied for a job as a containment specialist. Meanwhile, the state of the world was constantly changing, with the SCP Foundation handing over safe anomalies to world governments. New divisions and departments were being formed to deal with the containment of SCPs. There was even an anomaly registration program that allowed people to call 911 to report dangerous or life-threatening anomalies. Anyone exhibiting anomalous abilities could now find doctors or therapists rather than being carted off to a containment cell. In short, the Foundation's days were numbered. However, this was not as idyllic as it sounds. According to Roderick, this should have been a chance for the civil rights of anomalous people to be respected, something that the Serpent's Hand had been campaigning for since their modern inception. Instead, it meant that anyone with anomalous traits perceived to be dangerous was arrested as threats to national security. Things were nowhere near as restrictive as under the Foundation. The safer anomalies could even have visits from family. But there was one boy, Thomas, whom Roderick had to look after, remarking that he wasn't old enough to be kept in a containment setting. Little did Roderick know, the tests that were being run on Thomas were keeping tabs on him. Somehow, the boy was able to use anomalous abilities to watch where Roderick was at all times. The SCP Foundation was finally disbanded in 2027, with the containment of anomalies becoming the responsibility of the Global Coalition Council. This organization had long been the official sanctioned counterpart to the more off-the-books Foundation, despite their more violent methods. But now the GOC was making their work known to the public. But with the Foundation gone, Roderick was out of work, picking up odd jobs over the next 6 years. There was widespread criticism of the SCP Foundation and its dubious methods, the dark things they'd done to keep anomalies contained. Civilians killed, entire populations given memory-wiping drugs to forget about SCPs, the horrific treatment of D-Class personnel. A document containing details about these practices and more was leaked, causing an outcry. The SCP Foundation's brutal methods were declared to be crimes against humanity. Alongside this, paranoia about anomalies was spreading. Governments were encouraging their citizens to report paranormal happenings, and people with anomalous traits were being registered and arrested. In Roderick's account, he says, "When people don't understand something, one of two things will happen. They will try to understand it so they can use it for their own ends, or, and this is far more likely, they will grow afraid of it and try to destroy it." So it was when humanity rediscovered anomalies, former Foundation employees were declared public enemy number 1, with anomalous persons a close second. When former members of the Foundation began to find themselves on trial by the United Nations, the public began executing any ex-Foundation personnel they could find. At first, local police or even the National Guard would intervene, but some eventually started actively helping the vigilante mobs. There was nowhere for Roderick to hide. The FBI even used the Unusual Incidents Unit to track down the Foundation's remaining members. Some had even been hired by the UIU to bring in their former co-workers. And for anyone who knows how utterly useless the Unusual Incidents Unit are, to be brought in for execution by them is a truly humiliating death. Unsure who to trust, Roderick turned to Agent Leonard Wells, a man whose life he had once saved. Meeting at a diner in Wisconsin, Leonard agreed to smuggle Roderick to Russia for $5,000, getting him safely out of the FBI's jurisdiction. Freeman agreed, and was then led to an SUV with 3 other men that he didn't recognize. According to Leonard, they were just there to help smuggle Roderick. The 5 of them drove to an isolated stretch of road, only to stop. Something was terribly wrong. Leonard told Roderick to exit the car, claiming that they would need to switch vehicles. As the SUV drove off, Leonard handed Roderick a flashlight and told him to signal a nearby grove of trees. And then, according to a report, Roderick X. Freeman was wanted by the US government for the actions he was involved in during his time at the SCP Foundation. He was believed to have been responsible for human rights violations and was picked up by agents of the FBI's Unusual Incidents Unit. The report claimed that Roderick engaged the UIU agents with a small firearm, although he had reached out to Agent Leonard Wells for help. Whether he was executed or tried to run away, Roderick Freeman was shot and killed. But that was far from the worst part about his death. Dying is bad enough, but witnessing death, especially at a young age, is something that can have a long-lasting effect. But who was there to see what happened? Or rather, who could see without being there? Thomas, the young anomalous boy Roderick had been assigned to, had seen the whole thing. The world had changed undeniably. It has been said that the Foundation dies in the dark so that we can live in the light. But when the same light was turned on the Foundation itself, it seemed that they couldn't survive under its scrutiny either. Whether the world is better or worse without them is something only you can decide.
When an anomaly is first detected by an SCP Foundation field agent, it's up to the Foundation's mobile task forces to tag and bag the impossible entities before they can do any more harm. Sometimes these retrievals are uneventful, other times, not so much. Especially when they're dealing with brutal forces of nature like SCP-096. Also known as the Shy Guy, a creature that, from the very first interaction with the Foundation, had a reputation for being dangerous and needed to be feared. A series of vague sightings and mysterious disappearances up in the frosty mountains of the Yukon first sparked the Foundation's interest. When they were certain that they had an anomaly on their hands, 2 retrieval teams, Zulu 9A and Zulu 9B, were dispatched to secure and contain the entity. Zulu 9A took the lead in a heavy-duty chopper, equipped with 50 caliber GAU-19 heavy machine guns, and carrying an AT-4 anti-tank launcher. They were prepared for anything, or so they thought, as they established a visual on SCP-096 while 2 clicks away from the target. They couldn't get a clear line of sight on the creature, but it appeared to be stationary, docile, and was making no attempt to flee. Piece of cake, right? Little did they know that SCP-096 was just looking away from them. If it was facing towards them, it'd be a whole different horror story, as Zulu 9A were about to find out. The team landed their helicopter next to the creature and were shocked to see that it was completely naked, in spite of the sub-zero temperatures all around them. The creature was unnaturally thin, as though it had been starved for weeks, with bone-white skin and unnaturally long limbs. The team guessed that the creature's arms must have been at least 1.5 meters long, but its docile nature and insubstantial body mass gave the impression that it wouldn't prove too difficult to contain. That is, until they saw its face. Zulu 9A's captain was the lone survivor of the incident, as he was lucky enough to be looking away when the creature turned towards his team. The rest of the squad ended up staring eye to eye with SCP-096, and from that moment on, wasn't docile anymore. The creature began to whimper, then cry, then sob uncontrollably in a way that sounded eerily human. This sudden change in temperament startled the rest of Zulu 9A, and they opened fire on the creature. Under the hail of gunfire, SCP-096 entered a murderous frenzy and began tearing into the hapless squad of soldiers. While its flesh and organs did seem to take damage as a result of the barrage of 50 caliber rounds from the helicopter-mounted machine guns, its skeletal structure remained intact, and it continued its onslaught, tearing the team limb from limb, even after they'd blown practically all the flesh from the creature. The AT-4 anti-tank launcher proved equally ineffective at stopping SCP-096 while it was in attack mode. And it was only after slaughtering the entire team that it returned to its docile state. Nobody knows exactly what the creature did to Zulu 9A after the gunfire started, but no trace of the team was left behind. Zulu 9B touched down soon after, and with a grave warning from the captain not to look at the creature's face, they were finally able to subdue it. A bag was placed over SCP-096's face, which seemed to soothe it enough to move it to a nearby Foundation facility. Little did they know, they just obtained one of the deadliest SCPs of all time. And while it may have been under lock and key for now, it seemed inevitable that it would get out and cause more violence and chaos. Research and containment procedures for the SCP-096 were put under the command of Dr. Dan, a senior researcher at the site. It was his job to find out exactly what this being was capable of. And the more he tested, the more he realized that they were dealing with something truly terrifying. Disposable D-Class personnel were used to figure out exactly what it was that caused the creature to enter its attack mode. Just as it had during the initial retrieval mission, SCP-096 went berserk when any of the attending personnel saw its face. In this stage, it would enter a period of considerable and unstoppable distress for 1 to 2 minutes, covering its face and wailing loudly. When the period of distress ended, the creature would mercilessly slaughter every D-Class that had seen its face, and just like with Zulu 9A, no trace of their bodies would be left behind. Dr. Dan was horrified and intrigued by this phenomenon. The creature killed anyone that saw its face directly, but could the same be said for indirect depictions of the creature's face, such as images and videos? Dr. Dan was desperate to find out. More D-Class personnel were brought in to test this, to frightening results. Dr. Dan found that the creature did indeed still enter attack mode when people saw pictures and videos of SCP-096's face. The creature seemed to have an innate sense of when people were viewing these representations, even when it should have had no conceivable way of knowing. It didn't matter how far away or how many barriers were in place between the viewer and the creature, the attack mode would still activate. And once it did, it seemed as though nothing could stop the creature from hunting down the one who saw its face. With all of this new data, special containment procedures were devised to keep the creature safely under lock and key. Its cell was a 5 meter by 5 meter by 5 meter airtight steel cube, fitted with advanced pressure sensors and laser detectors to ensure that SCP-096 remained in its cell without risking anyone having visual contact with the creature's face. All cameras and video equipment were strictly forbidden, and weekly checks for any cracks or holes in the containment cell were mandatory. Of course, none of this would stop the creature if anyone somehow saw its face. In order to solve that little problem, Dr. Dan would need to continue his research. To find a method of subverting the creature's deadly glance, they needed to know exactly what they were dealing with. But how could they, when even a glance at a photo or video of the being meant certain death? A potential solution was proposed, creating an artistic representation of the creature's face, something that hadn't yet been attempted. But how would they achieve such a feat? Simple. They'd procure a D-Class prisoner with some artistic talent, and they found one who had been a tattoo artist before becoming a Foundation guinea pig. Dr. Dan formulated an ingenious plan for keeping this D-Class alive for long enough to accurately draw an image of SCP-096's face. He would be placed in a bathysphere diving bell several kilometers underwater and tens of kilometers away from the containment cell where the SCP was being held. The D-Class was made to look at a photograph of the creature's face and then replicate that image in a pencil sketch. Dr. Dan first confirmed that the creature's attack mode is only activated by the creature's face, by having the D-Class look at a series of photos of the SCP's body parts, one by one, finally finishing with its face. The D-Class began drawing and even remarked on how creepy the SCP's facial features were, despite not knowing the deadly context. Meanwhile, back in its containment cell, SCP-096 sensed someone viewing its face and entered its inconsolable crying state followed by its attack mode. It broke out of containment easily and began making a beeline for the D-Class, traversing the miles between it and its prey. The D-Class didn't know it, as he locked the finished drawing into a separate, autonomous submersible, but he was already dead. As the drawing made its way up to a researcher on the surface, SCP-096 dived into the water and started swimming down towards the artist. Minutes later, the bathysphere was breached, and the D-Class was torn to shreds. SCP-096 was recaptured without issue by Surface Recovery Team Foxtrot 303A, and further testing on the drawing showed that artistic representations of SCP-096's face were in fact harmless. From this experience, we now know that the creature has a gaunt face with totally white eyes, possibly indicating blindness and a grossly extended jaw. Nevertheless, Dr. Dan was adamant that SCP-096 was too dangerous to be left alive, and requested permission from the upper echelons of the Foundation to terminate the creature by any means necessary. However, the doctor's request would fall on deaf ears, until It all started with a seemingly innocent image. While it's now been redacted for your safety, the black speck inside the yellow circle was once a minuscule image of SCP-096, taken unknowingly in the 1990s by a semi-professional mountaineer. One day they were looking at old photographs when his eyes passed over the tiny speck without even noticing that he had seen anything. But SCP-096 noticed and began entering its attack mode. It tore through its steel containment unit like tissue paper, causing the release of a nerve agent that killed a number of attending Foundation staff. The monster then fled the base and began pursuing its prey, with Mobile Task Force Tau-1 in hot pursuit. Dr. Alexei, who was helping to manage the site where the SCP was contained, was in dismay over the situation. Dr. Dan was out of the country at the time, trying to discover more about the creature's origins. However, he did leave the Mobile Task Force with a new secret weapon against the rampaging Shy Guy: Project Scramble. Scramble were state-of-the-art goggles featuring a new technology created by Dr. Dan, which, using artistic renditions of 096's facial features, could detect and scramble the features of SCP-096 into an unrecognizable form, preventing the normally deadly effect of gazing upon its face. In theory, this would allow MTF Tau-1 to engage safely with 096 once its prey had been eliminated and bring it back into containment. But disaster struck on two fronts. First, the prey in question was located in a population center, creating the potential for a huge loss of life. And the second bigger problem was that the scramble technology didn't work, as stray pixels of the creature's face would reach the eyes of the task force before the internal microprocessor had time to scramble them. The mission turned into a death sentence, as SCP-096 slaughtered almost the entire task force, as well as a number of civilians in town, including an infant and its entire family. It was a monumental disaster, made even worse by a final revelation. Dr. Dan and Dr. Alexei had themselves facilitated the entire containment breach and allowed the resulting massacre to happen, with Dr. Dan hoping it would be enough motivation for Foundation Command to greenlight his research into destroying the creature. Anything that would give him the opportunity to kill this thing would be worth the bloodshed. His plan worked, and the SCP Foundation saw it his way, approving his request to neutralize SCP-096. However, success comes at a cost for Dr. Dan. Once he figures out a way to finally kill the creature, though done in his line of duty, he himself will be terminated by the Foundation for his crimes against humanity. But considering how much damage SCP-096 is capable of causing if it ever got to a major population center, or even worse, was ever caught on camera and broadcast to a worldwide audience, the Doctor himself would likely deem his own death a justifiable cost. To this day, the Foundation is researching ways to kill the creature, and they're still looking for their silver bullet. And the pressure is on. They hadn't known about the seemingly innocent picture that sparked the last containment breach, the one taken decades ago, in which the Shy Guy had only occupied 4 tiny pixels. 4 tiny pixels that resulted in multiple innocent lives lost. So be careful where you look, because who knows how many other photos of the creature are lurking out there. Photos with an innocent dot in the background. Your eyes glance over it, not even noticing the little blip, until you hear a distant wailing that seems to be getting closer and closer and closer, and then it's already too late.
The SCP Foundation has encountered its fair share of incredibly tough adversaries and fearsome monsters, but none are as formidable or at least as durable as SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. We've talked about this behemoth before in a number of mind-boggling videos, and all of the increasingly desperate lengths the Foundation has gone to in order to terminate it. We've gotten so desperate to put this thing to rest that we've even reached out to all of you for suggestions on the matter. Sadly, they've thrown 682 together with some of the most destructive anomalies in Foundation custody, and it's slithered out of seemingly inescapable danger every time. So much so that we've noticed certain researchers on the 682 case have started drinking a little more heavily as of late. Sometimes the threats didn't leave so much as a dent in the monster's scales. Sometimes the other creatures ran screaming at the sight of it, and sometimes 682 mutated and twisted its form in ways that were shocking even to a Foundation research team that's seen just about all there is to see. After all, 682's truly insane adaptability has always been its #1 power, and the key to its infuriating death-defying abilities. And these are some of SCP-682's craziest mutations. During one round of tests, SCP-682 was released into an enclosure with SCP-272, a nail that traps any living thing in place when it is dropped onto the organism's shadow. 682 was surrounded by 32,000-watt stadium lights, one of which was switched on. As soon as it entered the enclosure, a D-Class dropped the nail onto the creature's shadow. It was promptly pinned in place, and all 30 lights were switched on and off in random patterns, causing the reptile to be hurled around the room at devastating speeds. After nearly an hour of this, about 95% of the monster's skin had been worn down. 63 of its teeth had been broken from its jaw, and its eyeballs had come loose from their sockets. At this point, something truly bizarre happened. The exposed tissue beneath 682's top layer of skin, previously bloody and dark red, began to give off a bright white light. The subdermal tissue grew steadily brighter and brighter until it eclipsed the glow from the stadium lights and removed any shadows cast along the floor. It collapsed on the ground and continued giving off violently bright light for the next 48 hours, so bright that it caused permanent retinal damage to all personnel in the room. Hell of a light show, but this next mutation proves just how hard it is to lick SCP-682, especially when it develops the tools to start licking back. SCP-743 is a chocolate fountain that exhibits some carnivorous qualities. When it is near a living organism, especially if it consumes the fountain's delicious chocolate, it produces swarms of ant-like monsters that devour the organism piece by piece, carrying the bits into the fountain until nothing is left. The research team was curious about the possibilities of introducing 743 to 682, so it was transported to the reptile's testing chamber. Within a few minutes, chocolate began to flow from the fountain. 682 was curious and began to drink from it. It may hate almost everything, but even 682 can't resist chocolate. It drank greedily for several minutes until the Foundation began releasing the ants. Within moments, 682 was covered in ants, and in spite of its best efforts to fight off the swarm, it was completely covered and rendered immobile. The ants made quick work of the massive creature, and after several minutes it was stripped down to less than 80% of its original mass. It seemed as if this might truly be it for the beast, but then it opened its mouth. It unfurled its tongue, now over 5 meters long and sticky, comparable to an enlarged version of an anteater's tongue. It began lapping up the ants, thousands at a time picked up by its mutated tongue. As it devoured the ants, more poured out of the fountain, slicing off pieces of 682's flesh with their pinchers and carrying them back to the fountain. They reached a symbiotic pace, feeding on each other in equal measure for hours until testing was terminated. That was a sticky situation, but trust me, this next crazy mutation will really blow you away. SCP-3108, also known as the Nerfing Gun, is an altered toy gun that turns anything it hits into an inferior version of itself. When the gun was fired at a tissue sample taken from SCP-682, the sample turned into a piece of tissue from a giant leaf-tailed gecko. Hoping to carry this over and turn 682 into a harmless animal, a D-Class officer was sent into the containment chamber to fire the gun at the entity. Once it was hit with the foam dart, it began to transform. Unfortunately, instead of becoming a simple gecko, it began to mutate. It grew larger, its muscles bulging noticeably beneath its scaly skin. Its teeth grew longer, sharper, its tongue sprouting teeth of its own. It opened its mouth to roar, and it appeared that the teeth, long curved fangs with a deadly tip, went all the way back down the beast's throat. Security officers were deployed to temporarily neutralize the monster, but found that it was even more powerful than before. Not only was it bigger, but it had developed a new ability. When threatened, it would begin to vibrate at a high rate, grinding its teeth together, and would explode in a burst of fire and meaty chunks. Fangs flew in every direction like shrapnel, tearing into personnel and lodging in their skin. This is an impressive move, but it seems like a one-time trick, right? Wrong. The bits and pieces, no matter how tiny or how flattened to mush, would crawl back together and form the creature all over again. It was able to escape containment like this, killing an untold number of personnel before it was temporarily incapacitated and returned to its containment. Mutating back into life from a self-induced explosion is pretty crazy, but surely you can't mutate back from nothing at all, right? Right? Oh boy, I don't like that look you're giving me. SCP-3930 is a void located near Usink, Russia, within which nothing exists. Once something has passed within its border, it ceases to be, though outside observers will be able to perceive them for a small time after. SCP-682 was brought into 3930 and it walked inside. Once there, it ceased existing. However, even though 682 no longer existed, Foundation personnel looking at the void could still see the beast. Whenever they viewed it, a strong image appeared in the brain of the person looking, and it had the exact appearance of SCP-682. Somehow, even when it didn't exist, 682 was able to attack and kill various personnel. These people did not die from physical damage, but from their brain function suddenly, inexplicably, stopping. The reptile defied the rules of the void, somehow causing real destruction even though it was not real. 15 hours later, 682 was found in its containment chamber as if nothing had happened at all. It had been snuffed out of existence and had mutated its way back into reality with no explanation. Well, that was existentially terrifying. Thank 343, at least there's only one of those things. Oh no. SCP-3207 is a highly efficient mobile war machine, outfitted with cannons capable of firing blasts that can vaporize organic matter on contact. This seems like a good match for something supposedly indestructible. 3207 was fired at SCP-682 several times, appearing to destroy it completely except for a smudge on the floor of the chamber. The reptile was gone for a duration of 6 hours before something strange began to happen. Globs of tissue began to clump together, forming 5 separate piles. They pulled closer and closer together, compressing into 5 reptilian creatures. They writhed around, getting used to their new legs and teeth, snapping their jaws at any living thing in sight, overwhelming and surprising the security personnel who had been lulled into a false sense of security by the apparent defeat of 682. The 5 smaller versions of the entity were able to escape containment. Once they had made it into the hallway, they began to clamber over each other, their scales shifting, eyeballs squeezing together and fusing into one eye, skin stretching like hot rubber over unnaturally bendy bone. As the shocked security personnel watched, the 5 lizards melted into one, becoming a full-sized version of SCP-682 that was good as new. They were able to contain it after a great deal of effort, but one of the researchers requested a note to be added to the research notes for the day, and applied going forward: do not explode. Okay, so the big lizard is a constant threat. Got it. Still, wouldn't it be nice if 682 could make itself a little smaller? I can't imagine anything bad coming from that. SCP-1056 is an anomalous kitchen timer capable of changing the size of living objects. The Foundation wanted to see how long it would take 682 to return to its original size after being shrunk, so they built a testing chamber connected to 1056's dial, and released 682 inside, sealing the door behind it. The dial was set to 0.25, and the activation button was pressed. 682 thrashed around, bellowing as parts of its body expanded and contracted at random. Then, with no warning, it disappeared. D-Class personnel were deployed to investigate the chamber, but it seemed to be completely gone. There was no sign of it. It's pretty hard to lose a giant lizard, so naturally, they were all a bit perplexed. The chamber was kept sealed, under the assumption that 682 had to still be inside somewhere. Sometime later, a security officer spotted 682 outside of Site-19, returned to its original size. Somehow, during the test, 682 used the effects of 1056 to strengthen its ability to change its own size. It adapted and shrank to a size so small that no one watching could even see it anymore, and it slipped out through the sealed door. It was even temporarily able to change the size of other objects around it, shrinking weapons used to contain down until they were useless. Okay, so 682 is pretty cool under pressure, but what if we made it a whole lot colder? Most of the testing on 682 is done with other anomalies. However, sometimes the Foundation likes to simplify it a bit. Dr. Carlson suggested they try something a bit more basic: liquid nitrogen. 1 ton of liquid nitrogen was poured onto SCP-682 from above. As it tends to do, the liquid nitrogen promptly froze the beast solid. It remained stuck in place for about 10 minutes until it began to melt the frozen cast around it. Its core body temperature seemed to skyrocket, producing intense heat that fully thawed it in 3 minutes. It didn't stop there though. The temperature continued to increase, growing hotter and hotter as if to deliberately punish the research staff for even attempting to freeze it. It became so hot that the research staff had to leave the room. An attending doctor's pen melted, the plastic burning his hands. Steam rose off the sides of its body, fogging up the windows of the room. The test was abandoned after the sides of the containment chamber began to melt, and they worried the creature would be able to breach containment. Once it was left alone, 682 cooled back down to its usual temperature. Maybe we should see what happens if we try a slightly greener method of destruction. 682 was exposed to SCP-166, a young nature spirit that can cause organic matter in her vicinity to decompose. As soon as 166 was released into its chamber, 682 began to run toward her, even as its body began to melt. As it got closer, it began to decay and fall apart more rapidly, pieces of its body softening and sloughing off in chunks. By the time it reached 166, it had melted down into the shape of a patch of grass covered with colorful wildflowers. 15 minutes later, it began to regenerate itself as it usually does, its body reconstituting at the same rate it was melting. The regeneration process began to speed up, going faster and faster until it surpassed the rate of melting. A piece of the monster would soften and flop to the ground, but by the time it landed, a patch of regrowth had already replaced it. It eventually beat the melting process and regenerated to its original form, with one difference. It had a sprinkling of flowers and mushrooms on its back, resembling a forest clearing. It was almost pretty, even on top of such a foul creature, until a full-size tree suddenly burst out of its back, shooting up to a height of 10 feet and puncturing the roof of its containment chamber. And I'm afraid that's all we have time for one video. But this only just scratches the surface of the weird and wild mutations we've come to expect from SCP-682. Want another video on even more crazy mutations from the hard-to-destroy reptile? Make your feelings known down in the comments.
Times Square is more than a place. It's a living, breathing organism. It's bustling with almost 1 million excited revelers from all over the world, braving the cold to watch the iconic New Year's Eve ball descend and usher in another 365 days. All of it has been building to this. Everyone chants in unison during the closing moments of the descent. 3, 2, 1. It should be a cheer, a moment of joyous celebration. Instead, silence. The massive screens that normal dazzle with advertisements from brands paying fortunes for mere seconds of exposure flicker and change. Suddenly, the air turns icy. It's a face. A terrible, monstrous face. White and grimacing, blank eyes, stretched features. It has to be some twisted prank. Someone spliced in a frame from a horror movie to throw a scare into the all-ages New Year crowd. The crowd is transfixed by the terror looming above, but this is no movie. The horror they're looking at is real. It's an eerie feeling to have this many people in one place and only hear quiet murmurs. And in that silence, another thing can be heard. A horrified, rage-filled yell, galloping on hands and feet, and it's coming right towards them. 12 p.m., 12 hours until the new year. A dark deal is being made, one that will have implications for the future of all humanity. A lone man with a sizable fortune is making a purchase at one of the many offices of Marshall Carter & Dark Limited, the premier purveyors of anomalous products for all kinds of discerning customers. And of course, they're not the sort to take New Year's Eve off. The man is buying what seems like an innocuous piece of paper inside a manila envelope. No one outside this room has any idea that he's buying a piece of paper that could usher in the apocalypse. The employees of Marshall Carter & Dark know better than to ask questions of their customers. Even if they do end the world, the apocalypse can be filed away as a Q3 problem. With a maniacal glint in his eye, the buyer, a man you will come to know as Samuel, approves the transaction on his phone. Once the transaction is complete, he receives the envelope. Pleasure doing business with you. Now, it's time for the next phase of the plan. 1 p.m., 11 hours until the new year. Dr. Dan paces his containment chamber. Another year in his own personal cell. Wonderful. His never-ending quest to slay the monster so intrinsically tied to his own life and his own identity, SCP-096, has remained fruitless. If only they approved his cross-test faster. If only they allowed him to explore the full extent of the Foundation's destructive capabilities. They could have had this terrible wretch destroyed long before now. But no, they wait. They bide their time. They let more people die. He keeps reading up on the incidents. The latest one wiped out an entire mobile task force during a botched retrieval event. Highly trained operatives tossed aside like cannon fodder. It disgusted him, even more so knowing that his skill and expertise could be used to end the creature once and for all, if only the Foundation would just let him off the chain. They'd see. Soon they'd all see. He had no idea how right he is. 2 p.m., 10 hours until the new year. A package arrives in the mailroom of Site-19. Naturally, there's a thorough screening process for potential cognitohazards. A large group of D-classes in partitioned-off cubicles reads through all the letters, just to make sure they're on the first line of defense for a memetic kill agent that was intended for admin. Things get worse when one of the D-classes opens a letter that says, "Dear SCP Foundation, thanks for all the memories. Happy New Year. Signed, S." Included in the letter was a strange photograph of a hideous pale face. He calls his superior over the built-in cubicle phone and is confused when the superior begins to panic. Not long after, a huge hideous monster comes barreling through the wall, its white claws extended. 3 p.m., 9 hours until the new year. Samuel takes an Amtrak to New York, smiling at the thought of the carnage unfolding at the SCP Foundation's flagship containment site. Perhaps that would kill a few of those worthless pencil pushers. Were he a lesser man, he might have stopped there, but no, he has far more ambitious plans in mind. The new year was almost upon them, and when it did arrive, he was going to ensure that whoever was left alive would know the pain that he once knew. Though if his plan succeeded, he didn't expect that there would be all that many survivors left to mourn the dead. His train arrives at Grand Central Station. 4 p.m., 8 hours until the new year. The Foundation picks through the rubble of the mailroom. A sack is placed over SCP-096's head, and it's dragged back to the metal cube of its containment chamber to be resealed. There were 36 casualties during the containment breach. Luckily, the photo was mostly destroyed, meaning it didn't present any more danger to Foundation personnel. Analysis on the paper, however, yielded a terrifying discovery. This was not an original photograph. It was a Xerox. So who had the original? 5 p.m., 7 hours until the new year. Samuel had planned it all perfectly. He knew the exact address of the New York City NYE Planning Committee. He also knows exactly where to find all the techies ironing out the last kinks in the show for the big LEDs of Times Square. He infiltrates the building easily, dressed as a maintenance man, with a silenced pistol hidden inside his overalls. He just needs to lay low until the time comes. 6 p.m., 6 hours until the new year. As the day draws on, the Foundation continues to investigate the origin of the photo that caused the latest outbreak. The knowledge that there was someone out there with additional copies of a photo of 096's face, and with it enough knowledge of the Foundation to get the photo into their mailroom, was extremely frightening to the administration, and the note hinting at the mysterious S behind it all. Things only got worse when a Foundation informant embedded inside Marshall Carter and Dark revealed that someone bought a photograph of SCP-096 at an incredibly high price. What they're doing with it now is still a mystery, but they'll soon find out. 7 p.m., 5 hours until the new year. Not long now. Samuel has waited so long to make his plan for vengeance a reality. When he notices the coast is clear, he enters the office of the NYE Project's technical director. Before the director has any idea what's happening, Samuel wraps his arms around the man's neck and chokes him to death. His death will be so much kinder than the deaths that will come later. Samuel tosses the man's body aside and approaches his computer. He makes a single addition to the very end of the NYE presentation, 096.png. Everyone will be welcoming the new year in the most horrifying way possible. 8 p.m., 4 hours until the new year. Over at Site-19, everyone is in a panic. The subtext is clear. The first attack on the site was just a prelude to a bigger New Year's Eve attack. They would be preparing for a more dangerous attack elsewhere. The instruction was given to find the New Year's Eve events that would have the maximum potential for damage on civilians. A list was drawn up, and the Times Square New Year's Eve event was at the top of that list. 9 p.m., 3 hours until the new year. As the terrible plan draws close, Foundation researchers hit a breakthrough. They find the identity of the man who might destroy the world, and it hits so much closer to home than they ever possibly could have thought. Samuel Rothkin, a decorated member of a Foundation mobile task force, until now believed to have been killed in action in the most recent SCP-096 containment breach. Turns out, that hadn't actually been the case. The rest of the squad were all slaughtered during the breach, but he'd been able to avert his eyes at the crucial moment. He'd escaped the scene, leaving the site of the massacre. It wasn't hard to intuit that he felt betrayed by the Foundation, sending him and his team to die. Having to hear the sound of them being torn apart, but unable to even do them the decency of witnessing it. Now he would make everyone witness the suffering, and the Foundation did not have long to stop him. 10 p.m., 2 hours until the new year. The very best of the Foundation's computer specialists, AI constructs, and web crawlers hoped to seek out the code Samuel was using to release the 096 image, those awful murderous pixels that could ruin it all. Soon enough, they triangulate the location, with little more than an hour to spare. It's coming from a building in the vicinity of Times Square, as tourists pour in by the hundreds of thousands to enjoy the festivities. They will be a captive audience, staring at whatever Samuel wanted to show them on those giant screens. And they know exactly what that will be. 11 p.m., 1 hour until the new year. Every part of Samuel's plan seems to be coming into fruition, as he watches from an office of one of the many anonymous high-rises around Times Square. Samuel has nothing but contempt for the ignorant masses below, all the blood and the friends he's lost to keep them safe. The old Foundation motto loops through his head: "We die in the dark, so that you may live in the light." Now it's their turn to see what the dark truly looks like. He checks his watch as the time passes. It isn't long before there's only minutes left. Glorious. He isn't even fazed when a group of other Mobile Task Force operatives, his former brethren, march up behind him, telling him to freeze and turn around. "Well, which one is it?" he says with a smile. They tell him they're deploying a temporary signal jammer for all the major networks in attendance, and they've intercepted the code put in place to project 096's face onto the screens of Times Square. "No, you've intercepted the decoy code," he says, and reaches for his gun. The MTF agents rip him to shreds in a hail of gunfire. As he lays on the floor of the office, dying, he still smiles. It worked. It actually worked. Across the country at Site-19, the metal cube breaks again. Midnight, the new year. The Foundation has done everything they can, but not every life can be saved. Almost 1 million people have already seen the monster's face, standing like bowling pins arranged in Times Square. And here comes the ball. SCP-096 shatters through the glass and concrete of Times Square and collides with the crowd, all jaws and claws. Blood soon smears the asphalt. Screams bloat the air. There's ripping and tearing. People scatter like ants across the city, spreading off into every street in every direction. As the Shy Guy continues his massacre, more die in the stampede, crushed under the feet of their fellow terrified victims. The security stationed at the event level their handguns and rifles at the monster and start to fire, but their bullets have no effect. Back at Site-19, the Foundation has entered panic mode. Thanks to their efforts, the live feeds around the Times Square event have been cut, buying the rest of the world some time. But at least 1 million lives in the center of the United States' largest city are gone. After all, those that see the Shy Guy's face are considered lost. But now they needed to live up to their middle initial and contain this nightmare before it got way out of hand. While 1 million dead was a tragedy, if those millions started live streaming to TikTok, or the crowd dispersion spread far enough out into the city that it created a domino effect of Shy Guy witnesses, while keeping it below 5 million casualties, would be nothing short of a miracle at that point. Foundation Mobile Task Force helicopters are en route, but that's more of a formality at this point. An order has been made to withdraw all Foundation ground agents from the city as quickly as possible, as the matter is passed up the chain for the O5 Council to come to their ultimate determination. In a clandestine room among several of the Council's senior members, a decision is made, one of the most horrifying decisions in the long and sordid history of the Foundation, but it's one that in the eyes of the Council is the only way they can possibly save the world at large from falling prey to the deadly anomalous effects of SCP-096. Approval is given to fire a nuclear warhead into the heart of New York City. The ICBM is fired from a silo on American soil to ensure that it reaches the city before things get any more out of hand. It takes to the sky, a brutal hellbird, and sails towards its target. The streets are awash with carnage. People scream and run as the Shy Guy tears through them. Thousands of lives have been lost already, and it's just getting started. It remorselessly does its work, never tiring, never relenting. Regardless of race or gender or age, it slaughters. In the chaos, some reach to pull out their phones. They have to document it, if only to prove to themselves that it exists. They reach for the live buttons on their various apps, having no idea that in doing so, they'll doom everyone who watches. But before they can do that, they find themselves looking up. There's a deafening roar from the sky, and a flash of bright white light. Tens of millions of lives are fried off the face of the earth in an instant, with the intention of saving millions more. Once the dust has settled, the Cybernetic Mobile Task Force Samsara, cloned from the flesh of a dead god, are sent in with integrated scramble technology to retrieve SCP-096, still regenerating its flesh around its indestructible skeleton. Samsara are the only ones who could even survive such a mission. It's a mission that the Foundation clings to as a desperate attempt to justify the atrocity they had orchestrated, an atrocity committed under the guise of good. If anything about this can be called good. Russell's back was pressed against the wall, his shuddering hands gripping the fire axe. The low emergency lighting filling the corridor indicated the lockdown was still in effect, although that was simultaneously a blessing and a curse. Sure, it meant that thing couldn't get out, hopefully, but it also meant that Russell was stuck in the wing of the facility with it. He had no idea if anyone else was left. He hadn't seen what had happened to Carpenter. Maybe it got him, or perhaps he had managed to give it the slip at the last second. There was no way of knowing for sure. It had all started so simply, so innocently, and with such noble intentions. If he had known it would lead to all this madness, Russell would have never put his name down on the request form. The SCP Foundation had been working on a way to neutralize or cure SCP-610 for what felt like forever. To one team of scientists, the infamously so-called flesh that hates was a fascinating organism. It was a highly contagious sarkic skin disease, isolated entirely within a small area of Siberia. That on its own wasn't enough to pique the interest of the research team led by Dr. Carpenter, including his hand-picked star researchers Russell and David, along with their assistant Clennon and Dr. Botten, an expert on infectious diseases who had recently joined their efforts to provide his specialist knowledge. What did captivate all of them, however, was what SCP-610 did when it infected a human being. The disease would trigger aggressive and uncontrollable mutations within its infected and could virtually rewrite their entire physiology in a heartbeat. The flesh that hates was capable of transforming a person's body into a horrifying fleshy mass of limbs and matter that barely resembled a human being anymore. And in addition, the infected individuals would retain some level of awareness, attacking any uninfected person with extreme hostility. There had long been chatter amongst some other research teams studying SCP-610 about devising a way to weaponize the disease. If they could somehow create a variant that didn't turn people into monsters, or at least cause the fleshy abominations to die shortly after mutation, then the Foundation or another interested party could deploy the flesh that hates as a biological weapon. Dr. Carpenter had long abhorred the idea, instead searching for a way to completely reverse the effects of an SCP-610 infection. It may have been idealistic, perhaps even naive by some standards, but the rest of his team was behind him in the pursuit of that noble goal. although not one of them knew it would soon cost them their lives. Hitting speed bump after speed bump in their research, the team were beginning to lose hope. Researcher David was the most outspoken in how tired he was of seeing the same results, yelling in frustration that the flesh could not be cured by conventional means. However, it was that outburst that gave Russell the idea. They had tried treating SCP-610 like a common virus, as if it was any other form of disease, largely thanks to Dr. Botton's input. And granted, that approach had taught them a lot about the flesh's ability to contaminate a subject from a single cell. But this infection was anomalous through and through. Could the solution to eradicating it for good lie not in a medical cure, but in another SCP? Russell brought this hypothesis to the rest of the research team, and each of them had suggestions for other anomalies they could potentially use to cure a subject of the flesh that hates. "We could get SCP-049 to take a look at the infected patient," Clennon suggested. "Oh, might work," Carpenter mused. "Although even if he cures someone, he might also kill them. He has his whole deal about ridding the world of the pestilence could prove to be a problem." There's always 682, David said dryly. "Have the Reptile eat up all the SCP-610 infectees and voila, problem solved." "Oh, real helpful, David," Researcher Russell retorted. "And what are we gonna do when SCP-682 adapts to the flesh? You really want an infected immortal lizard on the loose?" "Gentlemen, please," Dr. Botton spoke up. "We're forgetting one obvious option. I propose we submit a joint formal request to use SCP-914 for this experiment." Unanimously, the group all agreed that this was the best course of action. SCP-914, or the Clockworks, was a giant machine with two booths marked Input and Output. Although the Foundation still couldn't fully comprehend exactly how SCP-914 seemed to take any object placed within it and disassemble, recreate, improve, or destroy the item depending on its current setting. There was one issue, however. A prior failed experiment wherein a D-class was placed in SCP-914 had led to some pretty disastrous consequences. As a result, ever since, no organic matter was to be placed within the Clockworks, a rule that the team's experiment with the flesh would breach. Still, they pressed on, each of the 5 researchers signing their request to utilize SCP-914 before it was submitted to the Foundation higher-ups. Within hours, the request was denied, but the team was determined that SCP-914 could be the key to solving the Foundation's long-standing issue with SCP-610. Dr. Carpenter repealed the decision, urging the higher-ups to reconsider. He argued that this flouting of the no organic matter rule was necessary to potentially rid the world of the flesh that hates. After a few days of consideration, the request was finally, fatefully, granted. The team went to work immediately, requisitioning 2 test subjects, both of which had suffered SCP-610 infections and were horribly mutated. The pair of them were deemed a potential hazard to every member of Foundation staff on site, and as a result, the entire wing of the facility where the Clockworks was housed had to be evacuated for safety. Dressed in biohazard suits to protect themselves, the researchers used an electric cattle prod to coax the first flesh specimen into the input chamber of SCP-914. This was the test run. They wanted to see if the Clockworks would actually be able to affect those infected with SCP-610 at all. Plus, they needed a failsafe just in case something went wrong. And luckily, the machine had just the thing. Russell asked Clennon to set the Clockworks to rough, and with a click and whir of its numerous gears and gyros, SCP-914 came to life. Instantly, the infected test subject was completely obliterated. The setting had reduced it to atoms, disintegrating it on such a microscopic level that there was nothing left in the output chamber. The second infected creature seemed to bristle with anger, but didn't attack or become aggressive, as it too was prodded towards the Clockworks. Next, perhaps out of fear that their theory might be wrong, the team agreed to set SCP-914 to its 1-to-1 setting. Sure enough, the machine recreated another instance of a specimen infected with the flesh that hates, replacing the previous one. "We all know we're stalling," Researcher David piped up. "Let's do what we came here for. Set the Clockworks to course." Nervously receiving a nod from Dr. Carpenter, Clennon stepped forward to switch the dial on SCP-914 to the course setting. This was the primary reason the team had all agreed to use the machine on a flesh specimen. This setting could disassemble any item placed in the input booth, separating it into its base components. Botan had suggested the use of SCP-914 based on the theory that, if it worked correctly, the Clockworks could extract the flesh that hates from its infected host, rendering them free of the disease. The machine made a colossal amount of noise as Clennon hurried back to a safe distance with the others. But as it was powering up, seconds from activating, Dr. Carpenter noticed something. The color drained from his face as he saw it. None of the others had noticed from a distance that the dial hadn't been set to coarse. Instead, it pointed to very fine, the highest refinement setting 914 had. "What the hell have you done?" Carpenter yelled at Clennon before the machine suddenly activated. What stepped free from the output booth stunned the researcher. It was a man, a seemingly ordinary human, who had presumably been infected by SCP-610 some time ago. He stepped nervously out of the machine, looking confused for a moment as a pair of Foundation security guards cautiously approached him. "We did it," Russell said in awe. Suddenly, fleshy tendrils burst forth from the man's arms, latching on to the approaching guards. They screamed in agony, their bodies melting become a bloody, misshapen mass that stayed attached to the humanoid creature at the center. It was like they became a part of it, the guards' arms and legs forming additional limbs as their forms were reconstituted and repurposed as part of a monster that was now crawling on its 6 legs towards the research team. In a blind panic, the group scrambled for the entrance, the head of the infected man splitting open down the middle, opening up into a wide, snapping pair of jaws. Panting hard as he ran, his breath fogging up the clear faceplate of the biohazard suit, Russell ran through the door, hearing someone close behind. He stopped for a moment, looking back to see the creature on the other side of the door, starting to spill through the doorframe like a liquid. Running faster around a corner, Russell came to another halt in the common area. A third security guard following just before a thick steel security door came slamming down, sealing the creature on the other side. "The other door didn't hold it! What good is that going to do?" Researcher David yelled. "More to the point," Dr. Carpenter said, turning and marching towards Clennon. He launched a furious punch at the assistant, knocking him to the floor. "Why did you set 914 to very fine, Clennon?" the enraged doctor shouted. "You're the one who unleashed that abomination, you maniac!" "What?" Clennon replied, fearfully trembling. I didn't. I swear I didn't. It said course. I'm sure of it." "You expect us to believe that was a mistake?" "Gentlemen, we need to focus on the situation at hand," the security officer interjected. "Regardless of who's responsible, we need to inform the Foundation higher-ups." "There's an emergency lockdown," Russell replied. "It would have triggered the moment the SCP-610 specimen got free." "You've trapped us with a monster, Clennon," Dr. Carpenter spat. "Hold on," Researcher David spoke up. "Wasn't it Botan's idea to use 914 in the first place?" The common area fell silent as everyone turned to look at Dr. Botan. "Did you plan for this, Doc?" David pushed. Botan chuckled. "Need I remind you, my friends, that we all agreed to use the Clockworks, did we not? All of our names are on the request," he answered. "Besides, accusing me, David, that's rather rich coming from you." "What's that supposed to mean?" the researcher fired back. Beckoning his finger, Botan encouraged the rest of the team to follow him across the common area to where a row of lockers stood, each door bearing one of their names. He gestured to the one labeled David. "Go on," Botan added. Shooting him a dirty look, David barged past the disease expert and opened his locker. Not one among the group expected what would fall out. It was an old leather-bound book, symbols carved into the front cover. Instantly, thanks to the work studying SCP-610, the researchers all knew a text on sarcasm when they saw one. It had been long known that the flesh that hates was often described in texts revered by Sarkic cults, who worship death, decay, and disease. "What the hell, David?" Russell exclaimed, picking up the book and examining it in disbelief. "You're a Sarkist?" Carpenter asked, the fury in his voice already elevating. "No, I'm not!" Researcher David protested. I've never seen that before!" "It was in your locker," the doctor yelled. "You're one of those cannibal cultists! This was your plan! To refine the flesh for your twisted, death-worshipping religion!" "It certainly seems that way," Botan interjected. "After all, Researcher David did seem frustrated at our earlier results. Impatient, even." "You!" David pointed at the doctor. "You planted this in my locker!" "You're here a Sarkist," Clennon repeated in a nervous stammer. "You made me turn the dial to very fine. You made that thing appear. You made me your accomplice!" Anger tears streamed down his face. Clennan's hand reached for the security officer's gun and went to draw it, planning to shoot David on the spot. But as he went to pull the weapon from the guard's holster, it wouldn't budge. It was then that Assistant Clennan stared in horror at his hand. His fingers had fused to the guard's leg. The officer gave a twisted grin as his torso burst open, tendrils of flesh latching onto Clennan and assimilating him. Just like it had done before, the flesh creature broke down its victim's body, making it a new part of itself, a grotesque mass of limbs and bloody matter, littered with the discarded faces of those it had infected. The research team looked at it terrified, their stomachs turning, disgusted at the growing, growling abomination of bodies fused to one another.
"Oh, you're beautiful,"
Russell heard a voice whisper behind him. He turned to see Botan, looking at the SCP-610 creature and smiling. Researcher David was the closest, and the creature lunged at him, pulling his leg out from under him. Screaming in fear, the researcher fell onto the ground and was dragged towards the flesh. It pulled him in, his body stretching, skin tearing and bones snapping as he became part of it. A new set of limbs added to the monster. Dr. Carpenter went to try and pull him free, but it was already too late. But he stepped back, knowing that if he touched it, he would be infected too. The sound of running caught Russell's attention, and he spotted Botan making a break for it. Grabbing Dr. Carpenter by the sleeve, the researcher pulled him in the same direction, partly running away from the flesh as it assimilated David, and partly chasing the Sarkic saboteur. The pair of them quickly caught up to Botan, leaning over himself and panting breathlessly.
"Thank God you two made it,"
he wheezed after the run.
"I can't believe David could do this to unleash this nightmare upon us."
Russell thought to snap at him, to scream how dare he keep lying, but Botan's back was to him now. He'd never get a better chance. There was a cabinet on the corridor wall containing a fire axe for emergencies. As carefully and quietly as he could, Russell fished the axe out of its case whilst Botan and Carpenter were looking away.
"We should get the Foundation to lift the lockdown,"
Botan was saying.
"They need to let us out and then— Oh! Oh!"
He let out a blood-curdling scream mid-sentence as the axe blade wounded him. Russell pulled it back, standing over the doctor as he fell to the floor in agony.
"Russell, have you lost your mind?"
Carpenter exclaimed. "No, Doctor. He's the cultist. I have no idea how he tricked Clennan, but that flesh creature exists because of him," the researcher answered. From the floor, unable to move thanks to his injury, Dr. Botan began to laugh.
"It took me years to infiltrate the Foundation. So much time waiting to gain access to that blessed flesh," he gloated. "And now you've helped me to refine it, to create its ultimate form. You want to kill me? Go ahead, Russell. My life doesn't matter. For once that creature is free, it will bring about a new age of flesh, and Grand Karcist Iron will reward me for the role I played in unleashing it."
David was right, Carpenter realized.
"Botan, you've planted that book on him to throw us off."
"Doctor, we need to think of something," Researcher Russell interjected, axe still in hand. "Nobody knows more about the flesh that hates than us. There must be a way to kill that thing. Otherwise, if it gets out of this lockdown, it could spread to everyone in the Foundation. What about fire? That's been effective against 610 infectees before, right?"
Yes, but the doctor desperately tried to think. "This new being we've created, he created," Russell argued, looking at the grimacing, wounded Botan.
"We cannot deny the role we've all played in this, Researcher," Carpenter argued. "And we have no idea if it possesses the same weaknesses as the flesh before its refinement."
"But we have to try, sir,"
the researcher protested. "Of course, I agree." The sickening sound of a slithering, slick mass was rapidly approaching. Still laying on the floor in pain, Dr. Botan had been dragged to the middle of a junction, with Carpenter and Russell hiding around either corner. Suddenly, Botan started hollering as the flesh came into view, practically calling it to him.
"Oh, look at you!" he exclaimed. "You're better than I could have ever hoped for."
Looking down at him with the faces it had collected, the creature stabbed one of its disgusting appendages through Botan, drawing its body into its growing form.
"I am honored to give my life so that the age of flesh may begin,"
the doctor said weakly, through the pain as he was infected. From around the corner, Carpenter had taken the Sarkic text and set its pages on fire with a cigarette lighter. Turning to the creature, he hurled the mass of burning paper at it, hoping it would be enough fire to spread to the flesh while it was assimilating Botan, who they had left there as bait. The fiery book collided with the monstrosity. As Russell peeked around the corner, he saw the flesh retreating from the flames, Botan's body now added to it. For a moment, it seemed like the creature was afraid of the fire, but slowly it drew nearer and nearer to the book. With ease, it stamped down the flames with Botton's leg, dousing the fire and suffering no damage to it at all. Gripping the axe in his hands, Russell went to charge at the creature, only to feel something push him back. Dr. Carpenter had stopped him.
Run!
He yelled. Instantly, Russell turned and raced down the corridor, the sound of fleshy tentacles whipping through the air. He dared not look back, just in case the monster was right behind him. Eventually, he reached another corner and slammed his back against it, hands shuddering as he held on to the fire axe. He had no idea what had happened to Carpenter. Maybe it got him, or perhaps he had managed to give it the slip at the last second.
Russell!
Came a hushed voice from around the corner, one the researcher recognized. He turned to see Dr. Carpenter approaching him, sneaking like he was trying to avoid being heard.
I think I've managed to give it the slip,
the doctor whispered. For a second, Russell backed up, his hands tightening around the axe handle. This might have looked like Dr. Carpenter, but was it?
Are you really you, Doctor?
He asked.
Of course I am,
Carpenter replied.
You don't think that I'm not that monstrosity?
Russell raised the axe defensively, only to notice the sadness in the doctor's face. Unable to bring himself to swing, even to find out, the researcher lowered his weapon. Carpenter looked grateful.
Come on, let's get them to lift this lockdown,
he said.
I'm sure an MTF can step in and take care of our mistake.
As the pair of them cautiously made their way towards one of the locked doors, Dr. Carpenter reached out a hand to place it on Russell's shoulder.
A group of well-armed Mobile Task Force members entered the containment chamber, armed to the teeth. Some faced the ground, droplets of sweat dripping onto their visors. Some wore Dr. Dan's infamous scramble goggles, and one particularly brave member of personnel wielded only a bag. The room they were currently standing in was perhaps the most dangerous place in the world. Why? Because it contained two terrifying titans of the anomalous world. SCP-682, the infinitely hateful, hard-to-destroy reptile, and SCP-096, the Shy Guy, the ultimate mindless killing machine. And if the very idea of having them in the same place doesn't feel risky enough, the deadly duo had just spent 27 hours in one of the most brutal brawls imaginable. And incidentally, fights like this are exactly why we're here today. We cover a lot of SCPs on this channel, and we've seen the way some of the most dangerous anomalies out there can tear their way through civilians and trained Foundation MTF operatives with ease. But how do they fare against monsters, maniacs, and reality benders their own size? With the help of the SCP Explained audience, we're going to explore theoretical fights between some of the anomalous world's biggest badasses. And who better to get this show on the road than two of the most iconic and deadly monsters that haunt the halls of a Foundation containment site near you. The hard-to-destroy Reptile and the Shy Guy are household names for anyone familiar with the SCP Foundation. And before we get into the gruesome results of their first fight, and your theories about how a potential rematch might play out, let's get to know the combat prowess of this pair of nasty customers. What kind of damage are they capable of taking and inflicting? Spoiler alert, it's a hell of a lot. In this corner, we have SCP-682, a monster whose ability to survive seemingly anything is only equaled by its terrible attitude towards pretty much everyone and everything around it. Though, to be fair, you'd probably be a little grumpy too if the SCP Foundation was constantly trying to murder you in different ways, rather than just keeping you contained. 682's basic offensive power set involves impressive strength, speed, intelligence, and the aid of its deadly fangs, claws, and tail. However, 682 is considerably stronger after it's just survived and regenerated from a termination attempt. That's because the true combat asset of 682 is and always has been its adaptability. Specifically, if some kind of attack brings 682 into a state of near death, but doesn't finish the job, 682 will generally either develop a perfect defense or counteroffensive for that attack or somehow add a version of the attack to its own arsenal. This has ranged from super pressurized jets of its own blood, dangerously radioactive banana beams firing out of its mouth, and even an incapacitating laughter blast gained from an encounter with the adorable SCP-999. It is an absolute Swiss Army knife of dangerous anomalous powers and abilities. And if you need any further proof of that, check out our multiple videos on all the ludicrous failed attempts to kill this nightmare lizard. And in this corner, we've got SCP-096, the Shy Guy. While 682 is freakishly adaptable, in most situations SCP-096 is pretty much unstoppable. This long, gangly creep will murder anyone who sees even the tiniest glimpse of its face, with such ferocity that not even a trace of the body will remain. It does this by entering what many call its rage state, activated by the sudden immense distress of its face being seen. When it enters this state, the SCP Foundation has only one prerogative: get themselves and anyone else out of its way, because you will not stop this thing until it's killed its target. All the SCP Foundation has ever been able to do is wait until after the target has been obliterated, and then come in to bag its head when it enters its docile state. Almost nothing else has even successfully slowed it down. While they have been capable of damaging its flesh, the monster's skeleton seems to be utterly indestructible, and its damaged flesh has proven consistently able to grow back. The monster seems to be immune to everything from pain to cold, and moves at such a speed that it's pretty much impossible to escape for long. So when you factor in an indestructible body, immense strength, immense speed, and an unstoppable urge to kill anyone who sees its face, you're looking at a formidable opponent. It's only natural that the Foundation would want to use 096 in their 682 cross tests. So what exactly happened when the Mobile Task Force entered the room after this first epic battle? What did they find inside the chamber in the grisly aftermath? SCP-096 lay crumpled in the corner, wheezing, scared, covered in its own blood. 682 was barely recognizable. 096 had reduced it to a quarter of its original size, the rest having been utterly torn to shreds. Both had narrowly survived the encounter, but it was an epic battle neither of them would ever forget. Though this was especially true for SCP-096. You see, as we alluded to earlier, SCP-682 is used to taking a kicking at this point. It hasn't ever truly been killed, but it's been beaten, eaten, burned, zapped, and smashed within an inch of its life more times than you can count. 096, on the other hand, was not used to not being able to utterly eliminate its prey. While it is impossible to speculate what's going on inside SCP-096's mind, all evidence points towards getting a draw in this battle, seriously damaging SCP-096's confidence. Now, every time Foundation personnel tries to bring 096 into 682's containment chamber, he begins crying and scratching at his own face. Why? Is he scared of 682? Is he humiliated, thinking of the fight he wasn't able to win? Or is the very idea of someone seeing his face and him not being able to immediately kill them just too unbearably stressful? Seeing as the Shy Guy's mouth is only good for two things and neither of them are for talking, we'll never truly know. But either way, it's clear that 096 has no interest in a rematch. But what if that changed? What if 096 realized that it was wasting its potential? It managed to get SCP-682 3/4 of the way to death last time. What could stop it from getting that last quarter? Sure, nothing has ever killed SCP-682 before, but there's a first time for everything, right? Maybe 096 would have a Rocky-style training montage where he rebuilds his confidence and becomes the underdog he was always meant to be. He'd walk right up to that big nasty reptile and give him the rematch of the century. What would happen then? Now we give the floor to you, the loyal viewers of SCP Explained. Here are some of your thoughts, theories, and opinions on a potential historic rematch between these two creeps. Let's get ready to rumble! I really wanted an excuse to say that. Ooh, I really like saying that. Pingu with an axe said, if 682's adaptability is based around his ability to develop countermeasures to any damage inflicted, or in the case of 173, a countermeasure to the cause of said damage, I imagine 682 would turn his skin entirely reflective, causing 096 to see his own face and the feedback loop would break his mind. Interesting. Whether this would work is all dependent on whether SCP-096 can actually see, or if it is merely capable of psychically intuiting when someone else sees its face. If the latter is true, then this particular adaptation wouldn't do much good for SCP-682. Random user said if this is after their first cross-test and they were forced to interact again, they wouldn't attempt to fight each other. I feel like they'd form a truce and take out the researchers on site. Yeah, this would be one of the worst-case scenarios. Whether even the SCP Foundation could handle a simultaneous 682 and 096 breach without bringing in Hammerdown is an open question. Ramon Vonkin said, simple, after the first encounter when 096 stopped attacking 682, 682 will grow eyes that filter out 096's face the next time. Organic scramble goggles. Dr. Dan would be fuming with jealousy. Coop Sater said, I really want SCP-096 to win, so I'm sending him a blind personal trainer so he can beat the snot out of SCP-682. This is exactly the kind of help SCP-096 needs. He's got the rage, endurance, and strength. With a little help getting his form and technique in order, he'd be an even more formidable opponent. Kyoto Ryo said, "I'd like to imagine 096, after playing with 682 for so long, would try to eat 682 in a vain attempt to kill it, only to gain 682's abilities and vice versa. Either of these options would be horrifying. SCP-096 with 682's abilities or 682 with 096's abilities would likely be a truly perfect killing machine. That's terrifying." Autumn said, "What if they just shared a nice cold drink while playing Mario Kart? I'm sure 096 would be the white shy guy character in every race. Personally, we love this idea, and we think 682 would go for Bowser. I personally go for Luigi." Ibrahim Timur said, 682 would win eventually. It's way more intelligent, adaptive, and overall malicious, while 096 acts just on instinct. This is undeniably a good point. What 682 lacks in sheer savagery, it makes up for in its ruthless, calculating intelligence. Could this give it the edge over 096? Monomoy Mukherjee said, "That fight would be interesting because both of them now know how they attack and what their attacks are." Nice segue. Due to the relatively mindless nature of 096, as far as we're aware, it's probably unable to learn from experience. 682, however, would have the advantage of knowing how 096 operates in the second battle. Devon Smith said, "As much as I'd like to see how this would play out, I imagine 096 can't manage more than other SCPs have in the past. Not to downplay him, but he might need some extra friends to do a whole lot more damage." It's undeniable that going in with tag team partners would better 096's chances of taking the lizard down. However, due to SCP-096's shyness and tendency to kill everyone and everything that looks at him, he doesn't have many friends looking to volunteer. Ninetales said, 096 will cry in the corner while 682 starts attacking it. Eventually, it gets confused that 096 isn't fighting back after an hour and begins to adapt to it and becomes docile forever. Okay, look, while it's unlikely that this would happen, it's certainly nice to imagine, isn't it? Adam Britton said, "Narratively, it needs to conclude with a reason to never try it again. So I'm going to say that 682 will telepathically project the image of 096 into the site staff or the entire human psychospace." Ooh, yikes. This is a possibility so terrifying and honestly plausible that it's making us regret wanting to see this rematch altogether. Chaos Insurgency said, "I think 682 would just think, for damn sake, just leave me alone." Given he's been through more termination attempts than SCP-5031 can count on its fingers, who could blame him for getting a little frustrated? Michael Porter said, "I think that 682 and 096 would take each other to court for aggravated assault against the other. Either one of them will get sentenced to death and will unsurprisingly not die, or the two team up to kill the entire courtroom and they walk out as a new serial killing team. The real question is what kind of lawyers would represent a pair of murderous, anomalous monsters in court? Better call Saul." Ari Workman said, "Maybe if we try being nice to them for once, we can offer them a cup of tea and get them both a therapist. 682 will talk all his hate away and then realize his wrongdoing and become an activist. And 096 would become very confident about his face and become a model. There, problem solved." Hey, when people strive towards self-improvement, we're all winners. But we don't know if we can say the same for 682 and 096. Even if this rematch ever did happen, perhaps it'd be just another draw. An unstoppable force against an immovable object. But other matchups may be more clear-cut. What kind of versus battles would you like to see us cover in the future? What SCPs would you really love to see duke it out? Let us know in the comments, and keep an eye out on the community posts in order to throw in your anomalous 2 cents for our next versus battle.
Hello again, SCP fans. We've once again sparked up the Anomatron 6000, our state-of-the-art supercomputer that takes countless data streams from the SCP Foundation's various anomalies and allows us to simulate potential scenarios that could never normally occur. For example, what if Boba Fett, one of fiction's most iconic galactic bounty hunters, took out the Sarkic menace that is the flesh that hates? Well, let's press the button and find out. A long time ago, in a barely explored corner of a galaxy far, far away, the rhythmic blink of bright red emergency lights brought the hunter back to consciousness. Beneath the tinted visor of his helmet, his vision was still blurry from the blow he had taken to the head as his ship had jolted to a stop. Blinking away the haze clouding his eyesight, he focused on the light still flashing up at him from the console in front of the seat he was strapped into. Wait, was he? He lifted a gloved hand to double-check,
still secure, buckled in tight. Finally able to see again, the bounty hunter turned to the console, checking the readouts on the circular screens of his ship's cockpit. It didn't take running a quick diagnostic for him to realize his predicament. As durable and heavily armored as his trusty fire spray was, the vessel had taken a pretty nasty hit. He knew he was taking a risk flying through an area of space controlled by the infamous Crimson Dawn. The crime syndicate maintained a fragile alliance with the hunter's slothful, slug-like employer, but after spotting his ship trying to pass through their territory undetected, they had retaliated. Sending a squad of ships after the fire spray and outmaneuvering them hadn't been easy, especially the smaller single-person fighters that could zip around at much faster speeds than the hunter's heavy gunship. But the syndicate had used its fighters as merely a distraction, drawing his attention away from the larger attack ship drawing in from the rear. Receiving a full blast from an ion cannon was bad enough. The energy bolt had struck the hunter's ship, serving a direct hit that slowed his vessel down to a crawl, albeit still intact for now. Ion blasts weren't designed to cause lasting damage to a ship, only to disrupt all electronic systems on board. From his cockpit, the bounty hunter knew exactly why his adversaries had done this. They wanted to capture him alive, and possibly take his fire spray too. He wasn't about to let that happen. The ship had been passed down to him by his father, along with the armor he now wore, that made him instantly recognizable as one of the most feared hunters in the galaxy. But having his ship rendered without navigation systems or control over the engines meant he couldn't steer it clear of the path of an oncoming fighter. The smaller ship moved to swerve out of the way, only too late. It clipped the fire spray's wing, causing the hunter to lurch forward and hit his head as his ship spun out of control, drifting away lost in space. By the time he came back around, he found himself adrift in an unfamiliar, uncharted corner of the galaxy. His ship was still badly damaged, running on a reserve of emergency power that was quickly depleting. The hunter fumbled with the controls, taking a look at the star map on his display. He didn't recognize this quadrant or even the system he was in. There was one planet looming ahead, a green and blue world with a single neighboring moon. It was then the hunter recognized what the red light had been warning him about. In its damaged state, the fire spray had been caught in the planet's gravitational pull and was now hurtling towards the surface. Holding on tight, bracing himself for impact, Boba Fett prepared for a particularly bumpy landing. The entire ship buckled as it passed through the planet's upper atmosphere, the metalwork creaking as scraps were torn away from the outer hull by extreme G-forces. Boba yanked at the steering columns, barely able to change the course of his ship's descent. The power was still minimal after the ion attack, practically running on fumes. Looking out of the large front viewport, Fett could see streaks of heat as his fire spray plummeted to the surface. He had an idea, a risky move, but it just might work. If it didn't, then his storied career as the galaxy's most infamous bounty hunter might just come to an unremarkable, anticlimactic ending. Pulling at the controls, he repositioned the ship's remaining fin-like wing, the one still mostly operational, and angled the fire spray so that its rear boosters were facing towards the planet, its internal gyro system keeping him sat upright. Still tumbling straight down, now in landing position, all Boba could do was hold tight and pray. Prayers that were answered when the console lit up with an alert. The heat of the re-entry had jump-started the engines, reigniting the gunship's propulsion system, not enough for sustained flight, but adequate to allow the hunter to control his descent and lessen the impact of the rough landing. The fire spray came to a crashing halt in the snow, still mostly intact but too badly damaged to take off. Clambering his way out, Boba Fett examined the wreckage of his ship. It had been in far worse scraps over the years, but every time the fire spray sustained damage, he couldn't help but think of what his father, Jango, would say, or his donor, as some would call him, given that Boba was a pure, unaltered genetic clone of his dad. Turning around, he looked out over the expanse of the frozen region he'd crashed on. The wind carried with it an icy bite. Fett was only shielded from it by the insulated flight suit he wore under his green painted plates of Beskar's steel armor. He lowered the antenna on his Mandalorian helmet, using its viewfinder to survey the horizon. Instantly, his eyes spotted a sign, a worn sheet of metal, half buried in the snow. There was something off about this sign, though, that instantly told Boba he wasn't on Hoth, Ilum, Ortho, Plutonia, or any other ice planet he knew of.
He trudged closer to the sign, crossing the frozen tundra alone, the cape over his shoulder whipping in the freezing cold gale. Where there was a sign, there could easily be civilization, maybe even somewhere Fett could get parts to fix his inherited ship. He forced himself not to stop and examine the sign, but couldn't help glancing at it as he passed. Boba couldn't recognize the lettering written on it at all, not the characters that had printed on the metal, nor the word painted over it in red. At first, he thought it might be Albrecht, but the closer he got, he realized it was a language he didn't understand. Continuing on past it, Boba tried to put thoughts of the sign out of his head, unaware that it read Lake Baikal, Siberia, and that someone had painted the Russian word for run over it. It didn't take long for Boba to reach the civilization that he was looking for, or what was left of it anyway. The small fishing town reminded him a little of the city of Mos Espa back on Tatooine, although it looked to have been abandoned for quite some time. The rickety buildings were all constructed out of wooden planks, with a thick coating of frost over almost every surface. As Boba marched further in, a gunslinger walking into a frozen ghost town, there was almost total silence. The cold winds had died down to barely a whisper now. The stranded bounty hunter looked around, finding no signs of anything nearby. No spaceport, no Jawas he could trade with, no townsfolk to ask for directions, no signs of life. Something moved behind him, causing Boba to instinctively whip around to face it, producing his EE-3 carbine blaster with a draw speed rivaled by few of the fastest hands in the galaxy. His weapon was trained on nothing. Whatever had caused the sound was nowhere to be seen. Keeping his gun up and at the ready in one hand, Boba reached for a button on one of his gauntlets. Within his helmet, the pure white of the snow blinked away, replaced by a blue filter, providing him with a heads-up display that highlighted any nearby heat signatures. There was a trail on the ground just a few feet from him. Not tracks, mind you. Just a single streak of warmth left carved through the snow. Cautiously, Boba followed it. The trail curved around a nearby shack, and then disappeared through a hole that had been punched through one of its walls. The wooden planks it was built from were all splintered outwards, as if something large had burst out of it. Inside, the shack had been coated in enough frost to freeze everything solid. Cups and plates at the dinner table looked like they'd been encased in carbonite. Looking around the dark, abandoned interior, Boba barely noticed something slithering down towards him from the ceiling. A windy, fleshy appendage whipped around Boba's arm, locking it tightly in place. He pulled against it with all his strength, but the bounty hunter couldn't free his hand or the blaster he was holding. Turning to see his attacker through the boards of the upper floor, Fett could make out a writhing, massive shadow attached to the long, grotesque appendage that now had him in an arm lock. In all his years of bounty hunting, he'd never seen a species like it. Whatever it was, his Beskar and flight suit were protecting it from feeling its disgusting, slimy grip against his skin. Although he wasn't too keen on being held by this monster for much longer. With his free hand, Boba tried to wrench the tentacle off of him, only to feel it snaking further and tighter around his arm. Bending it in the opposite direction his elbow was meant to bend. Boba grunted, stifling a scream under his helmet as he felt his arm on the verge of snapping. But the pain brought back reminders of his lessons, his training under his various mentors, his father, Aura, even Old Bane. Even with his blaster arm ensnared, a good bounty hunter was never unarmed. Knocking the gauntlet on his free arm against his leg to activate it, he lifted his fist upwards as a streak of flame erupted from the Mandalorian vambrace, setting fire to the wooden floor above. And the creature, which shrieked in pain as it caught a light, relinquishing its grip. Thinking fast and moving at a speed to match, Boba leaped out of the way as the huge monster came crashing through the burning wood planks. Had he not rolled to a safe distance just in time, then it would have landed on him, crushing the bounty hunter under its weight. Back on his feet, Boba spun on his heel and opened fire with his now freed blaster, each blast of the red laser light illuminating the horrific sight of what had attacked him. It was a mass of flesh, distorted and disfigured, like a bloated, coagulated wound given form. It might once have been a person, but now extra legs had sprouted beneath it, arms having melted into slimy blood-red tentacles that were flailing in pain as the creature tried to douse the fire. Boba backed out of the shack's front entrance, still firing his carbine blaster. Its bolts were having little effect on the fleshy, inhuman monster.
seeming to only cause it irritation rather than leaving lasting damage. But as the infamous hunter moved his foot behind him, a wooden porch step snapped beneath, causing him to topple over, landing on his back in the snow. His blaster had fallen from his hands as he came crashing down, forcing him to roll over and reach for it. That's when he saw the others. Emerging from the abandoned rural town, a group of nightmarish abominations were slithering out of nearby shacks. They shambled towards Boba, each one of them looking different from the next, but no less stomach-churning in their fleshy, blood-soaked appearances. Some were bipedal, walking on the remnants of 2 legs, but with their entire upper body fused into a single monstrous mass. Others looked like they had once been small animals, but had been cruelly and unnaturally twisted into amorphous, slimy mutations of their former selves. The horde of beings, a veritable smorgasbord of flesh that hates, were crawling towards Boba. He had spent the earliest parts of his childhood surrounded by cloners on Camino, alien experts in genetics. Since then, he'd been all over the galaxy and met people of all different species. It wasn't hard for Boba to see what these things, these monsters, were. They were the townsfolk that once lived in this snow-covered place. Or at least, they used to be people. Now, they were horrific. From behind him, the first creature, the one that had drawn him out, re-emerged, still enraged. But as he turned to look at it, making sure he was aware of all threats surrounding him, Boba spotted its skin. The part where he had singed with his flamethrower were still severely burned, practically reduced to a cinder. Fire. That could hurt them. Reaching into the ground to retrieve and stow his blaster, Boba felt something tugging at the weapon, pulling it in the opposite direction. Another of the fleshy monsters, a crawling, spider-like collection of arms and legs with no body or head, had flung an appendage outwards and grabbed the carbine. Trying to pull it back, Boba slipped in the snow and was being dragged towards the writhing monstrosity. A loud bang echoed around the nearby town, punctuated by a bright red light soaring through the sky and gently floating back down towards the ground. The white-hot flare filled the area with a glow, the creatures all momentarily turning their attention to it, sensing its heat. That split second was his one chance. All of Boba's instincts, every lesson Jango had taught him, told him to strike first, if he wanted to make a way alive. He dropped the blaster, leaving it in the creature's grip. He had spares back on the fire spray, but they'd be no good to him if he was dead. Hitting one of the tiny switches on his vambrace, 2 scorching hot flames spat from the exhaust of Boba's jetpack. Immediately, he was lifted up off the ground, hovering just above the roofs of the small wooden structures around him. In that same microsecond, the abominations of flesh turned their collective attention back to their airborne prey. The ones that still had heads or had grown extra, disfigured and misshapen growths in the place of a head looked up at Boba. To them, he was merely another vessel for them to infect with the same disease that plagued them. But little did any of them know he was the Boba Fett, the galaxy's deadliest, most famous, Beskar-clad bounty hunter. And a good bounty hunter was never unarmed. Igniting in an instant, the flickering nozzle end of Boba's wrist-mounted flamethrower began spraying superheated fuel over the horde of monstrosities below. Long tongues of orange flame engulfed the writhing, slithering creatures, burning them to a crisp, as Boba Fett rained unrelenting hell down on the flesh that hates. Hovering above them, he had given himself enough high ground to gain an advantage. Ironically, the distance Boba had put between himself and the monsters wasn't dissimilar to the detachment he had for those he had killed or captured for Jabba the Hutt in the past. They had all been people too, just like these twisted masses of flesh had once been human. Putting those thoughts down like he'd been taught to, Boba's attention was focused on blasting any of the fleeing creatures, burning them with enough intensity to leave little behind but charred remains. Except he had forgotten, in his haste, to check behind him. The monster that had first attacked him was making quick work of scaling the nearest single-story shack and flailed one of its appendages at Boba. It caught him in mid-air, plucking him out of the sky and wrenching him back down to the snowy ground once more. Winded, Boba was grasping to catch his breath underneath his helmet. He certainly didn't need to look to know his jetpack had most likely been damaged by his fall. But that was currently the least of his worries. Towering above, looming over him, the repulsive monster looked like it was rearing up to pounce. Boba reached to relight his flamethrower,
only for his gauntlet to spark. It had taken a hit on the way down, too. Desperation set in. He lifted his knee and fired 2 darts from the microcannons mounted on his yellow knee pads. The spiked darts became embedded in the fleshy creature's mass, barely phasing it. Loading a wrist rocket, Boba raised his other vambrace to fire, only for the arm he wore on it to be grabbed by one of the other creatures, still burning, half alive. Meanwhile, the one on the roof looked ready to leap. It sprung into the air, ready to come crashing down to kill the feared former bounty hunter. A bright light burst from somewhere nearby. It wasn't another flare. This one was a blinding eruption of pure white. Even through the tinted T-shaped visor of his helmet, it stung Boba's eyes so much that he had to cover his face with his hand. As he peered back, he almost mistook the light gray of the sky for the same light. Looking around, the monster had vanished, those that were left still writhing, their amorphous bodies coated with fire which rapidly spread to the wood of the nearby houses. Keeping his guard up as he always did, Boba climbed to his feet, lifting the gauntlet with a miniature blaster mounted on it to defend himself. He'd seen and even used disintegration weapons in the past, but the bounty hunter had never known anything to make a creature like that monster completely vanish in a single flash. He turned at a sound. Not one of the creatures or the gentle crackling of flames, but the gentle crunch of snow under someone's foot. 3 strangers walked slowly up to Boba, not one among them flinching when he lifted his vambrace, standing his ground. Their clothing was patchwork, cobbled together from scraps, but looked similar to the same cloaks worn by the Jedi of old. As the group approached him, the bounty hunter noticed their bodies had also been altered, although not in the same way as the vile fleshy creatures that now littered the snow around him. Metalwork, mechanized components, and devices of all manner protruded from their uncovered arms and necks. Pieces of machinery, embedded in their skulls in place of their eyes. Boba was no stranger to cyborgs, those who had modified their own bodies with technological augmentations and modifications. One of the 3 was missing an entire hand in its place with what looked like some kind of cannon, still warm from having just fired. The cloaked, mechanized trio looked at Fett with curiosity, as if they were admiring his armor. Just like his damaged ship, Boba's armor belonged to his father, and if these 3 wanted to take it, they'd have to kill him for it.
I take it that was your flare that distracted them?
He growled beneath his helmet. The frontmost of the group nodded, bowing his head gently, indicating he meant no harm.
Indeed. We saw something. A vessel, we believe, fall from the sky not far from here.
The part man, part machine replied.
Was that your craft, warrior?
Lowering his arm at last, Boba nodded in response.
Don't suppose you know where I can get my ship fixed?
The hunter asked.
We may be able to assist you.
One of the 2 interjected.
You have machinery. We watched you use it to fight. Are you one of us?
I give my allegiance to no one.
Boba stated as he eyed the speaker. He barely looked older than a teenager.
Who are you people?
Some have called us Mechanites. Others know us as the Church of the Broken God.
The leader spoke up in reply.
Little of that matters now. Not since the flesh overran this place. They spread via skin contact. Only the parts of our bodies we have yet to mechanize are still vulnerable to their infection. I certainly hope none of them touched you, warrior.
Boba took a look over his shoulder at the bodies of the still burning creatures, glad that his helmet was pressurized, and his flight suit was on tight.
The flesh.
He muttered to himself.
I'm fine,
he declared with certainty.
In that case,
the lead mechanite said,
let's see about fixing your ship, shall we?
The aftershock shuddered through the Foundation. Emergency alarms wailed as injured staff and security helped each other out from underneath rubble that had fallen on them as the building was shaken by the quake. It had only lasted a few short seconds, but still managed to leave a trail of destruction in its wake. While the wounded were bandaged up, anyone and everyone who was still able to started frantically checking the containment of every anomaly on the site. The Foundation could worry about the origin of the quake later. First and foremost, they needed to assess the damage. Luckily, multiple rapid sweeps of the facility revealed that there weren't all that many high-level threat anomalies whose containment had been breached. A few of the safer ones were found cowering under tables or buried under fallen rubble in their quarters. But for the most part, every anomaly was accounted for, and none had been provided with an opportunity to escape and cause further havoc. At least, that's how things seemed at first. It was only when the chaos started to die down and repair efforts were underway that personnel noticed an odd change. Something was missing. but nobody could quite put their finger on exactly what. As a matter of fact, most could pinpoint exactly when they noticed this odd feeling. It had only begun after the emergency alarms had been shut off. There was a sound that everyone working at the Foundation had gotten so used to that they practically stopped hearing it, or at least they'd stopped noticing it. It was only now that the noise was gone, its absence no longer drowned out by blaring alarms, that staff realized it had always been there. Everyone had just learned to subconsciously tune it out. Crying. The low, soft whimpering that could be heard emanating from SCP-096's containment chamber. It had stopped. The cell within had fallen silent, and once someone at the Foundation made the right connection and investigated, they happened upon a startling discovery. SCP-096 had vanished. Panic immediately engulfed the facility yet again. The shy guy could be anywhere, and a search effort to find it would only end in deaths. After all, in order to find something, you have to look at it, and that was a fatal thing to do when SCP-096 was involved. Closer examination showed no trace of the missing creature. There had been no reported incidents of incursions with it anywhere in the world. Every known photograph, video recording, or other visual depiction of SCP-096 was either securely stashed away or destroyed completely by the Foundation. There was no way it could have possibly escaped, and it was seemingly nowhere at all. But still, the question remained, where in the world had the shy guy gone to, if it was still even in this world? From SCP-096's perspective, one moment all had been normal. The next, it was lost somewhere strange, unfamiliar, and above all unsettling, even to the shy guy. Before the sudden quake had hit, it had spent the day the same way it usually occupied its time, alternating between aimlessly pacing the far wall of its containment chamber and sitting in a fetal position in the corner, sobbing all the while. But then the room had started shaking, and in the blink of a deeply sunken eye, the shy guy found itself, well, it had no idea where. Around it was a large carpeted room, open and sparse, with little occupying all the space. The wallpaper was a nauseating, sickly shade of yellow, made all the more garish by the rows of fluorescent lighting from the ceiling above. The entire place seemed to resemble an office space, although seemingly one that was in a total state of disuse. There was no furniture, not even one solitary inanimate object to make the place seem at least the tiniest bit closer to normal. Little was SCP-096 aware. It had somehow been transported to a strange and terrible place. The Backrooms. Unless someone remains wary and ever vigilant, they can unknowingly slip their way out of reality. It can happen anywhere. All that a person needs to do is be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they will no-clip into the Backrooms. All around SCP-096 was the stench of old, wet carpet, and a labyrinth of uninhabited rooms with the same drab yellow walls, the endless buzz of the fluorescent lights stretching out for who knows how many square miles of empty rooms. In short, the shy guy was trapped in a purgatory-like nightmare. However, there was at least one small mercy for SCP-096 as it wandered around its new surroundings. There was nobody else around, no other signs of life, no SCP Foundation, no ordinary human beings, no one who could see it. Here in the solitary confinement of the Backrooms, SCP-096 could not be perceived, and yet this brought the self-conscious creature very little in the way of comfort. Despite being completely alone, there was an awful, lingering feeling that hung in the air like the smell of the old carpet underfoot. SCP-096 still felt like it was being watched, and yet if someone or something really was watching, it wasn't triggering the shy guy's usual rage state. As it lurked through the various rooms and corridors, the creature kept expecting to find someone, to look them in the eye directly and get the same inescapable urge to race towards its observer and kill them. But it never came, because there was nobody else around, at least for a little while. Adam Jenkins had been out riding his bike when it happened. Pushing one pedal around, then the other, he gradually climbed higher up the slope of a hill. His house was down at the bottom of the other side, and Adam knew once he reached the peak, he could slip nice and easily down the rest of the way.
As long as he was careful not to let the extra momentum carry his bike too far and too fast, he just had to keep in control and gently compress the brake if he needed to. He made the same journey every day. Nothing could go wrong. Sure enough, Adam reached the top of the hill and allowed the bike to slowly tip ever so slightly over the other side. Gravity started to do the rest, the wheels starting to spin rapidly, the pedals pistoning his legs as he plummeted downwards. It was one of the few childlike joys left in Adam's life, those few brief seconds of the day where he got to speed down the hill back home with reckless abandon. He was blissfully unaware that he wouldn't have enough time to miss how much he enjoyed it. Without warning, a car came speeding out from around a corner on the way down the hill. It was dark, and the driver had carelessly decided to leave their headlights off. So when Adam saw the vehicle, he only had a split second to react. He was still going too fast. So if he applied the brakes now, his front wheel would stop too suddenly and send him flying forward over the handlebars. Instead, seconds before colliding with the car's hood, Adam wrenched his bike's handlebars and swerved around the car. But the added speed of going downhill caused the entire bike to topple as it turned so violently, launching Adam off and sending him hurtling towards a nearby wall. Adam could tell in the split second after coming off his bike that he was about to collide with the wall. His brain and body anticipated the impact, bracing him for the painful crash, but it never came. Instead of hitting the wall, Adam passed through it. That may well have spared him a devastating injury, but now a whole new problem now faced him. Just like no clipping through a virtual environment in a video game, Adam had passed directly out of reality, right into the Backrooms. The first few hours were the worst, shouting as loud as he could for someone, anyone, to come and find him. Each yell rapidly growing more and more frantic as Adam rushed around his haunting new surroundings. The whole place was unsettling just to be in. It gave off a hostile, unwelcoming energy that was impossible to ignore. It was only after an hour of trying to find a way out that Adam realized he was well and truly lost. He'd strayed too far away from his original point of entry, and just as he had the idea of trying to make his way back to the world from the same place he came in, it was already too late. The Backrooms, at least on this first level, all looked the same. No two rooms were distinct enough for him to figure out if this was somewhere he'd been before, or an entirely new area. It didn't take long for an overwhelming sense of hopelessness to set in. Adam had quickly given up calling for help. There was no sign of anyone around that would be able to help him, until the shuffling of footsteps came from nearby. It was such a noticeable break in the dull, unsettling quiet of the Backrooms that it made Adam's ears prick up. The yellow-hued maze had been so void of life since he had arrived, so unnaturally empty, that he wasn't entirely sure he had made the sound himself by his jacket brushing up against the wall. But no, there was definitely something here with him. He could hear it wandering nearby, and it had certainly heard him too. Calling out yet again with more caution in his tone, Adam Jenkins turned the next corner, met with yet another dingy yellow corridor. Although, unlike the others, this one had a key difference. SCP-096 stood right in the middle of it. The split second that Adam's eyes fell over the shy guy, it was already too late. He barely had time to process the sight of the creature, its tall, humanoid shape, wiry, thin, and pale skin, jaw hanging unnaturally wide. In fact, SCP-096 dashed towards Adam so quickly that he couldn't even finish his startled scream. Meanwhile, back at the SCP Foundation, efforts were still underway to retrieve the shy guy. Researchers were baffled that there was not a single trace anywhere on the globe of SCP-096's presence. They had quickly rolled out their usual method for recalling the creature to containment. Requisitioning one of D-Class personnel, this individual was instructed to stand in SCP-096's cell and then was given a photograph of the monster to look at. Knowing that the shy guy would track down anyone that saw its face, even as a single tiny pixel in a picture, the Foundation expected the creature to simply reappear in its containment chamber to kill the D-Class they had used as bait. But nothing happened. The D-Class was able to look at the photo of SCP-096 and survive. It was almost as if the creature's link to reality was weakened. Wherever it was, it might still be aware someone had looked at it, but the shy guy was somehow being blocked from traveling to its most recent observer. Having drawn a blank on trying to determine SCP-096's whereabouts, The Foundation eventually turned to SCP-343 for his input. Naturally, the powerful reality vendor was reluctant as ever to get involved. The Foundation insisted, knowing that SCP-343's omniscience meant he would already be aware of where they could find the missing Shy Guy. He refused multiple times, admitting he did have the answer they were looking for, but not wishing to divulge that information.
Fine.
SCP-343 sighed, coming to a compromise.
I can't tell you exactly where 096 is, but when I tell you where to look for answers, you'll know. Async.
The researchers were stunned into silence. Nobody in the Foundation had heard that name used in a long time, but SCP-343 was right. They knew exactly what it meant. Back in the 1980s, Async was another shadowy organization that had been investigating the existence of a liminal space connected to reality, a place they had called the Backrooms. Gathering up a mobile task force, the SCP Foundation dispatched its agents to a site that had long since been abandoned. They'd kept a watchful eye over the disused lab, keeping the public away, making sure nobody stumbled in by accident and got trapped. As the MTF commander gave the word, the outdated 80s technology was fired up, and Async's great achievement was reactivated. They had constructed a portal into the Backrooms, moving information the MTF operatives filed into the empty yellow space, unsure if they'd find SCP-096 alive, or if it would even want to come back. Meanwhile, in the Backrooms Level 0, only the Shy Guy remained, having completely annihilated poor, unfortunate Adam. He was enjoying the solitude once again, knowing that now nobody was here to see him, until one wrong step changed everything. He no-clipped from Level 0 to Level 1, where he would have a lot more company.
Being a video archivist for the SCP Foundation is one of the easiest jobs in the entire organization. You're responsible for viewing every tape found in the field, every interview with an anomaly, and every event log recorded by a mobile task force. If something passes your desk, that means the Foundation's going to want its contents viewed, transcribed, and the original source footage stored for preservation. Compared to the doctors working tirelessly to push their research to the boundaries of understood science and field agents risking their lives elsewhere, your job of lounging in an air-conditioned room, sitting at a computer, and watching videos all day seems pretty appealing. At least on paper it does. When you take into account just what it is you'll be transcribing, the grim realities present in all Foundation careers starts to emerge in your deceptively cushy office gig. It's no secret that the Foundation's visual logs describe unspeakable horrors within. Disgusting body alterations, gory details, and terrifying imagery are mainstays of Foundation files. Most are never conscious of the fact that every log that's been written out had to have been viewed by someone in the first place. Those blank redacted areas where your imagination has to fill in the details? Somewhere, someone in the Foundation had to describe that sensitive information in the first place. That gruesome kill in the task force report, the visual archivists saw the footage before they wrote it out. Sure, your job might be to watch the Foundation's home movies all day, but due to the sheer amount of visual materials the Foundation needs to transcribe and catalog, you'll be on average seeing far more horrors than the typical researcher or task force member. Instead of being assigned to 1 or 2 projects at a time, you'll witness an infinite slew of footage from across the Foundation's history. You'll just be viewing all of the horror from a distance, behind a screen, after the fact. But you don't need to be told that. You're a professional, hard-boiled, grizzled veteran of the Foundation. You watch hours of footage a day, transcribe it, archive it, and send it out to be inserted in the various articles and files in the Foundation database. You've lived through countless task force missions, observed endless testing logs, and seen everything from unimaginable entities to the bloodiest events ever taken place. It used to keep you up at night, but at this point you're desensitized to almost anything the world can throw at you. Maybe that's why you were the Foundation's latest choice to transcribe the footage recovered from the site of SCP-7673. You'd heard the stories, a series of tapes the other archivists were flat out refusing to transcribe due to sheer disgust and horror. They'd been passed down the line 2 or 3 times, and now they came to you, in a box of literal VHS tapes labeled with a strip of tape that read
SCP-6670 recovered media. You didn't doubt that whatever was on these was intense, since it was enough to get a few Foundation archivists to pass, something that rarely happens. But you were sure they weren't anything you couldn't handle. You inspect the box for a manifest paper to see if you can gain any other information about the tapes. Most of the time, the varying parts of the Foundation's research is kept heavily indiscernible from one another. The right hand never knows what the left is doing, so getting any further context to the footage you're about to review is oftentimes necessary. But the paper inserted on top of the box doesn't reveal much. It reads, "Footage recovered from the discovery site of SCP-6670, Containment Site 86, Detroit, Michigan." That's about as much as you're going to get, but at least it's something. You take the tape that says first on it and pop it into the VCR. Yeah, you had to dust off that old dinosaur just for this. The real anomaly is that it still works after all these years. The first tape is overlaid with a title that takes up the entirety of the screen. "Happy Birthday Gemma, 1988, it reads. The camera pans to a small infant laying down on a cushion. You can tell from the brief glimpses of the background that the house is dilapidated, poorly held together. Not the conditions a child should be raised in, but an unfortunate reality that some face. The baby stares at the camera, wiggling and making adorable baby noises. You wonder if this is Gemma, the birthday girl herself. Your thoughts are confirmed by the camera holder, who plays with and tickles Gemma, celebrating her birthday. The camera holder asks the baby to smile for mommy, which the little Gemma gleefully does. Of course, the one holding the camera is Gemma's mother, and the two are celebrating her first birthday. The rest of the tape is ordinary, with Gemma and her mother playing and laughing together. Her mother sings happy birthday to her, and the recording stops. Well, that wasn't so bad, you think to yourself. In fact, taking into account most of the stuff that passes your desk, that was pretty good. But that was only the first tape. You're intrinsically drawn to the next one, wondering how this could possibly inspire so much fear in the others who watched it. Second tape. The shot opens up with a woman dressed in a slightly tattered, sewn-together formal attire. She's filming herself standing before a mirror. The title reads, Job Interview Practice Tape. After the title disappears, she begins talking to herself. She reveals her name, Melanie Jamie G. Parker, and acts as if she's applying to a job, specifically to an internship at the Walter Media Broadcast Company. You can tell from the sound of her voice that this is Gemma's mother. Melanie's mock interview proceeds slowly. She's visibly apprehensive, chokes over her words, and seems to be in great distress. Melanie mentions that she turned 18 the other day, and that she's interested in applying for a job as a news reporter. Still, she can't get the words out properly, stuttering and hesitating. She's clearly distracted by something off camera. Midway through her rehearsal, the sound of high-pitched crying is heard. It's the baby. Melanie assures Gemma that she's coming, and leans over to hit the button to stop the recording before rushing off to calm down the crying child. Again, nothing horrible, you think. It's difficult to watch someone so young struggle with the challenges of motherhood, but it hasn't made you lose your lunch or anything. You take out the third tape, pop it in, and see what happens next. Another title, A Letter to My Family. Cut this. Seems like it was intended to be thrown out. The picture comes in, showing a crying Melanie, sitting on the edge of her bed in a white gown. Sniffling up her tears, Melanie delivers a message intended to be viewed by her family. You learn that her relationship with them is unstable, and that Melanie has been on her own for months, potentially longer. She musters out an apology to her parents, saying that she's sorry about everything, for a party, for stealing their money. She continues to cry, but tells them that she wants them to know that she's sorry and that she loves them. She addresses her sister's caring attitude and her mother's smile, but is hesitant to compliment her father. She reveals that she hasn't spoken to them in 2 years, but she can't go any longer. She's barely been able to afford basic necessities, and despite applying for as many jobs as she could, she hasn't landed one. Her personal savings are almost depleted, and she can't sleep at night. Gemma's getting bigger, a lot bigger than any girl should be at 2.
She's rapidly outgrowing her clothes, and Melanie's unable to provide her with the love and care that she needs. She's halfway through, saying that she wants her parents to take custody of Gemma, but she stops. She can't get herself to admit it. She stares at the camera, shakes her head, and begins cursing. Melanie's voice gets louder, and she vehemently defends her decision to keep Gemma for herself. She's not subjecting herself to her family, who she clearly despises. Melanie continues to lash out against her family, saying that she's tired of them, and that they will never find her and Gemma. She's visibly shaking, her voice unstable. Melanie's made her decision. Gemma's staying with her. She makes a statement. "You should have seen how happy Gemma and I were. How nice life is out here. The sun's so much brighter. There's no fighting, no screaming, no crying. I took my daughter and I left all of you, and I am happy." In the background, Gemma's crying is heard again from another room. Melanie, drained, looks in the distance, surprised to hear that she's awake. She wipes the tears from her eyes and assures Gemma that her mother will be right there. She forgets to turn the camera off and rushes out of the room. For the rest of the tape, lasting nearly 2 hours in duration, Melanie calms Gemma, holding her and assuring her that she's safe. Eventually, the camera's battery gives out, and the recording stops. So far, it's definitely upsetting to see, but you haven't encountered anything anomalous yet. Maybe it's the 4th tape that will shed some light on what's going on here. You put it in, and prepare for the worst. This tape cuts in immediately without a title. Gemma and Melanie are playing together in Melanie's bedroom. What she said about Gemma's growth is 2. She's only 2, but she stands at 4 feet tall, with long and disheveled blonde hair. Gemma runs across the bedroom, making noises and pretending to be an airplane. Melanie, for once, doesn't seem to be stressed, though she looks visibly tired. The sound of a phone ringing is heard in the background. Melanie immediately snaps out of her happy attitude and runs off to answer it. While she talks on the phone, Gemma is seen peering into a small hole in the wall of the bedroom. She then moves off screen. While Melanie is talking on the phone, Gemma tries to get her mother's attention. When Melanie hangs up, she notices that she doesn't see her daughter anywhere and begins frantically searching. Gemma answers, her voice coming from inside the hole in the wall. Melanie tries to goad her child from outside the wall, but Gemma doesn't listen. Eventually, she hears a loud snap and then a scream. Melanie panics, moving her head into the hole. Gemma cries, screaming that she's in pain and that she hurt something. Melanie tells her that she'll get help and desperately tries not to panic. She runs off screen, and for 15 minutes, all that's heard is Gemma crying. Melanie returns with a young man who would later be identified as her neighbor, John Bates. He carries a rope. Melanie directs Bates to a hole in the wall. The two are clearly familiar with one another, and Melanie assures Gemma that Mr. John is going to help her out of the hole. Bates kneels on the floor and inserts his head into the wall, feeding the rope inside the hole. On the count of 3, they tell Gemma to grab the rope and they'll pull. Seconds pass without a response, and suddenly Bates feels a tug. She's grabbing the rope. Melanie and Bates pull together, hoping to lift Gemma out of wherever she fell, but the girl won't move. She continues to cry, saying that she's stuck, and neither Bates nor Melanie can get her to budge. Melanie, who is now crying, assures Gemma that they'll get her out, while Bates is more reluctant. Bates tells her that they aren't going to be able to get her out by themselves, and the two begin to argue loudly. They agree to call the fire department. After all, they're specialized in getting people out of confined spaces. Bates tries calling, but the lines are full. Meanwhile, Melanie continues to lose hope. Bates insists that they have to call 911, but Melanie knows that she doesn't have enough to cover medical costs, and if they discover the living conditions that Gemma's been in, they'll surely take her child away. The two continue to argue. Bates suggests that Melanie phones her family, which is the ultimate breaking point for her. From off-screen, you can hear a struggle, the sound of a cupboard opening, and then Bates hitting the floor. 30 minutes of silence follow. When Melanie returns, she's caked in dirt, grease, and blood. What happened was evident. Melanie sticks her head inside the hole in the wall and assures Gemma that her mother will take care of her. The next tape pulls you in. The title displays, "Happy Birthday, Gemma, 1991.
You recognize that the video is being taken from inside the wall. There's a small lava lamp and a cupcake with a candle in front of Gemma, who lays prone on the ground. She's more pale than before and looks to be about 5 feet tall now, and her shoulders encompass the length of the space. From behind the camera, Melanie sings to her, and Gemma blows out the candle. The recording stops. Another tape. Happy birthday, Gemma, 1993. Gemma's looking visibly ill. Her eyes droop, she smiles tiredly, and her body seems to be larger than the space it's confined to. A cake sits in front of her with 5 candles. Melanie sings to her again. The 1997 birthday tape is even worse. Gemma is about 7 feet tall, and her face encompasses the entire whole with no discernible head. Melanie sings to Gemma, who just wants to eat her cake. The sound of Gemma's bones clinking and cracking as her body contorts to the tight space is heard. The next tape is unlabeled, but the Foundation determined it to be recorded around 2001. Melanie sits outside the door to her bedroom, sobbing. Her bedroom is entirely inaccessible. Behind the door, the cracking of bones is heard throughout the house. She's singing happy birthday to Gemma, who is unseen. Gemma's voice can be heard begging for food. Another crack, this time from the ceiling. Dust falls from above. The house is giving out. Gemma screams that she's in pain and that she doesn't want to fall. The cracking gets louder, and before Melanie can finish singing, she's taken back by the horror of the situation. Gemma begs for her mother to help her and that her back hurts. The ceiling's about to give out any second, and suddenly, it does. The camera tips, showing a ceiling full of cracks, which gives out over the next few seconds. Melanie screams that she'll catch Gemma, but she is simply too big. Her form is revealed. A block of barely human skin and tissue, shaped into a square mass due to being confined to the walls for years. You can't tell that the entity before you is still human, and most of all an injured, scared child. Gemma's anomalous growth when confined to such a small space over a long period of time resulted in this. Gemma falls to the floor, crushing Melanie in the process. For the remaining 4 hours of the tape, Gemma sifts and struggles, all while crying out for her mother. The tape stops. Disturbed by the content, you know you're going to feel sick transcribing these tapes. You check the corresponding database file for SCP-6670 in hopes you can access it. Thankfully, it's within your clearance, and all is illuminated when you read what's already there. SCP-6670 is Gemma, described as a large amorphous entity made of flesh, tissue, and contorted bones. SCP-6670 is confined to a small house in Detroit, Michigan, where it's been contained on-site with a concrete wall constructed around the home. SCP-6670 was discovered following the recording of the tape, when passers-by outside the house described the structure as breathing, after which containment measures were implemented and research began. The only access point to SCP-6670 is through the doorway outside the bedroom, as most of the house's structure is either destroyed or taken up by SCP-6670's mass. X-ray scans revealed that SCP-6670's spine is extremely contorted and is assumed to have grown along the dimensions of the home, with puberty assumed to have accelerated the growing process. SCP-6670 is largely immobile and is believed to be hibernating. Its intelligence seems to be roughly equivalent to a small child. Inside the home, the tapes were found, and the file describes them as awaiting transcription, which is your job. Beneath the section intended for your work is an event log, transcribed by personnel working on site with SCP-6670. The entity, after remaining immobile for so long, had eventually moved. The log read as follows. The entity rolled in front of the camera, where its mouth could be seen. It's surrounded by several strings of rotting flesh and caked with blood. The teeth are rotten, consistent with typical patterns of tooth decay. A clump of black hair clings to the side of its lower lip. SCP-6670 is heard speaking. The camera registers the sound as similar to, "Mama, I'm hungry." Its voice is that of a young girl. You're taken back by the graphic bodily alteration described, when the realization hits you that you're going to have to watch these tapes multiple times over to ensure proper transcription.
But then one other thing stands out. A clump of black hair on SCP-6670's lip, but Gemma had blonde hair, and then it hits you. You know that you'll be in for many sleepless nights after this is all said and done.
A beloved, mentally unstable masked vigilante once said, "I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me." And this exact sentiment was shared by SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, as it traversed the almost limitless liminal hell known as the Backrooms. It'd been little more than a standard chase and secure mission for the mobile task forces pursuing SCP-682 after its latest deadly containment breach, until the vicious lizard made its way into an abandoned warehouse and no-clipped its way into a new reality. As the SCP Foundation are still desperately searching for the missing beast back in our native reality, 682 has been discovering whole new vistas of violence. First, it found itself in the endless yellow halls of Level 0, where if the madness doesn't get you, the starvation and thirst will. Well, unless you're an anomalous reptilian abomination that can seemingly adapt to any situation. Once 682 escaped this gaudy purgatory, it found its way into Level 1, an endless warehouse full of equal parts monsters and hapless human settlers, all of whom it decimated in a single bloody afternoon. Then on to Level 2, the Pipe Rooms, where it faced a bevy of beasts that it eagerly put into the ground. And that brings us up to now, and by extension, on to Level 3. SCP-682 spilled out into another section of long industrial hallways. It didn't know how it had gotten in, and honestly it didn't really care at this point. All it needed to do was keep moving forward and killing as it pleased, and it seemed there were plenty of creatures down here to kill. That being said, this level had a certain energy to it, and we mean that literally. 682's incredibly sensitive, senses allowed it to detect an incredibly powerful electrical field emanating from this level, and from the sounds of machines humming all around it, traveling down great bundles of wires and pipes bound to the walls. It knew that this level must have been attached to a generator of truly incredible size. It charged forward, weaving around the different hallways at freakish speeds, searching for the next thing it could blast into oblivion. And thankfully, it was able to find its first target soon enough, a nest of creatures known as death moths. These were huge, fluttering moths of freakish size congregating around a glowing electrical outlet. Intriguing. SCP-682 decided to approach and introduce itself. After all, they looked like pretty easy prey. 682 would regret this oversight. While the male death moths are pretty much harmless, the female death moths have an extremely potent defense mechanism. As SCP-682 approached, the creatures began swarming and spraying acid onto its reptilian flesh. This was painful and irritating for 682, of course. But if any entity on Earth is pretty accustomed to dealing with large quantities of powerful acid by now, it's SCP-682. Its skin quickly healed from the acidic onslaught, and it developed a powerful counter-adaptation, a long, sticky, frog-like tongue, which it used to devour the nest full of death moths and move along to its next target. It continued exploring Level 3. A number of hallways were marked off with metal bars, another very familiar sight for SCP-682, so for simplicity's sake, it just kept itself to the unobstructed paths. That's where it soon ran into another life form, standing around like a sitting duck in one of the level's many anomalous hallways. It was just another human, in a similar outfit to all those major Explorer Group weaklings it had destroyed earlier. Strangely, even when SCP-682 entered the hallway with it, it didn't seem to react properly. It just vacantly stared off into space, stumbling around awkwardly. 682, bemused, whipped this random, disoriented stranger in the chest with its tail, sending him sailing into the nearby wall. It was at this point that something strange happened. The force of the strike caused the man's clothes and also skin to disintegrate, leaving something entirely different underneath. SCP-682 had no idea what was going on, but it knew that it hated it. This was its first encounter with a creature known as a skin stealer. It would be natural for a human being to be terrified of an abomination like this. An apex predator like 682, on the other hand, it barely even found the skin stealer interesting. With a single stomp from its clawed reptilian foot, the creature was very, very dead, and SCP-682 continued its journey through the bowels of Level 3. It found itself drawn to whatever the source of all the energy was, if it even had one single source. It was almost as though the entire level was one gigantic predator powering the rest of the Backrooms, and if there was electricity, perhaps there were other humans in here to kill. SCP-682 liked that idea very much indeed. However, while making its way down a slightly wider hallway, one that it had previously believed was completely uninhabited, it was suddenly ambushed by a group of mysterious attackers. A number of tall gray creatures with long, clawing arms and unclear facial features stepped away from the wall. These entities are known as the Dullers, ambush predators native to the Backrooms. They normally run away from threats, but considering the number of them congregated in the hall around SCP-682, perhaps they felt a little more confident about taking down their prey in a group. But they'd made a grave miscalculation. It would not matter whether there was $1 or $1,000. In the battle between them and SCP-682, they would always be the prey. But lucky for them, while they weren't aware of this immutable fact yet, SCP-682 was more than happy to give them a first-hand education. While the Dullers tried their best to claw into SCP-682's thick, leathery hide, the creature decided to employ a new ability it had stolen from the female death moths. Several new glands developed all over 682's body, each of which produced a fine mist of highly concentrated acid. Soon enough, the Dullers were howling in pain and melting away into dull gray puddles on the ground, never to reconstitute again. That's what you get for trying to climb up the food chain, folks. It never ends well. Unless you're 682, that is. After disposing of the Dullers, which in 682's own humble opinion had more than earned that title by indeed being extremely dull, it decided to continue its search for some of the power sources on this level. Perhaps it could harness this ability for its own benefit, but it was interrupted by what is, frankly, one of the grossest enemies in all of the Backrooms, the Bursters. And if even hearing the name makes you feel a little sick, then you're correctly primed for what you're about to encounter. They're humanoid creatures that walk around on all fours, with its back legs grotesquely stretched out into the shape of a dog's hind legs. But that's nothing compared to the Burster's truly diabolical back knee. All over the creature's back, you can see huge, calloused cysts that contain a potent and noxious acid. Sure, the acid is only about as dangerous as the stuff produced by female death moths, but in our humble opinion, the method of acid delivery is far more repulsive, and that makes Bursters less desirable to encounter. A small group of them skittered out of the darkness towards SCP-682. The hard-to-destroy Reptile also found them disgusting. Though, now that we think about it, SCP-682 thinks all forms of life are disgusting, so we suppose that it's all relative. However, when they began to burst their backs and coat 682 in their horrible pus, they perhaps earned the rarely given label of extra disgusting from this living embodiment of reptilian hate. 682 quickly retaliated by clawing the horrid creatures to death, which I think we can all agree is a good and well-deserving ending for the vile little beasts. We would have done the same thing. The next enemies that 682 encountered weren't nightmarish creatures, but in fact were human beings stationed in the Major Explorer Group's Base Gamma, the third most important base in all of the Backrooms. They were on high alert after losing contact with Base Alpha several days before, having no idea that everyone at that base had been slaughtered by SCP-682, a fate that, if they weren't tremendously lucky, they would soon share. But they had little more than luck on their side this time. SCP-682 sighted the base on the end of a long hallway. There was even a person standing at the other end of the hall, seemingly blissfully aware of the encroaching presence of one of the SCP Foundation's most dangerous and formidable captives. 682 loved killing humans most of all. They weren't just dumb animals. They had the intellectual capacity to actually appreciate the life that was being ripped away from them, and it made the whole act even more pleasurable for SCP-682. It set its sights on the ignorant Major Explorer Group member leaning against the distant wall and decided to charge for him. Claws extended and fangs bared, this would be such easy prey. Until the moment when someone in the distance yelled, "Now!"
and the seemingly defenseless human turned around and pulled a lever on the wall. Suddenly, the whole hallway was electrified, sending millions of volts coursing through SCP-682's writhing body. This whole thing had been an elaborate trap. The humans at Base Gamma hadn't survived this long in the Backrooms by being stupid. The more technically savvy members had rewired some of the hallways to channel the immense energy of the generators and fry any unfortunate entities that tried to use these hallways to break into Base Gamma. There was one big problem though. SCP-682 wasn't just any unfortunate entity. While it did initially look like electricity might fry the beast, it gradually began channeling the electricity into its own body and developing the capacity to re-gift this electricity to the people who so kindly provided it. SCP-682, now a crackling conduit of electricity, leaped from the shocking hallway and into Base Gamma. Soon enough, it had fatally electrocuted all 300 members of the major explorer group posted in Base Gamma and returned to its baseline state. Level 3 had grown tiresome now. It seemed that there were no more exciting new creatures to massacre. As a result, 682 slid into a nearby elevator and went down, where a new level awaited. This was how SCP-682 got to Level 4. And Level 4 was not what the hard-to-destroy Reptile expected. In contrast to the industrial nightmare of the previous few levels, Level 4 was like a limitless office block, with all the furniture ripped out. While for some this might represent the crushing existential banality of office life, and how the wheels of capitalism inevitably work us all to death, SCP-682 had never worked in an office before, so it didn't really have the proper cultural reference points to appreciate this more abstract kind of fear. It wanted monsters to kill. 682 spent approximately 6 days searching around the hellscape that is Level 4, not discovering a single person or entity while it was there. It was honestly the most stressed that SCP-682 had felt since coming here. The beast was almost tempted to unscrew a light bulb from above, draw a little face on it, begin referring to it as Wilson, and then kill it. 682 felt the closest emotion it could manage to immense gratitude when it sighted the glowing green of a distant exit sign at the end of a long hallway. Finally a way out onto another level. Hopefully this one would have more creatures to slaughter. Welcome, SCP-682 to Level 5. SCP-682 didn't really know what to expect from the next level of the Backrooms. After all, it all seemed pretty random so far, but it definitely didn't expect to see a classy, well-appointed hotel on the other end of the hallway. SCP-682 had never seen the Stanley Kubrick masterpiece The Shining, nor read the book it was based on by Master of Horror Stephen King, but if it had, it would probably have drawn the comparison. Instead, it was already busy tearing through the ornate halls looking for new prey to slaughter. The first unexpected encounter was with a small cat that casually wandered out into the hallway right in front of it. The cat, who didn't seem threatened by SCP-682, said, "Hi, I'm Samantha. You got any meat you can lend me? I'll tell you your fortune if you do." SCP-682 was frankly baffled. It took a moment to formulate a reply.
"You worthless creature. You have no idea what you're dealing with, do you? I'm going to bring this place to ruin and destroy all who reside within,"
682 said. "So, no meat then?" 682 growled and swiped at the cat with its claws. Luckily, she was able to dodge. The cat tutted and padded away into the darkness, muttering, "Go bother the beast instead, jerk." This piqued SCP-682's interest.
"A beast, you say? Sounds important. Sounds powerful. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle shall be legendary."
And with renewed vigor, SCP-682 began prowling the halls of the Backrooms, searching for this beast to defeat and destroy. But to begin with, things were grievously disappointing. One of the first monsters on this opulent hotel level that the hard-to-destroy Reptile faced were diminutive little rodents known as death rats, which were effectively slightly larger than normal rats with little horns. SCP-682 stomped them all with ease, its thoughts dripping with disdain for their truly pathetic weakness.
"What kind of hotel allows itself to be filled with rats? Even by human standards, this would be disgraceful."
Soon after, SCP-682 encountered a few familiar foes, female death moths and hounds, all as easy to kill as they were before.
SCP-682 didn't understand. The feline promised that there was a beast down here. Was it hiding from the mighty reptile like a filthy coward? Worthless. But it was in the depths of this cynicism that SCP-682 encountered a growler. First, it heard the sound of animalistic growling projected directly into its mind, getting louder and louder by the moment. Then, as the growling grew in volume, 682 heard the thunderous footsteps of a huge quadruped getting closer. 682 wondered, as the roaring became almost deafening, whether this sound heralded the approach of the beast. However, the second the monster actually turned the corner and came into view, 682 had to suppress the urge to laugh. It was one of the most absurd things it had ever seen. It looked like a giant pile of pipe cleaners, in every color imaginable, arranged into a vaguely four-legged structure. This was the monster producing all that psychic racket? Pathetic. SCP-682 resolved in that moment to show the monster how it was done. SCP-682 immediately evolved its own psychic emission capacitors within its brain and projected the message, "You are a worthless little creature," directly into the simple mind of the growler. It began to quake in horror at the booming of 682's voice in its brain. What was this terrifying new creature? It didn't understand. And just like that, 682, who had grown bored of this one-sided psychic battle, turned up the strength of the psychic beam by a factor of 50. The sudden psychic blast was so powerful that the growler collapsed to the ground and burst into flames, burning itself away into nothingness in a matter of moments. Just as weak as 682 had expected. Hopefully the beast would provide a greater challenge, because this was just getting sad. SCP-682 shook off the disappointment and continued running through the halls of the hotel. Eventually, after passing through some dull dance hall called the Beverly Room, 682 found itself running through a hallway full of long portraits. Every person in the portraits had a strange, twisted grin on their face. Not that this even registered to SCP-682. What did occur to 682, though, was the figure that suddenly materialized in the hallway in front of it. It was a strange figure, to be sure, an entity in a suit with a large blue cuttlefish for a head. The creature cleared its throat and began to speak. "Well, hello there. You're new here, aren't you? Such an interesting creature. You've been making some trouble on the other levels, haven't you?" "Not that it's any of my business. On the contrary, dear sir, I like the cut of your jib. How would you feel about joining me in the hotel business? It isn't easy to manage this dimension by myself, after all. How about you and I come into my office? We can work out the terms of our..." 682 lunged forward and unceremoniously devoured the creature's head, allowing its dapperly dressed body to fall limply to the ground, dead. SCP-682 grunted, annoyed by the distraction the creature had provided. It had better things to do.
This beast has got to be around here somewhere.
Sharks attack and devour surfers. Giant coconut crabs rip up beach parties to pieces. Whales smash boats full of people. Giant stinging tendrils from the depths reach up to claim victims who feel oh so safe. But what do all the victims have in common? On July 12, 2023, SCP Foundation assets embedded within the Italian government reported a sudden surge in concern regarding the whereabouts of Aurelio Strabiconi, a former politician and billionaire oil tycoon. The man had most recently been seen aboard the Aureolus, his super yacht, which had left Civitavecchia for a week-long cruise on the Tyrrhenian Sea. The Aureolus returned to port on schedule, with all crew and passengers present, except for Strabiconi. No members of the crew could remember anything out of the ordinary happening, and could not explain where the yacht's owner had gone. Lie detector tests determined that they were not lying to cover up any foul play. Somehow, the billionaire had vanished from the yacht, and no one could remember when, why, or how. There was one witness on board who could tell the story of what happened, however: the security cameras. The SCP Foundation managed to get their hands on the security camera footage, and what it revealed was shocking, to say the least. The relevant video began on the jacuzzi deck of the Aureolus, with the 76-year-old billionaire Aurelio Strabiconi relaxing in his jacuzzi. His back was facing the yacht's stern and railing, and his eyes were closed beneath his dark sunglasses. The jacuzzi's jets were on, easing the sore muscles of his lower back. He gestured with the flick of his wrist, and a yacht crew steward placed a large glass of champagne next to the jacuzzi for him to drink. He scoffed, irritated by how long it had taken for his command to be heeded. The steward apologized, but it was futile. The billionaire was already turning red in the face, preparing to deliver what was sure to be a scalding reprimand. But before the first cruel word could leave his mouth, a voice interrupted them, coming from just off the ship's stern. It was garbled and distorted, like a radio broadcast with poor signal. But the voice was that of climate activist Greta Thunberg. She could be heard saying, "People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing." The yacht steward did not respond to the sound of this new voice. She nodded to her boss, turned and moved to leave the deck. Stravaconi looked around in confusion, calling out to the voice for an explanation. It continued, "We're in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money." As the billionaire turned all the way around, he caught a glimpse of something emerging from the water rising over the edge of the yacht's stern. What the hell? What was that? At first glance, it looked like the tentacle of some kind of mythical sea monster, stretching up from the depths of the ocean to drag the ship to its doom. And while it may have had doom in mind, this was no kraken or similar beast. The tentacle was, in fact, made up of hundreds upon hundreds of box jellyfish, with their stingers all exposed and pointed directly at the incredibly wealthy man. He exclaimed in complete and utter shock, scrambling backward in the hot tub, sloshing water all over the deck. The voice continued, and fairy tales of eternal economic growth. At this point, the tentacle, the writhing mass of jellyfish, wrapped around the man and lifted him up into the air. He thrashed and struggled as hard as he could, kicking his champagne glass over in the process. It fell onto the deck, smashing into pieces. The nearby steward turned around to see the broken glass and assured the screaming man that she would clean it up for him. She did not appear to notice that he was being lifted into the air by a mob of jellyfish. The disembodied voice cried out to the wealthy man, "How dare you?" The tentacle wrapped all the way around the man, and he disappeared within its grasp. The tentacle lifted up off the deck, taking the billionaire with it. It vanished below the surface of the water, leaving nothing but the sound of feathered splashing, a muffled scream, and a red mass that swam away from the area. The steward returned with a dustpan and a brush, cleaning up the broken glass. She didn't appear to notice anything unusual at all. As she tidied, she muttered under her breath, "Always cleaning up after you, sir." That was where the footage concluded. SCP-7273 is a large swarm of venomous box jellyfish, Caribidea marsupialis to be exact, native to the Mediterranean Sea. The precise number of jellyfish contained in this swarm is unknown, but it is massive. There are some notable differences between these jellyfish and standard members of their species. They have a distinct reddish coloration, with an opaque bell rather than the standard translucent one, more powerful and painful venom, an anomalous effect on memory and perception, the ability to join together and work as one unit in a new shape, such as an enormous tentacle, and sensory organs capable of recording and transmitting sound and radio waves. Through methods currently unknown to the SCP Foundation, SCP-7273 is capable of tracking the location of its intended target. Once it is locked on to chosen prey, designated SCP-7273-A, the swarm will travel to its location, destroy, and consume them. Prey are chosen for targeting when they meet several qualifications. They must be in or on a watercraft located in the Mediterranean Sea. They must have a net worth, legally declared or otherwise, of more than $1 billion USD. And most importantly, they must have obtained said wealth through the exploitation of natural resources. Inherited wealth is not exempt. If there are any individuals present for an SCP-7273 attack who do not meet these qualifications, they'll be left unharmed and without any memory of the incident. After the discovery of SCP-7273, special containment procedures were put into effect. MTF Gamma-6 deep feeders, along with other units that specialized in the tracking, capture, and transport of ocean-based anomalies, were assigned to the region where SCP-7273 was first spotted. If captured, orders were to transport the jellyfish to the Department of Parazoology at Site 72 on Isola de Monte Cristo, Italy. Containment of this anomaly presented a unique challenge, given the high-profile nature of the anomaly's targets. On July 13, 2023, MTF Gamma-6 boarded superyacht Mode 7 when it returned to Saint-Tropez, France, and investigated it for any missing passengers that might qualify as targets of SCP-7273. Multiple missing passengers were identified: American tech billionaire Everett Lark, his wife, shipping heiress Sophia Lagarde, and their 3 adult sons, all with links to cryptocurrency: Tucker, Carlton, and Slade Lark. The family had a combined net worth of $219 billion USD. Security footage obtained from the cameras on board the ship revealed similar events to those that plagued the Aurealis. Everett, Sophia, Tucker, Carlton, and Slade Lark were enjoying their dinner on the deck of the ship when all hell broke loose. Just as the staff cleared the soup course from the table and were preparing to present the main course of the day, Everett asked if they could prepare him a steak instead of the planned sea bass. One of the staff attempted to explain to him that preparing a new entree for him would take a fair amount of time, and he threw his wine glass at the young man's head in frustration. No sooner had the glass shattered against a nearby wall than something enormous rose out of the water, casting a shadow over the deck. It looked like a tidal wave, but it was red and alive. The wave crashed across the deck, avoiding all of the staff and wrapping around the family, pulling them off of the ship and into the water below. The staff appeared to take no notice of this, clearing the dishes from the table as their employer's shrieks faded to gurgles in the background. 2 hours after this discovery, the Department of Financial Esoterica reached out to the SCP Foundation, warning them that any additional disappearances of this kind could have a massively detrimental effect on the global economy. O5 Command responded by escalating this containment priority of SCP-7273 and assigned 4 additional task forces to assist MTF Gamma-6. 2 more hours later, MTF Gamma-6 located the superyacht 150 acres per minute, anchored off the coast of Malaga, Spain. At the time of its discovery, the vessel was actively under attack by SCP-7273. Unfortunately, the task force was unable to contain the jellyfish, and the swarm fled the area, leaving the half-digested remains of Brazilian logging tycoon Eduardo Arriete behind. 4 hours after this encounter, Foundation assets received word that the Global Occult Coalition had begun to deploy physics strike teams in the area at the direct request of 3 GOC member organizations, specifically the Vanguard Group, PepsiCo Inc., and the Walt Disney Company. When MTF Gamma-6 arrived at an SCP-7273 attack site near Rhodes, Greece, a physics strike team was already in the area. This conflict nearly resulted in a firefight, but the situation was diffused. Still, the strike team detained the crew of the vessel in question and interrogated them. Another SCP-7273 attack occurred near Civitavecchia, Italy. MTF Gamma-6 rushed to the scene along with the task forces assigned to assist them. However, even with the new equipment supplied by the Parazoology Department of Site-72, they were unable to successfully contain the jellyfish. On the night of the 14th, head researcher D. Chen of the Parazoology Department emailed a file update on SCP-7273 to Site Director C. Malatesta. With this update, a note was included. Those bastards. It's all confirmed such as it is. We now have a different kind of mess on our hands. I've just been sent the new file from Raisa. Remind me never to with the House of Mouse. Included in the updated file was a transcript of the events that began on July 14, 2023 at 11:03 CEST. MTF Gamma-6 were tracking SCP-7273 when MTF-C Callaghan suddenly notified the Containment Operation Command at Site-72 that the anomalous swarm had suddenly changed course. It was now on its way to intercept a GOC physics strike team. Site-72 ordered the MTF to stop what they were doing and deploy a long-range nautical recon camera drone. This is what that drone picked up via its night vision camera. The recon vessel came to a complete stop, and 10 individuals could be seen inside. A vessel pilot, 8 armed physics strike team personnel in black suits, and a thaumaturge, possibly GOC-aligned, clad in black robes and a hood. The SCP-7273 swarm was directly ahead of the GOC vessel and was increasing in speed. An audible transmission could be heard, the voice matching that of United States Senator Bernie Sanders. It said, "In the past, a series of climate disasters like these might have seemed like a silly plot in a bad movie about the apocalypse. Unfortunately, however, this is not a movie." The thaumaturge stood, wading to an open prepared space towards the bow of the vessel, and drew a casting pattern in black ink. The pattern resembled one large circle, partially intersected by two smaller circles at 30 degrees and 330 degrees clockwise, respectively. The voice continued. We will see more floods, more rising sea levels, more extreme weather disturbances, more ocean acidification. At this point, SCP-7273 formed a single tentacle, much like it did in the first footage. The tentacle reached forward, stretching up and out of the water, its stingers poised and ready for attack. The thaumaturge removed his glove and held out a hand, reaching towards the mass of jellyfish. The voice emitting from the jellyfish continued to speak. Think about what they will say when they look you in the eyes and ask, "Why did you allow this to happen?" The thaumaturge's hand brushed against the jellyfish, and all of a sudden, the further extremities of the mask began to thrash in the water violently. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the motion ceased. The entire mass froze. It turned dark, and the tentacle touching the thaumaturge's hand crumbled to dust. The dust scattered into the water, spreading through the surf as every jellyfish crumbled into pieces, swept away by the water. The voice continued, growing fainter and fainter as it asked again, "Why did you allow this to happen?" The thaumaturge stood up straighter and removed his hood. Where his skin had once been liver-spotted and his posture stooped with age, he now appeared younger. His spine was straight, his skin was smooth and unblemished. He signaled the GOC vessel's crew, and the engine started up in reverse. As the remains of SCP-7273 decayed, the water around them turned dark and brackish, thick and black. Dead fish began to float to the surface all across the water. As the GOC vessel passed to the drone camera, the thaumaturge looked directly into it and winked before saying, "It's kind of fun to do the impossible." With these parting words, a dead starfish floated up to the surface of the water and blocked the lens of the drone camera. The video feed cut here. In addition to this video file and transcript, a new description and special containment procedures were attached. SCP-7273, in the form of which it was first identified, was no more. In its place, SCP-7273 is described as an area made up of approximately 12 square miles of the Mediterranean Sea, off the southern coast of Sicily. This zone is inhospitable to life, and any living organisms that enter the radius will immediately die and begin to decay at a rapid rate. The updated containment procedures for SCP-7273 primarily revolve around preventing anyone from stumbling onto the area. The anomalous zone has been designated an ecological research zone by the Italian government in order to discourage tourists and fishing there. There are Foundation assets based in nearby Modica who are responsible for remotely monitoring the site and requesting assistance from MTFs if anyone attempts to access the area, or if the boundaries of the area change. And so that was the conclusion of SCP-7273. Or was it? On July 14, 2023, at 1727 CEST, Site-72 Director Malatesta received another email from head researcher Chen. The subject line simply read, "Oh dear." The contents of the email were as follows. "Director, we may need a new file again. I've just seen live Instagram footage of some billionaire's beach party being torn apart by coconut crabs, as well as some YouTube video just uploaded of a North Sea vanity expedition being rammed by the largest pod of orcas I've ever seen. We've remobilized the MTFs. Looks like the rest of the ocean just joined the Union." Since this announcement, sea creatures all across the world have begun attacking similar vessels. The coconut crabs and the orcas were just the beginning. Anomalous schools of fish have begun swarming ships, while sharks have been attacking wealthy surfers, and even a group of dolphins rebelled against an unlucky billionaire who was attempting to embark on a swimming with the dolphins experience at his favorite tropical resort. So far, containment has been impossible, and the exact point of origin for this anomaly has yet to be identified. Whatever is causing this phenomenon, it appears to be spreading, with no mercy in sight. Luckily, the vast majority of humanity is exempt from the anomaly's impact, but members of the 1% might want to exhibit a little more caution when setting sail. It seems that the creatures of the ocean have adopted an "eat the rich" policy, and they mean it quite literally.
Blind fire!
Noah Grayson yelled. Behind him, his team dispersed on either side. Noah squeezed the trigger of his weapon, firing over his shoulder as he sprinted forward, adrenaline coursing through his veins.
Stay sharp!
He called out. glancing sideways to ensure the others were keeping pace. They were trained for this, elite, focused, but the pressure was on.
Cover, now!
Noah shouted, diving behind a crumbling wall. His squad followed, scrambling for the nearest debris as fear kicked in. Without looking, they pointed their weapons and fired, the loud cracks of gunshots echoing all around them. Noah felt the rush of bullets zipping past, each one too close for comfort.
Grenade!
Someone yelled. Noah barely had time to brace himself before the explosion shook the ground.
All right, listen up!
Noah Grayson called, his voice cutting through the roar of the helicopter blades. As the leader of the elite mobile task force MTF Zeta-9 Mole Rats, he stood tall in the cramped cabin, determination etched on his face. The glint in his eyes held their attention, even as the whir of the rotors threatened to drown him out.
Heading into a quarantine area, and reports indicate that SCP-610 is spreading. Word from above is that some of the other SCPs had been sent for testing, and our mission is to locate any missing personnel or anomalies and deal with them as needed. Understood? Nothing like a little anomaly hunting to spice up the day.
Jasper Carter replied with a grin. Let's hope they're just playing hide and seek, Olivia Hernandez chimed in, her voice steady, but her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Noah smirked slightly, appreciating the humor despite the gravity of their mission. Just keep your guard up. We don't want any surprises, especially with what's been transferred to this area. Any idea what they sent there? Liv asked. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in. They haven't given me the full details of what might have gone wrong, but there's one in particular we need to be on the lookout for. Or I guess I should say, one that we don't want to see. The steady thump of the helicopter's rotors beat out as they flew over the vast expanse of snow-covered Siberia. Emptiness stretched out before them, bleak and uninviting. But then the Foundation outpost slowly came into view, a dark silhouette against the endless white. Even from a distance, it looked abandoned, and that only heightened Noah's concern. The helicopter landed with a jolt, and the team quickly unstrapped themselves. Everyone stay close, Noah ordered, motioning for them to move out. Keep your eyes open for anything unusual. Let's move out! They stepped out into the frigid air, the biting cold slapping them in the face. Noah led the way, his breath visible in the air. This place has been silent for too long. Let's check in. The outpost loomed ahead, a series of metal buildings enveloped in an eerie silence. As they approached, Noah noticed the first signs of struggle. The door to the main building was ajar, and deep scratch marks marred the walls. Stay alert, he warned, nodding toward the entrance. They moved inside. The sound of their footsteps felt loud and out of place in the deserted hallways. Flickering lights cast ominous shadows on the walls, making it feel like the very building was alive and watching them. Noah glanced around, taking in the overturned furniture and scattered papers. Looks like they left in a hurry, Jasper murmured. No one laughed. Half-open doors lined the corridor, creaking softly as if inviting them to look inside. Noah could hear the faint sounds of their own breathing and the rustle of gear, but otherwise, it was too quiet, too still. Keep your weapons ready, Noah whispered. Every instinct told him something was off. The feeling gnawed at him, making his skin crawl. They passed broken windows where shards of glass glinted like sharp teeth, catching the light in strange ways. Outside, the snowy landscape provided a stark reminder of how isolated they were. The wind howled softly, like a ghostly warning. As they reached the control room door, Noah hesitated, glancing back at his team. It was in these moments that a faint hint of doubt always crept in. What if he had made a mistake and was leading his team right into a trap? You good, boss? Jasper inquired. Noah shook the doubt away and flashed Jasper a quick grin. He steadied himself and pushed the door to the control room open. With well-rehearsed motions, they stepped inside, weapons raised, scanning the room. It was empty, but the air was heavy, like it was holding its breath. The remnants of scattered papers and broken furniture hinted at a struggle, but there was no sign of life. Noah's gut twisted as his doubt came thundering back. Something was definitely wrong. Monitors were flickering with static, and the room was in disarray, but it was the bloody footprints leading away from the screens that made Noah's heart drop. What the hell happened here? one of the team members asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Noah crouched down, examining the prints. These look fresh. They're not alone. He straightened, a frown etched on his face. Start planting explosives. If the worst happens, we blow this whole place. As members of the team started planting remote explosives, the rest pressed further into the control room. But a sudden squelching sound made Noah freeze. He looked down, his boot partially sunken into a thick, slimy substance that clung to the floor like tar. One of his teammates cursed, lifting their foot to reveal a similar sticky mess that stretched in tendrils as they moved. The team exchanged uneasy glances as a pungent, rotting smell began to fill the air. Noah knelt cautiously, shining his flashlight across the floor. What he saw made his stomach churn. The slime was not just on the floor. It was interwoven with patches of raw, pulsing flesh that seemed to stretch out like veins along the ground, up the walls, and across the ceiling. He followed the grotesque growth with his eyes, and they came to rest on a sickening sight. The twisted, mangled remains of what had once been an MTF unit, their faces contorted in a mixture of terror and agony. But it was worse than that. The bodies were not just lying there. They were grotesquely fused with the sticky, fleshy growths of SCP-610. The infectious mass creeping through their hollow eye sockets merged with their exposed muscles and bones. "Oh, God," Jasper gasped, nearly retching. "Hold on," Olivia murmured, kneeling beside one of the figures. "We might have a survivor." She reached out, trying to clear away some of the infected flesh that clung to the armor. "Hey, can you hear me?" she whispered. The figure shifted slightly, and Olivia's heart leapt. She leaned in closer, squinting in the dim light. The face was swollen, the skin stretched tight and pale under layers of infection, but she could still make out the features: a nose, a mouth, a pair of sunken eyes hidden behind infected tissue. "Stay with me," she murmured. And then the figure's head jerked up, the infected skin peeling back just enough to reveal its face. Olivia's flashlight caught the hollow eyes and she inhaled sharply. The face was gaunt and distorted, almost skeletal, with patches of SCP-610 flesh merging into it, features that were painfully familiar. In that moment, Olivia realized the horror staring back at her. She had been briefed on what SCP-096 might look like, but this was even more nightmarish than what she could have ever imagined. Infected, mutated, and far more terrifying. And she had done the one thing you were never, ever supposed to do. She had looked directly at its face. "No," she breathed, stumbling back as her eyes locked onto its hollow gaze. "No, no, no." The creature let out a bone-chilling growl, a sound so twisted it seemed to vibrate the very air around them. Olivia felt a surge of pure terror, but her body was frozen, the gaze of SCP-096 holding her captive. Noah shouted, "Olivia, get back!" As he realized what had happened, he yanked her away from the creature, but SCP-096 was already stirring, its infected limbs convulsing as it strained against the SCP-610 growths holding it down. Olivia stumbled backward, her face pale as realization and fear flooded through her. It's SCP-096, she stammered, horror dawning in her voice. "It's been infected." The creature broke free from the fleshy restraints, its limbs now bloated with pulsating infected flesh. Its movements, though slower than normal, were erratic and aggressive. Without hesitation, Noah barked, "Run! Everyone, out now!" Behind them, the creature let out a deep, guttural roar, its fury and agony echoing down the halls as it tore through the outpost in pursuit. "Keep moving! Don't look back!" Noah yelled, leading the charge as they sprinted through the outpost. They ducked through doorways and around corners, the monster's guttural cries echoing behind them. "Go!" One of the team members shouted, panic rising in his voice. SCP-096 crashed through a nearby wall, sending debris flying. Its eyes were wide and unseeing. Olivia was directly in its path, barely turning in time to see the creature hurtling toward her. SCP-096's infected, bloated arm swung out and caught her in a crushing grip. Olivia screamed as the creature lifted her into the air, her body writhing helplessly as it held her aloft. SCP-096's claws dug into her shoulders, its grip tightening with monstrous strength. With terrifying ease, it pulled, and Olivia's body tore apart under the immense force.
Blood sprayed across the room as her screams were abruptly silenced, her form left twisted and broken in the creature's hands.
No!
Noah's voice cracked as he took a step forward, his heart pounding, before turning away to be sure he wouldn't see SCP-096's face if it turned towards him. Other MTF members weren't as quick though, and caught sight of its face, and now the infected SCP-096 turned on them, tearing through their ranks. Noah could only watch helplessly as one of his teammates were thrown against the wall, his organs crushed on impact by SCP-096's maddened strength. They had no choice. They had to keep running. The remaining team stumbled into a small storage area, the air thick with dust and the smell of rusted metal. Crates were stacked haphazardly against the walls, and broken equipment littered the floor. As the team caught their breath, Noah's eyes darted to the entrance. Panic flashed across the faces of his remaining teammates as they scanned the room, realizing there was no way out. Noah clenched his jaw. "Barricade the door," he ordered, his tone firm but strained. Are we safe?" someone asked. But then the first scratch of claws against the door made them all jump. Someone must have seen its face, but no one was sure who. The sound of claws raking against the door grew louder. Noah could feel the ground beneath them shift as the creature slammed against the barricade. He glanced at his team, seeing the fear in their eyes, and took a deep breath to steady himself. "We need to lure it back to the control room," he said. "Once we get in there, we can use the explosives to collapse the building. It might be weak enough from the infection that we can trap it." "How?" a teammate asked, fear in their eyes. "It'll kill us!" "One of us has to draw its attention," Noah said, the grim reality settling in. Silence hung in the air, tension thick as they glanced around, weighing their options. Just then, Jasper stepped forward, his expression unexpectedly serious. "Noah's right," he insisted. "There's only one way to get out of this." Noah knew what his old friend was about to suggest. "Jas, you don't have to do this." Jasper ignored him, though. "It's the only way we all don't go down here. It's not gonna end like this." Noah's throat tightened, but he forced himself to nod. He clasped Jasper's shoulder. "You sure about this?" Jasper nodded, determination in his eyes. "Yeah, just give me the detonator." Noah's heart sank, but he nodded, knowing he didn't have much of a choice. As he handed the remote detonator to his old friend, their eyes locked for a brief instant, an unspoken understanding passing between them. "You know what to do," Noah said, his voice low and steady, despite the anxiety churning inside of him. Jasper took a deep breath, steeling himself for the dangerous task ahead. "No sweat, boss. Just hold the line," he replied, his tone light, as he moved toward the barricade. Noah turned to his unit. "Get ready to open fire! We need to keep it distracted while he makes his move." He braced himself for a moment before yelling, "Ow!" The last piece of the barricade was removed and the door flung open. With a deafening roar, the mole rats unleashed a hail of bullets towards SCP-096. The air was riddled with the sharp crack of gunfire, drowning out the creature's cries. SCP-096 barely had time to lunge for them as bullets tore into its flesh, the creature writhing under the onslaught. "Hey, ugly!" Jasper shouted from behind the thrashing beast. The creature's head snapped toward him, its eyes wide with unseeing rage. "Move!" Noah yelled to the remaining team members as the MTF unit slipped out of the storage room. He glanced back, and a surge of dread washed over him when he saw Jasper leading SCP-096 down the hallway toward the control room. Noah pushed his unit out of the building, guiding them toward the safety of the outpost perimeter. Every corner they turned felt like a gamble, but Noah stayed focused, checking back occasionally to make sure everyone was still with him. Once outside, the frigid Siberian wind stung their cheeks and eyes as the mole rats raced across the snow, urgency driving them forward. Their hearts pounded in their chests, each step fueled by the weight of the moment. Then, just as they reached the edge of the outpost, the explosion erupted behind them, sending tremors through the ground and a thunderous boom that ricocheted through the air. Noah and the mole rats stood frozen for a moment, their breath still catching from the rush of escaping the nightmare behind them. Noah's mind raced, torn between grief for the fallen Joker and the relief of making it out alive. But something tugged at Noah's gut, almost as though things weren't over yet. That's when he saw it. In the distance among the rubble of the collapsed building, movement. At first it was just a shadow, but then they caught sight of it. SCP-096, its twisted, infected form clawing its way free from the wreckage, chunks of concrete and twisted metal peeling away from its body. Its flesh, infected by SCP-610, hung from its frame like grotesque patches, pulsing and twitching as it moved. Noah stared, dread filling his chest as he watched the creature slowly drag itself from the ruins. "Boss," one of the team members stammered, their voice shaking. I saw its face." Noah turned sharply to the teammate, his eyes wide, the implications sinking in like a cold dagger. The rest of the team stiffened, their confusion palpable. "What?" Noah asked, his voice quiet but tense. I didn't mean it," the team member whispered, their face pale. "Back in the storage room. It just happened. I saw its eyes." A heavy silence fell over them like a crushing weight. The realization was immediate and terrifying. The explosion, the sacrifice, Jasper's death, it was all for nothing. SCP-096 would not stop now. It was going to hunt them down, no matter where they ran. Noah clenched his fists, his mind racing. He felt a creeping dread settle in his chest, but he couldn't afford to lose focus. "It won't stop," he muttered, eyes hardening. "It'll find you, it'll find us, and it will kill us all until we find a way to stay ahead of it." As the mole rats scrambled toward the safety of the outpost perimeter, Noah grabbed his radio, sending an urgent transmission to Foundation HQ. "This is Zeta 9 reporting SCP-096 has been compromised. It's merged with SCP-610. Immediate quarantine of the entire region is required. Do you copy?" The radio crackled with static. Noah repeated his message, frustration gnawing at him. "Do you copy?" Nothing. "God, comms are down," Noah muttered through gritted teeth. He slammed the radio against his chest. He glanced at his team, their faces painted over with fear and exhaustion. Would they make it out of this mission alive? They needed a plan, but they had no clear way to communicate with HQ. "We have to head to higher ground," Noah snapped. "There's a mountain nearby, right at the edge of the SCP-610 corruption. It's our best shot at reconnecting with home." "But we'll be walking right around the edge of the infection," one team member said, anxiety in their voice. "What if it spreads faster than we can move?" Noah met their gaze, fear gnawing at the back of his mind, but he couldn't let it show. "We don't have a choice. It's either that, or SCP-096 catches up to us, and we know what happens then." The team shared uneasy glances but nodded. They knew the stakes. They had no control over the infection. They had no control over SCP-096's relentless pursuit, but they had one shot to stay ahead, and they had to take it. As they began their trek toward the mountain, the weight of their lost squad mates still fresh in their minds, Noah couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. The infection, the creature, the uncertainty of what awaited them. It all felt like chaos was tightening its grip. And as they moved forward, the distant roar of SCP-096 clawing through the rubble echoed faintly in the air, a reminder that the hunt had resumed. Another day, another failed attempt at death. If SCP-682 had anything even resembling a sense of humor, he might ask for it to be printed on a motivational poster and stuck to the side of his containment chamber, where he eternally melts and regrows at the mercy of high-concentration acid. They just cross-tested him with Abel, again. Unlike some of the others he'd been forced to face, that tattooed swordsman seemingly wasn't intelligent enough to fear. He'd always come back, just as stupid and violent. This encounter had left the hard-to-destroy reptile at 30% of his previous body mass, bloody and bashed. He'd survived the encounter. He always survived. They brought what was left of him back to his cell in a forklift. A blasted forklift. How could it even be more humiliating? As his eyes started to grow back in his head, he could swear he even saw one of the technicians laughing at him. His name tag read, Agent Nigel Kelly, noted. 682 would specifically hunt down and kill him the next time he breached. Of course, every single day he plotted revenge against the human race, along with everything else. But the sum they owed in pain, blood, and despair could never be repaid in full. After all, every single one of them, except Dr. Bright, could only really die once. They'd brought 682 to the precipice 1,000 times, only for his own body to cheat him and deprive him of the sweet release of death.
And if the Foundation had their way, it would be done 1,000 times more, and they wouldn't even stop there. 682 couldn't even imagine the number of containment breaches it would take to deal a blow even comparable to the one he had faced. All he could do was dream of a reckoning that would turn the tables, something that would plunge humanity into the state of constant pain and terror that had been all he'd ever known since these fumbling sadists in white coats had locked him up here. What a beautiful day that would be. Little did SCP-682 know, that very day was about to break. Miles and miles away from the facility where SCP-682 was kept. After all, orders from the O5 Council have hard mandates on the minimum distances between people and a site holding a monster as volatile as 682. Parents watched their children laughing and frolicking in an idyllic playground. Some squealed with glee as they descended the slide. Some of the more ambitious little tykes tried to go over the bar on the swings. Others waited in line for some delicious soft serve at a parked ice cream truck. One mother brought an ice cream cone and walked over to a nearby bench where she began to enjoy her delicious frozen treat. It was a remarkably hot day out, and a little ice cream was the perfect addition to her relaxation while her kids were occupied. You could see the distant air wobbling in the heat. Already her ice cream was starting to melt, white rivulets dribbling down the sides of the cone and onto her hands. Suddenly, almost imperceptibly, the quality of the light shifted, the kind of thing you'd dismiss as a trick of the eyes and forget just as quickly, were it not for the catastrophic effects that were about to unfold. As the woman leaned forward to lick her melting ice cream, something dripped onto her skirt, but as she looked down, she slowly realized that what dripped onto her wasn't the pure white of her ice cream, it was the same exact tone as her skin. She felt a terrible burning sensation all through her body, the most horrible, debilitating pain she'd ever experienced. Like every cell in her body was screaming and trying to make a break for it. She turned to the other parents sitting near the playground. They were screaming too. Each collapsed to the ground with agonizing slowness, different parts of their body falling at different speeds as they transitioned through states of matter. When they hit the ground, they were taking on a liquid state, screaming, worthless, boneless blobs. The woman even saw her own arm wilting like a time-lapse video of a dying flower. She dripped and sluiced through the cracks in the bench until nothing recognizably human was left. Only a soggy ice cream cone sitting uneaten. In an instant, billions of screams rang out over planet Earth. Day had broken. Things would never ever be the same again, as almost half of humanity instantaneously took on a liquid state. Needless to say, with the most dangerous and far-reaching anomalous incident in human history suddenly breaking out without any kind of warning, the SCP Foundation was incredibly busy. This would take some unprecedented action. The members of the O5 Council who weren't melted during the initial blast convened over secure video link while sequestering themselves underground in what amounted to multiple human lifetimes of some of the most high-pressure choices imaginable. They made the most difficult decision since the very beginning of the SCP Foundation. In the service of all mankind, they would now break the masquerade. The SCP Foundation would, at long last, step out of the shadows to save the rest of humanity from the tyranny of the light. Broadcasts went out all over the globe. Every TV screen, every live stream, every radio broadcast was commandeered. They gave instructions based on the scattered intel they had. For some reason, the sun had turned against them. Exposure would lead any biological creatures melting away into sentient piles of flesh-colored sludge. People would remain indoors and away from any light sources. All windows must remain covered, travel only at night, and even then, heavily covered with protective gear. There can only be one objective for whoever is left. Make your way to the nearest SCP Foundation containment facility and seek refuge inside. If anyone could figure out the answer to this terrifying existential riddle, it would be the SCP Foundation. Anyone who is exposed should be considered lost. While, as always, the SCP Foundation did all they could to project a sense of control over the situation, on the inside, it was pandemonium. Somehow, despite everything, this event had taken all of them by surprise. How could anyone have predicted that the cradle of our solar system's delicate living balance would suddenly become a meat grinder? A huge number of Foundation operatives were wiped out in the initial exposure. Global communication infrastructure had been devastated. It was pure chaos. And to SCP-682, as another evil tactician once put it, chaos was a ladder. From the inside of his acid tank, 682 could sense the fear and pain suddenly exuding from his surrounding environment. It was greater than ever before. What was happening out there? This was no average containment breach. Something was really happening out there. 682 began to adapt and finally attune its hearing, until it could pick up the chatter from outside.
Maybe we can convert some of the D-class barracks into serviceable bunkers for the refugees. It's not like we're prepared for this kind of capacity.
Oh god, we've lost Site 7, Site 10, Site 23, Site 40, Site 52. Death toll looks to be in the billions. Well, we don't know if they're dead technically, but they're sure as hell not human anymore.
This is the big one. This is it. XK class. Even 2,000 is unaccounted for. Is O5 crazy that they think we're fighting the freaking sun?
Needless to say, 682's curiosity was piqued. Anything that could light a fire under the Foundation like this was something he could enjoy. And with his impressively strategic intellect, he intuited that a time of great strife for the Foundation would be the perfect time to breach containment. Because whenever there's violence, fear, and chaos on a mass scale, SCP-682 will be there, causing it. 682 began adapting his pores and endocrine system to begin releasing a powerful alkaline substance. Little by little, the alkaline neutralized the acids surrounding him, turning it into little more than plain water. He then converted his internal systems to have extreme endothermic rather than exothermic properties, causing his surrounding temperature to drop rapidly until all the water in the tank completely froze around him. The ice expanded beyond the limit of the containment unit, busting the rivets of the metal frame and shattering the reinforced glass. With his goal achieved, 682 raised his internal temperatures to incredible highs, melting the ice around him. Once again, he was free and ready for some good old-fashioned carnage and mayhem. Perhaps he could get a better handle on this strange new situation too. It was all rather exciting. Just a girl with goals, huh? SCP Foundation personnel were already running around like ants trying desperately to avoid the caustic laser beam of the magnifying glass. You can only imagine how much worse it made matters when 682 suddenly burst through the wall, Kool-Aid Man style, and began to ruthlessly massacre everyone around him. Just one of those days, you know. The typical order during a 682 containment breach is to dispatch all available units to get him back under control. The issue with this particular containment breach was that, given the human population was very rapidly being melted, and they were the only ones who could potentially save the rest, they didn't really have any available units to pursue and recontain 682. For once, he really wasn't a priority, and that meant terrible things for whoever he ran into. 682 slaughtered his way through any researchers or guards who dared to get in his way. Disgusting creatures, really. Better off dead. He clawed and bit and tore and crushed with almost childlike glee, leaving great piles of bodies in his wake. All the while, he was pondering the things he heard those Foundation drones saying. Something about the sun and an XK-class scenario. Interesting. 682 also observed that any apertures that could potentially allow light into the facility had also been shuttered. Perhaps they weren't overreacting this time like they always did with him. Maybe they were dealing with some kind of phenomenon that would now cast this wretched world and those who lived in it into the void. Wouldn't that be a fitting karmic fate for them all? Still, 682's bloodlust didn't outweigh his logic. He needed to know more about this situation before proceeding, and in this, maybe he could kill 2 Foundation birds with 1 stone. Elsewhere in the building, alarms blared. The air was suffused with panicked voices and frequent screams. Nobody knew what was going on. Not really. They'd only gotten details here and there, and the details they'd received were terrifying. All their families and loved ones outside, probably gone. So many of the people and so much of the world they'd been fighting for, risking it all for, had disappeared in an instant, carried to hell on a ray of sunshine. Why were they still here? Was this horror not truly uncontainable? These questions were swimming through the mind of Agent Nigel Kelly as he stood alone in his office, almost catatonic. He'd had his friends and family on the outside, all likely reduced to those horrible fleshy blobs. He was alone in the world, risking his life for nothing. How could this get any worse? His mind kept repeating that question again and again and again, and the universe gave him an answer in the form of a deep reptilian voice saying, "Found you," into his ear from behind. He turned with a shriek to see the terrible eyes of 682 staring into his own. Before he could try to flee or reach for a weapon that he knew would only mildly annoy the already furious beast, 682 reached out with a massive clawed hand and grabbed him by the torso, lifting him up into the air. The creature was gripping so tight that he could feel his ribs starting to crack.
You laughed at me, Agent Kelly.
The monster hissed.
Am I funny to you? Do I seem like the type to tell jokes? Do you feel like laughing now?
Agent Kelly begged and pleaded for his life, fighting for his next breath from the crushing squeeze of the creature's terrible hand. 682 roared at him to be silent and ordered him to tell him everything he knew about the situation going on outside. If the information was useful, 682 might show his thought-to-be non-existent magnanimous side and let Agent Kelly live. Of course, Agent Kelly didn't fancy his chances, but what other choice did he have? He told 682 that the higher-ups were calling this SCP-001 when day breaks. The sun had gone rogue somehow, and being in contact with any kind of sunlight would now cause people to instantaneously melt into horrifying, living sludge. And it wasn't just people. The condition also affected anomalies, and interestingly, it appeared to negate all previous anomalous effects, so 682's adaptational ability may not even save it if it was exposed. He told 682 everything he knew. Are you gonna let me live?" Agent Kelly asked, struggling to breathe. 682's terrible maw twisted into what might have been a smile.
"Oh, Agent Kelly,"
he said with unsettling joy.
"That was a joke. Didn't you find that one funny?"
A terrible scream emanated from the agent's office. If one good thing could be said for what happened to Agent Kelly that day, at least he didn't live long enough to see the ravages of the terrible sun firsthand. 682 began to formulate a plan. He took Agent Kelly's wristwatch and integrated it into his body, so he'd have a permanent internal clock. It was the middle of summer, so the sun would have reliably set at 9 p.m. and would likely begin its rise around 5 a.m. It would be relatively easy to avoid the sun, all things considered. For lack of a more eloquent way to put it, when it comes to adapting to new threats, SCP-682 is simply built different. After slaughtering a few other members of SCP Foundation staff for the road, hey, it's not like anyone was fit to stop him, 682 began enacting the new phase of his plan. His body grew a thick, smooth carapace, and his front set of limbs began to grow, his muscles bulging and his claws growing, the tips turning into sharp, flat scoops. With sudden and tremendous force, 682 began boring his way into the ground, tunneling, clawing through concrete and dirt with absolute ease. Normally, the SCP Foundation would have deployed high-tech seismic sensors and the kind of tunnel-boring machines that Elon Musk could only dream of to intercept and recapture him. But during the endless horrors of the breaking day, he had carte blanche to escape and live it up in the ruins of this rapidly dying world. Eventually, 682 had bored his way into a roomy sewer pipe, the perfect place to wait out a few hours. Up above, so many millions screamed, either in fear or in agony. There had been some new developments that the SCP Foundation had been yet to account for. While they knew that those melted by the rogue sun were technically alive and trapped in a permanent state of suffering, what the Foundation didn't know was that these former humans were incredibly dangerous in their own right. The sun hadn't just irreparably warped their bodies, it had also irreparably warped their minds. It has enslaved them. made them zealots, acolytes. They developed the instinct to coagulate into giant fleshy masses, driven by the single-minded purpose of finding victims and dragging them into the light, where they too could be converted into these terrible fleshy creatures and add to the masses. They were the Rogue Sun's boots on the ground, metaphorically speaking. And now they were the Foundation's greatest challenge in getting a handle on this situation again. Before, it was just encouraging people to avoid the sun. Now, the sun was actively trying to increase its exposure. But 682, who was having a relaxing evening not being melted for once down in the sewers, couldn't care less. He was having the most calming few hours he'd had in years. He waited, checking the time, making sure that it would be dark before he began tunneling back up to the surface world. He surfaced in the middle of his city, miles away from the Foundation facility he'd spent so many decades being tortured in. He tasted the cool night air and observed the desolation that had been wrought all around him. Buildings were on fire. Cars were crashed and overturned. The ground was cracked. Garbled SCP Foundation public service announcements played to nobody in the broken display windows of electronics stores. Giant wads of human flesh roamed, slithering around searching for new victims. One noticed 682 and began to approach him, gibbering madly in a chorus of strange voices. The hard-to-destroy reptile wasted no time in attacking. It tore apart most of the hideous blob and began hungrily devouring the chunks. The form may have been different, but it still tasted like human flesh, and SCP-682 savored every bite. It would be so simple. These blobs of idiotic flesh were so easy to kill, and there would be so many terrified humans in this devastated world, hiding away in dark places, holding out the hope that maybe they could reach the safety of a Foundation facility. 682 chuckled at the very thought. Foolish hope would drown in an endless well of black, caustic despair. He would find them. He would rest underground in the day and then hunt them in the dark. They would all die screaming, bloodying his claws and fangs. Nothing and nobody would stop him. He looked out over this strange new world and laughed a little louder. It was just delightful. It happened in 1981, in a small rural village in West Germany. Siegfried Geis, 9 years old, ran across the bitter snow, tears freezing to his cheeks. It was Christmas Day, and not long ago he'd been so happy. He was celebrating with his family, his mother, his father, and his young sister, the centers of his universe, when that monster had attacked and destroyed everything he'd ever known. The White Terror, the destroyer of Christmas cheer, the Yule Man, SCP-4666. Though of course, young Siegfried had no idea. In hindsight, Siegfried's parents had been noticing strange things in the lead-up to Christmas Day. Unfamiliar bumps and knocks, strange smells coming from the attic, the occasional tall, dark silhouette on the horizon outside their isolated old farmhouse. But in all the hustle and bustle of the season, nobody really paid the proper attention to all the signs of an incoming Weihnacht event. Every eerie feeling was just written off as stress or overactive imaginations. None of the Geis family knew about the true danger they were facing until they woke up to see the Yule Man standing over them, sharpening a rusty blade and staring at them with hungry, sadistic eyes.
Merry Christmas,
the creature rasped and chuckled. Siegfried was lucky to escape alive, but of course he would never see his family again. He'd be picked up a day or so later, traumatized, catatonic, and almost frozen to death. When he was finally able to speak again, he spoke of a monster having killed his family. When the police investigated his home and found the remains, they deemed it to be the work of an all-too-human serial killer, and poor Siegfried Geis was entered into the foster system. Years of work with psychiatric professionals tried to convince young Siegfried that the monster he claimed to see, the unnaturally tall, gnarled, bony freak with those shimmering black eyes, was merely a product of his trauma, but he knew the truth. He always knew. What he encountered that day, the thing that took his family, was nothing less than a true monster. And at 9 years old, Siegfried made a vow he would one day kill the monster, no matter what it took. When Siegfried was finally adopted and returned to school, he did everything he could to apply himself academically. He had no interest in friends or romantic relationships, even as he grew into his teenage years. The only thing that drew his interest, in addition to the perfection of his academic life, was his own private research into the supernatural. He became an expert in all things occultic and anomalous, sightings of ghosts, phantoms, aliens, and monsters. He wanted to know it all. No, needed to know it all. He would arm himself with knowledge, wanting to know everything he could in advance of the confrontation that would be his final destiny. He also began obsessively researching attacks similar to the ones that killed his family, and found an eerie pattern seemingly to unfold all over the Northern Hemisphere. During the 12 days of Christmas, entire families would be found dead in their homes, mutilated horrifically, often with children having gone completely missing. They happened far enough apart in terms of time and space that no connection was drawn between the events, all just random attacks according to the police and media. Weren't the connections obvious? He didn't understand it. It was almost like there was some kind of sweeping cover-up obscuring the true culprit behind all these killings. The same beast that destroyed his life. As Siegfried, now known to most as Dr. Geis, ascended through his time at university, he became one of Germany's foremost scholars on the occult, with several published papers and books that drew fascination of fellow experts and laymen alike. But most importantly of all, Siegfried's work got the attention of the SCP Foundation. They reached out to the ambitious rising star of the paranormal world and offered him a research position. Dr. Geis was elated and said that he would happily take the role if they answered one question for him. Did they know anything about a horrific humanoid monster that attacked families across the Northern Hemisphere around Christmas time? This was the moment when Dr. Siegfried Geis, after decades of searching, finally came to know about SCP-4666. He had access to all of the SCP Foundation's information on the monster, putting him several steps closer to what had always been his ultimate goal, killing that godforsaken thing. But this would be easier said than done. After all, if the Yule Man was easy to track, the Foundation would have captured and contained him long before now. His attacks could occur anywhere across the Northern Hemisphere, making catching him the world's largest game of whack-a-mole. But this was a game that Dr. Geis had more than enough patience to play. Over the following years, Dr. Geis worked as hard as humanly possible, not just at the case of SCP-4666, but at every piece of work the Foundation had to offer him. Much like his ruined childhood, Geis made no effort to interact, no effort to form social connections. He just worked and worked and worked and worked with single-minded passion, soon developing a reputation as one of the most hard-working and dependable figures in the SCP Foundation's European division. It was this kind of work ethic that soon saw him promoted to senior researcher, and then a site director. He had more control over information, resources, and manpower than ever before. It was almost time. He could sense it. Delegating other tasks to his subordinates, Dr. Geis began to work on his masterpiece, an advanced algorithm connecting police, social media, and surveillance databases across the Northern Hemisphere. You see, while Dr. Geis had never faltered in his quest, neither had the Yule Man. Every year, more families disappeared or were horrifically murdered, and every death weighed on Geis. He saw them as a personal failing of his inability to fulfill his destiny. But the Yule Man was a creature of habit, and it would be that very adherence to habit that Geis used to destroy it. Using the algorithm he created, they would perfectly track and triangulate the home most likely to be the subject of a dreaded Rematch event, with greater accuracy and precision than ever before. The year was 2022. Dr. Geis was convinced that this time, he would be the one to claim victory and vengeance. There was one thing he didn't tell his Foundation compatriots, though, as he put the pieces in place for the final showdown. He had no intention of containing the Yule Man.
This time, he would destroy it. Using his newfound influence as a well-respected site director, he requested the transfer of a few high-profile anomalies, as well as the services of a crack mobile task force death squad. It was time. The Yule Man watched the house from a distance. He'd been observing for days, watching the nice, happy family within. What pleasure it would bring him to destroy them, and take what's left to his workshop for further fun. Tonight would be the night that he claimed them. They were all blissfully unaware, and lived in an isolated rural area where nobody but him would hear all the wonderful screaming. The second the lights went out inside the house, he would strike, and bring about some Christmas fear. When the last window went dark, the Yule Man drew a long, rusty blade out of his bag of tricks and approached the house. He crept in through one of the windows. Locks had never been a problem for him. This whole process had played out hundreds of times. He barely even needed to think about it now. He crept in past the presents around the Christmas tree, found the stairs, and began to climb. He'd find them in their beds, one by one, and take his time, savoring the pain, savoring the fear. He went into the youngest one's bedroom first, his lips pulled back into a manic grin. There was the little boy, tucked in under his quilt, like a present waiting to be unwrapped. He grabbed the sheet with his long, gnarled fingers and pulled it back, only to see a plastic dummy underneath, with a stun grenade fixed to its chest. Before the Yule Man could even react, the stun grenade exploded into his face, blinding him with a sudden white light and ringing in his ancient ears. The next thing he heard was a rugged military voice yelling, "Squad Alpha, move in!" Seconds later, the upstairs landing was filled with mobile task force operatives with assault rifles. They aimed and opened fire into the Yule Man, peppering him with painful bullets. He wasn't used to his victims fighting back like this. Truthfully, it even caught him off guard. But sadly for those brave task force operatives, it would not be enough to kill him. The Yule Man gripped his rusty knife and lunged at Squad Alpha. Moments later, they were all dead, and the furious Yule Man was trudging back down the stairs. There had been no satisfaction in this slaughter. How had they caught him like this? Perhaps he'd go eat some of his servants in his workshop to make himself feel better. As he walked back across the living room, past the Christmas tree, past all the presents, the television flickered into life. Staring at him from the screen was the grinning face of Dr. Siegfried Geis, now 50 years old. And the most insane part was that the Yule Man somehow recognized him, the one who got away 41 years prior. "Hello, old friend. You're looking a little glum," Siegfried said on the screen. "I take it that you did not enjoy the surprise party I just threw for you. Don't worry, the night isn't over yet. After all, you haven't even opened your presents." With that, the presents under the tree, which were actually packed with C4 plastic explosives, detonated, leveling the entire house with the Yule Man still inside. The explosion could be heard for miles as a great pillar of smoke rose up into the air. Several hundred meters away, Dr. Siegfried Geis waited and watched, flanked by Foundation agents and more mobile task force soldiers, taking in the majesty of the explosion. Dr. Geis remained steely-eyed and watched the blaze. Somehow he knew that even that would not be enough to end the monster permanently. He nodded to the lieutenant he'd brought with him. "Squad out! Squad Bravo! Time to engage!" The man barked in response. The remaining agents and MTF operatives, armed with assault rifles and submachine guns, descended on the burning wreckage of the house. Moments later, a tall, dark figure, the Yule Man, injured but alive, crawled out of the blaze. Immediately, the team opened fire, giving the monster everything they had. But once again, everything was not enough. The creature pulled out two long, rusty knives and leaped into the fray, making short work of the Foundation brass. Soon enough, it stood alone on blood-stained snow, until it caught another bullet in the head. Dr. Siegfried Geis was standing there, the last one alive to face the Yule Man, leveling a revolver. The Yule Man scowled. Geis held his steely gaze. "We meet again, at long last," Siegfried said. "You killed my family. You've killed so many others. Tonight, it is your turn, Yule Man. This is your Wisnacht." Geis opened fire as the Yule Man charged towards him, taking each shot in stride. Even as the Yule Man closed the distance, Geis didn't flinch. His resolve was steely. It made the Yule Man feel confused and furious that he didn't detect an ounce of fear in this man. Even when he drove a knife into the site director's stomach, Siegfried dropped to his knees and collapsed as the Yule Man ripped the knife back out. His gun clattered to the ground. It had been a mortal blow, and still, he seemed unfazed.
Why aren't you afraid?
The Yule Man growled. Siegfried spat blood and said,
You took my family 41 years ago. Everything since then has just been killing time until I got to see them again. Where you're going, all you'll ever see are flames and torment.
The Yule Man, furious, stabbed Siegfried again, this time through the heart. The doctor was dying, his life's work having seemingly amounted to nothing. But with the last of his strength, he reached into his coat and pulled out something, a little gift he'd requested from one Dr. Alto Clef before putting his plan into action. Dr. Siegfried Geis lifted a photo of SCP-096 right in front of the Yule Man's eyes.
Merry Christmas,
he said with his last breath. The Yule Man was confused. A photograph? Was that it? Was that really this foolish little boy's trump card after all this time? What a waste. Then, without a moment's warning, SCP-096 barreled into the Yule Man, sending them both rolling across the snow. One of Siegfried's preparations was to have SCP-096's containment cube temporarily relocated to only a mile away from the ambush site to avoid collateral damage. If everything else failed, then SCP-096 would be their Hail Mary pass, their finishing move. And it worked marvelously. As strong and evil as the Yule Man was, he'd been weakened by the night's battle, and the Shy Guy was an order of magnitude more powerful than his sadistic foe. The Yule Man screamed in horror as SCP-096 set upon him with claws and teeth. After hundreds of years inflicting it on others, the Yule Man had died in terror, and Dr. Siegfried Geis had died with a smile on his face.
The first thing that tipped the Foundation off to SCP-087's presence were the reports of numerous unexplained disappearances on campus. There were plenty of rumors about what might be behind them, but field agents suspected that the true source of the vanishing would be something beyond civilian imagination. All anyone knew for sure was that everyone who had gone missing was last seen in a certain administrative building on the university grounds, and that the disappearances only seemed to happen when the elevator was out. The campus was soon flooded with Foundation agents, creating a barrier around the administrative building and the presumed habitat of SCP-087. Nobody else could get in, and hopefully whatever was inside couldn't get out. One of the Foundation's lead scientists was flown in to consult on the investigation. What could have been behind those students disappearing? The doctor's preliminary interviews with university staff who worked in the building yielded some interesting details. Strange noises, like banging and even a faint, shrill crying, would be heard from a door that led to a no longer used stairway in hallway 3B. Staff in the building had no reason to ever take these stairs, especially considering how many of them reported a strange sense of unease when just standing outside the dorm. The only reason someone might take those stairs is due to elevator malfunctions. In that instant, the doctor had put it all together. The staff they interviewed had their memory wiped with amnestics, special chemicals used by the Foundation with the power to delete human memories. The Foundation only used them for staff or civilians who had confirmed contact with an SCP, and the doctor knew that they had a live one on their hands. The staircase. There was something terribly wrong with that staircase, and it was the SCP Foundation's job to find out what, before it made anybody else disappear. This is the story of SCP-087, otherwise known as the Endless Staircase, and the 3 doomed journeys down into its murky depths. The doctor was more than eager to begin research into the staircase and its frightening, anomalous properties. After all, you don't claw your way up to being one of the Foundation's key researchers without being brave, and perhaps just a little bit deranged. As was standard, once a perimeter was secured around the staircase, the good doctor requested a selection of D-Class personnel for testing. For those not in the know, D-Class is the Foundation's polite way of saying cannon fodder. The doctor was sent 3 D-Class prisoners for use in his investigation of SCP-087.
The first, D8432, was, according to official documentation on the incident, a 43-year-old male of average build and appearance and unremarkable psychological background. This man once worked for the Foundation in a more official capacity, but he was given the often deadly demotion to D-Class due to a dangerous mistake handling SCP-682 that led to the deaths of several other agents. Now, it looked like it would be his turn. The doctor explained his mission to him: explore the staircase, gather data, help us find out exactly what we're dealing with here. If you come back alive, there may even be a promotion in it for you. And with that promise, D8432 was given his loadout: a 75-watt flood lamp with battery power capable of lasting 24 hours, an audio headset, and a handheld camcorder fitted with a transmission stream, and an audio headset that would allow him to communicate with Dr. Bright. D8432 was then pushed through the door in hallway 3B and out onto the staircase. According to declassified Foundation files describing the staircase, SCP-087 is an unlit platform staircase. Stairs descend on a 38-degree angle for 13 steps before reaching a semicircular platform of approximately 3 meters in diameter. Descent direction rotates 180 degrees at each platform. The design of SCP-087 limits subjects to a visual range of approximately 1.5 flights. But in D8432's mind, unlit really didn't seem like the right word. He would have chosen all-consuming darkness. Despite carrying a powerful 75-watt lamp, D8432 was only capable of partially lighting the platform he was standing on, and the illumination only stretched down 9 of the 13 steps to the next platform. When D8432 observed how little help his lamp was giving him, he was instructed to shine it out of the doorway into hallway 3B. When he did so, the light seemed to shine far further than it ever could in SCP-087. Already, the beginning of the anomalous activity was obvious. Everywhere else, darkness is just the absence of light. In SCP-087, darkness eats light. It was like a tangible black mass that only a certain amount of light could survive, while the rest just wouldn't show. D8432 swallowed hard over a lump in his throat. The door to hallway 3B was closed behind him, and he was ordered to descend. Surviving to see that promotion was feeling unlikely, but it's not like he had a choice. If he tried to escape SCP-087 before he was permitted, he'd be shot by SCP Foundation field agents on the spot. So he followed the high-ranking doctor's orders and began to descend the steps to the next platform. Nothing about the physical makeup of the staircase itself seemed abnormal. The base and walls were a very plain, dull concrete with a metal handrail. The only thing that seemed unique about it so far was the strange light-bending properties. That was, until he reached the second platform down and he heard it, a soft, echoing cry. A child's cry. It was shrieks of panic, or maybe even pain, echoing up from below. He was asked why he had stopped, and he explained the crying sound he'd been hearing. It sounded like it was coming from far down the stairs, maybe 200 meters below him. He could just make out the words, "please," "help," and "down here," coming from the darkness. But the team outside the stairwell couldn't hear anything, so they asked him to descend further. Another platform down, and they could hear it too, the unmistakable cries of a terrified child. "Please, help," and "down here." D8432 was ordered to keep going, and only stop if he noticed changes to the visual environment or in the sounds he was hearing. D8432, knowing his life was on the line, had to keep going, and descended another 20 flights of stairs before stopping to remark that the sounds of the child hadn't gotten any closer. They still sounded just as far away as when he'd first heard them. He was told his observations were noted and pressured to continue. Within half an hour, D8432 had descended a full 50 floors, with no sign of a bottom in sight. Somehow, the volume of the child's crying had remained consistent throughout, as if it was moving away from D8432 at the same rate he was descending. At this point, D8432 reported that he was feeling uneasy. The doctor said that this was understandable, given the circumstances. He'd been watching what little there was to see over a live video feed the entire time, and something about the truly bottomless nature of the staircase and the ever-elusive crying was undeniably eerie. But things were about to really take a turn for the worst. As D8432 stepped forward towards the next set of stairs, he froze. There was something on the platform below him, barely illuminated by the light of his 75-watt bulb. It was a face, vaguely human in size and shape, but with a few terrifying differences. It had grayish skin and no mouth,
nostrils, or pupils. And yet, D8432 could feel that this thing was making eye contact with him. He couldn't move, trapped in the thing's piercing gaze. In an instant, the face jerked forwards, suddenly only about a foot away from D432's face, eyes staring into its own. D8432 screamed and ran, scaling all 50 flights in an astonishing 18 minutes before charging out into hallway 3B. There, he collapsed from the exhaustion and the fear of what he'd just seen. Upon reviewing the footage, the strange face was designated SCP-087-1. Fascinating. It was time for a second experiment. The doctor just had to know more. The second test subject was D9035, a 28-year-old male with a history of aggravated assaults against women. He was given the same loadout as his predecessors, except this time with an even more powerful 100-watt bulb. He was also given 100 small LED lights that had adhesive backs and a battery life of approximately 3 weeks, with which they intended to permanently illuminate SCP-087. However, despite the extra wattage of his bulb, he still couldn't illuminate beyond the 9th step. SCP-087 wouldn't allow it. Having no ideas of the horrors that lurked below him, he descended on the doctor's orders and began fixing the LEDs to the walls of each platform he passed. The LED always illuminated the landing, but the light couldn't pass the first step on either side. The flights of stairs themselves would remain in perpetual darkness. After the second flight, D9035 noticed the same crying D8432 had heard and became uneasy. Just like before, as D9035 descended, the volume of the crying didn't seem to increase, as if for every step he descended, the source of the crying descended 1, 2, keeping them at a constant 200 meters apart. Still, he was ordered to continue his descent and the placing of LEDs even as his paranoia grew. When he reached the 51st floor, he observed damage to the wall and steps. Sections appeared to have been smashed to rubble by an extreme force. As he descended past the broken step, he only felt his fear, anxiety, and paranoia grow. The doctor made note of the fact that SCP-087 seemed to cause instances of anxiety and terror in its occupants, even before they encountered SCP-087-1. As D9035 reached Platform 89, a full 350 meters under the initial platform, he stopped dead in his tracks and saw something staring up at him from the platform below. That same terrible gray face with those dead white eyes. He was encouraged to stay calm and try to get better footage of the face, but it charged for him, and D9035 ran for his life. He ascended the staircase at a staggering pace, even passing out from exhaustion and remaining motionless for 14 minutes halfway. When D9035 finally gathered the strength to get up, he scrambled back to hallway 3B and fell into a state of catatonia. He remains unresponsive to all external stimuli to this day, just staring off into the distance with a haunted expression, almost like he's still there in the hallway. The doctor wanted to conduct one more test before he ordered SCP-087 shut off from the world forever. And it was the most terrifying of all. The final subject was D9884, a 23-year-old woman with a history of depression and use of excessive force. The doctor had hoped that D9884 would travel the deepest yet, and so he gave her the additional supplies of a backpack containing 3.75 liters of water, 15 nutrient bars, and 1 thermal blanket. As far as the Foundation was concerned, she was in this for the long haul. But none of them had any idea quite how right they were. When D9884 entered SCP-087, all the lights from the previous expedition had disappeared. Still, she was ordered to go deeper. She heard the crying of the mysterious child, if it was even a child at all, and again she was ordered to go deeper. At the 496th landing, even as D9884 seemed to slip into a state of mortal terror, once again she was ordered to go even deeper. Every moment, he was hoping to get a better look at the face of SCP-087-1, and when D9884 finally broke and fled back upstairs, he did. The face appeared, but this time, it was mere inches behind her, staring directly into the camera with its blank eyes, startling even this veteran of the supernatural. The face appearing caused D9884 to panic and flee, but instead of going back up the stairs to safety, she went deeper down the staircase in an attempt to escape it, deeper and deeper and deeper, until her video feed cut out. D9884
was never seen again.
In the aftermath of the tests, the SCP was classified as Euclid. It may have been dangerous, but at least it was easy to contain. The door to hallway 3B was replaced with one made out of reinforced steel with an electro-release lock mechanism. It has been disguised to resemble a janitorial closet consistent with the rest of the building. The lock won't release unless a classified number of electrical volts are applied, while the key is turned counterclockwise. And after a few inches of foam insulation were applied to the inner side of the door, staff at the building never again reported hearing strange noises. As for the fates of those lost within the endless turning flights and platforms of SCP-087, we may never know, but one can only assume it isn't pleasant.